Chapter 306, Pussy. Li Fei instead ignored Hu Shui Feng's polite greetings, as if she never heard it at all. The smile on Hu Shui Feng's face was slightly stiff, but he still maintained it as his gaze moved onto Duan Ling Tian, and a trace of an awe-inspiring coldness was mixed deep within his gaze. Junior brother, what's your name? Little Fei, let's go over. Duan Ling Tian held Li Fei's hand and walked swiftly towards Mizar platform, and didn't even look Hu Shui Feng in the eye the whole time. Okay. The smile on Hu Shui Feng's face completely froze when he saw Li Fei obediently nodding, then supported herself on Duan Ling Tian's sturdy shoulder like a little bird resting upon a man, and walked into the Mizar platform. The ice on Zuo Qing's face seemed to instantly melt when she saw Hu Shui Feng's face slightly sink, then smiled and said, Hu Shui Feng, this junior brother is my junior sister's man. He is called Duan Ling Tian. After she finished, Zuo Qing followed up to Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei. These three words were like a thunderclap that resounded out by Hu Shui Feng's ears. He's Duan Ling Tian. Hu Shui Feng's gaze squinted, then descended onto Duan Ling Tian's figure and flickered with a ghastly sheen. An outer court disciple that has only entered the 7-star sword sect for half a year actually dares to ignore me. Does he really think that he can act willfully just because he killed a 6th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple? After Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 entered the Mizar platform, the outer court elders of Mizar Peak had finally appeared. These outer court elders clustered around a middle-aged man in embroidered clothing and walked over swiftly. This embroidered-clothed middle-aged man was also the only person amongst all the people present that didn't wear the 7-star sword sect's uniform attire. The embroidered-clothed middle-aged man had a firm expression, and dignity was emitted from between his brows. His eyes flickered with a bright light, seemed to be able to see through everything. Peak Master. The crowd of outer court disciples on the Mizar platform opened up a path in succession, and respectfully bowed to the embroidered-clothed middle-aged man, the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Duan Ling Tian had already guessed the identity of the embroidered-clothed middle-aged man when he appeared. The facts proved that his guess was correct. Senior sister, he's the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Li Fei asked Zuo Qing who was beside her. Yes. Zuo Qing nodded. Senior brother Shi Hao has come as well. A low exclaim broke the temporary silence on Mizar platform, and everyone glanced over. Outside the Mizar platform, 2 figures walked over shoulder to shoulder. One was a young man with triangular eyes and an appearance that was distorted and hideous. One was a middle-aged man with an arrogant expression, whose head was held high and chest was puffed up. The person by senior brother Shi Hao's side seems to be the Megrez Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Exactly, it's Elder Zhao Lin. Many people recognized the person by Shi Hao's side. Zhao Lin. Duan Ling Tian's brows couldn't help but frown when he saw Zhao Lin. As far as he was concerned, there surely wouldn't be any good thing that would come from Zhao Lin and Shi Hao being together. He's Shi Hao. He virtually seems to have been cut out from the same mold as Shi Yan. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. Peak Master. After Shi Hao and Zhao Lin arrived, they successively bowed to the Mizar Peak's Peak Master, Zheng Fan. Zheng Fan lightly smiled as he nodded to Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin, I never expected that you would be so interested towards the second round of the outer court martial competition and actually personally come here. Peak Master, the outer court martial competition this time is different from before, thus I naturally had to come and broaden my horizons. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth, seeming to be referring to something in what he said. Looks like you know about it. Zheng Fan glanced deeply at Zhao Lin, then looked towards Shi Hao who was beside Zhao Ling, and lightly nodded. Shi Hao, I hope you're able to accomplish something today, and not bring shame to the name of #1 disciple in the outer court. Don't worry Peak Master, my target today is first place. Shi Hao nodded, and his triangular eyes flickered with a sheen of confidence. Very good. Zheng Fan nodded, then his body moved, leaping up onto the combat ring at the center, then looked around at the surroundings before slowly speaking. I believe everyone knows that there were some changes to the rules for the outer court martial competition this time. Today, there's something I have to say beforehand to the 60 outer court disciples that are participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Zheng Fan's voice wasn't loud but contained thick origin energy, clearly spreading into the ears of everyone present, like thunder piercing their ears. For a moment, the gazes of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were present had descended onto Zheng Fan, as they all wanted to know what Zheng Fan was going to say next. Could it be that there's a new rule? Duan Ling Tian's brows knit and he wondered in his heart. Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, Zheng Fan spoke once again. Today, the second round of the outer court martial competition shall abandon the conventions of the past. For the sake of allowing all the outer court disciples that are participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition to be able to fight unrestrained and with their full might. When the 60 outer court disciples carry out the elimination battles for the second round of the outer court martial competition, life and death will be disregarded. In other words, even if someone dies on the combat rings today, the sect will not punish the outer court disciple that killed him. Zheng Fan finished speaking in one go. It was deathly silent on the Mizar platform. Life and death will be disregarded. In next to no time, some people had reacted to Zheng Fan's words, and their face went ghastly pale. These people were all 6th level origin core stage outer court disciples that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. They came here in high spirits, but now, they were all dejected, like shriveled up eggplants in autumn. The Peak Master said earlier that today's outer court martial competition will disregard life and death. In other words, it allows killing amongst disciples. Seems to be so. Oh my God. In this way, wouldn't people be dying today? The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that stood on the Mizar platform were instantly in an uproar. The outer court martial competition disregarded life and death. This was something that had never once appeared in the past history of the 7-star sword sect. I give up. I give up as well. In next to no time, some outer court disciples that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition couldn't help but give up. These outer court disciples were all 6th level origin core stage martial artists. Even though they wanted to show off in the outer court martial competition, but now that it involved their lives, they had to be extremely careful. Otherwise, slight carelessness might lead to them losing their lives. So they didn't gamble. Moreover, they knew their own limitations. This time, nearly half of the outer court disciples amongst the 60 outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition were at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Even if they participated, it would still be impossible for them to obtain a placing. Only the 10 people that placed in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition were able to obtain the corresponding generous prizes. The Zheng Fan had a calm expression, seeming to not be surprised in the slightest, as he said indifferently. Now, those among the 60 outer court disciples that obtained the qualification to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, and want to obtain a good result, or even compete for the top 10, come stand by my side. There will be elders to register you. As for the outer court disciples that have given up, it isn't necessary for you to come over. Zheng Fan's voice had only just finished sounding out when a figure seemed to transform into a ghost that instantly flashed onto the combat ring and stood beside Zheng Fan. Its senior brother Hu Shui Feng. Instantly, many people recognized the person that ascended the combat arena first. As expected of the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's Peak Master. Even when facing the outer court martial competition that's a life and death competition, senior brother Hu Shui Feng still isn't afraid in the slightest. Supposedly, the Peak Master of Merrick Peak bestowed a grade 7 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 29% to senior brother Hu Shui Feng. Even senior brother Shi Hao might not be able to compare to his current strength. No wonder he's so confident. Presently, most outer court disciples all looked at Hu Shui Feng with adoration. Hu Shui Feng became the center of attention of everyone. Not bad. Even the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, now nodded to Hu Shui Feng with a praising expression. Hu Shui Feng stood beside Zheng Fan and a fierce gaze appeared within his eye. His gaze instantly found Duan Ling Tian from within the crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform and descended onto him. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, and looked back at Hu Shui Feng without a shred of fear. He was able to perceive that Hu Shui Feng's gaze was filled with provocation and contempt when looking at him. As if he was sure that once Duan Ling Tian knew that the second round of the outer court martial competition was a life and death competition, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't dare participate. Right at this moment, another figure flashed onto the combat ring, and stood beside Zheng Fan. As expected of the number 1 outer court disciple of our 7-star sword sect. The crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform were in an uproar once again. The person that ascended the combat ring this time was precisely Shi Hao. In the next moment, He Dong, the 7th level origin core stage disciple of Megrez Peak had gone up as well. Duan Ling Tian, act within your limits. Zuo Qing said to Duan Ling Tian, then her figure moved to follow He Dong and descend onto the combat ring. In only a short moment, there were already 4 people who had ascended the combat ring, and stood by the side of Zheng Fan. The 4 strongest disciples of our 7-star sword sect's outer court have all gone up now. The other 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples would be giving up as well, right? Under the clamorous noise of the crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform, many outer court disciples successively ascended the combat ring. These outer court disciples all had a similarity. They were all existences at the 7th level of the origin core stage. In next to no time, practically all the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the outer court martial competition had ascended the combat ring and indicated their determination. Including Shi Hao, He Dong, Zuo Qing and Hu Shui Feng, there were a total of 28 people. That Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have been frightened, and won't dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Zhao Lin stood on Mizar platform, and easily located Duan Ling Tian's location. His heart jerked, as he schemed so much, but forgot this part. Duan Ling Tian was completely able to give up. Once Duan Ling Tian gave up, everything he had done secretly would have become useless. Could it be that he really was going to achieve nothing like drawing water with a bamboo basket? He was not resigned. Right when Zhao Lin had a burning anxiety. Duan Ling Tian, on the combat ring, Shi Hao's voice was like a thunderclap. His pair of triangular eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring sheen, as he swept his gaze on the Mizar platform, seeming to be searching for something. You wouldn't be cowardly to the point of not daring to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right, pussy? Shi Hao's voice was filled with contempt and disdain. Chapter 307, Profound Origin Fruit, Pussy. When Shi Hao shouted out, he was slightly agitated in his heart. Even though he didn't know Duan Ling Tian, nor had he met Duan Ling Tian before, but he had an impression of everyone in the group of 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that had ascended the combat ring now, and he was sure that Duan Ling Tian absolutely wasn't there. In other words, his main objective today, Duan Ling Tian, didn't come up. It was very likely that because of being afraid of death, Duan Ling Tian had given up. And this wasn't something he wanted to see. Along with Shi Hao's cold shout, the entire Mizar Peak went silent. The group of Megrez Peak disciples that had come to spectate couldn't help but shoot their gazes to gather onto the faraway Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, the remaining 7-star sword sect disciples followed the group of Megrez Peak disciples to look at Duan Ling Tian. He was just intending to ascend the combat arena when he heard Shi Hao crying out. Now, when he realized that along with Shi Hao crying, pussy, he'd become the center of attention of everyone, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile. He is Duan Ling Tian. Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples that hadn't seen Duan Ling Tian before, glanced at Duan Ling Tian in surprise, as they felt that Duan Ling Tian was even younger than the rumors. It was precisely this person that killed the 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple of Fekta Peak. Even though Duan Ling Tian's strength wasn't bad, but the outer court martial competition today was undoubtedly a competition between 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Even if he really participated, he could only be a sideshow, and even might be killed. Exactly. I think that giving up is his best choice. He's only a little over 20, it isn't a loss of face even if he gives up when facing a group of 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples. The crowd of 7-star sword outer court disciples whispered amongst themselves in discussion. Right at this moment, the Mizar Peak's Peak Master spoke once again. The disciples who are placed in the top 10 of today's outer court martial competition are all able to obtain prizes bestowed by the sect. The person who obtains the first place will even be able to obtain an extra profound origin fruit. 1. Profound origin fruit. A single stone brought about 1,000 ripples. Sounds of people letting out breaths of cold air rose and fell on the Mizar platform. What was profound origin fruit? Even if the 7-star sword sect disciples present hadn't seen it, they'd heard of it. To origin core stage martial artist, the profound origin fruit was a spirit fruit that could be encountered by chance but not be sought for. Allegedly, even if an 8th level origin core stage martial artist consumed this profound origin fruit, the martial artist would be able to directly break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Even if a 9th level origin core stage martial artist consumed it, the martial artist's origin energy would increase to the last bottleneck, and be infinitely close to the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Profound origin fruit. It's actually the profound origin fruit. To an origin core stage martial artist, the profound origin fruit is virtually a priceless treasure, and can be encountered by chance but not be sought for. Once a 7th level origin core stage martial artist consumes the profound origin fruit, his cultivation would surely be able to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. Even to the extent it's very likely for him to come close to the bottleneck to break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciple on Mizar platform were completely stirred, including Shi Hao. All the 28 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that stood beside Zheng Fan on the combat arena had gazes that shone, as they were filled with yearning towards the profound origin fruit. Profound origin fruit, I'm determined to obtain it. Hu Shui Feng's handsome face was covered in a layer of icy coldness. No matter who it is, if they dare obstruct me from ascending to the first place, kill. Hu Shui Feng's words were filled with confidence and arrogance. HMPH. That will depend on if you have the ability. Shi Hao grunted coldly. He was similarly determined to obtain the profound origin fruit. He Dong and Zuo Qing glanced at each other in the eye, and their gazes clashed into fierce sparks. The profound origin fruit caused everyone to be filled with desire. I never imagined that the 7-star sword sect actually obtained a profound origin fruit, and even brought it out to be the prize for the first place of the outer court martial competition this time. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He was naturally clear of how valuable the profound origin fruit was. If it was said that before this, he wanted to seize the first place in the outer court martial competition this time for the sake of the pledge he made to Hu Li, then now, he had another objective. He wanted to obtain the profound origin fruit. If I can obtain the profound origin fruit, my cultivation can directly break through. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted burning flames that seemed as if able to burn everything, and was peerlessly domineering. Li Fei perceived Duan Ling Tian's yearning, and said in a light voice, "Scoundrel, the outer court martial competition prohibits the usage of source of external strength besides spirit weapon. Your inscriptions can't be used. If you're not a match for your opponent, then you must leap of the combat arena and admit defeat. K'er and I can't lose you." As she finished speaking, Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian anxiously. Even though she knew that Duan Ling Tian had many sources of reliance in his possession, like the 2 nascent soul stage little pythons, and the pile of formidable inscriptions, however, none of these could be used during the outer court martial competition. He could only rely on his own strength. Duan Ling Tian stretched his hand out to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face that was smooth as jade, then smiled as he said in a light voice, "Little Fei, you have to be confident of your man. If you dare doubt me again, then be careful or I'll slap your butt." As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian suppressed his voice until only Li Fei could hear it. Li Fei never expected that Duan Ling Tian would actually tease her during an occasion like this, and her beautiful face blushed, as if blood would drip out of it. HMPH. On the combat ring, Hu Shui Feng looked from afar at Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, especially when Li Fei revealed such a charming and shy appearance before Duan Ling Tian. A ball of flames of envy inexplicably lit ablaze in his heart. He'd always been unhappy if he was without a woman, and his eyesight was extremely high. This woman was absolutely the most beautiful female disciple he'd seen since arriving at the 7-star sword sect. When he saw her for the first time, he'd wanted to make this woman into his exclusive woman, but later on he instead noticed that this woman already belonged to someone. "So long as I kill Duan Ling Tian, you will be mine." Hu Shui Feng looked at Li Fei, and his eyes flickered with a sheen of greed, as if Li Fei has already become his. Duan Ling Tian. Hu Shui Feng's gaze focused and descended onto Duan Ling Tian, then he suddenly shouted in a low voice, "I heard that you'd once killed the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, 3 months ago. According to my knowledge, Xiao Ying was only a step away from the 7th level of the origin core stage. I presume that since you're able to kill him, your strength isn't inferior to us 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Now that 3 months have passed, your strength is surely even stronger. You wouldn't really want to give up, right?" As Hu Shui Feng finished speaking, his voice had a sense of ridicule. "Hu Shui Feng, whether Duan Ling Tian gives up or not is his own personal choice, and has nothing to do with you." How could Zuo Qing, who stood nearby, not know what Hu Shui Feng was intending when she heard him, and her face was once again enveloped in a layer of ice as she sneered. Hu Shui Feng didn't reply to Zuo Qing, and instead looked at the nearby Duan Ling Tian. "Ha ha, Duan Ling Tian, Could it be that you only know how to hide behind a woman, and rely on a woman's protection? If it's really like this, you're really the shame of us men. The shame of men. What Hu Shui-feng said could be called ruthless. Duan Ling Tian, looks like the people you've offended are rather many. A wisp of bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of Shi Hao's mouth, waiting for a chance to swallow Duan Ling Tian up. Along with Hu Shui-feng finishing, Duan Ling Tian once again became the center of attention. This time, it was different. Earlier, even though Shi Hao had provoked Duan Ling Tian, but the people present didn't think that Duan Ling Tian giving up was inappropriate. And no one would look down on Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was there for all to see. He would surely be able to yield unusually brilliant results in the future, and become genius disciple that played a decisive role in the 7-star sword sect. But now, Hu Shui-feng had instead put a hat on Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian gave up, he would undoubtedly be admitting that he only knew how to hide behind women, and rely on the protection of women, losing the dignity of a man. Everyone was curious, how would Duan Ling Tian choose under such circumstances? A trace of rage arose in Li Fei's beautiful eyes when she heard Hu Shui-feng, and was about to flare. Duan Ling Tian's pinched Li Fei's palm, and lightly smiled. Little Fei, no matter where it is in this world, there's never been a lack of mad dogs. You don't have to lower yourself to the same level as it. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice wasn't loud, but the Mizar platform was deathly silent now, thus his words entered into the ears of everyone present. Mad dog. The corners of the 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but twitch. This Duan Ling Tian actually insulted Hu Shui-feng as a mad dog. This Duan Ling Tian was insane. Duan Ling Tian is dead for sure. This was the thought in the hearts of most of the 7-star sword sect disciples. For a moment, Hu Shui-feng replaced Duan Ling Tian to become the center of attention of everyone. Hu Shui-feng's body fiercely shook, his incomparably handsome face lightly trembled, and his pair of eyes revealed dense killing intent, but it was quickly suppressed by him. Then he once again looked at Duan Ling Tian. I really don't know. A piece of trash that obtained the qualification to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, but doesn't dare to participate. Where does this arrogance come from? Hu Shui-feng's voice was incomparably chilly, and he said the word trash especially prominently. Hu Shui-feng's words resonated with many people. These people were mostly Alcade peak female disciples that were delusional towards Hu Shui-feng. Senior brother Hu Shui-feng is correct. A person that doesn't even have the courage to participate in the outer court martial competition doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Exactly, Duan Ling Tian, if you're a man, then ascend the combat ring and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. If you don't dare, then you're the pussy that senior brother Shi Hao spoke of, and the trash that only knows how to rely on women like senior brother Hu Shui-feng said. Seeing the scene being controlled by him, Hu Shui-feng looked at Duan Ling Tian, his eyes slowly narrowed into a line, and the corners of his mouth had a complacent sneer, as if he was saying to Duan Ling Tian, "Kid, you're too inexperienced to fight me." Ha ha. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh, his eyes flashed with an awe-inspiring bright light as he glanced at Hu Shui-feng, then his gaze descended onto Shi Hao before he slowly said, "When did I, Duan Ling Tian, say that I wanted to give up? If memory serves me correctly, presently, Peak Master Zheng Fan seems to have not stopped other outer court disciples from choosing whether to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right?" 1 TL note. The origin here refers to origin energy, not a fruit of profound origins. Chapter 308, Lot Number 1. The instant that Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his figure jerked as he abruptly flashed out. He seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he agilely flashed onto the combat arena, then descended by Zuo Qing's side. Duan Ling Tian used his actions to indicate his attitude towards the matter. He didn't give up. He wanted to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Duan Ling Tian actually really wants to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Is he unafraid of death? Some of the Megrez Peak disciples were completely stunned when they saw this scene. Every time Shi Hao came to Megrez Peak during these past 3 months, they were able to clearly feel the surging hatred Shi Hao revealed towards Duan Ling Tian. Shi Hao wished for nothing more than to burn Duan Ling Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. So, as far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian insisting on participating in the second round of the outer court martial meet was simply playing with his own life. They didn't look favorably upon Duan Tian. After all, Shi Hao was a 7th level origin core stage disciples, and was even the number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Duan Tian, your muscle meridian rebirth scroll will soon be mine. The gloominess on Zhao Lin's face vanished when he saw Duan Tian ascend the combat arena, and replacing it was a smile of having his plot prevail. He suddenly felt that everything he'd done secretly wasn't done in vain. Everything was worth it. Duan Tian, why have you come up? Zhuo Qing looked at Duan Tian who was beside her, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned. You completely don't have to pay attention to what Hu Shui Feng said. Duan Tian knew that Zhuo Qing said this on because she was concerned about him, and at the same time that warmth arose within his heart, he lightly smiled. Senior sister, I didn't come up here because of what he said. I'd originally intended to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. I would still have come up even if he didn't say that. Zhuo Qing was stunned, and when she saw Duan Tian's incomparably firm gaze, she couldn't help but secretly sigh. As far as she was concerned, Duan Tian was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He didn't know how high the sky was and how thick the earth was. He had an exaggerated opinion of his abilities. Not bad, Duan Tian, you can still be considered as a man. Hu Shui Feng looked at Duan Tian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, as a cold light flickered in his eyes. But, whether or not you can survive the second round of the outer court martial competition will depend on if you have the ability. At any rate, if you encounter me, I won't show mercy to you. Duan Tian didn't pay the slightest attention to Hu Shui Feng's provocation, and his gaze descended on the nearby Shi Hao. Shi Hao's distorted and hideous face was now tangled together, and his triangular eyes were staring fixedly at Duan Tian as it flickered with dense killing intent. You're Duan Tian. Meanwhile, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, sized up Duan Tian with interest. I'd long since heard of your deeds. But, even though you're able to kill a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, but you might not be able to defeat a 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Today, so long as you're able to survive, then in the future, the stage of the 7-star sword sect will be yours alone. Zheng Fan's words were filled with praise towards Duan Tian. It caused Hu Shui Feng's face to sink and the killing intent in his eyes grew deeper. As for Shi Hao, he instead neither agreed nor disagreed. As far as he was concerned, what Zheng Fan said made no difference, because he would absolutely not allow Duan Tian to survive today. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Tian remained neither humble nor arrogant when facing Zheng Fan. Zheng Fan glanced deeply at Duan Tian, then looked at the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform. Now, are there any more outer court disciples that have obtained the qualification to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, and want to participate in today's outer court martial competition? He waited for a while, but no one ascended the combat ring. Zheng Fan waved his sleeve, then announced in a loud voice. The second round of the outer court martial competition officially begins. The rules of the second round of the outer court martial competition is extremely simple. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Tian and the other 28 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, and slowly said. I'll carry out drawing of lots in a moment. There's a total of 29 lots. The person who draws lot number 1 is able to obtain a bye for 2 rounds, and temporarily be placed in the top 10 places. The other 29 people will decide on 14 people, then decide on 7 people. These 7 people will temporarily be placed in the top 10 places. In this way, there would be 8 people that are temporarily in the top 10 places. The 7 people that were eliminated earlier will once again draw lots, and the person that draws lot number 1 will temporarily be placed in the top 10 places. At that time, there would only be 1 remaining empty spot in the top 10 places, and the last person will be decided on from the other 6 people to fill up this empty spot. After the 10 people who are temporarily in the top 10 places are confirmed, if anyone from the remaining 19 people are unconvinced of the ability of any one of the 10, they can issue a challenge. So long as you can defeat your opponent, or even kill your opponent, then you can replace your opponent to be placed in the top 10 places. When there's no more people issuing challenges, the people in the top 10 places would be the people that are in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time, and are able to obtain the prizes bestowed by the sect. Because the prizes for the top 10 people are different, so, the specific placing of the top 10 has to be decided in the end. The person who is in the first place will additionally obtain a profound origin fruit. Now, is there anything that all of you are not clear on? Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others as he asked. Duan Ling Tian and the others shook their heads, as Zheng Fan's introduction earlier was well organized and clearly states, and it was as clear as it could be. The person who draws lot number 1 in the beginning is undoubtedly the person with the best luck. The person is able to do without the first 2 battles, and temporarily be placed in the top 10 places. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and was full of interest towards lot number 1. Of course, even if one is able to draw lot number 1 at the beginning, it didn't mean that one can have no worries later on, as there would still people issuing challenges later on. They were only able to do without some effort. In next to no time, a Mizar Peak outer court elder walked up swiftly and placed the lot box that was prepared onto the ground. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and the other then spoke indifferently. There's a total of 29 lot numbers within, all of you go up and draw it yourselves. In next to no time, an outer court disciple that was close to the lot box took the lead to draw out a lot number. Duan Ling Tian and Zhuo Qing walked shoulder to shoulder and had arrived by the lot box, then Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Zhuo Qing. Senior sister, you first. Zhuo Qing nodded, and didn't be courteous as she directly withdrew a lot number. Number 9. Duan Ling Tian put his hand into the lot box as well. Right at this moment, he instinctively extended out his spiritual force, and fused it into the lot box. Duan Ling Tian originally didn't hold any hope, as his spiritual force wasn't eyes after all, and was unable to see the numbers of the lots. But when his spiritual force extended into the lot box, he instead clearly sensed that the aura of one of the lots within the lot box seemed to be different from the others. Could it be lot number 1? Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly, then directly grabbed onto that lot and withdrew it. He glanced carefully at it, it was lot number 1 as expected. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding when he looked at the number on the lot. No wonder his spiritual force was able to sense that the aura on lot number 1 was different from the other lots. So it turned out that the number on lot number 1 was written with red ink, whereas the numbers on the other lots were written in black ink. Presumably the reason lot number 1 was written in red ink was because it was much easier to differentiate it from the other lots, and it was precisely because of this that allowed Duan Ling Tian to draw lot number 1 without suspense. 1. Lot number 1. Zhuo Qing stood by Duan Ling Tian's side, and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice when she saw the lot number Duan Ling Tian had drawn. Lot number 1. Zhuo Qing's low exclaim spread throughout the silent Mizar platform, allowing everyone to hear it. Fuck. It can't be. Duan Ling Tian's luck is so good. Lot number 1 was drawn by him from the 29 lots. This luck is too heaven-defying. HMPH. It's just a coincidence. Moreover, so what if he's drawn lot number 1? It's only temporarily being placed in the top 10 places. If his strength is insufficient, then there will be others to eliminate him later. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples couldn't refrain from exclaiming in a low voice. Some people sighed emotionally about Duan Ling Tian's luck, some people felt that it didn't matter even if Duan Ling Tian had drawn lot number 1. Lot number 1. Zheng Fan was slightly surprised of Duan Ling Tian's luck. HMPH. Lot number 1. However, the corners of the mouth of 2 people on the combat ring curled into cold smiles. It was precisely Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng. You can only blame your fortune for being bad for drawing lot number 1. So long as I temporarily admit defeat in the beginning and don't enter the top 10 place, then at that time, I can directly challenge you. And even kill you. Hu Shuifeng looked at Duan Ling Tian as he thought in his heart, and a sheen of ruthlessness jumped about within his eyes. Traces of icy coldness appeared in Shi Hao's triangular eyes as well. His current thoughts were exactly similar to Hu Shuifeng. Duan Ling Tian, your luck seems to not be so good. Meanwhile, He Dong had drawn his own lot, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian as he shook his head. He's clearly noticed the killing intent and excitement that Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng's eyes revealed when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, solely on the surface, Duan Ling Tian obtaining lot number 1 was his good luck. But in reality, it gave Shi Hao and Hu Shuifeng the opportunity to directly name him for a challenge. Duan Ling Tian naturally understood the deep meaning within He Dong's words, but he was indifferent to it and only lightly smiled. What ought to come, will come. He Dong never expected Duan Ling Tian to still be able to be so composed at this time, and deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, if you can survive today, I, He Dong, will become friends with you. Duan Ling Tian's age wasn't old, but he had such a sanguine disposition, and it shocked He Dong, causing He Dong to feel admiration that came from the bottom of his heart. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, and it could be considered as his reply. Duan Ling Tian, directly admit defeat if Shi Hao and Hu Shui Feng challenge you. Zhuo Qing looked at Duan Ling Tian and was slightly worried as she spoke. Zhuo Qing, if he admits defeat, then he isn't Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even opened his mouth when He Dong had already spoken to Zhuo Qing before him. Duan Ling Tian started laughing. He Dong, you seem to know me very well. It can't be considered as knowing you, but I'm able to perceive that you aren't the type of person who flees in the face of danger. Moreover, I saw confidence within your eyes. He Dong deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian and slowly said, although, I don't know why you're so confident. Chapter 309, Fight to my heart's content. Why would he have such confidence? Duan Ling Tian only smiled when he heard He Dong, but didn't give any added explanations. He believed that He Dong would soon know the answer for himself. A trace of astonishment flashed within Zhuo Qing's beautiful eyes when she heard He Dong, then seriously sized up Duan Ling Tian for a moment. In the end, she nodded and didn't try to persuade Duan Ling Tian anymore. She was able to perceive that Duan Ling Tian was indeed filled with confidence, a strong confidence. She thought inwardly. Perhaps, this man of junior sisters would once again bring a miracle, and make everyone shocked by it. In next to no time, all the outer court disciples that were participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition had drawn their own lots. Now, all 29 of you have drawn a lot number belonging to yourselves. Meanwhile, the Mizar Peak's peak master, Zheng Fan, slowly said. Now, the disciples who obtained number 2 and number 3, go to the first combat ring. Disciples who obtained number 4 and number 5, go to the second combat ring, so on and so forth, until lot number 19. There were a total of 10 combat rings on Mizar platform. Now, besides the center combat ring being empty, each of the other 9 combat rings had 2 figures appear on them. The 9 outer court elders of Mizar Peak successively went over to preside over the battle. Senior sister Zhuo Qing, Duan Ling Tian stood on the center combat arena in the center of Mizar platform that wasn't used, and looked at that beautiful figure that was on the 4th combat ring. I admit defeat. Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded out, breaking the short silence on Mizar platform. On the 7th combat ring, a person had spoken out to admit defeat. Senior brother Shi Hao has admitted defeat. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples stared blankly at Shi Hao leaving the 7th combat ring, and they all had faces of disbelief. They wouldn't find it strange if anyone else admitted defeat, but the one that admitted defeat now was Shi Hao, the number 1 outer court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Why did senior brother Shi Hao admit defeat? It's too strange. Some of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had bewildered expressions, and completely didn't know what had happened, as it was difficult for them to understand what was happening before them. You don't know. Let me tell you, senior brother Shi Hao has admitted defeat now for the sake of the challenges later on. If I'm not wrong, he surely wants to challenge Duan Ling Tian. Challenge Duan Ling Tian? Why? Because he wants to kill Duan Ling Tian. I'm a Megrez Peak disciple. Senior brother Shi Hao had come to our Megrez Peak 3 months ago and spread the word of wanting to battle Duan Ling Tian on the life and death arena. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian was always hiding, and senior brother Shi Hao was completely unable to find an opportunity. Now that he has an opportunity, do you think he would miss it? So that's how it is. But, how did senior brother Shi Hao and Duan Ling Tian become enemies? I didn't know of this at the beginning either, but later on after inquiring many times, I found out that Duan Ling Tian had crippled the Dantian of Shi Hao's sister, Shi Yan. Who in our 7-star sword sect outer court doesn't know of how fond senior brother Shi Hao is of his sister Shi Yan? Tell me, would he not take revenge for Shi Yan? Duan Ling Tian crippled Shi Yan's Dantian. The conversation between the 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly spread out. It wasn't long before practically everyone who stood on the Mizar platform knew of it. Duan Ling Tian crippled the Dantian of Shi Hao's sister, Shi Yan. Shi Hao hated Duan Ling Tian to the bones, and wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you. He Dong who stood beside Duan Ling Tian had an astonished expression, although he knew that Shi Hao wanted to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian, but he didn't know that there were actually such reasons for it. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, then lightly smiled. Is it very surprising? He Dong nodded. It's indeed rather surprising. Who within our 7-star sword sect's outer court doesn't know that Shi Hao is incomparably fond of his sister, and assents to her every demand? But you directly crippled her dantian. It would be strange if Shi Hao didn't come risk his life to kill you. But, you don't seem like an unreasonable person, why would you cripple Shi Yan's dantian? He Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a wondering expression. Actually it's nothing much. That Shi Yao first humiliated and bullied my woman for no reason, then repeatedly proclaimed of wanting to cripple my dantian, and even put it into actions. I could only give her a taste of her own medicine. Duan Ling Tian spoke very casually, as if what she said was of no importance. He Dong came to a sudden understanding. I'd long since heard of Shi Yan relying on Shi Hao's influence to act in an unruly and unrestrained manner in Alcade Peak. This time, she can only consider herself to be misfortunate for trying to bully you. The sound of their conversation wasn't loud, but it was still heard by Zheng Fan who stood nearby. The corners of Zheng Fan's mouth slightly curled up. This Duan Ling Tian is really a genuine person, but his courage is really not little. Is he really not afraid of suffering Shi Hao's revenge? Shi Hao admitting defeat now was obviously because he was targeting Duan Ling Tian. Shi Hao returned then looked at Duan Ling Tian with a vicious and ruthless gaze. Shi Hao, he's mine. Hu Shui Feng looked at Shi Hao, his eyes revealing a cold light, as he said with an overbearing voice. HMPH. Shi Hao swept Hu Shui Feng with a cold and indifferent gaze, then ignored him, as if entirely not taking Hu Shui Feng seriously. Hu Shui Feng's face sank, his eyes flickered with a fierce light as he angrily said in his heart. Shi Hao, besides killing Duan Ling Tian today, I'll also kill you. After today, I'll replace you to become the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Meanwhile, an intense battle between two evenly matched opponents unfolded atop the other 8 combat rings. So strong. Duan Ling Tian clearly saw Zuo Qing's figure flash on the 4th combat ring, dodging past the fierce and sharp sword strike of her opponent, then the sword images in her hand enveloped downwards, as if transforming into rain that covered the sky, forcing her opponent to retreat. From start to finish, she didn't injure her opponent in the slightest. Thank you for showing mercy. The 7th level Origin Core stage male outer court disciples that was forced to retreat, had cold sweat coming out from his forehead as he directly admitted defeat and walked off the 4th combat arena. Zuo Qing was victorious and advanced. In next to no time, the results of the other few combat rings had come out. Another 7 people successfully advanced. Only some people were injured, but no one was killed. Although the outer court martial competition this time disregarded life and death, but in the eyes of the outer court disciples that ascended the combat ring, their opponents were seniors and juniors of the same sect after all. Since there were no grudges or enmity between them, there was no need to really kill each other. The same order as before. The remaining 10 outer court disciples enter the combat rings. Zheng Fan slowly said, Duan Ling Tian, I'm going. He Dong said to Duan Ling Tian then ascended the faraway combat ring. I admit defeat. This time, another person admitted defeat. Hu Shui Feng. Because there was the precedent of Shi Hao. Although the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were slightly surprised, but when faced with Hu Shui Feng admitting defeat, their surprise wasn't as exaggerated as when Shi Hao admitted defeat earlier. Senior brother Hu Shui Feng has admitted defeat. Could it be that it's because of Duan Ling Tian as well? This Duan Ling Tian first offended senior brother Shi Hao, and now offended senior brother Hu Shui Feng. Unless he takes the initiative to admit defeat today, he will die for sure. Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples glanced at Duan Ling Tian, and couldn't help but shake their heads. In next to no time, the other 8 people had decided on the victor. He Dong was victorious. The outer court martial competition continued. Besides Duan Ling Tian and the 14 people that were eliminated, the other 14 people started the second round of battles. This time, the 7 people that obtained victory would be placed with Duan Ling Tian to temporarily be placed at the top 10 places. The battles commenced. On the 7 combat rings, sword images flashed out unrestrained. Every 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple including Zuo Qing and He Dong were revealing everything they had learned to their heart's content. Sword skills that dazzled the eyes whistled out, penetrating everywhere. As time passed by, the battles on the 7 combat rings came to an end successively. Zuo Qing and He Dong had advanced. They and another 5 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples together were temporarily placed at the top 10 places. The 7 people that were eliminated drew lots once again. the person that drew lot number 1 would temporarily be placed in the top 10 places. The other 6 people would decide on the strongest person to occupy the last spot on the top 10. Henceforth, the disciples who were temporarily placed in the top 10 had been decided. Duan Ling Tian, Zhuo Qing, and He Dong were impressively listed. Very good. Now the 10 people that are temporarily placed in the top 10 have been decided. Next, challenges will be carried out. The other 19 outer court disciples can challenge any of the disciples that are placed in the top 10. If you defeat your opponent, you can replace their position. Conversely, if you lose, then you'll lose the qualifications to issue a challenge. Every person only has one chance to issue a challenge. I hope all of you will choose carefully. Zheng Fan said in a clear voice. Now, the remaining 19 people will follow according to the order of the lot numbers in their hands to challenge their opponent. Hu Shuifeng's face sank when he heard Zheng Fan, and his icy cold gaze descended onto the lot number in his hand. His lot number was 25. According to the rules that Zheng Fan spoke of, he would need to wait for the people before him to finish choosing before he is able to choose. Everyone else didn't matter, but that Shi Hao was also before him. The first person to choose their opponent was the person in possession of lot number 2, a male outer court disciple. His gaze flashed past Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 disciples, and in the end descended onto Duan Ling Tian, as he'd looked back and forth, and he was only confident on defeating Duan Ling Tian. HMPH. But, when a cold snort entered his ears, he instead noticed that Shi Hao's cold and indifferent gaze had descended onto him, causing him to feel as if he was sitting on pins. Only now did he recall that the only reason Shi Hao admitted defeat earlier was because of this Duan Ling Tian. He took a deep breath and didn't choose Duan Ling Tian in the end. He didn't dare offend Shi Hao. He could only choose another person. This resulted in him being defeated and losing the qualification to compete for the top 10 positions in the outer court martial competition. Duan Ling Tian watched all this coldly from the side. He knew that the first battle he would have today was bound to be facing Shi Hao. Precisely like he had said to He Dong earlier. What ought to come, will come. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he would go straight at it, and fight to his heart's content. Chapter 310. The Overbearing Shi Hao. Besides Duan Ling Tian, He Dong, and Zhuo Qing, in the following challenges for the second round of the outer court martial competition, the other 7 people that were temporarily placed in the top 10 were successively challenged. Some people were able to protect their place in the top 10, and some were replaced. In the combat arena, the battle became more and more intense. Sword images flashed out unrestrained, and the sounds of sword whistling in the wind continuously rose and fell. Although Duan Ling Tian was the weakest in the eyes of most of the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, no one challenged him. Everyone knew that he was the opponent that Shi Hao had decided on. If anyone were to dare challenge Duan Ling Tian, then they would undoubtedly be offending Shi Hao. They didn't dare offend Shi Hao. As for He Dong and Zhuo Qing, they were both outer court disciples that were famous within the 7-star sword sects outer court, and were equally famous to Hu Shuifeng, only slightly inferior the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. So, in the eyes of the group of 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that were issuing challenges, challenging He Dong and Zhuo Qing was utterly wasting their chance to issue a challenge. Every disciple only had one chance to issue a challenge, so they had cherished it properly. So, they tried their best to choose opponents that they were confident against. Along with one of the outer court disciples that was placed in the top 10 losing, and was replaced, it was the turn of the next outer court disciple to issue a challenge. The bustling and clamorous Mizar platform completely quieted down, and became silent. Everyone's gazes descended onto a single person. This was a young man with a hideous and distorted appearance, and a pair of triangular eyes that flickered with icy coldness that was focused on a person that was on the combat arena in the center. It's finally Senior Brother Shi Hao's turn. Senior Brother Shi Hao is just waiting for this moment. Looks like this Duan Ling Tian is about to suffer. If I was him, I'd surely directly admit defeat. The gazes of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were present all followed Shi Hao's gaze to descend onto Duan Ling Tian as they whispered in discussion. Duan Ling Tian stood there, no moving like a mountain, and had a carefree expression that seemed like it wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time Shi Hao shouted coldly, his body flashed as if transforming into a cheetah as he pounced onto the first combat ring, and his icy cold gaze never left Duan Ling Tian. He challenged Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Utmost rage and killing intent was mixed within Shi Hao's icy cold gaze, and he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Ling Tian into 1,000 pieces, then burn Duan Ling Tian's corpse and scatter the ashes. Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. At the nearby corner of the first combat ring, Zhao Lin stood there, and his eyes emitted joy and greed, as if he'd already seen the scene of himself obtaining the miraculous cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. For the sake of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, he could be said to have exhausted all of his mental efforts, especially the last-minute change in the rules of the outer court martial competition this time to become a life-and-death competition, was also something he'd put in effort from behind the scenes. Everything he'd done was only for the sake of obtaining Duan Ling Tian's cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth technique. Now, he'd already seen hope, the hope to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth technique. HMPH. Hu Shui Feng stood in the distance, his face was incomparably gloomy, and his fierce eyes seemed to be waiting to swallow someone up. This Shi Hao actually dared seize his prey. His gaze descended onto Shi Hao, and he'd already made a decision in his heart. One Shi Hao killed Duan Ling Tian and replaced Duan Ling Tian to be placed in the top 10. Then, he would directly challenge Shi Hao. In the past, he wasn't quite confident when facing Shi Hao, but it was different now. He had a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29% in his possession now, and his strength had increased greatly. He was confident in defeating, and even killing Shi Hao. Scoundrel. Even though Duan Ling Tian had revealed strong confidence before Li Fei, but Li Fei was still slightly worried, and she bit on her seductive red lips as her gaze concentrated on Duan Ling Tian. After all, inscriptions couldn't be used in the outer court martial competition. The Mizar platform was in an uproar once again when they saw Duan Ling Tian standing there, and not moving even after a long time. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian intends to admit defeat? Looking at his current attitude, he ought to. He wouldn't, right? I still want to see him fight. I'm extremely curious of how the heck did this young man that's a little over 20 had killed a 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, and how he passed the first round of the outer court martial competition, to advance to the second round of the outer court martial competition. I'm curious as well. Unfortunately, we probably won't be able to see it. Most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples thought that Duan Ling Tian had already intended to admit defeat. The smile on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. This Duan Ling Tian wouldn't really want to admit defeat, right? Zhao Lin had a burning anxiety in his heart, and wished for nothing more than to rush over, then drag Duan Ling Tian up and throw him onto the first combat ring, and make Duan Ling Tian and Shi Hao battle each other. Haha, Shi Hao, look like you've frightened Duan Ling Tian quite badly. Why don't you choose another person to challenge? How about you leave this Duan Ling Tian to me? Hu Shui Feng laughed loudly, and glanced in ridicule at the faraway Shi Hao who stood on the first combat ring. Shi Hao paid no attention to him, and his cold and fierce gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, since you dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial completion, you wouldn't be not daring enough to accept my challenge, right? Looks like you really are a pussy through and through. Shi Hao once again willfully humiliated Duan Ling Tian in front of everyone. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who had once again attracted the gazes of everyone, finally took action. Duan Ling Tian took a stride forward, and his calm eyes descended onto Shi Hao, as he said in a deep voice. Shi Hao, you hate me to the bone and wish for nothing more than to kill me right now to take revenge for you, sister, Shi Yan. I know all of this. HMPH. Shi Hao's gaze went slightly cold, and his triangular eyes were filled with ruthlessness. It's good that you know. Unless you want to be a pussy through and through today. Otherwise, once you dare ascend this first combat arena, I, Shi Hao, the brother of Shi Yan, will annihilate you. Duan Ling Tian's face maintained its expression when he heard Shi Hao's ruthless words, and he slowly said, do you know why I crippled your sister, Shi Yan's Dantian? Shi Hao was slightly impatient. I don't care why you crippled my sister's Dantian. When you crippled my sister's Dantian, and crippled her entire cultivation, you were bound to be a dead man. You were bound to only be able to regret on the road to hell. This time, Duan Ling Tian's face finally changed. What you mean is, even if there's a reason that I crippled Shi Yan's Dantian, because Shi Yan initiated the provocation, and initiated the attack. Even then, you wouldn't feel guilty. You wouldn't feel that it was Shi Yan who brought this all upon herself. You wouldn't feel that you didn't teach your sister properly. Duan Ling Tian's face slightly sank, and his cold and indifferent gaze stared fixedly at Shi Hao, as he spoke word for word. the Mizar platform was in an uproar, as all the 7-star sword sect disciples came to a sudden understanding, so it turned out that there was a reason for Duan Ling Tian crippling Shi Yan's dantian. I'd long since heard that Shi Yan relied on the fact that her brother, Shi Hao, was the #1 disciple in the outer court to act willfully and unrestrained in Alcade Peak, and bullied others all over. Now it was seen that all this was true. This time, Shi Yan could be considered to have bit off more than she could chew, and her cultivation was even crippled because of this. If it's really like this, then Shi Yan did indeed deserve it. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian doing this could be considered to be removing a tumor from the Alcade Peak, and even our 7-star sword sect. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples discussed animatedly. When Shi Hao heard Duan Ling Tian, his distorted and hideous face had already become tangled together. Now, when he heard the discussion of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples, his face seemed as if it had become a rope, completely entangled together. Duan Ling Tian, Shi Hao suddenly shouted explosively, with a voice that was like a thunderclap. His gaze that was icy cold to the limit passed through his triangular eyes to descend onto Duan Ling Tian. I, Shi Hao, will tell you right now. No matter what my sister did, no matter if my sister was in the wrong. In my eyes, no matter what my sister did, you, Duan Ling Tian, don't have the qualifications to cripple her cultivation. Don't have the qualifications. Duan Ling Tian burst out laughing brilliantly. Then what you mean is, your sister, Shi Yan, wanted to attack and cripple my dantian. I can't resist. I can only stand on the spot and wait for your sister to cripple my dantian. I can only be trampled on at the mercy of your sister. Exactly, Shi Hao said in a cold voice. This is your best choice. But unfortunately, you didn't choose this. If you'd choose like this, perhaps you would only become a cripple, and wouldn't die. Whereas now, you are bound to die at my hands. Do you regret it? But unfortunately, there's no use no matter how much you regret it. Today, you, Duan Ling Tian, will die without a doubt. Shi Hao said word for word, with a voice that contained grimness that revealed his determination to kill Duan Ling Tian. His words were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. This caused most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were present to feel a chill run down their spines. Of course, there were also some 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were extremely furious. Shi Hao is so overbearing. Yeah, according to what he said, no matter whose dantian his sister wanted to cripple, those people can't even resist. Otherwise, that person would be targeted by him and killed. Does he really think that the 7-star sword sect is owned by his clan? Duan Ling Tian, don't pay any attention to him. No one will look down on you even if you admit defeat. Right, with your natural talent in the martial Dao, you'll be able to easily surpass Shi Hao in a few years. There's no need to throw away your life for the sake of a dispute caused by personal feelings. Your future is glorious, and is far from something Shi Hao can compare to. You must think carefully. Shi Hao's word was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, completely causing the Mizar platform to be stirred. At the same time that many 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were enraged, they also ceaselessly advised Duan Ling Tian to admit defeat. There was a scale in everyone's heart. Although they couldn't be considered to have any relationship with Duan Ling Tian, but at this moment, that scale within their heart was undoubtedly tipped towards Duan Ling Tian, the person who was in the right and was disadvantaged. Duan Ling Tian's encounter caused them to feel as if they'd experienced it themselves. Chapter 311, 99 Sword Technique. Presently, even the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, couldn't help but frown when he heard Shi Hao. Duan Ling Tian, admit defeat. There's no need to throw away your life for this. Duan Ling Tian's eardrum lightly trembled as he received a voice. Only he could hear this voice. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zheng Fan who stood nearby. Now, Zheng Fan lightly nodded to him. It was precisely Zheng Fan who condensed his origin energy into sound to speak to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was thankful in his heart towards Zheng Fan's good intentions and replied with a smile. Zheng Fan saw Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile towards him, and he thought that Duan Ling Tian had accepted his opinion. But in the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's actions caused him to be unable to help himself from being stunned. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as he executed the spirit serpent movement technique, seeming to transform into a spirit serpent as he ascended the first combat ring in the blink of an eye and stood opposite to Shi Hao who stared fiercely at him. Duan Ling Tian actually didn't admit defeat. Most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian's actions. As far as they were concerned, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be Shi Hao's match now. Zhao Lin burst into a laugh. He was still worried that Duan Lingtian would admit defeat earlier, as in that way, his plans would completely come to nothing, and everything he did in secret would be in vain. Now, the worry in his heart vanished, and replacing is Wei joy. So long as Shi Hao kills Duan Lingtian, I'll be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lin's gaze had a burning sheen mixed within. Scoundrel. Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face was slightly tense, as she anxiously looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly perturbed feeling in her heart. Although she ceaselessly told herself in her heart that she should believe in her man, but when this moment really came, she couldn't help but be worried in her heart. Unknowingly, this man had long since become her everything, and became her all. It was difficult to imagine how she would continue living if she lost this man. Perhaps, she would go off with him. In the first combat ring, Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Shi Hao. He had a carefree expression that remained unfazed. He had said what he should say. Since Shi Hao was thick-headed, he didn't feeling like wasting his breath anymore. If you want to fight, then fight. Suddenly, a strong battle intent was emitted from Duan Lingtian's body, as if he'd transformed into an undefeatable war god. Shi Hao's triangular eyes emitted a sense of joy when he saw Duan Ling Tian ascend the combat arena, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was like the gaze of a hunter targeting his prey. Duan Lingtian, after I kill you, I'll wrench off your head and gift it to my sister. I presume she would surely feel gratified by it. Shi Hao's voice was incomparably cold and indifferent, and in his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, a grade 7 spirit sword. Suddenly, Shi Hao strode a step out. Instantly, dust suffused into the air at the location Shi Hao's leg descended. Origin energy jumped about and raged atop the grade 7 spirit sword in Shi Hao's hand. Now, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above Shi Hao, and in the end, it condensed into 127 ancient mammoth silhouettes, 7th level origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit sword with an amplification of 27%. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious when he saw Shi Hao starting to accumulate force, as Shi Hao was a 7th level origin core stage martial artist, thus he didn't dare be careless. Duan Lingtian's figure slightly jerked, the energy of heaven and earth surged above him, and 80 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into 4. 6th level origin core stage. Instantly, waves of astonished voices sounded out atop Mizar platform as expected. This Duan Lingtian is simply monstrous. A little over 20, and at the 6th level of the origin core stage. I'm not dreaming, right? I really hope this is a dream. It's such a blow to our confidence. A little over 20, and at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Even that person who's at the lead of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to not be so monstrous all those years ago, right? If Duan Lingtian was born another 5 years earlier, the person in the lead of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters would absolutely not be that person. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were shocked to the point their hearts seemed like they had stopped beating, and after they recovered from their shock, they couldn't help but cry out. The scene before their eyes caused them to be inexplicably shocked. If they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes, they would absolutely not be willing to believe all this was real. Scoundrel has broken through. Li Fei's face revealed a sense of joy when she saw this scene. As expected, He Dong's brows knit, as he thought in his heart. But, even if this Duan Lingtian has really broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, there's a difference of the strength of 20 ancient mammoths between him and Shi Hao. If it's amplified by a grade 7 spirit sword, the difference between him and Shi Hao would exceed the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. He Dong wondered slightly, why would Duan Lingtian still have such confidence under such a difference? Even though he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage disciple, Xiao Ying, 3 months ago, and knew that Duan Lingtian used a weaker strength to defeat Xiao Ying's stronger strength. But, the strength of Xiao Ying at that time was only stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Now, the strength of Shi Hao was instead stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Zuo Qing stood nearby, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned, as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly worried gaze. Now, she could only hope that Duan Lingtian would create a miracle again. But, was this possible? The difference was so huge. 6th level origin core stage. From Zheng Fan to the group of Mizar Peak elders, and even the Megrez Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin, they were all dumbstruck now. This natural talent was too shocking. As expected, the rebirth within the muscle meridian rebirth scroll has an effect that isn't inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The desire in Zhao Lin's eyes became even more insane. And now, Duan Ling Tian, who was the person of concern, didn't mind in the slightest towards the stir he had caused. The strength of 80 ancient mammoths. He'd already mastered it not long after he killed Xiao Ying 3 months ago. When he broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage at that time, at full force, his strength was equivalent to the strength of 81 ancient mammoths. The quake energy advanced with it as well, and the scope of effect rose to within the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. But these were all matters of the past. Now that he'd cultivated for another 3 months, and with the natural talent in the martial Dao Duan Ling Tian possessed after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk and being reborn, his cultivation had broken through once again. 5 days ago, he'd once again broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. At the same time, he controlled a strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than ordinary 6th level origin core stage martial artists, the strength of 91 ancient mammoths. Not only that, after he broke through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy had advanced once more. The scope of effect of the quake energy now had increased to the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of Duan Ling Tian's opponent didn't exceed his strength by the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, his quake energy could easily annihilate his opponent like crushing dried leaves. Now, Duan Ling Tian had utilized the strength of 80 ancient mammoths and concealed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Because he wanted to put up a false front in front everyone, and make people think that he was only an ordinary 6th level origin core stage martial artist. Besides that, as far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, even if he only used the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, through the amplification of a grade 7 spirit sword and by relying on the quake energy, it was already enough to deal with Shi Hao. There was no need to reveal his entire strength. There was no need to slaughter a chicken with a butcher's knife. 6th level origin core stage. Shi Hao was shocked by the cultivation Duan Ling Tian revealed. He wouldn't take an ordinary 6th level origin core stage martial artist seriously, but the 6th level origin core stage martial artist that stood before him was instead a young man that was a little over 20. Even he couldn't help but be shocked by such natural talent. He had to admit, the natural talent of this Duan Ling Tian was indeed shocking. Even throughout the entire history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been such a monstrous figure. I never expected that in the life of Shi Hao, I'd actually have the chance to kill a genius martial artist that possessed such monstrous natural talent. Shi Hao's heart was filled with excitement. This Shi Hao, Duan Ling Tian could notice that besides hatred, the gaze that Shi Hao shot at him vaguely had a trace of excitement. He could guess Shi Hao's thoughts, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Shi Hao really thinks he's like meat on a chopping block. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold as a grade 7 spirit sword appeared in his hand out of thin air, then it lightly trembled as origin energy flashed and raged atop it. Another 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian. In other words, relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, Duan Ling Tian was able to exert the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Haha, Duan Ling Tian, you would think that just this amount of strength is able to rival me? Tisk tisk, I'm really curious, will you be able to once again create a miracle like you did 3 months ago? Shi Hao's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and the corners of his mouth lightly curled into a mocking smile. He'd heard of how Duan Ling Tian used a weaker strength to defeat a stronger strength 3 months ago, and killed a 6th level origin core stage disciple. Now, the difference between us is the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Let me see how you're able to make up for this distance. At the same time that Shi Hao spoke, his figure flashed like the wind as he rushed towards Duan Ling Tian. Origin energy twined around the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand as his sword whistles out, instantly condensing into 81 sword images. Only one amongst these 81 sword imagined was a real killing move. It's the high-grade profound rank sword skill, the 9-9 sword technique, at the perfection stage. Many 7-star sword sect disciples recognized the sword skill Shi Hao executed. 81 exactly similar sword images tore through the air, causing the air to freeze up, and the whistling sound of the sword continued in succession, then gathered together, and were incomparably ear-piercing. The eardrums of some of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples with comparatively lower cultivations shook, and their face went ghastly pale. The 81 sword images seemed like an extremely high-leveled sword skill as it locked onto Duan Ling Tian, then brought along a shocking aura as it swept out. A dense intent of slaughter followed to envelop Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 312, Monster. The 81 sword images that were exactly similar whistled as they approached, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel a trace of pressure as well. Of course, it was only a trace. This sword skill is slightly interesting. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to see through. After merging with the lifetime of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, it was equivalent to being in possession of the lifetime worth of abundant experience in the martial arts of the rebirth martial emperor. Thus, with only a glance, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern how formidable this sword skill of Shi Hao's was. This sword skill stressed on transforming the real into the false, and the false into the real. With the naked eye of an ordinary person, it was utterly impossible to identify which sword image amongst the 81 sword imagines was real. But, to me who's an inscription master and knows how to utilize spiritual force. Even though this sword skill isn't bad, but it's unable to hide before me. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He had to admit, the sword skill Shi Hao executed was extremely strong. Moreover, he was able to discern that this sword skill was extremely difficult to cultivate, let alone cultivate to the perfection stage. This sword skill would have provided quite a contribution for Shi Hao to become the number one in the outer court and suppress the group of 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Die. Shi Hao's gaze went cold, accompanied by his figure flashing out. The 81 sword images surrounded Duan Ling Tian, and seemed to transform into incomparably swift flowing lights that pierced towards Duan Ling Tian from every direction. Even until now, not one of the 81 sword images had revealed even the slightest inkling. This was also the point of the 9-9 sword technique that was terrifying. Deliberately mystifying, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force flashed out, and easily found the location of the true sword within the 81 sword image. He abruptly turned around, and his gaze went slightly cold. Duan Ling Tian made his move, a sword strike. That shot out like a bolt of lightning. The incomparably swift sword light quickly found the location of the true sword within the 81 sword images within the 9-9 sword technique Shi Hao executed. The two grade 7 spirit swords directly clashed, and emitted an ear-piercing sound of iron weapons clashing together. Impossible. The hand that grasped his sword shook, and it caused Shi Hao's face to go grim. Instantly, his triangular eyes emitted a sheen of disbelief. No matter what, he'd never imagined that Duan Ling Tian was actually able to see through his sword skill, see through the location of the true sword strike within the 81 sword images, and make a move to block his sword strike in time. After all, since he'd cultivated the 9-9 sword technique to the perfection stage, not one of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples could see through it. It could be said that the 9-9 sword technique was the foundation that allowed him to be undefeatable in the outer court. And now, his biggest reliance was seen through. Luck. It's surely luck. Shi Hao was unwilling to believe that Duan Ling Tian had the ability to see through his sword skill. His state of mind quickly eased up, and was in time to grasp his grade 7 spirit sword tightly. Luck was only a part of one's strength. The biggest thing that one's strength relied on was still formidable power, all-conquering power. Shi Hao's hideous and distorted face revealed a sense of madness. Instantly, origin energy suddenly increased explosively on the sword in Shi Hao's hand that was in a stalemate with the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and it revealed a formidable and matchless strength, the strength of 127 ancient mammoths fully exploding forth. The terrifying strength flowed along the grade 7 spirit sword to whistle out, desiring to blast Duan Ling Tian and his sword flying. At this moment, Shi Hao seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being blasted flying before being pursued and killed by him. His face revealed a mad and ferocious smile. Die. Want to use strength to suppress me? Duan Ling Tian's hand shook as he felt a formidable strength transmit over, instantly suppressing the strength on his grade 7 spirit sword. He guessed Shi Hao's intention, his face went cold, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian willed in his heart. Instantly, the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's grade 7 spirit sword fluxed in an unrestrained manner, and vibrated at an extremely high frequency. This frequency was still ceaselessly increasing. The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword vibrated at an incomparably high frequency, but not a single person present was able to notice it. Even the Mizar Peak's peak master, Zheng Fan, only shook his head and sighed when he saw Shi Hao exploding out, as he didn't have any expectations towards Duan Ling Tian. What a waste of a peerless genius. Zheng Fan shook his head, a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he sighed. Since it was a life and death competition, he naturally wouldn't interfere. A man was nothing without his word. Not to mention that this was a life and death competition, so it wasn't just the credibility of himself, but it was related to the credibility of the entire Seven-Star Sword sect. As a top sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Seven-Star Sword sect always complied with being credible, and only because of this could the sect have a foothold for thousands of years. This was the foundation of the Seven-Star Sword sect as well. Ah! Right at this moment, Zheng Fan heard a shrill cry sound out, and it pierced his eardrums to the point they trembled. For a moment, he instinctively thought that it was Duan Ling Tian who emitted the shrill cry. But in next to no time, he seemed to have noticed something and his figure suddenly trembled. This isn't the voice of Duan Ling Tian. When he raised his head and saw the faraway scene, his eyes instantly sprung wide open. At this moment, it wasn't only Zheng Fan, even the group of Mizar Peak Outer Court disciples and the crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples that were present, their eyes sprang wide open as well, as they stared blankly as the faraway scene, and their faces were covered with an expression of disbelief. Scoundrel! Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this scene, and she smiled like a flower. Trash! Hu Shui Feng's face was gloomy, and his eyes narrowed into a line as a cold light flashed within. Then he spat out a word in disdain. The hand that Shi Hao held his sword with had split open, and fresh blood scattered. As for his grade 7 spirit sword, it had already been sent flying, and dropped on the ground in the distance with a clang. A layer of fresh blood could be vaguely seen to have tainted the hilt of the sword, and the fresh blood formed red roses as it dripped onto the combat ring. No, impossible. What is that? Shi Hao shuddered, and his hideous and distorted features were covered in terror as he stared at the young man that stood before him. He had an expression of disbelief. He was even unable to speak properly, and his speech wasn't smooth. After Duan Ling Tian used the quake energy to suppress Shi Hao and make him abandon his sword, Duan Ling Tian's kick flashed out, his leg moved like a bolt of lightning, with origin energy that increased explosively and raged. Quake energy appeared once again. His leg swept out, and descended onto the arm Shi Hao swung out in an attempt to block his kick. The terrifying quake energy poured out. Ah! Shi Hao felt a terrifying quaking energy come from his arm. This was an extremely terrifying energy that vibrated at an increasing frequency, practically affecting the flesh, blood, and bones in his entire body, causing his face to go ghastly pale, and the origin energy within his body was difficult to utilize. Moreover, at the moment that Shi Hao stood there and ceaselessly dances about, and caused all the people present in the crowd to not know what was happening, Duan Ling Tian's sword swung out. He didn't utilize a sword skill, and a straightforward and direct sword strike flashed straight out. The origin energy in Shi Hao's body was currently being affected by the quake energy now, so he was utterly unable to utilize it, let alone obstruct Duan Ling Tian's sword strike. A strand of blood bloomed like a flower, and the peerlessly swift and fierce sword strike directly entered into Shi Hao's chest, penetrating through his body and coming out the other end. Shi Hao's body that was quaked to the point it was limp and powerless, shook. He then looked at the young man before him with a lax gaze and an expression of disbelief. He struggled wanting to say something. No, I am. Pause. In the end, Shi Hao didn't finish what he wanted to say, as he directly collapsed with a pair of triangular eyes that were sprung wide open. A blast of dust surged to suffuse into the air on the first combat ring. Shi Hao, the number 1 disciple in the Seven-Star Sword Sect's outer court. Duan Ling Tian coldly swept his gaze at Shi Hao, who lay there with his triangular eyes sprung wide open, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Then he put away his grade 7 spirit sword. Of course, he didn't forget to put away Shi Hao's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. These were all his spoils. And at practically the exact instant that Shi Hao's corpse crashed onto the ground, the Mizar platform was deathly silent. Besides Li Fei, whose face revealed a smile of joy, the other people were all stupefied to the spot, and they seemed as if their throat were choked by someone, as their faces flushed red and couldn't make a sound for a long time. The shock from the scene before them was just too great. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian, who should have been killed by Shi Hao, actually relied on the strength of a mere 101 ancient mammoths to reveal a shocking reversal, and kill Shi Hao instead. At this moment, it was as if there were roaring torrents within their hearts, torrent that wouldn't calm down even after a long time. Finally, Zheng Fan was the first to recover from his shock, and his burning gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. If this gaze could light a flame ablaze, then perhaps it could light Duan Ling Tian ablaze. Such a monster has actually appeared in my Seven-Star Sword sect. merely a little over 20 and possessing a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. I'll just leave all this at that. But he actually relied on the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao, who exerted his full strength, a strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Even in the entire inner court, Shi Hao's 9-9 sword technique was something that the sword skill of very few inner court disciples were able to compare to. But he instead saw through it with a single glance. Even a nascent soul stage martial artist might not be able to easily see through Shi Hao's 9-9 sword technique. Presently, it wasn't just Zheng Fan who was excited, even the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples all had excited expressions. Such a monster appearing within the 7-star sword sect was undoubtedly significant to the 7-star sword sect. They could imagine that after another few years, this monster would surely be able to compare to figures like the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. No, perhaps he would even surpass the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. For a moment, all the 7-star sword sect disciples that were present looked at Duan Ling Tian with burning gazes. Even though the 7-star sword sect was the strongest top sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but the younger generations for these past few years weren't really outstanding, and were far inferior to the 5 great young masters whose fame had spread far and wide. Now, the 7-star sword sect's younger generation urgently needed a true young expert, a young expert that was able to compete with the 5 great young masters. They saw hope in Duan Ling Tian. Abnormal. He Dong stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian's location, and only after some time, he spat out a word. Chapter 313. Drawing to an end. Zuo Qing stood near He Dong, and her delicate and pretty face went pale from fright. Her heartbeat slight quickened. Senior sister has really found an outstanding man. He actually really killed Shi Hao, and once again created a miracle. No, impossible, impossible. The Megrez Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin, had recovered from his shock. He ceaselessly shook his head after he glanced at Shi Hao's corpse on the first combat ring, and was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Duan Ling Tian, who as far as he was concerned should have died in the hands of Shi Hao, actually domineeringly counterattacked to kill Shi Hao. Traces of unwillingness arose within his heart. He didn't care about Shi Hao's death, but now that Shi Hao had died, it also meant that everything he did this time was only a worthless effort. He fell short of success. Duan Ling Tian, I've still underestimated you. After a short while, Zhao Lin caught his breath and an awe-inspiring cold light arose within his fierce gaze. As it descended onto Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian's strength exceeded his expectations. No, I didn't underestimate you, I underestimated the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. Now, the yearning in Zhao Lin's heart towards the muscle meridian rebirth scroll was practically to the point he might go deranged from his yearning. Duan Ling Tian stood in the first combat ring, seeming to have noticed something, his brows knit, and with a glance he saw the faraway Zhao Lin. The insane yearning within Zhao Lin's eyes caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to jerk. This Zhao Lin seems to have not given up yet. Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of air and withdrew his gaze from Zhao Lin, then his body flashed as if transforming into a spirit serpent to leave the first combat ring. Meanwhile, the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform had recovered from their shock. Duan Ling Tian's strength is too terrifying. The number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court was killed by him so easily. With the death of Shi Hao, the reputation of the number 1 in the outer court will change hands from today onwards. If Duan Ling Tian is able to seize the first place in the outer court martial competition today, then he would be the worthy of the title of number 1 disciple in the outer court. I truly look forward to it. The gazes of all the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciples descended onto Duan Ling Tian and were filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had returned to the center combat ring. Not bad. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and lightly smiled. Duan Ling Tian returned a smile, then returned back to Zuo Qing's side. Duan Ling Tian, how did you see through Shi Hao's 9-9 sword technique earlier? He Dong walked forward a few steps to stand by Duan Ling Tian's side, then his brows raised as he asked slightly curiously. Zuo Qing looked at Duan Ling Tian in curiosity as well. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, then said in a light voice. Shi Hao can only blame himself for being misfortunate. That sword skill of his is extremely extraordinary, and it would be difficult for an ordinary people to see through. But unfortunately, I once studied inscriptions from an inscription master for some time and know how to utilize spiritual force. My spiritual force extended out and I easily saw through his sword skill. Hidong exhaled out a breath of cold air, and his face was filled with shock. You have this cultivation at such an age. I originally thought that you devoted your attention to cultivation, but you actually still studied inscriptions. Cultivators feared dividing their attention the most when it came to cultivation. Just like Hidong himself, although he had quite a strong natural talent in weapons crafting, but he didn't study weapons crafting to become a weapons craftsman, because his aspirations weren't in the Tao of weapons crafting. So he abandoned his natural talent in weapons crafting that was quite strong, and devoted his attention onto his cultivation in the martial Tao. I only studied it for a few days. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. But Hidong naturally wouldn't believe what Duan Ling Tian said. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was able to utilize his spiritual force. He could imagine that Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the Tao of inscription would surely not be little. Even though Zuo Qing didn't speak, but in her heart, surging waves of shock had arisen. At this moment, she couldn't help but have a trace of admiration arise within her heart. Admiring her junior sister for finding such a perfect man, Hidong's eyes flickered as he sighed with emotion. Shihao relied on that high-grade profound ranked sword skill, 9-9 sword technique, to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and slightly surpass me, Zuo Qing, and Hu Shuifeng. Today, it wasn't an injustice for him to have lost at your hands. Actually, what Hidong was most curious about in his heart, was what method that Duan Ling Tian used to kill Shihao. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian's methods had overturned his past knowledge on strength. In his eyes in past, as long as one's strength was sufficient, it would be enough to annihilate everything. But today, after seeing with his own two eyes, how Duan Ling Tian used the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Shihao who exerted the strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Only now did he understand that strength wasn't everything. In the past, he was only a frog in the well. Yet Hidong didn't know that it wasn't just him. Even the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, and the 10 Mizar Peak outer court elders present, all had similar feeling as Hidong now. Of course, although Hidong was curious of Duan Ling Tian's methods and yearned to get to the bottom of it, he didn't open his mouth and ask. Because he knew what should be asked, and what should not. Duan Ling Tian's method was obviously a method that transcended martial skills and strength. A method like this was the biggest trump card to anyone. And it was impossible to lightly show it to another. HMPH. Hu Shuifeng stood in the distance with an incomparably gloomy expression. He'd never imagined that Duan Ling Tian actually killed Shihao. This was something he'd never thought of before this. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian going up against Shihao would surely be a road of no return. But the results exceeded his expectations. Duan Ling Tian counter-killed Shihao. Although he was unwilling to admit it, but he had to admit that it would be impossible even for him to kill Shihao so simply. Damn it, how the heck did he do it? Hu Shuifeng noticed that when faced with Duan Ling Tian, traces of fear and dread actually vaguely arose deep within his heart. This caused him to feel incomparably ashamed and resentful. A kid that's a little over 20 actually caused him to unconsciously have such feelings. Damn it. Alright, continue the challenges. Before long, Zheng Fan spoke once again, announcing the continuation of the outer court martial competition. The following challenges continued to be carried out like a raging fire. But all the challengers had come to a joint tacit understanding. No one dared challenge Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had just killed the #1 disciple in the outer court, Shihao, and even though they thought highly of themselves, but it wasn't to the point they thought they were stronger than Shihao. Moreover, they'd clearly seen the battle from before. From beginning until the end, that Shihao didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before he was killed by Duan Ling Tian. So long as they thought of the scene from before, they couldn't help from shivering. Duan Ling Tian's methods were truly too bizarre. Along with the challengers successively issuing challenges to the outer court disciples that were temporarily placed in the top 10, the top 10 disciples in the second round of the outer court martial competition had finally been confirmed. The group of 10 disciples that included Duan Ling Tian, Zuo Qing, Hidong, and Hu Shuifeng were places in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time. Now, the top 10 disciples of the outer court martial competition has been decided. The placing battles will be carried out next. The specific placing of the top 10 disciples will be ranked based on strength. Along with Zheng Fan's voice sounding out, everyone knew that the outer court martial competition this time was drawing to an end. Everyone amongst the 10 of you will fight each other. In other words, any one of you will have to battle the other 9 people. There will be elders too. Register for you, and the person who fights and wins all 9 battles will be placed in the first place of the outer court martial competition this time. The person who fights and wins 8 battles will be placed in the second place, the person who fights and wins 7 battles will be placed in the third place, so on and so forth. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 disciples, then spoke again. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. In this way, every one of the 10 disciples will battle one another. This rule was truly fair. Duan Ling Tian, you first. A voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears, and only now did he notice that it was Zheng Fan that was speaking to him. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse, he nodded then ascended one of the combat rings. Now, anyone amongst you who are confident in defeating Duan Ling Tian can go up and battle him. Zheng Fan looked at He Dong, Zuo Qing, Hu Shui Feng, and the other, as he said indifferently. But there was no one who took action. Earlier, the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed when he killed Shi Hao caused all of them to be afraid of it, and they had no confidence in winning. Even Hu Shui Feng now obediently stood on the spot. He didn't dare ascend the combat ring. Duan Ling Tian's methods were too bizarre, and even Shi Hao was easily killed by Duan Ling Tian. Even though he thought highly of himself, and felt he could defeat Shi Hao by relying on the grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%. But he'd never imagined being able to easily defeat Shi Hao. Didn't senior brother Hu Shui Feng ask Shi Hao to leave Duan Ling Tian to him? He has the opportunity now, but why doesn't he ascend to the combat ring? Can't you even perceive this? Senior brother Hu Shui Feng didn't know of Duan Ling Tian's strength earlier, and now that he's witnessed the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing Shi Hao, he'd surely dispelled the thoughts of fighting Duan Ling Tian. Looks like senior brother Hu Shui Feng only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The voices of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples entered into Hu Shui Feng's ears, causing his figure to tremble as if struck by lightning, and his expression was incomparably unsightly. Duan Ling Tian. Hu Shui Feng's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and it was filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. As far as he was concerned, the cause of all this was Duan Ling Tian. He'd pushed all of the responsibility onto Duan Ling Tian. But, even then, he still didn't dare ascend the combat ring and battle Duan Ling Tian. Because he was afraid he would be killed by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian stood there on the combat ring, not moving like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an undefeatable war god that no one dared battle. Zheng Fan wasn't surprised at this scene, and said indifferently. If no one ascends the combat ring to battle Duan Ling Tian after 10 breaths, then the other 9 people will be considered to have admitted defeat. Duan Ling Tian's battle score would be 9 victories. The battle scores of the other 9 people will be 1 battle, 1 lost. During this time of 10 breaths, the atmosphere on Mizar platform was terrifyingly silent. Chapter 314, Yellow-Clothed Young Girl. The time of 10 breaths quickly passed. However, there was still no one that ascended to the combat ring to battle Duan Ling Tian. Such being the case, the first place of today's outer court martial competition is without suspense, and is Duan Ling Tian. The voice of the Mizar Peak's peak master, Zheng Fan, was calm as he announced. Duan Ling Tian had become the deserving first-place winner of the outer court martial competition today. After the Mizar Peak was silent for a moment, it completely went into an uproar. All the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had faces that flushed red, as they shouted out Duan Ling Tian's name in excitement. They were clear in their hearts that from today onwards, Duan Ling Tian would become a milestone in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, the number 1 disciple in the outer court at only a little over 20. In the thousands of years of history of the 7-star sword sect, there had never been someone who could obtain such an achievement at this age. Duan Ling Tian stood there with a carefree expression when faced with the fervent and excited 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. His face seemed as if it wouldn't change even if Mount Tai were to collapse. What a fellow! Zheng Fan had always been paying attention to Duan Ling Tian, and when he saw Duan Ling Tian being able to be so composed even at this time, he couldn't help but look even more highly of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Abruptly, Zheng Fan shouted out, with a voice that suppressed all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were present. Under the concentrate gazes of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present, Zheng Fan raised his hand and a flowing light flashed out. Duan Ling Tian became vigilant when he heard Zheng Fan speak, and now when he saw Zheng Fan throwing something over, he hurriedly extended his hand to catch it. He looked carefully and noticed it was a spatial ring. Meanwhile, Zheng Fan said, the prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time in within this spatial ring. Besides prizes that are about the same as the prizes from the previous outer court martial competitions, there's an additional prize, the profound origin fruit. Profound origin fruit. Even though before the outer court martial competition started today, the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had heard that the profound origin fruit would be the additional prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. But when it came to the moment the profound origin fruit was really obtained by someone, their hearts were filled with jealousy and envy. Burning gazes successively shot onto the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. There was a profound origin fruit within it. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to Zheng Fan, then put away the spatial ring in his hand, intending to look at it after he returned. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to descend by Li Fei's side. Scoundrel. A wisp of a smile appeared on Li Fei's face, as she was happy for Duan Lingtian being able to obtain the first place in the outer court martial competition. This was her man, Li Fei's, man. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei, and his sharp gaze turned warm, tender and soft as water. Compared to his appearance when he was battling Shi Hao, he was like a completely different person. Tisk tisk. Duan Lingtian and this Alcade Peak junior sister are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Yeah, only a young genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of this junior sister. Truly causing one to feel jealousy and envy. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples all sighed with emotion. HMPH. Hu Shui Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. Earlier, flames of rage arose within his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian obtaining the profound origin fruit, because as far as he was concerned, that profound origin fruit ought to have been his. But Duan Lingtian came out of nowhere and seized away his profound origin fruit. Disregarding that, now, Duan Lingtian was actually chatting and joking with this drop-dead gorgeous young woman that he coveted, and this caused another evil flame to arise within his heart. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hu Shui Feng hated Duan Lingtian, to the point he gnashed his teeth. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Hu Shui Feng's gaze, but he completely disregarded it. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he looked towards the faraway Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin's eyes were wide open and stared at Duan Lingtian with his ghastly gaze for some time, then turned around and left the Mizar platform. Duan Lingtian knew from Zhao Lin's gloomy gaze that in the future, for the sake of obtaining the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll cultivation method in his possession, Zhao Lin would surely try from every angle possible. Zhao Lin. Infinite flames of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart towards Zhao Lin's caseless efforts. At the same time, besides Duan Lingtian, the other 9 disciples continued to carry out the competition for their placement in the outer court martial competition. Even though the first place in the outer court martial competition was seized by Duan Lingtian, but the higher their placing, the more the prizes that would be obtained, so the other 9 people still spared no effort. Amongst the 9 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciples, Zuo Qing, He Dong, and Hu Shui Feng were the strongest, and when the 3 of them fought the other 6, it was practically a one-sided battle. Duan Lingtian was able to perceive that the only reason the 3 of them were able to firmly suppress the other 7th-level origin core stage outer court disciples was because the sword skills they cultivated were much more brilliant. Just like Zuo Qing's sword skill, every sword strike moved out freely, like a delicate touch. He Dong's sword skill was bold and unconstrained, but concealing killing intent within, causing it to be very difficult for one to guard against it. Hu Shui Feng's sword skill had a total of 13 sword strikes, one strike after the other, like overlapping waves, containing boundless might. The final result. Hu Shui Feng relied on the grade 7 spirit sword that provided a 29% amplification in his possession to exert a strength of 129 ancient mammoths, forcefully suppressing Zuo Qing and He Dong to be obtained the 2nd place in the outer court martial competition this time, second only to Duan Lingtian. As for the 3rd place in the outer court martial competition, it was obtained by He Dong. Zuo Qing was 4th place. Along with Zheng Fan distributing the prizes for the other 9 disciples, his clear voice resounded out. The outer court martial competition this time has come to an end. Those who didn't obtain any prizes, don't be dejected, as you still have a chance next year. The outer court martial competition of the 7-star sword sect was held once a year, unchanging no matter what. Duan Lingtian, work hard, and enter the inner court soon. I think highly of you. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face revealed a warm smile. Zheng Fan's attitude caused the group of Mizar Peak outer court elders to be shocked. As outer court elders of Mizar Peak, they naturally knew the temper of this peak master, and even when he was facing an outstanding inner court disciples, he had never once put off his haughty manner and been so amiable before. I will. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded, then held Li Fei's hand under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples, to walk shoulder to shoulder with Zuo Qing and leave Mizar platform. They followed along the stream of people to arrive nearby the Mizar Peak's trade hall, then stepped onto the chain bridge to leave Mizar Peak. Duan Ling Tian followed Li Fei to return to her residence, and the pair of man and woman who were caught in a passion once again tangled together with each other for a while, then reluctantly parted. Profound Origin Fruit. Once I consume the Profound Origin Fruit, I'll be able to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage at this first possible moment. At that time, not only would my strength be comparable to an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist, but even the Quake energy will advance once again. On the way back to Megrez Peak after leaving Alcade Peak, Duan Ling Tian's mood surged. Most importantly, once I break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, I'll be able to condense Grade 7 Pill Fire and Grade 7 Weapon Flame, and become a Grade 7 Alchemist and Grade 7 Weapons Craftsman. Now, Duan Ling Tian was impatient to return home, and after he stepped onto Dubi Peak, he walked onto the chain bridge that headed to Megrez Peak and returned to Megrez Peak. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had just stepped foot on the Megrez Peak stone platform when he noticed the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples that he encountered all respectfully greeted him. In terms of age, all these Megrez Peak disciples were older than him. But now, they all called him senior brother, calling incomparably fervently. In this world where the strong are respected, it's realistic like this. Strength is the foundation for one to obtain a foothold. When I'd just entered the 7-star sword sect, and just entered Megrez Peak, I was unknown to the public and no one paid attention to me. Now that I've seized first place in the outer court martial competition, these people are sticking to me like ulcers growing on the bone. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh emotionally in his heart. This was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to obtain the respect of others, then one must be sufficiently strong. Otherwise, one can only become the ant below another's feet, and let another trample upon them. The lives of the strong were loftier than the heavens. The lives of the weak were lowlier than grass. Duan Ling Tian slightly smiled when faced with the Megrez Peak disciples, then lightly nodded before leaving. When he left, his heart constricted. That Zhao Lin is very likely to be concealed in the shadows, monitoring me. But wanting to follow me isn't that easy. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath when he thought of Zhao Lin's gloomy gaze from earlier, and he followed along the stream of people as his figure flashed out. He only appeared on a remote mountain path on Megrez Peak after half an hour. Only now did Duan Ling Tian dare swagger back to the peak of Megrez Peak, then return to the stalactite cave. Now I'll return and consume the Profound Origin Fruit, and my cultivation will break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage in one go. Thinking and thinking as he walked on his way, Duan Ling Tian was excited in his heart. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian arrived at the peak of Megrez Peak, on the side of a mountain path halfway down Megrez Peak, a palm print that have condensed into form whistled out to descend onto an enormous rock. Instantly, the rock shattered and rubble flew out in all directions. He escaped again. Zhao Lin's expression was gloomy, and he was flustered and exasperated. After Duan Ling Tian returned to the peak of Megrez Peak, he leapt downward as usual, letting gravity bring him down through the clouds and mist to descend onto the tilted tree. But, he had just stepped into the tilted tree when his face went grim. His spiritual force clearly sensed that there seemed to be two formidable auras coming from within the cave passage. These two formidable auras were extremely terrifying. In next to no time, he noticed that these two auras came closer and closer, and at the same time, they were accompanied by a light sound of footsteps. Duan Ling Tian became vigilant and looked towards within the cave passage. With a glance, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Presently, a yellow-clothed young girl was walking slowly out of the cave passage. The young girl was around 15 or 16, with a slightly immature face that was as if carved and chiseled from jade. She had a tiny dimple beside the corner of her mouth, her skin soft and smooth, her smile like a flower, and her appearance beautiful and enchanting. "Who are you?" The young girl had a fragrant aura of orchids, and the more one looked at her the more beautiful she was, caused one to be reluctant to move one's gaze from her. Chapter 315, Han Shui Nai. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless when he heard the young girl. This place seemed to be his place of cultivation, right? Hiss hiss. Suddenly, a burst of familiar sounds echoed out by his ear, causing Duan Ling Tian's figure to lightly tremble, and his face revealed wild joy. He looked at the young girl's wrist that was bright white like jade, and he could see two small heads sticking out from there. There were two little pythons. One of the little pythons was completely black, with complex golden striations on its body, and on its head was a gold single horn that flickered with an icy cold sheen. The other little python was completely white, with silver striations on its body, and the single horn on its head was silver. Little black, little white. Duan Ling Tian's mood surged, and it was difficult to ease his agitated mood. These two little fellows have finally returned. A black and white bolts of lightning flew out from the young girl's hand and descended onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. The two little pythons flicked their tongues to their heart's content, as they licked Duan Ling Tian's face, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel itchy on his face. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a brilliant smile, even though he kept thinking earlier that once these two little fellows returned, he would surely teach them a good lesson. But at the moment that they really returned, his mood was completely replaced with happiness, and was utterly reluctant to teach the two little fellows a lesson. Duan Ling Tian grabbed the two little fellows from his shoulder and held them in his hand, then sized them up, and his face revealed a light smile. Even though you two little fellows haven't stepped into the half-step void stage, but it's obviously not far away. Looks like you two had some fortuitous gains in the primeval forest. Although the two little fellows had consumed quite a lot of 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, the 10,000-year stalactite milk could only increase one's natural talent, and was unable to increase the cultivation. Relying on his spiritual force in the lifetime of experience of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian was able to perceive with a glance that the cultivation of these two little fellow now had obviously already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Compared to 5 months ago, they weren't just a little bit stronger. So, Duan Ling Tian could practically determine that these two little fellows had surely had some fortuitous gains within these 5 months' time. Earlier, the two auras that he'd sensed precisely belonged to them. Hiss hiss. The two little fellows held their small heads high as they swayed their heads at Duan Ling Tian, and their gold and silver eyes flickered with a luster of complacency. I know you two are formidable. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Little black, little white. Were you two in the primeval forest all this time? Hiss hiss. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the two little pythons suddenly turned their heads. So it turns out that the two of you are called Little Black and Little White. No wonder you two didn't like the names I gave you two. A clear and melodious voice sounded out, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel refreshed. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian realized now that because of the appearance of the two little pythons, he had actually neglected the yellow-clothed young girl before him. Duan Ling Tian once again scanned the young girl before him. The young girl's eyes ceaselessly moved about, and a sense of mischievousness was vaguely mixed within, giving one a cheeky feeling. The young girl's skin was snow-white and delicate, and rosy, better reflecting her charming countenance that was delicate and attractive, causing one to feel tender and protective towards her. Her body emitted a strand of light spirit energy, and within the spirit energy was a light fragrance mixed within, simply a unique treasure that the creator of life bestowed upon her. The young girl was around 15 or 16, and she stood there like a bloomed lotus flower, beautiful and refined, pure and bright, fresh and cute. With the appearance that the young girl revealed now, it was a wonder how much of a drop-dead gorgeous beauty she would become in a few years. May I ask, who are you? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, then withdrew his gaze from the young girl before asking in a light voice. He was convinced that since the two little pythons brought the young girl here, then they would surely trust the young girl very much. Moreover, his sharp spiritual force told him that this young girl didn't have any cultivation, and was only an extremely normal ordinary person. The young girl being able to appear here was surely because the two little pythons brought her here. Even though he didn't know why the two little pythons would bring the young girl here. The yellow-clothed young girl revealed an innocent and charming smile when she heard Duan Ling Tian. She mischievously blinked her watery beautiful eyes that rippled like spring water, and was bright like the first ray of sunlight in spring. Big brother, I'm called Han Shui Nai. Han Shui Nai. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Such a pleasant name. Giggle. The young girl giggled when she heard Duan Ling Tian, then her gaze descended onto the two little pythons on Duan Ling Tian's hand and asked curiously. Big brother, when did they start following by your side? Upon hearing the young girl, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and said. They started following by my side since birth, it's been more than 4 years. Duan Ling Tian's gaze became slightly distant, as if he'd returned to that time in Aurora City. The two little pythons were born in the Aurora City Li clan. No wonder they're so reluctant to part with you, and are unwilling to directly leave with me. The young girl muttered in a voice that only she herself could hear. What did you say? Duan Ling Tian heard that young girl seeming to be muttering something, but didn't hear it clearly, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing. The young girl shook her head. Even when she wasn't laughing, her beautiful face still fully held a smiling expression, causing one to have an inexpressible fondness. Where the heck did Little White and Little Black bring this young girl back from? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the young girl's face and was slightly absent-minded as he muttered to himself in his heart. Big brother, what are you looking at? The young girl blinked her eyes that were clear like a lake, and had a pure and innocent face, as she asked curiously. Nothing. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. The pureness of the young girl caused his heart to be calm like water. It was difficult for any intention to pollute her to arise in his heart, and he lightly smiled and asked. Little sister, where's your home? Big brother will send you home. I'm not called little sister, I'm called Shui Nai, Han Shui Nai. The young girl pouted her cute small mouth, seeming to be angry, but her angry appearance made one feel tender and protective towards her. All right, Shui Nai. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He didn't fuss about it with a young girl, and asked patiently. Shui Nai, where's your home? My home. Shui Nai was like an adult and started pondering when she heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but crack a smile when he saw this, and at the same time he glared at the two little fellows in his hand, seeming to be asking. Where the heck did you two kidnap her from? Finally, Shui Nai came back to her sense, and under Duan Ling Tian's gaze of anticipation, her cheeky eyes moved about as she slowly said, Big brother, my home is at an extremely far place. Duan Ling Tian's face froze. Extremely far place. Is this any different from not saying anything? Little Black, Little White, come. Right when Duan Ling Tian wanted to inquire a step further, Shui Nai raised her hand, and the two little pythons that were on his hand flashed out to descend onto Shui Nai's wrist, then flatteringly rubbed Shui Nai's white wrist. This scene caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help himself from being stunned. Among the two little girls, only K.Er was able to make the two little fellows be like this. Even Li Fei, who had been together with the two little fellows for many years, was unable to make them be like that. Who the heck was this yellow-clothed young girl? Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that perhaps he'd underestimated the young girl from the beginning. Giggle. So you two are called Little Black and Little White. Shui Nai extended her wrist that was white like jade and lightly stroked the two little pythons as she giggled, then looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously. Big brother, when I named Little White as Little Silver, it only shook its head to express unwillingness. But when I named Little Black as Little Gold, why did it suddenly become restless? And Little White was the same. When it heard I called Little Black as Little Gold, it also. Hiss hiss. Shui Nai hadn't finished speaking when the two little pythons that were coiled on her rights had already become restless. Look, they're restless again. Shui Nai shook her head and smiled helplessly. Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian's gaze became slightly strange when he heard Shui Nai. He naturally knew the reason. Little Gold was the name of the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse by K.Er's side. And these two little pythons had always taken Little Gold as their enemy, so they were naturally extremely sensitive to the name of Little Gold. Thus becoming restless because of this wasn't strange. Shui Nai, where exactly is your home? Tell Big Brother, and Big Brother will send you home. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shui Nai and asked. He could imagine how her family would surely be worried for her after being out for so long. Big Brother, I've told you, my home is at an extremely far place. I came out with Qing Nu. Shui Nai pouted her cute small mouth as she said. Qing Nu. Duan Ling Tian naturally thought that the Qing Nu that Shui Nai mentioned was surely the servant by her side. Earlier, he was able to discern that with Shui Nai's disposition, she surely came from an extraordinary background. Shui Nai, then where is Qing Nu now? I'll send you over to look for her. She can't find you now and is surely extremely anxious. Big brother, Qing Nu knows that I came to look for you with Little Black and Little White. Qing Nu originally wanted to come as well, but something came up at the last minute, so I brought Little Black and Little White here myself. Shui Nai blinked her cheeky eyes as she slowly said. Look for me. Duan Ling Tian's face froze when he heard Shui Nai. Yeah, Shui Nai nodded. Qing Nu wants to bring Little Black and Little White to leave with us, and Little Black and Little White want to leave with us as well. But, they told Qing Nu that they wanted to seek your opinion. So I brought them over. Shui Nai hadn't finished speaking when Duan Ling Tian's face went pale, wanting to take the two little fellows from his side. No, Little Black and Little White will absolutely not leave with the two of you. Duan Ling Tian's words were resolute and decisive, without leaving any room for discussion. As for what Shui Nai said about Little Black and Little White wanting to leave with them, Duan Ling Tian utterly wouldn't believe it. He'd watched as the two little pythons grew up, and it was impossible that they would choose to leave him. Chapter 316, Difficult Choice. Moreover, what did the young girl say earlier? She seemed to have said that Little White and Little Black told Qing Nu that they were reluctant to leave him. Although Little Black and Little White were slightly capable of understanding human speech and feelings, but if one were to say that they communicated with someone or spoke with someone, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't believe it no matter what. As a person that had merged with the lifetime memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian deeply knew that nascent soul stage fierce beasts like the two little fellows would at most be capable of slightly understanding human speech and feelings, but it wasn't at the point they could directly communicate with humans, unless the one they faced wasn't human, and was instead a fierce beast, or perhaps a demon beast. What the heck are you? Are you joking? Duan Ling Tian looked at the yellow-clothed young girl, Han Shui Nai, and frowned. You said that Little White and Little Black spoke and communicated with Qing Nu, and said that they wanted to leave with you. Then asked them to tell me. You look to be quite young, but why did you learn to deceive others? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian was stupefied. He noticed that the young girl's expression instantly changed. Earlier she had a radiant smile on her face, but in this instant, she instead had eyes that contained tears that were about to drop, and her appearance seemed delicate and touching, making one feel tender and protective towards her. A bad premonition arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. Woo-woo. Big brother is bad, you bullied me. Shui Nai didn't deceive you. Shui Nai didn't deceive you. The young girl started crying, her tears seemed to flow unendingly, causing Duan Ling Tian to have a bitter smile on his face and was slightly flustered. Alright, Shui Nai didn't deceive me. Didn't deceive me. Big brother won't scold Shui Nai, don't cry. Don't cry. Unexpectedly, the moment Duan Ling Tian started to persuade her, the young girl started wailing, crying even louder than before. Duan Ling Tian frowned. The young girl was crying so loudly, if there was someone on the peak of Megra's peak, wouldn't it be heard by someone? Then isn't a good thing. Shui Nai, don't cry, be good. It's Big Brother who's at fault, Big Brother is sorry, okay? Duan Ling Tian helplessly gave in. He really was helpless against this cute and mischievous young girl that cried instantly without any signs. Really, the young girl temporarily stopped crying, and blinked her cheeky eyes that were filled with tears as she asked Duan Ling Tian. Really? Duan Ling Tian helplessly nodded. Duan Ling Tian regretted it in the next moment. Giggle. The young girl wiped off her tears and giggled. Her pair of cheeky eyes emitted a sense of cunning, without a sign of the tender appearance earlier that caused one to be protective towards her. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly, as he knew he fell into her trap. Big brother, what's your name? Shui Nai blinked her intelligent eyes as she asked Duan Ling Tian. I'm called Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian slowly said. Duan Ling Tian. Shui Nai started pondering like a little adult, then smiled like a flower when she came back to her senses, and the two dimples on her immature face were cute. Shui Nai will call Big Brother as Big Brother Ling Tian from now on, okay? Big Brother Ling Tian. Big Brother Ling Tian. Then it's decided. How would Duan Ling Tian dare say no? He was truly afraid of the young girl's skill in crying at a whim. Even the actors in Duan Ling Tian's previous life on Earth would surely be unable to compare to her in crying. Truly a cry baby. Of course, Duan Ling Tian only dared think like this in his heart, as if he were to say it out, he didn't know what sort of consequences it would bring about. Shui Nai, you said earlier that Little Black and Little White spoke to Qing Nu. Qing Nu is really able to understand Little Black and Little White. Duan Ling Tian recalled the matter from before, and the young girl spoke in an orderly fashion, not seeming to be lying. Big Brother Ling Tian, you're going to say Shui Nai lied again? A strand of mist once again appeared in Shui Nai's cheeky eyes, assuming a manner that if Duan Ling Tian dared say yes, then she would start wailing again. No, absolutely not. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly waved his hand, the thing he was most unable to bear to see was a girl cry, and moreover it was such a cute and young girl that caused one to feel protective towards. I only asked, if you're unwilling to say then don't. Giggle. The young girl giggled, then her eyes narrowed, curving into two crescents. Big brother Ling Tian, Qingnu is different from us. We're humans, but she isn't human. So she can communicate with little black and little white. Isn't human. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stupefied when he heard the young girl. Shui Nai, what do you mean by this? Big brother Ling Tian, you're too stupid. Aiya, big brother Ling Tian is so stupid. Stupid to death. Qingnu isn't human, so she's naturally a demon beast. She ought to be able to be considered as a demon beast. Shui Nai playfully nodded as her cheeky eyes revolved, and as she finished, her voice became lower and lower. Demon beast. What the young girl said caused Duan Ling Tian to heave a sigh of relief, then smiled bitterly. So it turns out that it's a demon beast that's following by your side. You called her Qingnu, and I thought that she's a servant of yours. Although he spoke like this, but Duan Ling Tian's heart surged with waves of shock. Demon beast. An existence that could be called a demon beast, even the weakest was an existence at the void prying stage. This young girl that didn't have a shred of cultivation in his opinion, actually had a demon beast following by her side. Who the heck is she? Having a demon beast following by her side, moreover that demon beast faithfully carried out its duty to follow by the side of a young girl without cultivation, it was obviously a demon beast that had been completely tamed. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a power that could tame a demon beast to this extent could be counted with a single hand. Aiya, big brother Ling Tian, let little black and little white follow me and Qingnu and leave. Look at them, they followed Qingnu and cultivated for a period of time and had already broken through 2 levels. If they were to follow Qingnu and leave, their cultivation would surely advance even quicker. Shui Nai had a face full of anticipation as she looked at Duan Ling Tian, then seeming to have thought of something, she giggled. Big brother Ling Tian, if you're reluctant to part with little black and little white, then follow us. Shui Nai is so bored, as I normally don't have anyone to accompany me to play. As she finished speaking, Shui Nai extended her hand to hold on to Duan Ling Tian's arm, then lightly swayed it, and her intelligent eyes were once again covered in a layer of mist. Duan Ling Tian smiled helplessly. Now that he knew that Qingnu that Shui Nai mentioned was a demon beast, he knew that what Shui Nai said earlier wasn't a lie. He took a deep breath and looked at the 2 little pythons as he lightly asked. Little black, little white, you 2 little fellows really want to follow Shui Nai and Qingnu to leave? Hiss hiss. The 2 little pythons flicked their tongues, and their eyes revealed traces of reluctance, but they still nodded. Duan Ling Tian forcefully endured his surging mood as he took a breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian once again opened his eyes and nodded heavily. I understand. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes seemed slightly wet. In his heart, he'd made an extremely difficult choice. Even though the 2 little fellows were only fierce beasts, but during these few years of being together, he'd long since taken the 2 little fellows to be like his own children. Now that they wanted to leave, Duan Ling Tian naturally was reluctant. But Duan Ling Tian also understood that if the 2 little fellows were to follow him, the advancement of their cultivations would surely be inferior to if they followed a demon beast. Even though he possessed a lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, but he only possessed scanty knowledge towards the cultivation of demon beasts. Thus in terms of cultivating, he could only provide assistance like medicinal pills to the 2 little fellows, and was utterly unable to help in any other things. With his 2 lifetimes of experience, Duan Ling Tian deeply knew that as might not be a good thing to grasp on tightly and not let go of some matters or things. The 2 little fellows had followed him for a few years, and he understood their temperament extremely well. If it wasn't for them feeling they would have a better future from following by the side of Qingnu, otherwise, they would absolutely not leave him. Big brother Ling Tian. The nearby Shui Nai seemed to have sensed Duan Ling Tian's mood that had a sense of loss, and she said in a light voice, follow us as well. As she spoke, Shui Nai's eyes revealed a trace of hope. I won't be following all of you. Duan Ling Tian shook his head then lightly smiled to Shui Nai. Shui Nai, although I don't know who you are, and I don't know what type of demon beast that Qingnu is. But, since little black and little white want to leave with you too, I presume they have their own reason. They've made their decision, and I won't stop them. I only hope that you and Qingnu can be good to them in the future. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian sighed. The 2 little pythons were currently like a kite in his hand. If he didn't let go, they would only fly that high forever. But if he let go, they can fly even high, even flying up high to soar in the sky. Big brother Ling Tian, Qing Nu is very good to little black and little white. And I'm even better to them. Shui Nai had a slight sense of loss when she heard Duan Ling Tian refusing to follow them, but she quickly rearranged her mood and nodded solemnly like a little adult. Hiss hiss. Seeming to have realized that farewells were at hand, the two little pythons were slightly restless and uneasy as they stared at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time that their tails moved, their eyes rotated as well, seeming to be expressing some sort of feeling. You two want to say your farewells to K'er and Li Fei? Duan Ling Tian asked slightly uncertainly. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons ceaselessly nodded their small heads. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, then stroked the small heads of the two little fellows. K'er and little Fei didn't dote on the two of you for nothing. But K'er hasn't returned yet, so the two of you are temporarily unable to see her. As for little Fei, never mind, I'll tell her for the two of you. Duan Ling Tian let out a long breath of air, then raised his hand. Go. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons once again glanced reluctantly at Duan Ling Tian, then flashed out to descend into Shui Nai's hand. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian brought Shui Nai to the tilted tree, intending to bring Shui Nai along to ascend the peak of the mountain. After all, Shui Nai was only an ordinary person. This was what his sharp spiritual force told him. But Duan Ling Tian was completely dumbstruck in the next moment. Big brother Ling Tian, I'll bring little black and little white to come look for you to play in the future. We're going. Shui Nai reluctantly waved her hand at Duan Ling Tian as she held onto the two little pythons, and directly stepped onto the air to rise and float midair, soaring in the sky to fly into the distance as she waved at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 317, 7th Level Origin Core Stage. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons hung on Shui Nai's white wrists as they ceaselessly nodded to Duan Ling Tian, and their eyes had a sheen of reluctance to part with him mixed within. But unfortunately, even until they were flown out of Duan Ling Tian's line of sight by Shui Nai, Duan Ling Tian's attention didn't descend onto them, only because at this moment, Duan Ling Tian stood stupefied on the tilted tree. Shui Nai is a void stage expert. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but fiercely gulp down a mouthful of saliva, and the shock in his heart was at its limit. The yellow-clothed young girl, Han Shui Nai, gave him too huge of a shock. When Han Shui Nai had only just appeared, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force didn't notice a trace of something amiss in her, and even determined that Han Shui Nai was only an extremely ordinary young girl. But earlier, the scene of Han Shui Nai controlling the air to fly and leave allowed him to deeply realize that he'd misjudged her. Not only was Han Shui Nai not an ordinary young girl, but she was a formidable void stage expert. Logically speaking, with my current spiritual force, if I was facing a martial artist face to face, then even if it was a 9th level void prying stage martial artist, I would still be able to slightly pry into the martial artist's cultivation. I was unable to discern Shui Nai's cultivation, unless she's an expert at the void initiation stage or above, or perhaps she used some sort of secret technique to conceal the aura of her void stage cultivation's aura. Duan Ling Tian currently pondered a myriad of thoughts and ideas, and his state of mind still hadn't recovered. Comparing these two possibilities, he leant more towards the latter. Han Shui Nai was a void prying stage expert, and she used a secret technique to conceal her cultivation, and make his spiritual force be unable to discern it. If it was the former, it was truly difficult for Duan Ling Tian to imagine, and was beyond belief. Because, according to the lifetime worth of memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, it wasn't impossible to step into the void prying stage at the age of 15 or 16. Just like some of the formidable powers that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, their resources were incomparably abundant, and the treasures of heaven and earth that they'd stored and accumulated were countless. Even calling them extremely rich wasn't sufficient to describe them. The wealth they possessed was something that even martial emperors would covet. Of course, at the same time that these powers controlled so much of treasures of heaven and earth, their reserves were extremely terrifying, and there was no lack of existences at the martial emperor stage within those powers. If these formidable powers were willing to put emphasis on fostering a descendant, then they were completely able to use the countless treasures of heaven and earth on the descendant. Thus, allowing one to step into the void prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't difficult. Although extremely rare throughout Cloud Continent, but a 15 or 16-year-old void prying stage martial artist wasn't non-existent. However, according to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, a 15 or 16-year-old void initiation stage martial artist was practically impossible, because it wasn't purely the transformation of one's strength when going from the void prying stage to the void initiation stage, and was a transformation of a type of force. Precisely because of this, it was possible for a 15 or 16-year-old 9th level void prying stage martial artist to appear, but a 15 or 16-year-old 1st level void initiation stage martial artist was practically impossible. Because that transformation of force related to comprehension. Comprehension was normally said, comprehension in the martial Tao. Comprehension in the martial Tao was separate from natural talent in the martial Tao, but they were both supplementary to each other. Just like martial artists below the void prying stage, if their comprehension ability was high, then the speed they cultivated martial skills and the advancement of martial skills was extremely swift. Conversely, if their comprehension ability was low, then the speed they cultivated martial skill and the advancement of martial skill would be extremely slow. As for martial artists at the void prying stage or above, the level of comprehension ability even affected the comprehension of force. So, when a martial artist cultivated, natural talent and comprehension ability could not be lacked. A person's cultivation could be piled up by countless treasures of heaven and earth. But would at most be piled up until the 9th level of the void prying stage, because once one steps into the 9th level of the void prying stage, if the comprehension of force hasn't reached a certain level, then it would be impossible to break through to the void initiation stage. All this was something Duan Ling Tian found out from the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. And according to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, even if a 15 or 16-year-old martial artist's comprehension was any higher, it would still be impossible to comprehend force to the extent of being able to break through to the void initiation stage. So, Duan Ling Tian determined that Han Shui Nai ought to be in existence at the void prying stage, and wasn't a void initiation stage expert. After all, Han Shui Nai was too young to the point it was shocking. But even then, the shock in Duan Ling Tian's heart was still as before, and was difficult to calm down. A 15 or 16-year-old void prying stage. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as he suddenly felt that compared to Han Shui Nai, his cultivation was nothing. No wonder Han Shui Nai said her home was at an extremely far place. A power that's able to foster a 15 or 16-year-old void prying stage expert is surely a formidable power in the foreign lands. To think that I was still guessing from which top power in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom she came from. As he finished thinking, Duan Ling Tian laughed in self-ridicule as he realized that he had still underestimated Shui Nai. Also, no wonder those two little fellows wanted to follow Shui Nai and that Qing Nu. Shui Nai's strength is already so strong, since that Qing Nu is a demon beast that's guarding by her side, it would surely be an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps it's a void initiation stage demon beast. Or perhaps, a void interpretation stage demon beast, or even a void transformation stage demon beast. Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of cold air, and he truly realized how terrifying Shui Nai's background was. Who the heck is Shui Nai? And what sort of identity does she have? At the same time that Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with shock, it was also filled with curiosity. Shui Nai was too mysterious to the point it caused one to be shocked in their heart. After some time, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, and let out a breath of air, then returned into the stalactite cave. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but think about the two little pythons, and his face revealed trace of a bitter smile. Parting with the two little fellows today, he wondered when they would meet again. At that time, I wonder to what extent they would have grown. A trace of anticipation arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart, anticipation towards seeing the two little pythons again in the future. After being silent for a while, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the spatial ring in his hand. Profound origin fruit. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian withdrew a spirit fruit from his spatial ring, the biggest gain he obtained from the outer court martial competition this time. As for the other prizes for the first place in the outer court martial competition, it was nothing more than a pile of origin strengthening pills and some other medicinal pills. In the eyes of ordinary outer court disciples, these medicinal pills would perhaps be extremely valuable, but in the eyes of Duan Ling Tian, they were a pile of trash medicinal pills with purity that caused him to feel extremely dissatisfied. I'll go to the trade hall later and sell away these medicinal pills. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian planned in his heart, his gaze descended onto the spirit fruit in his hand. This spirit fruit, the profound origin fruit, was completely milky white, and its surface flickered with a light sheen. One was able to see how extraordinary it was with just a glance. Duan Ling Tian took up the profound origin fruit and directly took a bite. The juices of the profound origin fruit were cool and refreshing as it entered the mouth, and the flesh of the fruit dissolved upon entering his mouth. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian had completely eaten the profound origin fruit in a few bites, and at the same time, a warm energy circulated along the circulation pathways of the worm python form mental cultivation method. Time after time, without stopping in the slightest. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel that the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was gradually merging with the origin energy in his body at an extremely swift speed. After his origin energy merged with the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, it gradually strengthened. His cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage that he had broken through to not long ago was increasing at the extremely swift speed. Before long, it was at the bottleneck before the 7th level of the origin core stage. Because the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage was a divide, so this bottleneck could be said to be the biggest cultivation bottleneck for an origin core stage martial artist. Once he charged through this bottleneck, his strength would increase by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Although the first charge through the bottleneck wasn't successful, but Duan Ling Tian wasn't anxious. Only a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit had been utilized. The second charge. The bottleneck loosened, but wasn't broken through. The third charge. Still a little bit more. Even Duan Ling Tian didn't know how many times he charged at the bottleneck, and only until the 2/3 of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was used did the vast origin energy within his body surge to eventually charge through that bottleneck. The bottleneck was charged through, and all his origin energy experienced a tremendous change. The origin energy poured into the dantian, and the origin core within the dantian underwent a change, and it enlarged slightly. Duan Ling Tian's mood surged and was slightly excited. He never imagined that it had only been a few days since he broke through, and he relied on a treasure of heaven and earth that could be chanced upon by luck but not sought for like the profound origin fruit, to once again break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. All of this seemed like a dream to him. But Duan Ling Tian was clear in his heart that all this wasn't a dream. He didn't awaken from his cultivation, because a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit still remained. The profound origin fruit was a miraculous spirit fruit, but its medicinal strength was extremely volatile. If Duan Ling Tian didn't absorb these medicinal strength now, then probably not even half would remain of it in another few days. The profound origin fruit was unable to compare to the monkey wine and monkey king wine after all. The later was brewed by the stone monkeys, and had already condensed the medicinal strength of various spirit fruits together. It wasn't much different to a medicinal pill. Whereas the profound origin fruit was a natural spirit fruit that hadn't been tampered with in any way. Once this type of spirit fruit was consumed, one must completely absorb its medicinal strength at this first possible moment. Continue cultivating. The origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body continued to strengthen, and when it was soon to approach the bottleneck to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was finally completely absorbed by him. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. A fierce and sharp bright light flashed within. 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a smile. Chapter 318. Yi Xiaobei. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly became fierce, as if transforming into a sword and directly flashed out. In an instant. In the air above Duan Ling Tian, a total of 111 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were lifelike condensed into form. Relying solely on his own strength, Duan Ling Tian possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artists, and the strength of one ancient mammoth more than an ordinary 8th level origin core stage martial artist. Even a 9th level origin core stage martial artist only possessed the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Only a strength of 9 ancient mammoths more than me. Even though I don't know how much the quake energy has advanced now, but I can be sure that even if my quake energy didn't advance, once I exert my full strength, it would be impossible for even a 9th level origin core stage martial artist to be a match for me. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Even if a 9th level origin core stage martial artist relied on a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 30%, the offensive strength would increase to the strength of 156 ancient mammoths. Where even if Duan Ling Tian only relied on the grade 7 spirit sword he possessed currently, he would still be able to increase his offensive strength to the strength of 140 ancient mammoths. A difference of the strength of 16 ancient mammoths from the former. This bit of difference could completely be made up for by the quake energy. With my current strength, once I utilize the quake energy that the worm python form bestowed upon me, I'm practically undefeatable under the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian was extremely sure of this. I wonder to what extent the quake energy has advanced. I'll find some time to head to the primeval forest to test it out on some fierce beasts. Duan Ling Tian stood up and intended to leave the stalactite cave. Right at this moment, a clear sound entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian glanced over, and he noticed that the 10,000-year stalactite had actually dripped down a drop of milk. It's been nearly half a year since the last time the 10,000-year stalactite milk dropped. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then withdrew a pill bottle, and put away this drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk as if he'd obtained a precious treasure. Then he left the stalactite cave and left the peak of Megrez Peak. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian appeared nearby the trade hall. Everywhere he passed, the Megrez Peak disciples would reveal gazes of reverence as they looked at him, and some of the Megrez Peak disciples that were nearby to him even respectfully and fervently greeted him. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded along his way, causing all the Megrez Peak disciples to be as if being bathed in spring breeze, and their faces all revealed brilliant smiled. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is really a nice person, actually lightly smiling in reply to us. Yeah, as the current number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, senior brother Duan Ling Tian doesn't have the slightest haughtiness. Too difficult to come by. HMPH. I still remember that Shi Hao wasn't as capable as senior brother Duan Ling Tian, but was extremely arrogant. Like the heavens were the greatest and he was number 2. That Shi Hao deserved death. Number 1 disciple in the outer court. Is he even worthy? Exactly. If senior brother Duan Ling Tian was born earlier by 2 years, and entered our 7-star sword sect earlier by 2 years, then the number 1 disciple in the outer court would entirely have nothing to do with Shi Hao. The Megrez Peak disciples were fervent like fire as they ceaselessly praised Duan Ling Tian. Their voices weren't loud, but Duan Ling Tian was walking towards the trade hall still heard them. Duan Ling Tian only shook his head and smiled towards this. Incomparably poised. In his previous life as a king of weapons specialists, and a king of mercenaries, he heard similar praises countless times. He'd long since become immune to it. Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the trade hall, and the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples all greeted him respectfully in succession. Duan Ling Tian nodded and replied with a light smile, then proclaimed his reason for coming here. I intend to sell away all the prizes from the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Is anyone interested? The prizes from the first place in the outer court martial competition. Sell away. The surrounding crowd of Megrez Peak disciples were all stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, could it be that you intend to sell the profound origin fruit as well? One of the Megrez Peak disciples had a burning gaze as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Profound origin fruit. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this Megrez Peak disciple. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples all stared at him with burning gazes now, obviously filled with interest towards the profound origin fruit. The profound origin fruit was a spirit fruit that's able to allow an 8th level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. If it was given to an origin core stage martial artist with a low cultivation, it was even able to allow one to break through 2 levels in one go. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, if you're selling the profound origin fruit as well, then I'm willing to pay 300,000 gold. In next to no time, a Megrez Peak disciple voiced out. This Megrez Peak disciple had clear and fair skin, with an extraordinary bearing. Obviously he had an extraordinary background. 300,000 gold was 30 million silver, it was a huge amount. HMPH. To think that you would actually take out such a bit of money, that is a profound origin fruit, a spirit fruit that could be chanced upon by luck but not sought for. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I'll pay 1 million gold. Another Megrez Peak disciple said. This Megrez Peak disciple obviously had an extraordinary background, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to casually throw out so much money. 1 million gold. For a time, the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples were in an uproar. Laughable. Right at this moment, another Megrez Peak disciple looked at the Megrez Peak disciple that placed a price of 1 million gold, then sneered. You said earlier that junior brother offering a price of 300,000 gold is cheap. Could it be that you think a price of 1 million gold isn't cheap? That's a profound origin fruit, a thing that is priceless. As he spoke up to hear, this Megrez Peak disciple had an excited expression. I still remember that 3 years ago, a profound origin fruit had appeared in an auction house in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. At that time, it was auctioned to a high price of 3 million gold, 0.3 million gold. The surrounding Megrez Peak disciples were slightly numbed. The Megrez Peak disciple that was ridiculed earlier, sneered as he said, HMPH. You said my price of 1 million gold is cheap. I'm curious, what price can you offer? Me. The Megrez Peak disciple that had just ridiculed the other disciple instantly started laughing, then looked at Duan Ling Tian and cupped his fists. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, so long as you say the word, I, Yi Xiaobei, am willing to use 10 million gold to buy all the prizes you obtained from the outer court martial competition this time. The surroundings went deathly silent as soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking. Even Duan Ling Tian, who intended to explain that he'd consumed the profound origin fruit, was now shocked. 0.10 million gold straight away. PFF'd. The Megrez Peak disciple that offered a price of 1 million gold earlier laughed in ridicule when he heard Yi Xiaobei. You said 10 million gold, then it's 10 million gold. Who doesn't know how to make a verbal statement without any proof? I can say I'm willing to offer a price of 20 million gold to buy the prizes for the first place of the outer court martial competition in senior brother Duan Ling Tian's possession. As soon as this Megrez Peak disciple finished speaking, the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples nodded in agreement. Exactly, who know if this Yi Xiaobei is really able to produce so much gold. Verbal statement without any proof. Yi Xiaobei's face sank when he heard this Megrez Peak disciple, and quickly walked over to stand before the disciple. What? Getting angry from embarrassment after I exposes you? The Megrez Peak disciple looked at Yi Xiaobei, who was before him, and sneered. You said earlier that I gave a verbal statement without any proof. And you think that I can't produce 10 million gold, right? Yi Xiaobei looked at the Megrez Peak disciple before him, and his gaze went cold. Then he raised his hand and a stack of gold bills appeared in his hand. Yi Xiaobei moved extremely quickly, and flung out the stack of gold bills onto the Megrez Peak disciple's face with a bang, slapping out a nosebleed on the Megrez Peak disciple. The gold bills scattered all over the floor. The Megrez Peak disciple was enraged, and was just about to attack Yi Xiaobei. That was 1 million gold bills earlier. Now, it's 2 million. The Megrez Peak disciple didn't even have the chance to attack when Yi Xiaobei withdrew another stack of gold bills, and with a bang, he once again flung it onto the Megrez Peak disciple's face. A total of 10 stacks of gold bills were withdrawn by Yi Xiaobei, then successively flung onto the face of the Megrez Peak disciple. Meanwhile, the rage of the Megrez Peak disciple that Yi Xiaobei flung gold bills on to the point he was muddled, had now completely vanished. His heart was trembling as he gazed at the gold bills with a 10,000 denomination on the floor. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold at one go wasn't someone he could offend. How about it? Are you convinced now? Do you need me to take out another 10 million gold for you to see? Yi Xiaobei looked down upon the Megrez Peak disciple with a bloodied face as he spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. No need. The Megrez Peak disciple was terrified, completely terrified. Duan Ling Tian stood nearby, and was now stunned as he saw the scene before him. Needless to say, to a certain extent, this Yi Xiaobei character would really get along with Duan Ling Tian's character. The stacks of gold bills sounded out with bangs as they were flung out, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling slightly amused. This Megrez Peak disciple looked down upon others, and now brought disgrace onto himself. The surrounding Megrez Peak disciples had long since been dumbstruck. The ground full of 10,000 denomination gold bills totaled 10 million gold. It was still the first time they had seen so much money in their entire lifetime. For a moment, their gazes towards Yi Xiaobei were completely different. It was absolutely impossible that a person who's able to take out 10 million gold and do this would be an ordinary person. Still not picking up these gold bills for me? Under Yi Xiaobei's angry gaze, the Megrez Peak disciple with a bloodied face hurriedly squatted down and started to obediently pick up the pile of gold bills. Yi Xiaobei, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. I forgot to add earlier that what I was to sell as the prizes besides the profound origin fruit. Those origin strengthening pills and the other medicinal pills aren't worth so much money. You should put away all this money. What caused Duan Ling Tian to be surprised was that Yi Xiaobei's expression didn't change as he shook his head and smiled. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, you're joking. Even if there's no profound origin fruit, I'm still willing to offer a price of 10 million gold to buy the prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition. Just take it as I, Yi Xiaobei, making friends with you. How about it? Chapter 319. The Peak Master Summons. The surroundings went into an uproar as soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking. All the Megrez Peak disciples were completely stunned. Although the prizes for the first place of the outer court martial competition isn't bad, but besides the profound origin fruit, it would at most be worth 10,000 gold. Now, this Yi Xiaobei actually wanted to spend 10 million gold to buy something worth 10,000 gold. Is this Yi Xiaobei stupid? This was the thought in the hearts of most of the Megrez Peak disciples that were present. After all, as far as they were concerned, unless one was stupid, otherwise it was impossible to do such an absurd thing. Even if one had even more money, this wasn't the way to use it. Of course, they only dares think like this in their hearts, and no one dared say it out loud. Some Megrez Peak disciples glanced at Yi Xiaobei in admiration. They were able to perceive that Yi Xiaobei spending 10 million gold to buy Duan Ling Tian's prizes was fake, and he wanting to be friends with Duan Ling Tian was the true thing. With the natural talent in the martial Tao that Duan Ling Tian revealed now, he would surely be an unsurpassed figure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom once he matures in the future. Once Duan Ling Tian stands at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, not to mention 10 million gold. Even if it was 100 million gold, Duan Ling Tian still might disregard it. Making friends with Duan Ling Tian at this time was undoubtedly the wisest choice. 10 million gold was only a wager Yi Xiaobei placed on Duan Ling Tian. In the future, when Duan Ling Tian matured, they could imagine that with his status as a friend of Duan Ling Tian's, there would probably be no one in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that would dare offend him. These 10 million gold, you keep it. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. He was naturally able to guess Yi Xiaobei's intentions, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion towards Yi Xiaobei's boldness. After all, even all the wealth in his possession now, would only be 40 million gold in total. More than half of it was contributed to him by the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's Black Wind City's branch president, Sha Guang. At that time in Black Wind City, Yi Xiaobei was stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian refusing him, then he deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian isn't an ordinary person as expected. You're able to remain composed even when facing 10 million gold. But, this 10 million gold is a token of my regard to senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Just take it as a meeting gift, how about it? I hope senior brother Duan Ling Tian can accept it. In terms of age, Yi Xiaobei was older than Duan Ling Tian by 1 or 2 years, but now when faced with Duan Ling Tian, he considered himself to be a junior brother, because he was clear in his heart that Duan Ling Tian had the qualification. Meeting gift. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. I can't accept this meeting gift. If you have the intention, then spend 10,000 gold and buy those medicinal pills from the first place's prize in the outer court martial competition. How about it? Yi Xiaobei seemed to have realized Duan Ling Tian's resolution, and nodded. I'll listen to senior brother Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the medicinal pills he obtained from the prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition and passed it to Yi Xiaobei, then put away a 10,000 denomination gold bill. He then smiled to Yi Xiaobei and intended to leave. Farewell, senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Yi Xiaobei stopped Duan Ling Tian. Is there something else? Duan Ling Tian turned around to look at Yi Xiaobei with an uncertain expression. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, you can look for me, Yi Xiaobei, if you need any help in the future. I can't help you with anything great, but so long as it's something that can be settled with money, then it isn't a problem to me, Yi Xiaobei. Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Ling Tian and slowly said. His speech was filled with confidence. So long as it's something that can be settled with money, then it isn't a problem. Needless to say, Yi Xiaobei was extremely arrogant, but the entire crowd of Megrez Peak disciples including Duan Ling Tian all knew that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Not only did this Yi Xiaobei fling out 10 million gold onto the face of the Megrez Peak disciple that doubted him, he even threatened that if the Megrez Peak disciple wanted to see another 10 million gold, he could still take out another 10 million. In other words, the wealth that Yi Xiaobei brought around with him surpassed 20 million gold. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei, then turned and left. Since Yi Xiaobei had spoken like this, he accepted Yi Xiaobei's kindness. Moreover, Yi Xiaobei's character really got along with his. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobei put away the 10 million gold. As for the Megrez Peak disciple that helped Yi Xiaobei pick up the gold that lay scattered all over the ground, he now stood nearby, not even daring to breathe heavily, as he was deeply afraid that Yi Xiaobei would make him pay for his actions after being done with Duan Lingtian. However, Yi Xiaobei didn't have the intention to look for trouble with the Megrez Peak disciple again, and only coldly swept the Megrez Peak disciple with his gaze. Scram! The latter fled in panic when he heard this, not daring to stay for a single moment. And it was also from this moment onwards that the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples found out that hidden within the Megrez Peak was a Megrez Peak disciple called Yi Xiaobei who had an extraordinary background. A few days later, Duan Ling Tian's mood had walked out from the gloominess from the two little pythons leaving. Little black, little white, you two have to work hard. Otherwise, perhaps I will surpass the two of you when we meet next. Duan Ling Tian stood on the tilted tree and gazed at the direction the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Shui Nai, took the two little pythons and left towards, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of anticipation. He anticipated meeting to two little pythons once again. At that time, they ought to have matured. With my current strength, I ought to be able to participate in the inner court test and become an inner court disciple. Duan Ling Tian slightly pondered, then planned to go inquire about the next inner court test. Unexpectedly, he had only just arrived at the trade hall when he saw an old man walking towards him. This old man wasn't inferior. The Megrez Peak Outer Court Elder, Lu Chu. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Chu had a face full of smiles when he saw Duan Ling Tian once again. He had heard of Duan Ling Tian killing Shi Hao in one go a few days ago and seizing the first place in the Outer Court martial competition while becoming the #1 disciple in the Outer Court. He still remembered that when he had just heard of this news at that time, he was stupefied for quite a long time. At that time, there was only one thought in his heart. Unbelievable, an Outer Court disciples he had personally brought into Megrez Peak half a year ago, had become the #1 disciple in the Outer Court after half a year. In connection with this, he even obtained a reward the Megrez Peak's Peak Master bestowed to him. He was clear in his heart that all this was something that Duan Ling Tian gave him, so, when he faced Duan Ling Tian now, he completely treated Duan Ling Tian as an equal. Elder Lu Chu. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Lu Chu. Duan Ling Tian, I really never imagined that your strength was so formidable. Lu Chu couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. Then, Lu Chu said, I've waited for you for 2 days but didn't see you appear, and I don't know where your place of cultivation is. Looks like even your place of cultivation is concealed very deeply. As he finished speaking, Lu Chu glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian laughed and didn't provide any further explanation, and asked curiously, Elder Lu Chu, you waited for me for 2 days. Do you have something you're looking for me for? It isn't me who's looking for you. Lu Chu shook his head. Then, Duan Ling Tian had a wondering expression. It's the Peak Master that wants to see you. Lu Chu didn't beat around the bush and directly went straight to the point. Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly jerked. Which Peak Master? Lu Chu smiled. Naturally it's the Peak Master of our Megrez Peak. Are you free now? If you're free, then I'll take you the Megrez Hall in Dubi Peak to see the Peak Master right now. Since the Peak Master knew that you killed Shi Hao to become the #1 disciple in the Outer Court, and brought honor to Megrez Peak, the Peak Master wanted to meet you in person. Megrez Peak's Master. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I don't have anything to do. Since the Peak Master summons, then Elder Lu Chu, please lead the way. Although he had been in the Megrez Peak for half a year, he hadn't met the Peak Master of Megrez Peak. He was rather curious towards that mysterious Peak Master of Megrez Peak. Okay, Lu Chu nodded, then walked shoulder to shoulder with Duan Ling Tian to leave Megrez Peak, then stepped onto the chain bridge to head towards Dubi Peak. On the way, Duan Ling Tian saw a group of people gather together, and were walking towards Megrez Peak. The person in the lead was an old friend of Duan Ling Tian's, the Megrez Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. At the moment that Duan Ling Tian noticed Zhao Lin noticed him as well. Their gazes competed with each other without actual battle. They were on par with each other. 2 Megrez Peak disciples followed behind Zhao Lin, and now that they saw Duan Ling Tian and Lu Chu, they respectfully greeted. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, Elder Lu Chu. Zhao Lin, these are the new Outer Court disciples this time. Lu Chu's gaze descended onto the 20 young men that were behind Zhao Lin and the 2 other Megres Peak disciples. These 20 young men were all in casual clothes, and were now looking around, filled with curiously towards everything before their eyes. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw these 20 young men, as if he saw himself from half a year ago. Yes, Zhao Lin nodded, then withdrew the chilly gaze he looked at Duan Ling Tian with before turning around to look at the group of hot-headed young men behind him. This is Elder Lu Chu, he's an outer court elder of our Megres Peak as well, are all of you still not saluting him? The 20 hothead young men that had just passed the 7-star sword sect's outer court test shuddered, then hurriedly saluted Lu Chu. Greetings Elder Lu Chu. Lu Chu lightly nodded, then introduced Duan Ling Tian who was beside him. This is your senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother. For a moment, the outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect all frowned as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. He's only a little over 20, right? Senior brother. HMPH. He merely entered the sect earlier than us, his strength might not even be stronger than us, and he wants us to call him senior brother. Exactly. This young kid, on what basis is he our senior brother? When faced with Duan Ling Tian now, the 20 hot-headed young men all refused to give him a glance. Lu Chu frowned when he saw this, then looked at Zhao Lin, seeming to want Zhao Lin to teach a lesson to these kids that had an exaggerated opinion of their ability. But Zhao Lin only smiled lightly, and did nothing. Ask him to help Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 320, Conflict on the Chain Bridge. Elder Lu Chu, let's go. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and said to Lu Chu. He utterly disregarded what these new 7-star sword sect outer court disciples said. Lu Chu glanced at Zhao Lin and was slightly displeased, then when he heard Duan Ling Tian, he nodded. Okay, since Duan Ling Tian didn't make a fuss about it, then he didn't have any reason to fuss about it with these new Megres Peak outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect. Why, afraid of being found out? Senior brother, isn't he afraid of us now? Some of the new disciples couldn't refrain from laughing extremely complacently. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. He didn't fuss about it with these new disciples earlier because there was no need to. The height that he stood at had long since been different from these new disciples. If he were to make a fuss about it, then it would seem to be a loss of bearing, and would undoubtedly amount to bullying the weak. But now, these new disciples actually went on and on. Did they really think he was nice to bully? Afraid of being found out? Afraid of all of you? Duan Ling Tian abruptly turned around, and his icy cold gaze flashed past all of the 20 new disciples. Just all of you are worthy of that. Just all of you are worthy of that. Duan Ling Tian's voice was like a thunderclap, causing the 20 new disciples to be muddled. After a short amount of time, they returned to their senses, and were all enraged from embarrassment. Kid, do you think that because you entered the 7-star sword sect before us that you actually have the qualification to be our senior brother? A face of a new disciple around the age of 23 or 24 sank, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Exactly. The Cloud Continent has always stressed upon respecting the strong. If you want to be our senior brother, then your strength must be stronger than us. Just a little whelp that's a little over 20 like you, do you believe that I only need one hand to throw you down from here? Another new disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Even though the other new disciples didn't speak, but their gazes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian now all expressed the same meaning. They looked down on Duan Ling Tian. They didn't think that Duan Ling Tian's strength was able to be stronger than them. Only a mere outer court disciple that a little over 20. The 2 Megres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin were all dumbstruck. This group of hot-headed young men actually dared be so arrogant before senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Even the 2 of them had to reverently and respectfully call out senior brother Duan Ling Tian when they met Duan Ling Tian. But these hot-headed young men hadn't even arrived at Megres Peak, and had already offended the number 1 outer court disciple of their Megres Peak. No, it ought to be have offended the number 1 outer court disciple in the 7-star sword sect. As far as they were concerned, these hot-headed young men were simple courting death. For a moment, they intended to shout at these hot-headed young men. Could it be that these hot-headed young men didn't hear them greeting Duan Ling Tian respectfully and reverently as senior brother Duan Ling Tian? But they hadn't even opened their mouths when they were stopped by Zhao Lin's fierce gaze. Although they didn't know why Zhao Lin wanted to stop them, but since Zhao Lin had interfered, they naturally could only obediently shut their mouths. Even though Duan Ling Tian was the #1 disciple in their 7-star sword sect's outer court, but in terms of strength and status, it was impossible for him to compare with the Megrez Peak outer court disciple, Zhao Lin. After all, Zhao Lin's age and seniority were there for all to see, and was something the current Duan Ling Tian was utterly unable to compare to. Perhaps, someday in the future, Duan Ling Tian would be able to fully surpass Zhao Lin, but he was unable to now. So, between Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Lin, they chose the latter. You said earlier then you can throw me off here with a single hand. Duan Ling Tian looked at the new disciple that spoke earlier, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. If someone familiar to Duan Ling Tian was here and saw Duan Ling Tian's current smile, they would surely know that someone was about to suffer. However, the new disciple seemed to have not noticed anything off in the slightest, and looks down at Duan Ling Tian with a contemptuous gaze as he sneered. Exactly, just a whelp that's a little over 20 like you. I only need a single hand to throw you off from here. This new disciple had broad shoulders and a bulky build, and was a robust young man. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force was able to vaguely detect that the cultivation of this robust young man ought to be at the 3rd level of the origin core stage without a doubt. A 3rd level origin core stage martial artist saying that he's able to throw me down from here. Duan Ling Tian laughed in his heart. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the face of Lu Chu who stood beside Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, this new disciple was truly too arrogant. Did he really think that Duan Ling Tian was an ordinary outer court disciple? Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. Then let me see how you throw me off here. Duan Ling Tian looked at the robust young man, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out to instantly appear before the robust young man, causing a gust of piercing strong wind to surge. Above Duan Ling Tian, 110 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This scene scared the robust young man to the point his face went ghastly pale and was completely dumbstruck, and the origin energy in his body that he'd just accumulated instantly dispersed. His legs were as if filled with lead, unable to move in the slightest. An 8th level origin core stage martial artist wanted to make a move against him. He was completely without any strength to strike back. Duan Ling Tian's hand slapped onto the shoulder of the robust young man, and gripped his shoulder. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian exerted force with his hand. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, the robust young man was thrown out of the chain bridge, and Duan Ling Tian grabbed onto the robust young man's shoulder, hanging the robust young man in midair. Then Duan Ling's gaze went cold. What do you think now? Do you only need one hand to be able to throw me down? Duan Ling Tian's voice had an awe-inspiring icy coldness mixed within, causing the face of the robust young man that hung there midair to go ghastly pale. His gaze revealed despair as he pledged for mercy in panic. Senior brother, spare me. Senior brother, spare me. He was currently in midair, and there was no place for him to gain a foothold to move himself. He could imagine that so long as this 8th-level origin core stage outer court disciple that was a little over 20 let go, he would surely drop into the bottomless chasm, and even his corpse and body would be destroyed. Cold sweat flowed out of the robust young man's forehead, and he hated himself to the limit in his heart. Why did he have to be the one who took the lead? 8th level of the origin core stage. Meanwhile, the group of new disciples that were shocked from the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed had now recovered from their shock, and their faces went ghastly pale as they looked at the scene before their eyes, with eyes that revealed terror. They'd never imagined that this outer court disciple that was a little over 20, and was younger than any of them, actually possessed such terrifying strength. 8th level origin core stage martial artist at the mere age of a little over 20. Are all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples so abnormal? Now, most of the new disciples had a slight lingering fear in their hearts. They felt lucky that they didn't go too far when they spoke earlier. Otherwise, the person that was lifted out of the chain bridge and hung high in the air wouldn't be that robust young man, but them. For a moment, they started to silently mourn for that robust young man in their heart. 8th level of the origin core stage. Zhao Lin's face was extremely unsightly, as he never imagined that after Duan Ling Tian consumed the profound origin fruit, Duan Ling Tian would actually break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensing into form above Duan Ling Tian when attacked was obviously the symbol of the 8th level of the origin core stage. In comparison to Zhao Lin's unsightly expression, Lu Chu instead had a pleasantly surprised expression. Although he knew that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the profound origin fruit, and guessed that Duan Ling Tian would undergo a breakthrough, but there was a divide that was like a chasm between the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage. As far as he was concerned, after Duan Ling Tian consumed the origin profound fruit, he would at most break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Unexpectedly, the facts weren't like this. Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. How could Lu Chu have known that Duan Ling Tian actually had only broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage like he thought, but because of him the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duan Ling Tian cultivated, Duan Ling Tian instead had the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Even when he made a move now, and Duan Ling Tian had the intention to demonstrate his might, but he still concealed the strength of one ancient mammoth. However, even then, he was still misunderstood by others to be a martial artist at the 8th level of the origin core stage. This was also Duan Ling Tian's objective. He precisely wanted others to know that he was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now. The 2 Megrez Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin had dumbstruck expressions. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian actually broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. They were both shocked by it. Senior brother, spare me, spare me. The robust young man that had his shoulder grabbed by Duan Ling Tian to hang high above in the sky outer of the chain bridge had clothes that were not drenched in sweat, and his voice was dreary as he pleaded to Duan Ling Tian. What, didn't you say you wanted to throw me down? I'm really curious, if I let go now. Duan Ling Tian's face was extremely gloomy, and he looked calmly at the robust young man that ceaseless begged for mercy. Senior brother, don't. I was only joking earlier, right, I was joking. The robust young man was frightened by Duan Ling Tian to the point his face was devoid of blood, and he ceaseless pleaded for mercy. Duan Ling Tian, enough. Zhao Lin's face sank and he finally interfered. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke in an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. Enough. Duan Ling Tian turned around to look at Zhao Lin when he heard Zhao Lin wanting to stop him, then sneered. Elder Zhao Lin, when they provoked me earlier, I didn't see you say anything. Now I'm only slightly punishing someone who spoke insolently to me, and you can't watch on any longer. Although, the conflict between him and Zhao Lin wasn't little, but Zhao Lin's actions still caused Duan Ling Tian to be incomparably furious. In this matter, Zhao Lin had been prejudiced, and was unworthy of being a Megrez Peak outer court disciple. Let him go. Zhao Lin looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze as he spoke with a low and deep voice. Elder Zhao Lin, are you sure you want me to let him go? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Zhao Lin, then he couldn't refrain his laughter, and he glanced at the robust young man that was held by him midair outside the chain bridge. Looks like Elder Zhao Lin wants you to go die. Tell me, should I listen to Elder Zhao Lin and let you go? No, don't let me go, senior brother, I beg you, don't let me go. The robust young man was terrified to the point he was on the brink of tears. Chapter 321, Infinite Killing Intent. You ought to plead to Elder Zhao Ling. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the robust young man with a calm gaze, then said indifferently. He originally only intended to intimidate this new disciple, but now that Zhao Lin had interfered with the matter, it caused him to be unable to help rage to arise in his heart. Elder Zhao Lin, I beg you, please don't let this senior brother let me go. The robust young man hurriedly looked at Duan Ling Tian when he heard this, and was slightly hysterical. As if he was grasping onto the last life-saving straw. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold when he heard the robust young man, and looked at Duan Ling Tian then suddenly shouted out explosively. Duan Ling Tian, killing a fellow disciple mercilessly. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, you ought to be killed. Killing a fellow disciple. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when Zhao Lin said this. The other people including Lu Chu were stunned as well. When did Duan Ling Tian kill a fellow disciple? What did he mean by this? In next to no time, something flashed by the eyes of everyone present, and they completely understood what Zhao Lin meant by this. A terrifying aura was emitted from Zhao Lin's body, and his entire figure seemed to transform into a gust of wind that directly flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Vast origin energy raged and flashed. The origin energy transformed into palm prints that covered the sky, then whistled as they descended toward Duan Ling Tian, enveloped Duan Ling Tian within the palm prints. At the same time, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Zhao Lin. Obviously he was exerting his full strength, desiring to directly blast Duan Ling Tian to death. They could imagine how if Duan Ling Tian was blasted to death by Zhao Lin, then the new disciple that was held midair outside the chain bridge by Duan Ling Tian would surely die. No, the new disciple that was hung midair by Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Lin attacking Duan Ling Tian, and his face was devoid of blood as he exclaimed in grief. He closed his eyes in despair. Presently, anyone with discerning eyes could easily see that Zhao Lin wanted to directly kill Duan Ling Tian. Then, the responsibility for the death of the new disciple that was hung midair outside the bridge by Duan Ling Tian would be all pushed by him onto Duan Ling Tian. In this way, he would be removing evil for the sect. Duan Ling Tian's face went ghastly pale, as he never imagined that Zhao Lin would be so unscrupulous. At this moment, traces of coldness suddenly arose within his heart. Perhaps, since the start, when he threw the new disciple out of the chain bridge, Zhao Lin already had this intention in his heart. This Zhao Lin wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him. As for Zhao Lin's objective, Duan Ling Tian was extremely clear of it. It was none other than for the sake of the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll that he made up. These thoughts were all thoughts that Duan Ling Tian completely in an instant. As soon as he finished his thoughts, he saw Zhao Lin had arrived before him, and the palm prints that covered the sky and contained the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths enveloped down upon him, causing him to be practically unable to breathe. At his moment, he was not only unable to dodge in time, but he even didn't have the time to pull the robust young man back onto the chain bridge. Zhao Lin's speed was too swift. The palm print condensed by origin energy and covered the sky whistled as they descended, and continuous sounds of air exploding resounded out in the sky. Zhao Lin's face revealed insanity. He'd waited for so long, and he'd finally found a chance. At the instant that he attacked, he'd already condensed his origin energy into sound and transmitted it into the ears of Lu Chu, who stood nearby Duan Ling Tian. Elder Lu Chu, so long as you don't make a move today, then I, Zhao Lin, will owe you a great favor. He believed that with the relationship between him and Lu Chu, coupled with his promise, Lu Chu ought to not interfere. So long as Lu Chu didn't interfere, then Duan Ling Tian would die without a doubt. Elder Lu Chu. Duan Ling Tian realized that danger was upon him. His face went deathly pale, and he thought of Lu Chu at the first possible moment. Now, only Lu Chu was able to stop Zhao Lin. The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth had a wisp of disdain when he heard Duan Ling Tian calling out to Lu Chu. This Duan Ling Tian thought Lu Chu would help him. Naive. But, in next to no time, the disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. An afterimage flashed before his eyes, and he saw Lu Chu appearing before Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. This scene caused this expression to be unsightly. Lu Chu raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, and vast origin energy that contained an even more terrifying aura swept out. Above Lu Chu, thousands of ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. His sleeve swept out, and in the blink of an eye, he'd utterly destroyed the palm prints Zhao Lin slapped out that covered the entire sky to disappear in the sky. Duan Ling Tian, you've already taught him a lesson. Just leave this matter at that. Lu Chu stared vigilantly at Zhao Lin, who had an unsightly expression as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian. At that moment earlier, he felt death to be that close, only just a little bit, just that little bit, and he would have been killed by Zhao Lin. Although he tried to call out to Lu Chu, but he was extremely perturbed in his heart, because he knew that Zhao Lin and Lu Chu had a good relationship, and was unsure of whether Lu Chu would help him. If Lu Chu didn't help him, he would surely die without a doubt. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his hand when he heard Lu Chu, and pulled the robust young man back onto the chain bridge. They casually threw him onto the chain bridge. Along with the robust young man descended onto the chain bridge. The chain bridge started to sway lightly. The robust young man collapsed limply on the chain bridge, and wasn't able to get up even after a long time. Earlier, he had nearly died. He slowly raised his head with an enraged gaze, but he wasn't looking at Duan Ling Tian, but instead at Zhao Lin. What are you looking at? Zhao Lin noticed this new disciple daring to look at him with such a gaze. He was already incomparably irritated in his heart, and now his face sank as he shouted coldly. The robust young man lowered his head in the end when he saw this. Only now did he recall that this Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Megrez Peak. If he really offended Zhao Lin, then once Zhao Lin wanted to kill him, Zhao Lin would only need to find a place that was devoid of people to do it. Lu Chu. Zhao Lin looked at Lu Chu with a gaze that slowly went gloomy, and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Zhao Lin, he's someone the Peak Master wants to see. Lu Chu looked back at Zhao Lin without a shred of fear. Very good. You, very good. Zhao Lin deeply glanced at Lu Chu, then turned around to look at the 20 new disciples before coldly saying, "Let's go." Seeing Zhao Lin bringing the others along to leave, Duan Ling Tian gazed at Zhao Lin's figure and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent. In this lifetime, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Duan clan's Duan Lingxing was undoubtedly the first person that caused Duan Ling Tian to truly have infinite killing intent towards and wished for nothing more than to burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Now, a similar killing intent had arose in his heart towards Zhao Lin. That feeling of his life hanging by the thread was something he wasn't willing to try another time in this lifetime. Duan Ling Tian's chest was filled with flames of rage that seemed ready to flow out at any moment. "Duan Ling Tian, have you offended Zhao Lin somehow?" Lu Chu looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked uncertainly. Earlier, determination to kill Duan Ling Tian had obviously arose within Zhao Lin's heart, and even made a promise to him. If it wasn't for the Peak Master wanting to see Duan Ling Tian, and he had just recently obtained generous rewards from the Peak Master because of Duan Ling Tian, perhaps he would really agree to Zhao Lin's promise and not interfere in the matter. Even though Zhao Lin was only a first-level origin core stage martial artist, but Zhao Lin's background was something that he had to fear. He was clear in his heart that based on Zhao Lin's attitude earlier, Zhao Lin had obviously completely felt hatred towards him. Not only had the relations between the two of them completely destroyed, but Zhao Ling might even go against him at every possible chance in the future. "I hope my choice is correct." Lu Chu looked at the young man who had boundless potential before him, and silently said in his heart, "I don't know as well. Perhaps I've inadvertently offended him." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He didn't plan to speak of the matter between him and Zhao Lin. If he denied the existence of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, then wouldn't he be admitting to have consumed 10,000-year stalactite milk? The 10,000-year stalactite milk was sufficient to make anyone be moved by it, including Lu Chu. Lu Chu nodded. "Let's go." He naturally didn't believe what Duan Ling Tian said. But, he was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian had something difficult to mention, so, he didn't continue to question Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Chu walked shoulder to shoulder, continuing to head towards Dubi Peak. On the way, Duan Ling Tian had a sincere expression when he spoke to Lu Chu. "Elder Lu Chu, I, Duan Ling Tian, will remember the debt that you saved my life today in my heart. The day will come when I return this favor to you." Although it was impossible for him to tell Lu Chu of the reason he was in conflict with Zhao Lin, but, Lu Chu had saved his life today, and he engraved this kindness into his heart. Lu Chu lightly smiled and didn't refuse it. Because he knew how valuable Duan Ling Tian's promise was. Perhaps, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, Duan Ling Tian was unable to help him. However, in the future, Duan Ling Tian would be an existence that even he would need to look up to. Duan Ling Tian was able to have a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage at such an age, so soaring up into the sky in the future was nothing difficult. Of course, the precondition would be that Duan Ling Tian was able to safely mature. Otherwise, once he came to a premature death, then even if he had any high natural talent, it would still be in vain. After the two of them arrived at Dubi Peak, under the lead of Lu Chu, Duan Ling Tian walked all the way up Dubi Peak, and when they neared the peak of the mountain, he saw a spacious platform. Needless to say, the cultivation environment here was extremely good, and the origin energy within Duan Ling Tian's body was slightly pulsing. "Elder Lu Chu, could it be that this is the Dubi Peak spirit point?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Chu and asked curiously. "You even know of the spirit point?" Lu Chu was slightly surprised. "I heard the Alcade Peak's Elder Bai mention it." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He still remembered the words that Elder Bai said to him that day. The best place of cultivation within the 7-star sword sect was at the spirit point on Dubi Week, and it had ample spirit energy. The advancement of cultivation of people that cultivated here was tremendously swift. Chapter 322, Zheng Fan's Invitation. Exactly, from here and above is the location of the spirit points of Dubi Peak. Lu Chu nodded, then lightly smiled. The Dubi Peak's location of spirit points are divided into the 9 great spirit points. Each of our 7-star sword sect's 6 great outer court sword peaks peak masters occupy one of the spirit points. The other 3 spirit points are respectively occupied by the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders. When he spoke of the 7-star sword sect leader, Lu Chu's expression was still comparatively calm, but when he spoke of the 2 guardian elders, traces of admirations arose on Lu Chu's face. Guardian elder. Duan Ling Tian deeply remembered it in his heart. Figures that are able to make Lu Chu forget himself would surely not be simple. 9 great spirit points. This place ought to have a spirit point, right? As Duan Ling Tian spoke, his gaze descended onto the vast platform. On the platform was a palace that stood erect from the ground, with a vast imposing manner. This palace is Merrick Hall, the place of cultivation of the Merrick Peak's Peak Master. Lu Chu nodded and slowly said, Merrick Hall, Merrick Peak's Master. A vague smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. He still remembered that during the outer court martial competition a few days ago, the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Hu Shui Feng, that desired to kill him was the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's Master. Among the 9 great spirit points, the lowest spirit point is occupied by the Merrick Hall. Going up from here is the location of the Mizar Hall that occupies another spirit point. Lu Chu brought Duan Ling Tian along to continue towards the peak of Dubi Peak. On the way, Duan Ling Tian saw many 7-star sword sect disciples. Without exception, the color of the 7 stars that surrounded the sword-shaped symbol on the attire of these 7-star sword sect disciple was silver. Obviously, these 7-star sword sect disciples were all inner court disciples. Elder Lu Chu. Some of the inner court disciples that knew Lu Chu lightly smiled as they saluted Lu Chu. As for Duan Ling Tian, they only casually glanced at him, not even looking him in the eye. Although Duan Ling Tian was currently well known throughout the 7-star sword sect's outer court, and had slight reputation in the inner court. But in the inner court, there weren't many people who knew him. Duan Ling Tian quickly followed behind Lu Chu to continue walking up. On the way, he could see many independent gorges. These places are the places of cultivation of the inner court disciples. Even though it isn't on the spirit point, but it's still situated within the spirit point area that's formed by the 9 great spirit points, and the cultivation environment is pretty good. Lu Chu introduced to Duan Ling Tian. Even though the cultivation environment here was far inferior to the stalactite cave, compared to the other places within the 6 great outer court sword peaks, it was undoubtedly much better. This is Mizar Hall. Before long, Lu Chu's voice sounded out. Duan Ling Tian glanced over, a vast platform appeared once again up ahead, and a palace with a vast imposing manner stood erect on the platform. Mizar Hall. Duan Ling Tian was clear in his heart that this Mizar Hall ought to be the place of cultivation of the Mizar Peak's Master, Zheng Fan, who presided over the outer court martial competition a few days ago. Right when Duan Ling Tian and Lu Chu were intending to continue walking up the peak, a figure that was like the wind flashed out of a pavilion atop the Mizar Hall, and arrived before Duan Ling Tian and Lu Chu in next to no time. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, wait. This was a young man around the age of 26 or 27, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, an impressive appearance. What caused Duan Ling Tian to be surprised was that this young man was actually slightly similar to the Mizar Peak's Peak Master, Zheng Fan. Between the brows, thinking about this person seemed to have come out of Mizar Hall, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Could it be that he had some relationship with Zheng Fan? Elder Lu Chu. After the young man lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian, he looked at Lu Chu who was beside Duan Ling Tian and bowed in salute. Lu Chu returned a smile. The young man looked at Lu Chu and slowly said, Elder Lu Chu, my father wants to say a few words to junior brother Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if you can spare him for a moment. Lu Chu's brows knit and a trace of astonishment flashed within his eyes, and in the end he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I can't decide on this. I have to seek Duan Ling Tian's own opinion. At the same time that Lu Chu spoke to the young man, he condensed his origin energy into sound and transmitted it into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, he's the son of the Mizar Peak's Master, Zheng Song. The son of the Mizar Peak's Peak Master, Zheng Fan. No wonder he felt this Zheng Song seems to be extremely similar in appearance to Zheng Fan, so they were father and son. In this way, everything could be explained. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, I'm Zheng Song. My father is the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. We were meditating as we drank tea in the pavilion earlier when he just happened to see you and asked me to invite you and Elder Lu Chu to have a seat. Zheng Song looked at Duan Ling Tian and was refined and courteous. The smile on his face caused one to feel as if bathing in spring breeze. Even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. Zheng Song was the son of the Mizar Peak's Peak Master, and was even an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. In terms of status and strength, he far surpassed the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's Master, Hu Shui Feng. But he didn't have the condescending arrogance that Hu Shui Feng possessed, and this was something that was extremely difficult to come by. Although it was the first time he'd met Zheng Song, but Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but have a slight favorable impression towards him in his heart. I have no objection. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse, and nodded. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, elder Lu Chu, please. Under the lead of Zheng Sun, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Chu walked towards Mizar Hall, and when they approached Mizar Hall, Zheng Sun brought Lu Chu into the Mizar Hall's audience hall. Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, a figure leapt off the pavilion atop Mizar Hall. Duan Ling Tian didn't even have the time to react when he felt a strength that was difficult to resist pass through the person's hand to grab onto his shoulder. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian flew up, precisely saying, he was brought flying up by another. This Mizar Peak's master ought to be in existence at the 9th level of the void-prying stage. When my spiritual force inspected him, there was actually a type of fuzzy feeling. Duan Ling Tian was secretly shocked in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian was brought up the pavilion, and as he stepped onto solid ground, the thick hand that grabbed onto his shoulder had been withdrawn now as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at the person before him and lightly smiled. Peak Master. The person that brought Duan Ling Tian onto the pavilion from outside of Mizar Hall was none other than the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Sit. Zheng Fan's face had a warm smile on it as he asked Duan Ling Tian to sit. Subsequently, he even personally made tea for Duan Ling Tian. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Zheng Fan poured a cup of tea for Duan Ling Tian, then introduced it. This is the cloud rice tea I cured myself, try it. Duan Ling Tian nodded and picked up the teacup, but didn't directly drink it, and instead put it before his nose and smelled it. Tea fragrance entered into his nose. It had a cool and refreshing flavor, as if able to transmit into Duan Ling Tian's mind and cause Duan Ling Tian to feel his own consciousness become incomparably clear. Good tea. Although Duan Ling Tian was well versed in tea, but he was still able to perceive that this tea wasn't simple. Take a sip and try it. Zheng Fan lightly smiled. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then placed the teacup by his mouth and lightly took a sip. The fragrant tea dissolved upon entering his mouth, and the cool and refreshing flavor caused Duan Ling Tian to shudder. He was unable to refrain from closing his eyes, and he felt himself to be slightly floating, as if he had rose into the clouds and was walking on air. After some time, as if descending from the sky and returning to the ground, Duan Ling Tian let out a mouthful of foul air, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. How is it? Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Duan Ling Tian gasped in admiration. Peak Master, this cloud rice tea of yours is truly amazing. It's still the first time that I've drank such a fragrant tea. With only a sip, it allowed me to instantly feel as if rising into the clouds and walking on air. At that moment, it was as if I'd forgotten everything. Ha ha. Zheng Fan laughed heartily, then slowly said, as a matter of fact, the method of curing this cloud rice tea is something I perfected from an incomplete method in an ancient book. That incomplete curing method was the curing method for a type of fragrant tea called carefree tea. But unfortunately, half of it was incomplete. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan slightly sighed with emotion. In my entire life, my biggest regret is being unable to savor that genuine carefree tea. Even though cloud rice tea was something I cured according the incomplete curing method of the carefree tea and supplementing it myself, but it isn't the genuine carefree tea. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he heard Zheng Fan. Peak Master, as the saying goes, one who is content will always be happy. There's no reason to insist on some things. Even though carefree tea is good, but that is only your imagination, or perhaps, the true complete carefree tea is actually inferior to the cloud rice tea you supplemented and cured. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Zheng Fan was as if suddenly enlightened, and was stunned on the spot. At this moment, only what Duan Ling Tian said remained within his mind. One who is content will always be happy. Perhaps, the true complete carefree tea is inferior to the current cloud rice tea. Finally, Zheng Fan came back to his senses, and his eyes flickered with traces of a strange sheen. Suddenly, Zheng Fan raised his hand, and a narrow saber that was thin as a cicada's wing and had flowing lights flash on its surface appeared. Grade 6 Spirit Weapon. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly lit up when he saw the narrow saber in Zheng Fan's hand, as he had identified the grade of the spirit weapon narrow saber. Zheng Fan raised his hand. Origin energy twined around the narrow saber as it emitted a strange and terrifying aura, as if lightly cut through the air, and a clear white flowing light flashed before disappearing. And right at this instant, the aura on the saber in Zheng Fan's hand seemed to change completely. This Through the memories of rebirth martial emperor, and relying on his formidable spiritual force, Duan Ling Tian was vaguely able to perceive something. And at the instant that the aura atop the narrow saber in Zheng Fan's hand suddenly changed, traces of origin energy appeared on the surface of Zheng Fan's body, then slowly withdrew to finally disappear in the end. Although it was only an extremely short instant, but in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Zheng Fan had completely changed. Before Zheng Fan withdrew the imposing manner on his body that had transformed, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Congratulations, Peak Master. Meanwhile, the raging imposing aura on Zheng Fan's body was slowly withdrawn by him, and the narrow saber in his hand vanished along with the imposing manner. It was put away into his spiritual ring by him. Ha ha. Suddenly, Zheng Fan couldn't refrain from laughing loudly. Chapter 323, Tearless Night. Zheng Fan's laughter was unrestrained and carefree. It was also mixed with traces of inexplicable excitement. Duan Ling Tian was naturally clear of why Zheng Fan was excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have congratulated Zheng Fan earlier. Duan Ling Tian, you're able to discern what had occurred to me just now. Finally, Zheng Fan suppressed the wild joy in his heart, then looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that flickered with a sheen of wisdom, as he wanted to see through Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Congratulations Peak Master for comprehending the concept of saber, and broke through to the void initiation stage in one go. He was naturally able to discern what had occurred to Zheng Fan earlier. The words he said allowed Zheng Fan to be enlightened. Although it was only a small matter in life, but it was like a knot in Zheng Fan's heart. Perhaps, even Zheng Fan himself never realized that just because of this knot in his heart, it had trapped him, causing him to be unable to comprehend the concept of saber for so long, and was unable to break through to the void initiation stage. According to the memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian understood that if one wanted to break through to the void initiation stage, then besides requiring a cultivation at the 9th level of the void prying stage, one must also have sufficient comprehension ability. Only when one made their force transform into concept would a 9th level origin core stage expert be able to break through to the void initiation stage. This was the iron law of Cloud Continent. So, this was also the main reason why a void initiation expert couldn't be fostered directly using treasures of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian repudiated that the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Shui Nai, was a void initiation stage expert that day. In his eyes and the eyes of the formed rebirth martial emperor, even if the comprehension ability of a 15 or 16-year-old girl was any higher or any more heaven-defying, it would still be impossible for her to comprehend concept. Duan Ling Tian, I've still underestimated you. Zheng Fan deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian. His gaze of wisdom seemed as if able to see through everything. A person like you who came from a small kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is actually able to know of concept as well. Looks like you really aren't simple. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, and glanced at Zheng Fan with a slightly surprised gaze. Peak Master, you seem to know me rather well. He didn't feel it to be strange that Zheng Fan knew that he came from a kingdom that was subordinate to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As half a year ago when he had just entered the 7-Star Sword sect, he had spoken of this matter in front of Lu Chu and the group of new disciples. So, there was surely many people within the 7-Star Sword sect who now knew of his background. Duan Ling Tian, no matter what, if it wasn't for you today, it would be impossible for me to have broken through this bottleneck that has persisted for many years. I, Zheng Fan, owe you a favor. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and his face went serious as he promised. He deeply knew that if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian awakening him to the truth, it would be impossible for him to directly break through. This favor was extremely huge, heavy like Mount Tai. A wisp of joy appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he heard Zheng Fan, and he didn't refuse. Then I'll thank Peak Master first. After today, the person before him would not only be the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, he was also a formidable void initiation stage expert. A void initiation expert. Even in the entire 7-Star Sword sect, it was still something that could be counted with the fingers on one's hand, and it was the absolute pills of the 7-Star Sword sect. A promise from a void initiation stage expert couldn't be measured with money. Zheng Fan's promise was undoubtedly a great trump card to Duan Ling Tian. Zheng Fan nodded, and his eyes sized up Duan Ling Tian with interest, then asked. Duan Ling Tian, if I intend to take you as a disciple, would you be willing to take me as your master? As soon as Zheng Fan finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. No matter what, he had never imagined that Zheng Fan would suddenly say this. Ask him to acknowledge a master. Zheng Fan thought Duan Ling Tian was hesitant when he saw Duan Ling Tian being stunned, then continued. If you take me as your master, I'm willing to bestow this tearless knight to you as a meeting gift. As he spoke, a narrow saber that was thin as a cicada's wing appeared in Zheng Fan's hand. The narrow saber was dark violet in color, like a specter in the night, flickering with strands of awe-inspiring coldness. It was precisely the grade 6 spirit saber Zheng Fan carried around with him everywhere. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a grade 6 spirit weapon was an extremely valuable thing. There were quite a few grade 6 alchemists in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but grade 6 weapons craftsmen could be counted on one's fingers. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock. Grade 6 spirit weapon. Truthfully speaking, he was really not interested in this grade 6 spirit saber. He was already a 7th level origin core stage martial artist now, and was able to condense grade 7 weapon flame, and was a grade 7 weapons craftsman. Once he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would be able to condense a grade 6 weapon flame, and become a grade 6 weapons craftsman. At that time, he himself would be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. Peak Master, everyone in the 7-star sword sect uses swords. I never expected that you used a saber. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the grade 6 spirit saber in Zheng Fan's hand, Tearless Knight, and lightly smiled. Zheng Fan lightly stroked the blade of Tearless Knight, and his gaze became slightly misty. After a long time, he sighed. I and my wife discovered this grade 6 spirit saber deep within the primeval forest all those years ago. At that time, I still wasn't the peak master of Mizar Peak. At that time, this grade 6 spirit saber was within the lair of a formidable nascent soul stage fierce beast. I originally intended to give up, but for the sake of allowing me to pass the test and become the inheritor of the Mizar Peak's peak master, she insisted on going to get this grade 6 spirit saber. In the end, for the sake of this grade 6 spirit saber, she was killed by that fierce beast. Even though Zheng Fan spoke calmly, but Duan Ling Tian was still able to feel traces of melancholy within his voice. She was one of the outstanding members of Alcade Peak, with natural talent and strength not inferior to me. In my entire life, what I regret the most was not stopping her that time, and instead accompanied her to do such an insane thing. As he finished speaking, his figure lightly trembled and had a slight sense of loss. Later on, that nascent soul stage fierce beast was killed by me with this grade 6 spirit saber. Before she died, she named this grade 6 spirit saber Tearless Knight. Knight is the name of this saber. As for Tearless, I understand in my heart that she wanted me in song not to shed tears for her. Later on, relying on the 40% amplification of strength provided by this grade 6 spirit saber, I easily passed the Mizar Peak's Peak Master's Inheritors test, and was fostered by the previous generation's Mizar Peak's master, then controlled Mizar Peak later on. In fact, everything I have now was something she gave me. As Zheng Fan spoke, his eyes became slightly wet. Grade 6 spirit saber that provided an amplification of 40%. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted. Even though once he broke through to the nascent soul stage and became a grade 6 weapons craftsman, he would also be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon that provided a 40% amplification, but that was because he'd inherited all the memories of the rebirth martial emperor who was a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could imagine how the weapons craftsman that refined this grade 6 spirit saber was extraordinary. But at the same time he was shocked in his heart. Duan Ling Tian could deeply feel the love Zheng Fan's wife had for him. For the sake of her husband's future, she would not spare any cost, even her own life. The string deep within his heart was stirred. Zheng Fan's wife was worthy of respect. Later on, for the sake of this Tearless Knight, I started to abandon the sword and train in the saber, changing to cultivate saber skills. Zheng Fan let out a breath of air, then looked at Duan Ling Tian as he forced a trace of a smile on his face. If you're willing to become my disciples, I presume my wife would agree to me bestowing this Tearless Knight that has extraordinary meaning to you. Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have any intentions of taking a master now. As for this Tearless Knight, it has an extraordinary meaning to you, you should keep it properly. Zheng Fan didn't speak, and seriously looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked back in his eyes, with a firm and unchanging gaze. He's inherited the lifetime's worth of memories of rebirth martial emperor, and was same as having inherited the pride of the rebirth martial emperor. The pride of the rebirth martial emperor caused him to be bound to not take someone weaker than the rebirth martial emperor as his master. After a long time, Zheng Fan seemed to be able to perceive Duan Lingtian's resolution, and he nodded. Never mind, everyone has their own aspirations. Even if you really take me as your master, I probably don't have anything to teach you. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan didn't insist. Peak master, then I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zheng Fan, then his figure flashed to leap off the pavilion and firmly descend onto the ground. Zheng Fan stood before the pavilion, and looked at Duan Lingtian's figure with a complicated gaze. What sort of person is he actually? Able to behave so composed when faced with a super top quality grade 6 spirit sword that's able to provide an amplification of 40%. This kid will surely be extraordinary in the future. Truly the fortune of my 7-star sword sect. Meanwhile, Lu Chu, who was originally waiting for Duan Lingtian, saw Duan Lingtian appear, and he bid his farewell to Zheng Song, who was beside him, before walking towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Lu Chu walked shoulder to shoulder, and continued up Dubi Peak, their destination, Megrez Hall. Zheng Fan came back to his senses when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure disappear into the distance, and he sighed. He and Duan Lingtian were bound to not have the fate of being master and disciple. Father. Meanwhile, Zheng Song arrived at the pavilion, and asked, did he agree? Obviously, Zheng Song knew of Zheng Fan's intentions. Zheng Fan shook his head. No. Zheng Song was stunned. That Duan Lingtian is really so arrogant. Even father, the peak master of Mizar Peak, condescending yourself to take him as your personal disciple, and he still refused. It's far more than that. The corners of Zheng Fan's mouth curled into a bitter smile. I even took out Tearless Night that your mother left for me. But he seemed to not be willing to even spare a glance. Tearless Night. Zheng Song's pupils constricted, as he never expected that for the sake of Duan Lingtian, his father would even take out this grade 6 spirit saber that had extraordinary meaning. And what he never expected even more was that when faced with the temptation of a grade 6 spirit saber, Duan Lingtian actually wasn't moved. Such composure was truly shocking. After all, even in the entire 7-star sword sect, the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession could only be compared to by the grade 5 spirit sword in the sect leader's possession. In terms of the amplification ability, the grade 6 spirit swords in the possession of the other peak masters and even guardian elders were far inferior from the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession, the Tearless Knight. Father, I heard your laughter earlier. Why did you laugh? Zheng Song looked at Zheng Fan with a wondering expression. Chapter 324, The Popular Duan Lingtian. Zheng Fan smiled mysteriously. He heard his son's question. In your opinion, what is worthy of me laughing heartily now? Father, just speak frankly. Zheng Song smiled bitterly. How could he guess it? I've broken through, Zheng Fan slowly said with a calm tone. However, it instead caused Zheng Song to be stunned on the spot, and was unable to recover from his shock as he said in a daze. Father, you said you've broken through. Zheng Song looked at Zheng Fan with a face full of pleasant surprise and disbelief. Yes, Zheng Fan lightly smiled as he nodded. All thanks to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song was slightly uncertain. What can an outer court disciple like him help father with? Father, are you mistaken? This has nothing to do with if he's an outer court disciple or not. Zheng Fan shook his head. Today, even if the sect leader personally arrived, he still might not be able to help me break through. To sum it all up, if it wasn't because of Duan Lingtian, I would probably still need a long time to break through. I owe him a great favor. Zheng Song let out a breath of cold air, as it was truly difficult for him to imagine how the heck an outer court disciple helped his father break through. In next to no time, under his deep inquiries into the root of the matter, Zheng Fan spoke of the sequence of events. Zheng Song came to a sudden understanding. Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song's heart was filled with gratefulness to Duan Lingtian. He was extremely clear of how long his father had stayed at the 9th level of the void prying stage. Today, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian who awakened his father to the truth, even if another few years passed, his father might not be able to smoothly break through to the void initiation stage. This was indeed a great favor. Duan Lingtian and Lu Chu continued to walk along the mountain path of Dubi Peak. The Megrez Hall was above. Elder Lu Chu, when is the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple test ordinarily held? On the way, Duan Lingtian thought of the objective he had left the stalactite cave with today, and asked Lu Chu who was by his side. There's an inner court disciples test every 6 months, and is usually 1 month after the outer court disciple test. Today just happened to be the day of the outer court disciple test. So, the inner court disciple test is precisely 1 month away from now. Lu Chu slowly said. Presently, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's cultivation to be at the 8th level of the origin core stage, he wasn't surprised by Duan Lingtian's inquiry about the inner court disciple test. As far as he was concerned, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, passing through the inner court disciple test was extremely easy. When an outer court disciple broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, passing through the inner court disciple test was practically certain. After a month, Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked, Elder Lu Chu, does this inner court disciple test require additional registration? Lu Chu shook his head. No, just go directly to the Dubi Peaks test platform on the day of the inner court disciple test. Test platform. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he wasn't familiar with the main peak, Dubi Peak. The test platform is the vast platform that you participated in the outer court disciple test 6 months ago. Lu Chu patiently explained, with a shred of impatience. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian currently had a boundless future. In the future, if Duan Lingtian were to stay in the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be an important person of the 7-star sword sect, and becoming the next generation sect leader of the 7-star sword sect might not be impossible. If he were to leave the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be a great figure whose name shocked the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to his knowledge, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there hasn't been even one figure that could compare to Duan Lingtian in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. He was convinced that once Duan Lingtian matured, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be able to contain Duan Lingtian. So that's the test platform. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He remembered that vast platform clearly, and it was the place he participated in the outer court disciple test that day after all. Before long, Duan Lingtian and Lu Chu finally arrived at the location of Megrez Hall. Megrez Hall was similarly on a vast platform on Dubi Peak, and had a vast imposing manner. Duan Lingtian and Lu Chu walked swiftly over, then stood shoulder to shoulder outside the Megrez Hall. Peak Master, Lu Chu and Duan Lingtian seek an audience. Lu Chu stood before Megrez Hall, and spoke in a loud voice. His voice contained origin energy and extended and spread out to envelop the entire Megrez Hall. In next to no time, a gaunt young man around the age of 26 or 27 with slight gloominess mixed within between his brows, walked out of Megrez Hall. His sharp eyes squinted as he gazed at Duan Lingtian and Lu Chu who stood outside. Master asked the two of you to enter. The voice of this young man was hoarse and low, causing one to feel uncomfortable when hearing it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown. He's our Megrez Peaks Master's foster son, Wu Yongqian. Lu Chu condensed his origin energy into sound and transmitted it into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked forward shoulder to shoulder with Lu Chu, and under the lead of Wu Yongqian, they walked in the audience hall of Megrez Hall. At the instant he entered the audience hall, Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man that stood within. This middle-aged man had a similar age to the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, and had an extremely ordinary appearance, the type of appearance that couldn't be found within a crowd of people. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to vaguely discern that the cultivation of this middle-aged man ought to be similar to Zheng Fan before he broke through 9th level of the void prying stage. He ought to be the Peak Master of Megrez Peak. Duan Lingtian thought inwardly. Even though he had never met the Peak Master of Megrez Peak before, but as a disciple of Megrez Peak, he'd still heard of the Peak Master. The Peak Master of Megrez Peak was called Wu Dao. Foster father, they have come. As expected, after Wu Yongqian brought Duan Lingtian and Lu Chu in, he bowed and reported to Wu Dao, and his hoarse and low voice was filled with reverence. Subsequently, Wu Yongqian went to stand behind Wu Dao. Peak Master. Lu Chu respectfully saluted Wu Dao. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian nodded to Wu Dao as well. If it was at another time, and Duan Lingtian was here alone, perhaps no one would mind. But now, the attitude Duan Lingtian had when facing Wu Dao instead formed a contrasting comparison to Lu Chu. Wu Dao lightly frowned and was slightly displeased. Presumptuous. An awe-inspiring sheen appeared within the sharp gaze of Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted coldly. However, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Wu Yongqian, and instead looked at Wu Dao with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed. Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian disregarding him, and a gloomy cold light flickered within his eyes. seeming to be waiting to swallow Duan Lingtian up. Lu Chu stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and was worried for Duan Lingtian now. You are Duan Lingtian. Wu Dao's brows relaxed, a wisp of a coldness and fierceness arose within his eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a formidable imposing manner surged out from Wu Dao's body to press onto Duan Lingtian's body, the imposing manner of a 9th-level void-prying stage expert. But, when faced with Wu Dao's formidable imposing manner, Duan Lingtian seemed as if to have no feeling, and he stood there on the spot with an unfazed expression, not moving like a mountain. The imposing manner on Wu Dao's body ceaselessly rose. Duan Lingtian's expression still remained unchanged, and a wisp of a smile even appeared on the corners of his mouth. That was the smile of being unperturbed. What a fellow! Finally, Wu Dao's imposing manner was completely withdrawn by him, and he laughed heartily. The displeasure from earlier had vanished. As expected of the existence that's able to kill the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. Duan Lingtian, you're worthy of the title of number 1 disciple in the 7-star Sword sect's outer court. Duan Lingtian made nothing of Wu Dao's sudden changes of countenance, and he nodded. Thank you for your praise, Peak Master. When Wu Yongqian heard Wu Dao praising Duan Lingtian, his cold and fierce gaze had a trace of a sheen of envy and viciousness. He was the foster son of Wu Dao, but from when he was young, he'd never once heard Wu Dao praise him. Neither arrogant nor humble, an exceptional talent. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded in satisfaction, then said, Duan Lingtian, you killed Shi Hao and seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, and have brought honor to our Megrez Peak this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? Reward? Wu Dao's manner of speaking was filled with a condescending feeling, as if someone of high position was speaking to someone lowly, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Peak Master, I'm a member of Megrez Peak. Before I leave Megrez Peak, doing something for the Megrez Peak is something I ought to do. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, and was slightly disinterested. Leaving Megrez Peak, Wu Dao was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, then recovered from his shock and nodded. I nearly forgot, you obtained the first place in the outer court martial competition, and also obtain a profound origin fruit. If nothing unexpected happened, you ought to be already at the 7th level of the origin core stage now. The corners of the nearby Lu Chu's mouth twitched. He felt that Wu Dao truly underestimated Duan Lingtian. With your methods, it isn't difficult to pass the inner court disciple test after you step into the 7th level of the origin core stage. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and pondered for a moment, and a burning flowing light appeared within his eyes as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you know why I asked Lu Chu to go bring you here? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Peak Master, please clarify. Duan Lingtian, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be straightforward. At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, not only Duan Lingtian and Lu Chu, but even Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao, all looked at Wu Dao. Finally, Wu Dao took a breath then said in a clear voice. I, Wu Dao, the Peak Master of Megrez Peak, desire to take you, Duan Lingtian, as my personal disciple. At the instant Wu Dao said this, all the 3 of them including Duan Lingtian were dumbstruck. When did he become so popular? Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and shook his head. Peak Master, I'm sorry, I temporarily have no intention of taking a master. He even refused Zheng Fan who had broken through to the void initiation stage now, let alone this Wu Dao. Presumptuous. Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao had a bellyful of flames of envy that practically exploded his chest open when he heard his foster father wanted to take Duan Lingtian as a personal disciple. Now, seeing that Duan Lingtian actually directly refusing his foster father, he completely exploded out. Chapter 325. The Overbearing Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian continued to choose to ignore him when faced with Wu Yongqian who was about to go berserk, as if he entirely disregarded Wu Yongqian. He indeed didn't take Wu Yongqian to heart. Duan Lingtian's disregard caused Wu Yongqian's flames of rage to practically burn to the limit. As the foster son of the Megrez Peak's Peak Master, and a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, when had he been disregarded by someone like this? Wu Dao's face slightly sank when being refused by Duan Lingtian, and a bright light arose within his eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you refuse me so straightforwardly. As the Peak Master of Megrez Peak, Wu Dao had his own pride. Now that Duan Lingtian actually brazenly refused his good intentions, it caused a ball of flames to arise within his heart. Peak Master, I'm sorry. Duan Ling Tian had a calm gaze when faced with Wu Dao, who had a face full of displeasure, and said indifferently. Lu Chu, who stood by Duan Ling Tian's side, had a wisp of a bitter smile on his face, and he sighed in his heart. This little fellow, it's his fortune that the Peak Master wants to take him as a disciple. But he actually refused it. Lu Chu had never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually refuse to become Wu Dao's personal disciple. Although Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao could be considered heaven-defying, but he hadn't matured yet after all, and seeking a good master within the Seven-Star Sword sect was undoubtedly of great benefit to him. On the other side, Duan Ling Tian could still obtain a backing that would cause those people who wanted to do harm to him to feel afraid. Now, Duan Ling Tian's decision completely exceeded his expectations. Wu Dao, the Peak Master of Megre's Peak, an expert whose strength could be placed in the top 10 of the Seven-Star Sword sect, actually desired to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple. But Duan Ling Tian straightforwardly refused him without any considerations for Wu Dao's feelings. This caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Ling Tian. Wu Dao's gaze slowly became calm, but his expression when looking at Duan Ling Tian didn't have the face filled with smile from before, and his tone was slightly low. Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. Do you think that with your natural talent, I, Wu Dao, the Peak Master of Megre's Peak, don't have the qualifications to be your master? Duan Ling Tian frowned, then shook his head and said, Peak Master, I've never thought like this, it's only that I temporarily don't have the intention of taking a master. Take a master. Since he merged with the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, it was equal to Duan Ling Tian having a master in a different form, a master that didn't hold back from him in the slightest. That master was the rebirth Martial Emperor. The rebirth Martial Emperor had once been an expert that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Now, Duan Ling Tian could be considered to be refusing in a mild manner. If he really were to say what he thought in his heart, he would say to Wu Dao, "Want me to take you as my master? Are you worthy?" Duan Ling Tian's polite refusal was undoubtedly an excuse in Wu Dao's ears, causing Wu Dao's expression to become even gloomier. Duan Ling Tian, you're extremely confident. But, a person can be confident, but once a person is overconfident, then it's conceited. Today, since I, Wu Dao, have spoken, wanting to take you as my personal disciple, then I naturally wouldn't easily take it back. Wu Dao's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and his words were filled with an indisputable overbearingness. Peak Master, nothing forcibly done is good. Duan Ling Tian's face slightly sank, as he never expected the Peak Master would be so hard to deal with. At this moment, he felt that Zheng Fan was so amiable when compared to Wu Dao. Could it be that this Wu Dao wanted to force him to take Wu Dao as his master? Lu Chu slightly frowned, as he felt Wu Dao was slightly going too far. But, Wu Dao was the Peak Master of Megre's Peak, where he was only an outer court disciple of Megre's Peak, thus there was a great disparity in their statuses. So, even if he didn't like it, he didn't dare say anything. Duan Ling Tian, since I've already spoken, there's naturally no room for taking it back. Wu Dao had a terrifyingly calm voice. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit together. Is this Wu Dao a madman? If I'm unwilling to take him as my master, he's still able to force me. Of course. Suddenly, Wu Dao spoke once again, and looked at Duan Ling Tian. I can give you a chance. Battle my foster son. If you can defeat my foster son, I can take it as I never spoke earlier. But if you suffer defeat at the hands of my foster son, then you must obediently become the personal disciple of I, Wu Dao. You can give up this opportunity. But after you give up, no matter if you're willing or not, you, Duan Ling Tian, will be the personal disciple of I, Wu Dao. If you dare speak rashly outside and deny being the disciple of I, Wu Dao, then you're going against I, Wu Dao. In the future, there won't be place for you in the Seven-Star Sword sect anymore. As he finished speaking, Wu Dao's tone was filled with overbearingness and tyranny. This Wu Dao, so overbearing. There won't be a place for me in the Seven-Star Sword sect anymore. Does this Wu Dao really think he's the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect? If one were to say who was the happiest at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Wu Yongqian, who stood behind Wu Dao. Duan Ling Tian, do you dare fight me? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that flickered with a sharp light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and indifferent smile. As far as he was concerned, this was an opportunity. If he defeated this Duan Ling Tian, his foster father would surely be extremely pleased, and the status he possessed within the heart of his foster father would surely rise. Peak Master, will you keep your word? Duan Ling Tian still disregarded Wu Yongqian, and when Wu Yongqian's expression became incomparably ferocious, he looked at Wu Dao and asked indifferently. His tone didn't contain any feeling. I, Wu Dao, am the Peak Master of Megre's Peak. Would I deceive a kid like you? Wu Dao sneered with he heard Duan Ling Tian, but traces of bright lights appeared within his eyes. He knew that Duan Ling Tian had taken the bait. Even though he had heard of Duan Ling Tian killing Shi Hao with a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, and knew Duan Ling Tian had the ability to kill enemies that were stages higher than him. But as far as he was concerned, even if Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage now, it would still be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be a match for his foster son. Even though the natural talent of his foster son wasn't high, but his foster son was a 9th level Origin Core stage inner court disciple after all. Even if Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, that would also be having just broken through and Duan Ling Tian's foundation wouldn't be stable yet. Moreover, Qian, a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Wu Dao's mouth as he suddenly spoke. Foster father. Wu Yongqian withdrew his vicious gaze from Duan Ling Tian, and looked respectfully at Wu Dao. In his heart, his foster father was the heavens that couldn't be defied. What did this Wu Dao want to do? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw a 3-foot-long blade appear out of thin air in Wu Dao's hand, and Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. Qian, use Father's Autumn Water, and properly experience the ability of the number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court. Wu Dao passed the 3-foot-long blade in his hand to Wu Yongqian. This 3-foot-long blade had a smooth blade that was flickered with translucence, like a pool of autumn water swaying. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Lu Chu, who stood beside Duan Ling Tian, had a shocked expression, and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice when he saw the 3-foot-long blade in Wu Dao's hand. Autumn Water. Wasn't it the Grade 6 Spirit Sword in the possession of the Megre's Peak's master, Wu Dao? He never imagined that for the sake of allowing his foster son, Wu Yongqian, to defeat Duan Ling Tian, Wu Dao actually even took out the Grade 6 Spirit Sword he carried everywhere on his person. Wu Dao's actions caused Lu Chu to feel uncomfortable in his heart. As far as he was concerned, in this way, even if Wu Yongqian were to win, it was a victory that didn't rely on Wu Yongqian's own strength. Yes, foster father. Wu Yongqian's eyes lit up, and solemnly received autumn water. His figure slightly trembled as he was rather excited. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Even though as far as Wu Yongqian was concerned, even if he didn't have a Grade 7 Spirit Sword, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be his match, but now that he had the opportunity to use his foster father's Grade 6 Spirit Sword, it still caused him to feel a burst of joy. Don't let me down, Wu Dao indifferently said to Wu Yongqian. Don't worry, foster father. Wu Yongqian solemnly nodded. He held autumn water in his hands, as his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, seeming to be waiting to swallow Duan Ling Tian up. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's expression eased up slightly. But his gaze when he looked at Wu Dao instead became icy cold and unfamiliar. For the sake of making me his personal disciple, this Wu Dao is actually despicable to this extent, even taking out his own Grade 6 Spirit Sword and passing it to Wu Yongqian, just for the sake of allowing Wu Yongqian to defeat me. If it was said that Duan Ling Tian was dissatisfied of Wu Dao earlier, then now, he held Wu Dao in disdain from the bottom of his heart. As far as he was concerned, this was a person that couldn't take a loss. Asking an inner court disciple to deal with an outer court disciple like Duan Ling Tian was already a victory that wasn't because of one's strength, but now he actually even took out his Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Was there any difference from cheating? Such a person wants to become my master. Duan Ling Tian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of cold ice, and he looked calmly at Wu Yongqian, who stared at him fiercely. He noticed the confidence on Wu Yongqian's face. This Wu Yongqian really thought that he would be able to defeat me once he had a Grade 6 Spirit Sword. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain that was difficult to notice. Meanwhile, Wu Dao retreated a few steps, and under his gaze Lu Chu moved aside to observe from the side. For a time, there was an empty space within the vast audience hall. Duan Ling Tian and Wu Yongqian stood facing each other. In Duan Ling Tian's hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the Grade 7 Spirit Sword he withdrew from his spatial ring. Even though Duan Ling Tian was a Grade 7 weapons craftsman now, and was even capable of refining a Grade 7 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 31%, but he still didn't refine one himself yet. This grade 7 spirit sword was one of the spoils from his previous battles, and possessed an ordinary amplification ability. Duan Ling Tian, my foster father wanted to take you as a personal disciple, and that's looking highly of you. You, not only were you not be grateful for his kindness, but actually arrogantly refused. Today, I, Wu Yongqian, will properly teach you a lesson in my foster father's place. I will let you know that there are always others that are stronger than you. At the same time that Wu Yongqian's cold and indifferent voice sounded out, traces of a sheen of origin energy fluctuations arose on autumn water in his hand. The origin energy increased explosively, and raged about. Instantly, lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, one by one, above Wu Dao. He prepared to dash out at any moment. Chapter 326, Nether Sword. Technique. Wu Yongqian, an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and a 9th level origin core stage martial artists. At full force, he was able to exert the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Now, relying on the grade 6 spirit sword, autumn water .164 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the air above Wu Yongqian. Autumn water, a grade 6 spirit sword, provided an amplification of the strength of 44 ancient mammoths to Wu Yongqian. A grade 6 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 37%. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand trembled suddenly, drawing out a pattern in the air that was dazzling and resplendent. At the same time, origin energy jumped out and bloomed to be incomparably magnificent on the grade 7 spirit sword. Instantly, first 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Ling Tian, then suddenly, along with the fluctuating of the origin energy on his grade 7 spirit sword, the ancient mammoth silhouettes explosively increased to 140. The strength of 140 ancient mammoths. 8th level origin core stage. The strength that Duan Ling Tian revealed now caused the gaze of Wu Dao, who stood in the distance, to focus, and a sense of astonishment appeared on his face. He was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian was able to exert such a formidable strength by using his 8th level origin core stage cultivation and relying on his grade 7 spirit sword, 8th level of the origin core stage at the age of a little over 20. A profound origin fruit allowed him to directly break through from the 6th level of the origin core stage to the 8th level of the origin core stage. Wu Dao was extremely shocked in his heart, and slightly couldn't believe that the scene before him was real. However, all this occurred before his eyes and he had to believe it. Only now did he realize that he had still underestimated Duan Ling Tian. Now, his heart slightly sank. Even though his foster son, Wu Yongqian, had a grade 6 spirit sword in his hand, but he never imagined that Duan Ling Tian had actually broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. He had heard of the outer court martial competition that was carried out a few days ago. Duan Ling Tian relief on a strength that was weaker than Shi Hao by 20 over ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao. Now, the strength that his foster son, Wu Yongqian, exerted, was only the strength of 24 ancient mammoths more than Duan Ling Tian. Wu Dao took a deep breath and eased his mood up, and his pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian with a surging state of mood. Let me see if you're able to defeat the stronger with a weaker strength like what you did in the outer court martial competition from a few days ago, and defeat my useless foster son. Useless foster son. This was the evaluation of Wu Yongqian that Wu Dao had in his heart. That year, the only reason he took Wu Yongqian as his foster son and brought Wu Yongqian back to the 7-star sword sect was because he liked the natural talent that Wu Yongqian revealed during Wu Yongqian's younger days. Unexpectedly, after a few years passed, Wu Yongqian's natural talent slowly seemed to become common, and it caused him to be extremely disappointed. This time, when he heard of Duan Ling Tian's deed, he originally thought that he could take a personal disciple that would become an all-powerful figure on the stage that is the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. But unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian actually decisively refused him. Lu Chu stood in the distance and wasn't surprised when he saw the strength that Duan Ling Tian revealed. Today, on the chain bridge before they arrived at Dubi Peak, he'd already seen Duan Ling Tian's strength and knew that Duan Ling Tian was already an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now. 8th level origin core stage. Wu Yongqian stared at Duan Ling Tian, and coldness arose in his sharp eyes as he said in a hoarse and low voice. Duan Ling Tian, today, I'll rely on my foster father's autumn water to defeat you. I want to let you know the difference between an inner court disciple and outer court disciples is something you're unable to pass. Although he knew that Duan Ling Tian was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now, But Wu Yongqian wasn't afraid in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, the rumors about the outer court martial competition from a few days ago was very likely an exaggerated truth from the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. He didn't believe that Duan Lingtian had such an ability. He suspected that Duan Lingtian was actually already a 7th level origin core stage martial artist at that time, and only intentionally concealed his cultivation before others. Later on, when Duan Lingtian fought Shi Hao, Duan Lingtian revealed the strength of a 7th level origin core stage martial artist at the critical moment, and only then was he able to kill Shi Hao, who was careless. Now, when he saw the cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage that Duan Lingtian revealed, he was even surer in his heart of the previous guess he made. It was impossible for the profound origin fruit to allow a 6th level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. If Duan Lingtian knew Wu Yongqian's current thoughts, he wouldn't feel surprised. A profound origin fruit was indeed unable to allow him to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, and he currently wasn't at the 8th level of the origin core stage. He was only a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he cultivated, is instead allowed him to possess a strength that was no inferior to an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist when he was only at the 7th level of the origin core stage. I'm unable to pass the distance between an inner court disciple and outer court disciple. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently when he heard Wu Yongqian's provocative words, and his eyes narrowed into a line. I don't know about other inner court disciples, but I really didn't take you, Wu Yongqian, to heart. He had always returned respect tenfold. This Wu Yongqian had aroused killing intent against him earlier, although he didn't pay attention to it, but it didn't mean that he didn't care. Inner court disciple. So what? I'll bash you all the same. A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. You're courting death. When Duan Lingtian's words entered into Wu Yongqian's ears, it caused him to go berserk, and his figure flashed out as if transforming into a gust of wind that swept towards Duan Lingtian. Nether sword technique. At the same time that Wu Yongqian flashed out, his hoarse and low voice had an intent of slaughter mixed within. The autumn water in his hand suddenly vanished, and when it appeared next, it wasn't a moment before it vanished once again. Nether sword technique. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime worth of experiences in martial arts of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Lingtian saw through the profundity of the sword skill that Wu Yongqian executed with a single glance. This sword skill was none other than stressing upon surprise attacks. This was something that was extremely similar to his sword drawing arts, but its speed was inferior to the sword drawing arts. The nether sword technique strived for the integration of fast and slow. When it was fast, it was like a swift bolt of lightning, causing it to be difficult to be caught by one's eyes. When it was slow, it was like a cool breeze stroking the clouds, confusing the vision of the opponent. Duan Lingtian felt a gust of wind blow against his face, but it was Wu Yongqian who had flashed before him, and the nether sword technique that caused one to find it difficult to ascertain it following behind Wu Yongqian like a shadow, vanishing in the next moment after it appeared again. Of course, although Duan Lingtian's eyes were unable to ascertain the location of Wu Yongqian's sword, but his spiritual force was still able to clearly sense it. Die! Suddenly, Wu Yongqian shouted explosively, with crimson-red eyes as he attacked with his full strength. Duan Lingtian could clearly sense with his spiritual force that the autumn water in Wu Yongqian's hand had now flashed towards his abdomen, desiring to heavily injure him. Even though this Wu Yongqian wished for nothing more than to kill me, but unless Wu Dao said the word, he wouldn't dare kill me in the end. Right in this instant, this thought arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. The hand which Duan Lingtian held his sword trembled, and his grade 7 spirit sword moved. The sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning, vanishing before Wu Yongqian's eyes. Even though the strength that Duan Lingtian exerted was the strength of an entire 24 ancient mammoths inferior to Wu Yongqian. However, the specialty of the sword drawing arts was speed. In the martial skills under the heaven, only speed was undefeatable. So fast. In the distance, Wu Dao and Lu Chu both watched in concentration at the battle between Duan Lingtian and Wu Yongqian, and they were shocked by the speed that Duan Lingtian's sword flashed out. The speed that grade 7 spirit sword flashed out was actually not a shred inferior to the grade 6 spirit sword, autumn water, in Wu Yongqian's hands. Duan Lingtian's eyes were unable to catch a glimpse of the sword in Wu Yongqian's hand, but it didn't mean that they were unable. Now, relying on their formidable cultivation, their eyes clearly saw the trajectory that the swords in Duan Ling Tian's and Wu Yongqian's sword flashed through. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand caught up from behind and chased up to the speed of the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hands. A burst of iron weapons knocking each other sounded out. It was the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand blocking the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hands in time, at the critical moment. This scene caused Wu Dao's gaze to focus. He was clear in his heart that victory and defeat would be decided in this clash. Duan Ling Tian and Wu Yongqian, if any one of them would be able to clash with their opponent head-on, then they would obtain victory in one go. The speed of the sword skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, your strength is far inferior to me. Wu Yongqian's hoarse and low voice revealed a trace of a sneer, and origin energy suddenly increased explosively on the autumn water in his hand. The strength of 164 ancient mammoths poured out without holding back in the slightest. He wanted to blast away the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and injure Duan Ling Tian heavily. Is that so? A brilliant smile bloomed on Duan Ling Tian's handsome face that had starry eyes and sword-shaped eyebrows when he heard Wu Yongqian, and strong confidence was mixed within his smile. This scene caused Wu Dao to be stupefied. This Duan Ling Tian, where did he get such strong confidence from? Lu Chu, who stood nearby, concentrated his gaze to look at the scene before him. He wasn't at the scene when Duan Ling Tian killed Shi Hao the other time, and it was regrettable to him. Today, he wanted to properly see Duan Ling Tian's methods of defeating a stronger person with a weaker strength. He was confident towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted when he felt the violent strength that instantly surged out from the autumn water in Wu Yongqian's hands, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. Practically at the instant that he felt the strength increasing explosively on the grade 6 spirit sword, Duan Ling Tian made his move and executed the formidable ability that was bestowed upon him by the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Worm Python form. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand started to vibrate in a manner that was difficult to notice. The frequency of the vibration grew higher and higher. The 2 spirit sword that had only just separated had once again clashed together. Just when Wu Dao thought the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand would be blasted flying by the grade 6 spirit sword in Wu Yongqian's hands. HMPH. An oppressed grunt suddenly sounded out. Wu Yongqian had a ghastly pale expression, and the hand that he grasped the sword with seemed to tremble as he gritted his teeth and resisted. In next to no time, his palm split open, and fresh blood splattered out. Chapter 327. Qing Nu. Fresh blood dripped down from the hand Wu Yongqian held his sword with. His hand vibrated along with his sword, but he still gritted his teeth and forcefully held on. HMPH. Let's see how long you can hold on for. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw this. The frequency at which the quake energy vibrated increased to the limit. Instantly, Wu Yongqian emitted a shrill cry and let go of the grade 6 spirit sword, autumn water, in his hand. But it was still too late, and his carpal bone was shattered by the quake energy. His entire arm completely went limp, weak and feeble as if without bone. The bones within his entire arm was shattered. The grade 6 spirit sword autumn water was blasted flying by the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and crashed onto the ground. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his sword and slapped out with his palm that contained raging origin energy. He slapped Wu Yongqian, who was temporarily shaken by the quake energy, to the point of collapse and sent him flying. Accompanied by a burst of bitter and shrill cries, Wu Yongqian crashed onto the ground. Wu Yongqian, who had a ghastly pale expression, tightly held onto the hand that held the sword earlier, but no matter how he swayed his hand, there was no response from the hand that held the sword anymore. Cripple. No, no, no. Wu Yongqian's shrill cries came to an abrupt stop. At this moment he seemed to be completely numb to the pain. He had a ghastly pale face and his sharp eyes were sprung wide open, unable to believe that all this was real. His right hand, his most important hand, was completely crippled. Die, I want you dead, I want you dead. Wu Yongqian suddenly stood up, and had a gaze that emitted dense hatred as he flashed towards Duan Ling Tian, wanting to put his life on the line to fight Duan Ling Tian. His right hand was crippled, but he still had his left hand. Wu Yongqian's left hand was suffused with origin energy, and he struck out towards Duan Ling Tian, wanting to annihilate Duan Ling Tian to vent the hatred in his heart. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw this scene. This Wu Yongqian wasn't his match when relying on a grade 6 spirit sword, Could it be that Wu Yongqian thought he could be a match for him while empty-handed? Laughable. Enough. Suddenly, an enraged shout caused Wu Yongqian, who was dashing at Duan Lingtian, to stop and freeze on the spot. Even though he still had a face full of unwillingness, but he still didn't dare make any moves. You think you haven't lost enough face? Wu Dao's expression was unsightly as unsightly can be, and his sharp gaze descended onto Wu Yongqian as he spoke in a low voice. Wu Yongqian lowered his head in embarrassment. But at the instant that he lowered his head, his eyes swept towards Duan Lingtian, and they were filled with bloodthirsty hatred, wishing for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Peak Master, can I leave now? Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Dao and indifferently spoke with a calm tone. HMPH. Wu Dao was currently enraged, and he coldly snorted, but didn't pay any attention to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't mind, he nodded to Lu Chu, and the two of them left the audience hall together, then left Megre's hall. For a time, only Wu Dao and his foster son remained within the spacious audience hall. Wu Dao put away the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, then with a raise of his hand, a medicinal pill shot out to flash straight towards Wu Yongqian. HMPH. This grade 6 grade recovery pill ought to be able to heal your right arm. Thank you foster father, thank you foster father. Wu Yongqian received the grade 6 grade recovery pill with a face full of wild joy, and he hurriedly consumed it. In the Cloud Continent, healing medicinal pill were divided into 9 grades. The lowest grade was undoubtedly the gold injury pill. The gold injury pill was further divided to the grade 9 gold injury pill, grade 8 gold injury pill, and grade 7 gold injury pill. The middle grade healing medicinal pill was the grade recovery pill that was further divided to the grade 6 grade recovery pill, grade 5 grade recovery pill, and grade 4 grade recovery pill. As for high grade healing medicinal pills, the life recovery pill, not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the entire Darkened Dynasty, it was still in existence of legend. In the legends, the life recovery pill was divided into 3 grades, the grade 3 life recovery pill, grade 2 life recovery pill, and grade 1 life recovery pill. Supposedly, the grade 1 life recovery pill was able to resurrect a person and regrow lost flesh and bones. So long as one still has a breath in them, they could be saved with a grade 1 life recovery pill. Of course, these were only legends. But, in next to no time, the joy on Wu Dongqian's face completely froze, and he swayed his head with a sense of loss, then had an absent-minded expression full of melancholy. It's no use, the grade 6 grade recovery pill is of no use. What? Wu Dao was shocked. He knew that Wu Yongqian had injured his muscle and bones during the battle with Duan Lingtian, so he bestowed the grade 6 grade recovery pill to him. So long as the marrow wasn't injured, the grade 6 grade recovery pill was able to help heal split bones. But now, the grade 6 grade recovery pill was useless. Wu Dao's figure swayed and brought about a gust of wind as he instantly appeared before Wu Yongqian. His speed was extremely swift, more than 10 times faster than Wu Yongqian's speed from before. Wu Dao's hand grabbed onto Wu Yongqian's limp arm, and his origin energy fused into the arm to inspect the injuries. In the end, his pupils constricted and had an astonished expression. What method did that Duan Lingtian actually use? Actually shattering the bones in your arms to this extent. The marrow within the bones of your arm has been completely destroyed. Marrow destroyed. Unless it was the life recovery pill of legends that was able to resurrect a person and regrow lost flesh and bones, otherwise, it was utterly impossible to recover such injuries. Moreover, one must consume the life recovery pill within 1 hour of being injured. Otherwise, even a grade 1 life recovery pill lacks the strength to heal the injuries. Foster father, my hand. My hand is crippled. Wu Yongqian's face was ghastly pale, and his body slightly trembled, as he was unwilling to believe all this was real. This hand of his had an extraordinary meaning to him. Since a young age, he had cultivated all his martial skills with this hand. Now that this hand was crippled, his strength would reduce drastically. If he wanted to cultivate the high-grade profound rank sword skill, nether sword technique, once again with his other hand up to the perfection stage, it would undoubtedly require him spending many years of bitter effort. In this way, it would surely delay the advancement of his cultivation. His life was completely ruined. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yongqian felt as if he had fell into a thaw hole, and his entire body was terrifyingly icy cold. Hatred that come from within his bones arose in his heart. Duan Lingtian, we are absolutely irreconcilable. We can't live under the same sky. Wu Yongqian's eyes sprang open like two round saucers and were practically sprung open to the point they nearly popped out. The nearby Wu Dao was stupefied for a moment, and when he recovered from his shock, his eyes revealed a dazzling sheen as he looked at Wu Yongqian and then asked in a low voice. What happened earlier? Tell me in detail. As for Wu Yongqian's being crippled, he seemed as if not to really mind. Perhaps, he had long since not held any expectation towards Wu Yongqian. Wu Yongqian seemed to have realized this, and his heart was like icy. Deep within his heart, the hatred towards Duan Lingtian grew deeper. But he still obediently replied to Wu Dao. I originally thought that my strength that far surpassed him was sufficient to directly suppress him. But unexpectedly, just when my strength poured out, his origin energy seemed to start to vibrate. Moreover, the frequency it vibrated at grew higher and higher. In the end, the vibration of his origin energy directly shattered my origin energy and caused me to have no successive strength. Not only that, but when his origin energy passed through his grade 7 spirit weapon onto the sword in my sword in my hand started to vibrate as well. I forcefully held on for an instant, and it caused my palm to split open. As he spoke up to hear, Wu Yongqian's voice was slightly trembling. Later on, I continued to persist. The vibration of his origin energy instantly spread out onto my entire arm. Now it would seem that if it wasn't for me letting go in time, perhaps the bones in my entire body would be shattered by him. Wu Yongqian's heart was filled with regret. If he knew earlier that his opponent had such an ability, he would have surely abandoned his sword when his palm split open. In that way, his palm would have split open at most, and his right arm would surely be fine. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this word. Even if he was any more regretful now, it would be of no avail, and would make no difference. Duan Lingtian. In the end, Wu Yongqian transformed all the regret into dense hatred, and poured it all onto Duan Lingtian. His eyes revealed a bloodthirsty sheen that was virtually fiercer than the most venomous snake. Origin energy. Vibrate. Wu Dao slightly pondered for a moment after he heard Wu Yongqian's description. That Duan Lingtian relied on this to defeat a stronger opponent with a weaker strength. This seems to not be a martial skill and not be force. Could it be that it's a method that's included within the cultivation method he cultivated? Or perhaps, it's a method of cultivating the origin energy that's broken away from martial skills. Looks like I have to find an opportunity to have a private chat with him. As he finished speaking, Wu Dao came to a decision in his heart, and traces of a greedy sheen appeared in his eyes. If he was able to master this ability, he dared say that no one below the void initiation stage would be a match for him. Outside in the primeval forest, atop the calm sky, two incomparably swift figures flashed out from within the primeval forest and hung high in the air. The owners of these two figures was a young girl and an old woman. The old woman wore green clothes and respectfully followed behind the young girl. She had a humble expression, as if she was a lowly servant. The young girl wore yellow clothes with a beautiful and cute appearance. Her eyes slightly revolved as they flickered with a cheeky sheen. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, two small heads stuck out from beneath the young girl's sleeve. It was two little pythons that ceaselessly flicked their tongues. Among the two little pythons, one was black and the other white. Their gold and silver eyes now gazed towards a faraway directions, and within their gazes was traces of reluctance of parting. Little black, little white, you two miss Big Brother Ling Tian again. The yellow-clothed young girl stroked the small heads of the two little pythons, then mischievously smiled. The two dimples on her face were extremely cute. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons nodded like humans. We're leaving. I'll bring the two of you to look for Big Brother Ling Tian in the future, okay? When you two meet Big Brother Ling Tian next, you two must give him a huge surprise. The yellow-clothed young girl revealed a cunning smile on her face. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons were joyful when they heard the yellow-clothed young girl. Miss, it's time for us to go. The green-clothed old woman that floated behind the yellow-clothed young girl bowed as she spoke to the yellow-clothed young girl. Okay, Qing Nu, let's go. The yellow-clothed young girl nodded. Instantly, the green-clothed old woman raised her hand, and extremely strong shapeless force enveloped her and the yellow-clothed young girl. Suddenly, the air shook. In the next moment, the two figures transformed into flowing lights that couldn't be caught with the eyes and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 328, Fanjian. After Duan Ling Tian and Lu Chu left Megrez Hall together, they followed along the earlier route to return. Duan Ling Tian, you. On the way, Lu Chu was slightly hesitant. He wanted to say something but seemed to have some misgiving. Elder Lu Chu, You've saved my life once, and gave me the grace of rebirth. If you have something to say then speak straightforwardly. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. His smile was like spring breeze brushing on one's face. Lu Chu nodded then continued to say. Although I don't know what methods you relied on to defeat a stronger opponent with a weaker strength, and killed Shi Hao and even defeated the Peak Master's foster son, Wu Yongqian. However, just like the saying, a man's wealth is his own ruin by causing greed in others. Today, you've revealed such a terrifying ability before the Peak Master, I'm afraid. Afraid the Peak Master would covet the ability that I possess, right? Duan Ling Tian continued on from what Lu Chu wanted to say, and the corners of his mouth curled into an inexplicable smile. Lu Chu nodded with a serious expression. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu Chu. But, I didn't have any other choice at the time and could only do that. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed into a line as he lightly smiled. Indeed, he had no other choice. If he didn't use the quake energy, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Wu Yongqian. Once he lost at the hands of Wu Yongqian, according to the agreement between him and Wu Dao, he must become Wu Dao's personal disciple. For the sake of making Wu Dao dispel this thought, he naturally had to go all out and defeat Wu Yongqian. Only then would he be able to get out the predicament. I really don't understand, why didn't you comply with the Peak Master's request? If you became the disciple of the Peak Master, then you would be able to obtain his protection to a certain extent. At least, Zhao Lin would be fearful because of this and wouldn't act rashly. Lu Chu shook his head, as he really didn't understand Duan Ling Tian's decision. As far as he was concerned, if Duan Ling Tian took Wu Dao as his master, Duan Ling Tian would gain everything but lose nothing. Duan Ling Tian only smiled when he heard Lu Chu, but didn't say anything further. He had his own way of thinking. Moreover, not to mention he had inherited the lifetime memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and he utterly had no reason to acknowledge someone weaker than the rebirth martial emperor as his master. Just the reason that Wu Dao wanted to take him as a disciple was something anyone with a discerning gaze would be able to see through. Wu Dao didn't sincerely want to take him as a personal disciple, and instead wanted to use Duan Ling Tian to satisfy his own vanity. Duan Ling Tian believed that as long as he was willing, even the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect would probably fight to take him as a personal disciple. The natural talent he revealed had already transcended above the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there hadn't been an existence that had a cultivation like him at his age. It's you. Suddenly, an explosive voice that was like a thunderclap sounded out near Duan Ling Tian, causing him to be as if jolted awake from a dream. Duan Ling Tian looked over and he saw that there was one person following along the road to walk up Dubi Peak now. This was a young man who wore the inner court disciples' attire of the Seven-Star Sword sect, and was around the age of 25 or 26. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian felt this person to be slightly familiar. This inner court disciple had eyes that seemed to erupt with flames as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, as he wished for nothing more than to directly charge up to Duan Ling Tian and fight Duan Ling Tian to the death. Fan Jian, Lu Chu, who was beside Duan Ling Tian, obviously recognized this inner court disciple. Meanwhile, this inner court disciple noticed Lu Chu and took a deep breath, then slightly respectfully nodded to Lu Chu. Elder Lu Chu, what, you know Duan Ling Tian? Lu Chu looked at Fan Zhao and was slightly surprised as he asked. Earlier, he clearly saw the gaze Fan Jian looked at Duan Ling Tian with, was a gaze filled with hatred and rage. He couldn't help but be curious. According to his knowledge, Fan Jian had left the Seven-Star Sword sect half a year ago to go far away. And looking at Fan Jian's appearance that was fatigued from a journey, Fan Jian had obviously only just returned. Whereas Duan Ling Tian had entered the Seven-Star Sword sect half a year ago and was someone from a small kingdom that was subordinate to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Fan Jian to know Duan Ling Tian. Far more than that, Fan Jian looked at Duan Ling Tian, his gaze emitted a fierce light and his face revealed resentment. I know you. Duan Ling Tian frowned and was slightly speechless. There was something wrong in the head of this inner court disciple, right? Although he felt the inner court disciple was familiar. But he remembered that during the 6 months he'd arrived at the Seven-Star Sword sect, he seemed to have entirely not have come into contact with any inner court disciple. Look like you've really forgotten. Then I'll remind you properly. Half a year ago, Black Bamboo City, restaurant. Fan Jian gnashed his teeth. This fellow asked his follower to throw him out of the restaurant, causing him to lose all face. Now, this fellow actually completely forgot him. Fan Jian originally thought that he'd thrown that incident to the back of his mind, and only until he met the person once again did he realize that the displeasure in his heart hadn't dispersed yet, half a year ago. Black Bamboo City, restaurant. Before long, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered, and he completely recalled it. You are that inner court disciple that was together with Huo Xin and Yuan Wu, and desired to forcefully buy the infant mouse in my possession. HMPH. Looks like you've finally recalled it. Fan Jian sneered when he saw Duan Ling Tian recognize him, but he was slightly puzzled in his heart. This young man had actually become an outer court disciple now. Looks like the guesses of he, Huo Xin, and Yuan Wu at that time weren't wrong. This young man appeared in the Black Bamboo City that day, and as expected was intending to enter the Seven-Star Sword sect. Moreover, this young man seems to know of Huo Xin and Yuan Wu. Could it be that Huo Xin and Yuan Wu have already taught him a lesson? Huo Xin, Yuan Wu. The corners of the nearby Lu Chu's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Ling Tian. He vaguely realized something. He still remembered that half a year ago, not long after Duan Ling Tian entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, conflict had arisen between Duan Ling Tian, Huo Xin, and Yuan Wu. And they even ascended the life and death arena. Huo Xin and Yuan Wu were killed by Duan Ling Tian in a single move atop the Megrez Peak's life and death arena. And it was precisely after that battle that Duan Ling Tian became a famous person within Megrez Peak. At that time, he felt it to be slightly strange, as Duan Ling Tian had only just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to have such a huge conflict with Huo Xin and Yuan Wu that was actually to the extent they had to ascend the life and death arena. Now, when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, he seemed to have understood something. So it turned out that Huo Xin and Yuan Wu actually wanted to forcefully buy something of Duan Ling Tian's. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that they came into conflict. At that time, Fan Jian came into conflict with Duan Ling Tian together with Huo Xin and Yuan Wu. Lu Chu's heart jerked as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Yes, I remember now. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. He looked at Fan Jian with a calm gaze and a carefree expression. HMPH. A slight rage arose on Fan Jian's face when he saw Duan Ling Tian seeming to be indifferent, and said in a low voice. You're called Duan Ling Tian, right? Since you know that the two outer court disciples that were by my side that day are Huo Xin and Yuan Wu, I presume they have already taught you a lesson before. But, those are two independent things. Them teaching you a lesson was them getting even with you. But you still haven't repaid what you owe me, Fan Jian. Fan Jian looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his gaze gradually became icy cold. Yes, I've indeed been taught a lesson by them. Duan Ling Tian nodded in all seriousness, and deeply glanced at Fan Jian, as he secretly said. But for the sake of teaching me a lesson, they lost their lives as well. Very good. Fan Jian's face revealed a gloomy smile. That day in Black Bamboo City, you had a nascent soul stage martial artist by your side to protect you. But now, you're instead in the Seven-Star Sword sect. No one can protect you. So what? Duan Ling Tian started laughing brilliantly. Now, he was able to perceive that this Fan Jian had probably only just returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect. He remembered that either Huo Xin or Yuan Wu had said that Fan Jian seemed to have left the Seven-Star Sword sect and went far away. Now it would seem that Fan Jian had probably just returned. So what? Fan Jian's face sank when he saw the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. Duan Ling Tian, you made me lose face in public that day. Today, I'll give you a chance. You crawl over from under my crotch, and the matter between the two of us will be written off. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face completely froze when he heard Fan Jian, crotch. Instantly, raging flames jumped about deep within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, as if capable of setting everything ablaze. Duan Ling Tian was enraged. This Fan Jian really thought he was afraid of him. Lu Chu's expression suddenly went gloomy, and he looked at Fan Jian as he shouted out. Fan Jian, apologize to Duan Ling Tian right now. Lu Chu felt Duan Ling Tian's rage. Fan Jian was shocked by Lu Chu's sudden shout, and frowned in slight displeasure. Even though he was from Megrez Peak and had quite a good relationship with Lu Chu, but Lu Chu acting like this was undoubtedly asking him to lose face in public. Elder Lu Chu. Fan Jian's face sank and wanted to say something, but he hadn't finished speaking when his face froze, and his eyes revealed traces of disbelief and terror. Because, just at this moment, he received a message from Lu Chu. Fan Jian, Half a year ago when Duan Ling Tian had just entered the 7-star sword sect, he killed Huo Xin and Yuan Wu in the life and death arena. Later on, he killed another 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. A few days ago, during the outer court martial competition, Duan Ling Tian killed the number 1 disciple in the outer court Shi Hao. Just earlier, my Megrez Peak's master's foster son, Wu Yongqian, an existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage, lost at his hands in merely a single move. If you don't want to bring trouble to yourself, and end up like how Huo Xin and Yuan Wu ended up, then apologize right now. Lu Chu's voice was like a thunderclap, blasting on Fan Jian to cause him to feel a burst of astonishment. This Duan Ling Tian had only entered the 7-star sword sect for half a year and had done so many shocking deeds. Moreover, senior brother Wu Yongqian wasn't a match for him. Forget Huo Xin, Yuan Wu, and Shi Hao, they were only outer court disciples and he didn't take them to heart. But Wu Yongqian was an inner court senior brother that even he felt himself to be inferior to. Now, even Wu Yongqian had lose at Duan Ling Tian's hand, he could imagine the result of him clashing with Duan Ling Tian. Even though he was unwilling to believe it, but Fan Jian was clear in his heart that it was impossible that Elder Lu Chu would deceive him. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold. When he saw Lu Chu call out to Fan Jian, then Fan Jian's throat seemed to be as if choked by someone and was unable to say another word. He'd already guessed that it was surely Elder Lu Chu who had condensed his origin energy into sound and warned Fan Jian. Chapter 329, Grade 7 Spirit Cleansing Pill. Duan Ling Tian, I'm sorry. Fan Jian's face started to slightly tremble and was briefly distorted slightly. In the end, as if he'd made a great resolution, he gritted his teeth and apologized to Duan Ling Tian. He had a face full of unwillingness that was without a shred of sincerity. Today, out of respect for Elder Lu Chu, I can let our formed grievance be melted away like ice. But, the common saying is correct, it's difficult to gather up spilled water. Duan Ling Tian looked at Fan Jian, and his gaze became slightly ice-cold. There are some words that once spoken, you must pay the price for it. At practically the instant that Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, and Lu Chu's and Fan Jian's face changed, Duan Ling Tian moved. The grade 7 spirit sword that appeared out of thin air on Duan Ling Tian's hand seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning that whistled as it flashed by, at practically the exact same instant. Ah! Fan Jian emitted a shrill cry, and the pinky on his right hand was severed by Duan Ling Tian. Fresh blood splattered out as the severed finger dropped onto the ground. This was the price that Duan Ling Tian wanted Fan Jian to pay. Fan Jian took a deep breath and his face flushed red. Origin energy jumped about at the spot his pinky was cut off to temporarily stop the bleeding. Right when Fan Jian's gaze descended onto the severed finger on the ground and wanted to pick it up later to get an alchemist to connect it for him. As if he perceived Fan Jian's intentions, the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand trembled then flashed out, flicking up the severed finger then sweeping it out of Dubi Peak to descend the bottomless abyss and disappear. Now, even if Fan Jian ran down Dubi Peak and found his severed finger, it would be impossible to connect it back. Duan Ling Tian. This scene caused Fan Jian's eyes to transform into a crimson-red color as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Fan Jian seemed as if he'd transformed into a fierce beast that had opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Duan Ling Tian. His chest was filled with restless flames of rage that would gush out at any moment. The grievances between the two of us are written off right now. Duan Ling Tian ignored the enraged Fan Jian as he spoke with a calm voice. He didn't wait to see if Fan Jian agreed as he casually put away the spirit sword in his hand and started to walk down Dubi Peak. Meanwhile, some of the inner court disciples that passed by and spectated were all dumbstruck as they watched Duan Ling Tian leave. Who the heck was this outer court disciple? Actually so bold and powerful. Severing the pinky of an inner court disciple and sweeping it down the bottomless abyss, entirely not allow him a chance to reconnect his pinky. Fan Jian, good luck. Lu Chu glanced deeply at Fan Jian who had a face full of rage, and shook his head and sighed. The saying troubled or caused by the mouth is precisely talking about the current Fan Jian. He was able to perceive that even when Duan Ling Tian recognized Fan Jian earlier, his mood still remained stable and calm, and there was no signs of getting enraged. In other words, at that time, Duan Ling Tian didn't intend on doing anything to Fan Jian. Until Fan Jian wanted Duan Ling Tian to crawl under his crotch did Duan Ling Tian emit a killing intent that was so dense it even caused him to feel afraid. He knew that if it wasn't for him saving Duan Ling Tian's life on the chain bridge today, then Duan Ling Tian would absolutely not easily let off Fan Jian earlier just for the sake of him. In Cloud Continent, the strong were respected. Every martial artist that had the heart of an expert would have their own pride. Duan Ling Tian was a rare genius martial artist of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and Duan Ling Tian's pride undoubtedly surpassed ordinary martial artists. If a person that trampled on his pride could survive, it could already be considered as getting lucky. Fan Jian's eyes emitted dense coldness as he gazed at Duan Ling Tian's figure that disappeared in the distance. Want him to write off all the grievances between him and Duan Ling Tian like this? He was unwilling, but when he thought of the strength that Duan Ling Tian possessed now, a trace of reason arose in his heart. Finally, his reason took the advantage and suppressed his bellyful of rage. When Fan Jian returned to his sense and saw the crowd of inner court disciples that stood nearby to stare at him, his face sank and shouted in a low voice. "What are you all looking at?" The crowd of inner court disciples scattered when they saw Fan Jian getting angry from embarrassment. When they arrived nearby the chain bridge that led to Megrez Peak, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he said to Lu Chu. "Elder Lu Chu, I have other things to take care of, so I won't be following you back." "Okay, go ahead." Lu Chu nodded and walked towards the chain bridge alone. Duan Ling Tian looked around at his surroundings, then took a circle around the various mountain paths where streams of people surged on Dubi Peak. After half an hour, once he was sure that no one was following him, only then did he walk down Dubi Peak. Before long, Duan Ling Tian arrived nearby the entrance of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. The Seven-Star Sword Sect had a place that specialized in raising horses, and the Fergana horse that Duan Ling Tian rode over here half a year ago was left here. "I've come to take my horse." Duan Ling Tian walked in the stable then lightly smiled to one of the outer court disciple that was raising the horses. "Number plate." The outer court disciple spoke as he raised his head to look at Duan Ling Tian. With a glance, the outer court disciple was stunned on the spot, and stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian, then he rubbed his eyes before asking slightly uncertainly. Your senior brother Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian withdrew a number plate from his spatial ring and passed it to the outer court disciple, then he nodded. "You know me, of course." The outer court disciple hurriedly nodded and had an excited expression. "Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I went to see the outer court martial competition that day as well. You're too formidable. Even senior brother Shi Hao wasn't a match for you." "Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, is the horse within the stable that corresponds to this number plate yours?" Suddenly, the outer court disciple glanced at the number plate Duan Ling Tian passed to him and asked respectfully. "Hee. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, in the future, I'll surely properly give more good food to your horse. I guarantee to make it run as if on wings." The outer court disciple laughed slyly as he said to Duan Ling Tian. "Then I'll thank you in advance." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. "What's your name?" The outer court disciple instantly had an excited expression on his face when he heard Duan Ling Tian ask his name. "Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I'm called Mo Yu, the Mo of ink, and the Yu of corn." "I've remembered it, Mo Yu." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Come, take me to get my horse." "Yes." Mo Yu hurriedly brought Duan Ling Tian to walk inwards when he heard this. "Mo Yu, did you willingly come to the stables to take care of horses?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the outer court disciple who had a similar age to him and asked curiously. "Yes." Mo Yu nodded, then laughed slyly. "The conditions in my family are only ordinary, and my current strength isn't strong, so I don't dare go deep into the primeval forest. So, I applied to come here and take care of these horses, as in this way I'm able to earn a salary." In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw his Fergana horse. Compared to half a year ago, the Fergana horse had become much fatter. Now that he thought about it, this past half year, the Fergana horse was raised here like raising a pig. It would be weird if it didn't gain. "Wait." Duan Ling Tian leapt onto the Fergana horse and smiled to Mo Yu. "Then I'll be leaving first. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, take care." Under Mo Yu's respectful gaze, Duan Ling Tian galloped his horse to leave the stable then left the Seven-Star Sword Sect to head towards Black Bamboo City. "I wonder when I'll be able to possess half the strength of senior brother Duan Ling Tian." Mo Yu's eyes was filled with anticipation and staunchness. After half a year, Duan Ling Tian once again arrived at Black Bamboo City. In next to no time, he'd arrived at the courtyard house he bought that day. "Young master." As before, Shang Quan was humble and respectful when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded then slowly said, "Shang Quan, I came to look for you this time mainly to refine a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill for you to consume. After 3 months, your cultivation will be able to completely recover. Completely recover my cultivation. Xianxia had an excited expression when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his fierce eyes now had traces of mist appear on them. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Xianxia excitedly thanked Duan Lingtian. He could finally recover his cultivation when he was at his prime, the 6th level of the void prying stage. Moreover, although during these few years, his cultivation was no longer like before, but he didn't dare slack on his cultivation. He was confident that once his cultivation recovered to the 6th level of the void prying stage, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. After a short while, Xianxia calmed his mood and realized he'd left Duan Lingtian out in the cold, and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Young master, I'm sorry, I was too excited. I can understand. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't mind. Young master, you're able to refine a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill now. Then doesn't that mean that you've already broke through to? Finally, Xianxia, who had come back to his senses, realized an important question. According to his knowledge, only an alchemist at the 7th level of the origin core stage was able to condense a grade 7 pill fire and refine grade 7 medicinal pills. Right, I've broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and nodded. Congratulations, young master. At the same time that Xianxia congratulated Duan Lingtian, raging waves arose within his heart. It had only been half a year and the young master had broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. The young master seems to have not turned 21 yet, right? A martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage and not yet 21 years old. Only thinking about it caused Xianxia's scalp to go slightly numb. Alright, stand on guard for me and don't let anyone disturb me. I'll be refining the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill for you in the room. Duan Lingtian said to Xianxia, then walked into his old room. The room was extremely clean as Xianxia had obviously gotten someone to clean it regularly. Duan Lingtian withdrew the cauldron, but didn't directly start to refine the medicinal pill. What he wanted to refine now was a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill, and this grade 8 spirit cauldron wasn't sufficient anymore. The grade 7 pill fire was sufficient to directly destroy a grade 8 spirit cauldron. So, what he needed to do now was to refine a grade 7 spirit cauldron. This grade 8 spirit cauldron was given to him by Li Fei's grandfather all those years ago, and it was a cauldron refined by the master of Li Fei's grandfather with superior weapons refining materials. Duan Lingtian only needed to add on some materials and he would be able to increase the grade of the cauldron to a grade 7 spirit weapon. This was something Duan Lingtian had planned since long ago. So much as when he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the materials to refine the grade 7 spirit cauldron was included within the materials he asked the various powers to gather. So, what he needed to do now was to increase the grade of the cauldron. Once the grade of the cauldron was increased to a grade 7 spirit weapon, he would be able to refine the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. Chapter 330, Inner Court Test. After he withdrew the material, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. As he flipped his palm, a strand of flame was lit ablaze at the center of his palm. The flame rose up suddenly as it raged and spread out. This flame assumed a gold color, and it was dazzling and resplendent. It was precisely a grade 7 weapon flame. Followed by the grade 7 weapon flame leaping up, the pile of weapons refining materials that Duan Lingtian withdrew had quickly been melted and transformed into pools of liquid that combined together under the control of Duan Lingtian in the end. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian melted the grade 8 spirit cauldron and another pool of liquid appeared. In the end, the two pools of liquids converged together and gradually fused together. Under the fueling of the grade 7 weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand, the liquids gradually fused into one, not differentiating between each other any longer. The entire process spent more than an hour. The grade 7 weapon flame raged, and under Duan Lingtian's control, that liquid that completely fused together gradually condensed into form, transforming into a rough outline of a cauldron. The shape of the cauldron gradually became clearer to finally transform into an exquisite cauldron. Surrounding the cauldron were 9 domineering lifelike divine dragons. I'll call you 9 dragons cauldron in the future. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he looked at the cauldron before him, and as the grade 7 weapon flame in his hand gradually extinguished, the 9 dragons cauldron slowly descended into his hand. This was the first time Duan Lingtian refined a weapon after become a grade 7 weapons craftsman. He who possessed the lifetime worth of weapons refining experience of the rebirth martial emperor was skillful and dexterous when refining this cauldron, and he didn't encounter any obstructions. Everything was that natural. Since he had the grade 7 spirit cauldron, 9 dragons cauldron, Duan Ling Tian was able to start refining the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. The grade 7 spirit cleansing pill was sufficient to completely remove the remaining origin sealing parasite in Shang Quan's body, and allow Shang Quan to recover his strength at his prime. Once Shang Quan recovered, he would become an extremely huge assistance to Duan Ling Tian. And it was precisely because of this that not long after he broke through to the 7th level of the origin core stage and became a grade 7 alchemist, he urgently hurriedly back to Black Bamboo City just to help Shang Quan remove the remaining poison from the origin sealing parasite. The materials required for the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill were also one of the material he had asked to various powers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom to collect during that time. Now he could directly refine it. As Duan Ling Tian flipped his hand, a strand of gold flame was once again condensed in his hand. This strand of gold flame was different from the grade 7 weapon flame from before, as it was completed condensed together, with a deep color. Grade 7 pill fire. Duan Ling Tian withdrew a pile of medicinal material and, combined with the 9 dragons cauldron and his grade 7 pill fire, he spent an entire 2 hours to refine the grade 7 spirit cleansing pill. 3 grade 7 spirit cleansing pills. Duan Ling Tian walked out of the room and passed the 3 grade 7 spirit cleansing pills to Shang Quan and instructed at the same time. Shang Quan, your cultivation will be able to recover to your prime after 3 months. At that time, I intend to make a trip to the Solitary Summit. Solitary Summit, Shangguan Yan. It was precisely the person the Boundless Sect's young sect leader asked Duan Ling Tian to go look for. There was a voice transmission jade slip in Duan Ling Tian's possession, and it was something the Boundless Sect's young sect leader entrusted Duan Ling Tian to pass to Shangguan Yan. Yes, Shang Quan replied respectfully, and a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Shang Quan was once a member of the Boundless Sect, and Duan Ling Tian, able to remember what the young sect leader of the Boundless Sect entrusted to him even after so long, caused Shang Quan to feel heartfelt gratitude. You recover properly, I'll come look for you in 3 months. Duan Ling Tian said to Shang Quan, then left the courtyard house and left Black Bamboo City. He returned to the 7-star sword sect and returned to Megrez Peak. After half an hour of vigilantly taking a few circled on the mountain paths on Megrez Peak that surged with streams of people and confirmed that it was impossible for someone to follow him, Duan Ling Tian turned into a remote mountain path and walked towards the peak of Megrez Peak. Today, the madness of Zhao Lin made Duan Ling Tian perceive danger. He had no choice but to be extremely careful. Once Zhao Lin found an opportunity, he would be eternally doomed. After returning to the stalactite cave, Duan Ling Tian calmed his heart and cultivated as he awaited the arrival of the inner court disciple test. Besides cultivating, during this month, Duan Ling Tian had also made a trip to the primeval forest. During the process of killing fierce beasts, he had tested the scope of effect of the quake energy he controlled now. He still remembered that when he was at the 4th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 5th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. When he was at the 6th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy was within the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. Now that his cultivation had stepped into the 7th level of the origin core stage, the scope of effect of the quake energy had advanced in one go to be within the strength of 50 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of his opponent didn't exceed the strength of 50 ancient mammoths from him, his quake energy would be able to affect his opponent. Once my cultivation breaks through to the 9th level of the origin core stage, the 3rd form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the worm python form, would attain perfection. At that time, the quake energy would advance to the limit. I wonder to what extent the quake energy advanced to would at that time. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. His eyes flickered with a bright light, and he was filled with anticipation. A month's time passed by quickly, and the day of the inner court disciple test arrived at the appointed time. Duan Ling Tian left the stalactite cave, then left the peak of Megrez Peak to arrive nearby the trade hall, right when Duan Ling Tian wanted to step onto the chain bridge. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard a slightly familiar voice sound out from behind him, but for a moment he was unable to recall who the owner of the voice was. He turned around and he saw a young man walked over towards him in large strides. The young man squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. He Dong. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. The person that arrived wasn't anyone else, but precisely the 7th level origin core stage disciple of Megre's Peak, He Dong. In next to no time, relying on his sharp spiritual force and the lifetime worth of experiences of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian was able to feel that there seemed to be an extra trace of a slight change on He Dong, and he had a guess in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, you're intending to participate in the inner court disciple test, right? He Dong came to stand before Duan Ling Tian and asked with a light smile. He could be arrogant before other Megre's Peak disciples, but before Duan Ling Tian, he was unable to become arrogant in the slightest. In terms of natural talent and strength, he was unable to compare to the young man before him that was slightly over 20. I heard you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go after consuming the profound origin fruit. Congratulations. He Dong smiled as he congratulated. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He wasn't surprised in the slightest that He Dong was able to know his current cultivation. After all, many people saw him exert a strength comparable to the 8th level of the origin core stage that day, and now, perhaps it had already spread throughout Megre's Peak. Same to you. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and congratulated He Dong as well. Same to me. He Dong was startled, and wasn't able to recover from his shock for some time. Duan Ling Tian deeply glanced at He Dong, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Didn't you break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage as well? You ought to intend to participate in the inner court test now, right? You. How did you know? He Dong was stunned. How did this Duan Ling Tian discern this? After all, he'd only broken through a few days ago, and after he broke through, he didn't mention the matter of him breaking through to anyone, so how did he reveal his cultivation that was at the 8th level of the origin core stage before anyone? Now, he felt extremely astonished when Duan Ling Tian laid bare his secret with a single remark. Duan Ling Tian, I'm more and more unable to see through you now. He Dong sighed. No matter was it when he saw Duan Ling Tian kill the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, with his own 2 eyes during that day, or this time when Duan Ling Tian was able to see through his cultivation with a single glance. They all allowed him to realize the mysteriousness of Duan Ling Tian. There seemed to be many secrets concealed within this Duan Ling Tian. Since the both of us are going to participate in the inner court disciple test, how about we go together? He Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian and invited. I don't mind. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and showed indifference. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and He Dong stepped onto the chain bridge together, and after they arrived at Dubi Peak, they walked down the mountain towards the test platform. Duan Ling Tian had come to this test platform 7 months ago. At that time, he had just arrived at the 7-star sword sect, and passed the outer court disciple test there to become a member of the 7-star sword sect. When Duan Ling Tian and He Dong arrived at the test platform, there were already many people waiting here. Duan Ling Tian, a familiar voice sounded near his ears, and glanced over to see a woman that stood alone at a side walking over slowly. The woman's appearance was delicate and pretty, her eyes incomparably bright, and a trace of a light smiled appeared on her face. Senior Sister Zuo Qing. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the delicate and pretty woman. The delicate and pretty woman was precisely Li Fei's senior sister, Zuo Qing. Duan Ling Tian, I heard you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. Looks like the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was really completely brought out by you. Obviously, Zuo Qing had heard of Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough. I was just lucky. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said modestly. There's nothing to be lucky about. Zuo Qing shook her head then said. After hearing that you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, junior sister started cultivating even more painstakingly. I'm afraid it won't be long before she'll be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. When she mentioned Li Fei, Zuo Qing's eyes emitted traces of doting. She had heartfelt love towards that junior sister with extraordinary natural talent of hers. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. That little girl is always so eager to do well in everything. Zuo Qing, you've come to participate in the inner court disciple test as well. Could it be that you've broken through as well? He Dong looked at Zuo Qing with a surprised expression. Zuo Qing shook her head. Who said I had to break through to participate in the inner court disciple test? It's indeed difficult for a 7th level origin core stage martial artist to pass the inner court disciple test, but it doesn't mean that there is no chance. As she finished speaking, Zuo Qing had a confident expression. What's more, you're able to come, so why aren't I able to come? Zuo Qing looked at He Dong and her words were incomparably dominant. Chapter 331, Piercing the Heart with Every Word. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw the attitude that Zuo Qing treated He Dong with. Looks like this senior sister Zuo Qing of his still found it difficult to liberate herself from the fact of losing at the hands of He Dong during the outer court martial competition. At that time, it was only because of a momentary slip of Zuo Qing's that she lost at the hands of He Dong. Otherwise, the two of them might not be able to decide on a victor. He Dong laughed bitterly and glanced at Duan Ling Tian, seeking for help. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zuo Qing and lightly smiled. Senior sister Zuo Qing, there's something you might not know. He Dong has already broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage a few days ago. Zuo Qing's expression froze when she heard Duan Ling Tian, as she obviously never imagined that He Dong would break through a step quicker than her. After a moment, Zuo Qing looked at He Dong again and snorted lowly. Although she was unwilling to admit it, but she had to admit it. Even if He Dong was purely lucky when he defeated her in the outer court martial competition that day, but now, He Dong had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage and wasn't at the same level as she was. Thus, he was able to defeat her extremely easily. HMPH. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out nearby, then a familiar and ear-piercing voice sounded out. He Dong, I never expected that you've broken through as well. Let's have a spar if we have the chance. Without seeing the person, and only hearing his voice, Duan Ling Tian had already discerned who the owner of the voice was. The personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's master. He was able to perceive from what Hu Shui Feng said now, that Hu Shui Feng has already broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. Hu Shui Feng has just stepped onto the test platform now and obviously heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Zuo Qing. He walked over with large strides then looked at Zuo Qing, and his eyes narrowed. Zuo Qing, between the few of us now, it seems that only you haven't broken through. You need to work hard properly. Ha ha. He Shui Feng's words were filled with ridicule. Hu Shui Feng. Zuo Qing's delicate and beautiful face sank, and her beautiful eyes seemed to have rage arisen within. What? Getting angry from embarrassment? Hu Shui Feng laughed. Zuo Qing, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Even if I didn't break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, you're still not a match for me. As for now, you're at the 7th level of the origin core stage. I, Hu Shui Feng, only need a single sword strike to defeat you. Zuo Qing was angered to the point her delicate figure trembled, and a slightly livid expression appeared on her beautiful face as he said coldly, you can try. Happy to accompany you. Hu Shui Feng laughed brilliantly, a slight arrogance was mixed between his brows, and he completely looked down upon Zuo Qing. Meanwhile, the other outer court disciple on the test platform that intended to participate in the inner court disciple test had noticed the events here, and gathered over to watch the scene, right when everyone thought that Hu Shui Feng would battle Zuo Qing. HMPH. A cold snort that seemed as if it sounded out from a thaw hole, brought about extreme icy coldness that caused the bodies of the people present to stiffen, and be unable to refrain from shivering for a while. For a moment, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Ling Tian who was beside Zuo Qing. This cold snort was precisely emitted by Duan Ling Tian. Zuo Qing was the senior sister of Li Fei. Li Fei was Duan Ling Tian's woman. Under the extension of his love towards Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian naturally took Zuo Qing to be his own senior sister. Now, his senior sister was provoked and humiliated before him. With his temper, could he endure it? Hu Shui Feng. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was slightly cold as it descended onto Hu Shui Feng, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Even if you broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, so what? Do you believe that I only need a single sword strike to kill you? Only need a single sword strike to kill you. Duan Ling Tian's clear-cut words entered into Hu Shui Feng's ears, causing his face to stiffen, and fierce lights shot out in all directions from his eyes. Hu Shui Feng's was angered to the point his body started to tremble, and he was enraged to the utmost limit. Duan Ling Tian, what are you complacent about? You merely consumed a profound origin fruit to possess your current cultivation. If it wasn't for that, why would I, Hu Shui Feng, need to be afraid of a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple like you? Hu Shui Feng's face sank, and his icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. He had heard of the matter of Duan Ling Tian breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. At that time, the flames of his rage soared into the sky. As far as he was concerned, That profound origin fruit was supposed to be his, and it was Duan Ling Tian who appeared midway to seize it from him. Otherwise, when he consumed the profound origin fruit, his cultivation might have already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Haha. Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing when he heard Hu Shui Feng, and after he laughed, his eyes squinted as they descended onto Hu Shui Feng. Hu Shui Feng, I was only a 6th level of the origin core stage outer court disciple during the outer court martial competition that day. You were a lofty 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, why didn't you dare fight me? Now, do you think that because you've broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, you've become confident and think that I who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage at that time isn't a match for you? As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the cold smile on the corners of his mouth grew colder. Of course, Hu Shui Feng sneered, and his eyes revealed a trace of a cold light. If you're still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, the current me only needs a single sword strike to kill you. Shameless. Zhuo Qing couldn't refrain from spitting when she heard Hu Shui Feng. The spectating crowd of outer court disciples now had weird expressions as they looked at Hu Shui Feng. When this Hu Shui Feng was at the 7th level of the origin core stage, he didn't have the courage to battle Duan Ling Tian who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Now that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, he spread the word here that he was able to kill Duan Ling Tian when he was formerly at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Preposterous. You, Hu Shui Feng, have broken through, and you still want others to not improve so that you can bash them? Simply fool's talk. Haha. Duan Ling Tian started laughing once again, and a bright light flickered within his eyes as he stared at Hu Shui Feng. Hu Shui Feng, according to what you said, if the current you goes against me of 1 month ago that hasn't consumed the profound origin fruit, you wouldn't be cowardly and not dare battle me? Even to the extent that you can kill me with a single sword strike? Of course, Hu Shui Feng had an arrogant expression, as he who had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage was incomparably confident. If Duan Ling Tian was still a 6th level origin core stage martial artist now, he was confident in being able to kill Duan Ling Tian with a single sword strike. Okay. Duan Ling Tian started laughing, and a trace of a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Since you said this, then I'll give you a chance. Duan Ling Tian's words caused most of the people present to be stunned, as they didn't understand what Duan Ling Tian meant. Zhuo Qing and He Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian as if they thought of something. As for Hu Shui Feng, his face slightly sank, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. Hu Shui Feng. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Shui Fei and suddenly took a step forward, his body emitted battle intent that shot into the sky as his fierce gaze descended onto Hu Shui Feng. I, Duan Ling Tian, am willing to suppress my strength to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle you on the life and death arena. If I use a strength that exceeds the 6th level of the origin core stage, I'm willing to take my own life on the spot. Do you dare? Along with Duan Ling Tian finishing speaking, in the eyes of the spectating crowd of outer court disciples, the Duan Ling Tian before them was that lofty, as if he's transformed into a war god that never lost a battle. Domineering and fearless, what a man. He Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. He noticed that at this moment, he was completely won over by Duan Ling Tian, and it was difficult for an intention to compare himself with Duan Ling Tian to arise in his heart. Junior sister, why didn't you come here with me today? This is your man. Zhuo Qing's gaze was complicated, and a slight envy was revealed within her eyes. If a woman is able to obtain the love of such a man in her lifetime, then she wouldn't have regrets even in death. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a true man. From today onwards, my idol is senior brother Duan Ling Tian. The faces of some of the spectating outer court disciples flushed red, as if the person that stood there facing Hu Shui Feng and issuing an invitation to the life and death arena wasn't Duan Ling Tian but themselves instead. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone all descended onto Hu Shui Feng's figure. Hu Shui Feng repeatedly said earlier that the current him was able to kill Duan Ling Tian with a single sword strike if Duan Ling Tian was at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Now, Duan Ling Tian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to invite Hu Shui Feng to ascend to the life and death arena for a battle. Did Hu Shui Feng dare agree to the battle? Hu Shui Feng's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He dare speak like that earlier because he had blind confidence towards his strength, and felt that if Duan Ling Tian was still the 6th level origin core stage martial artist from before, then he would surely be able to easily kill Duan Ling Tian. But now, Duan Ling Tian actually dared to suppress his cultivation to the 6th level of the origin core stage to battle him on the life and death arena. His heart swayed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who stood there with a confident expression and battle intent that shot into the sky. Could he really kill Duan Ling Tian, who was at the 6th level of the origin core stage? Although he still firmly believed this now, but he didn't dare speak to agree to Duan Ling Tian's invitation to the life and death arena. He hesitated. Duan Ling Tian's current confidence caused traces of fear to arise within his heart. If he wasn't confident, would Duan Ling Tian issue such a challenge? Hu Shuifeng placed himself in Duan Ling Tian's position and thought, and he felt how mysterious and terrifying Duan Ling Tian was even more. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian was really able to use a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to kill the current him. After all, Duan Ling Tian used a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage that day to kill Shi Hao, who was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian's methods were too strange. Tisk tisk. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be able to see through Hu Shuifeng's state of mind that was at war when he saw Hu Shuifeng's expression that kept changing, and he said in ridicule. Hu Shuifeng, the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's master. Merely so, just a pussy. Pussy. Duan Ling Tian's words caused a bellyful of rage to arise within Hu Shuifeng, and he stared furiously at Duan Ling Tian. What, unwilling to admit it even until now? Didn't you say earlier that with your current strength, you're able to kill me when I was at the 6th level of the origin core stage with a single sword strike? Now, I've suppressed my cultivation to the 6th level of the origin core stage and desire to battle you on the life and death arena. But you've hesitated for such a long time and didn't dare agree. Isn't this being a pussy? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer, and every word of his pierced Hu Shuifeng's heart, causing Hu Shuifeng's expression to become even more ghastly pale and unsightly. Chapter 332, Terrifying Test. As the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's peak master, how could Hu Shuifeng, who had always been arrogant, admit that he was a pussy? But, now that he perceived the strong confidence emitted from Duan Ling Tian's body, he didn't dare agree to the battle. He could only maintain silence. He naturally noticed the gazes from the surroundings that were like sabers and contained traces of ridicule. His heart was filled with humiliation and resentment. At this moment, the resentment Hu Shuifeng had in his heart towards Duan Ling Tian was practically to the extent that it was incapable of further increasing. If he was given the chance, he would kill Duan Ling Tian without a shred of hesitation, and even burn Duan Ling Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. A trace of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw Hu Shuifeng had a gloomy expression but didn't dare agree to the battle even after a long time, and he grunted coldly, "Pussy." There was originally interaction between him and Hu Shuifeng originally, but during the outer court martial competition, this Hu Shuifeng actually wanted to take his life. Today, Hu Shuifeng even humiliated Zuo Qing, the senior sister of his woman, in front of him. This caused the flames of rage in Duan Ling Tian to completely gush out. Hu Shuifeng's breathing became hurried, and his eyes transformed into a crimson-red color, but he just didn't dare flare up. He didn't dare gamble. The confidence Duan Ling Tian revealed caused him to be incomparably terrified. The spectating group of outer court disciples looked at Hu Shuifeng with gazes that were stranger by the moment. However, when their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian, it was instead filled to reverence. "Senior sister, feel free to tell me if this pussy dares to be disrespectful to you." Duan Ling Tian looked at Zuo Qing and lightly smiled. Zuo Qing was the senior sister of his woman, and was also his senior sister. He had the responsibility to protect Zuo Qing and not allow anyone to humiliate her. Zuo Qing lightly nodded, and a brilliant smile hung on her beautiful face. "Duan Ling Tian, you're really something." He Dong shook his head and smiled, and he admired Duan Ling Tian from the heart. "The test elders have arrived." Suddenly, an outer court disciple with a sharp gaze, shot his gaze into the distance and exclaimed in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian turned around to look when he heard this, and he followed along the outer court disciple's gaze to look over. The test elder that Duan Ling Tian had met once 7 months ago had once again appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes now. Presently, the test elder came down from atop Dubi Peak. Behind him, 8 inner court disciples follow, and they were divided into 2 groups as they carried 2 enormous things that were covered in red cloth as they walked slowly onto the test platform. Test elder. The group of outer court disciples on the test platform respectfully greeted the test elder that was in the lead. The test elder nodded indifferently, and after he stood at the center of the test platform, he said to the 8 inner court disciples, "Put the 2 cages over here." "Yes." The 8 inner court disciples replied, then carried the 2 enormous things that were covered in red cloth and walked over, cages. The outer court disciples present were all had perplexed expressions when they heard the test elder. "It's a fierce beast." Duan Ling Tian used his spiritual force to investigate a trace of an inkling at the first possible moment. He noticed that there was actually a formidable fierce beast that was dormant within each of the 2 enormous things that was enveloped in red cloth. Could it be that this was the inner court test? Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. 2 loud sounds echoed out, and the 2 enormous things that were covered in red cloth descended onto the test platform. Presently, besides the test elder and the 8 inner court disciples, only Duan Ling Tian among the people present was composed. Including He Dong and Zuo Qing, all the outer court disciples had curious expressions as they stared at the 2 enormous things that were covered in red cloth. They wanted to know what actually was within it. "Lift open the red cloth." Meanwhile, the test elder looked at the inner court disciples that stood nearby the 2 enormous things that were covered in red cloth and said indifferently, along with the red cloth being lifted open by the inner court disciples, the enormous thing under the red cloth was completely revealed before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the group of outer court disciples. Some outer court disciples couldn't help but open their eyes wide in astonishment. "Violent ape, it's a violent ape." An outer court disciple could help from shouting out in surprise, and his face went ghastly pale. Presently, 2 enormous cages appeared before everyone's eyes, and the cages were obviously made of special materials. Within the 2 enormous cages, each sat an enormous monster that was sleeping soundly. These 2 enormous monsters were both enormous apes with a body full of black fur. They were 3 meters tall and the muscles on their bodies all bulged up, and with a glance one would know that they weren't ordinary fierce beasts. Violent ape, a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted and he recognized the origins of the 2 fierce beasts. The violent ape was a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast that possessed boundless strength and speeds that were swift as wind. It could smash a tiger or leopard to death with a single punch and ram down large trees that required a few adults to surround with a single charge. It was an extremely terrifying fierce beast that was difficult to deal with. "Wake them up." Right when the gazes of Duan Ling Tian and the group of outer court disciples descended onto the violent ape, the test elder continued to instruct. Instantly, 2 inner court disciples withdrew 2 medicinal pills and shoved them into the mouths of the 2 violent apes. In next to no time, the 2 sleeping violent apes woke up, and they opened up their crimson red eyes that were large like gongs. They saw a group of people the moment they opened their eyes, and they instantly became irritable. "Ow, ow!" The 2 violent apes beat their robust chests as they excitedly charged at the cages that barred them up. But unfortunately, even though they had boundless strength, but they were still unable to do anything to the 2 cages. The material of this cage seems to be 1,000-year dark iron. Duan Ling Tian looked at the dark black-colored enormous cage, and couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of the 7-star sword sect, such extravagance. This 1,000-year dark iron was a main material that's able to be refined into grade 7 spirit weapons, but now it was actually used to make cages. Extravagant. Too extravagant. In the end, the 2 violent apes seemed to realize that they would be unable to solve their problem with brute force, so they stopped their actions, and their eyes that flickered with a human-like gaze descended onto the test elder's figure. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but praise in his heart when he saw this scene. Worthy of being ape-type fierce beasts that are the closest to humans. Even though they're only at the 9th level of the origin core stage, but they already have an early understanding of human reason. Under Duan Ling Tian's gaze. "Ow, ow." The 2 violent apes looked at the test elder and roared in a low voice, and their 2 eyes that were huge as gongs had a slight sense of begging mixed within. "So long as you 2 cooperate, once this is done, I'll ask someone to send you both back to the primeval forest." The test elder looked at the 2 violent apes with a calm gaze and said indifferently. "Ow." Seeming to have understood what the test elder said, the 2 violent apes nodded like humans and obediently stayed within the cages. These 2 violent apes wouldn't be the content of the inner court disciples' test this time, right? And outer court disciples couldn't help but guess. It shouldn't be, even though a violent ape is strong, but it's a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast after all, and its strength is only comparable to the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Not to mention senior brother Duan Ling Tian and the others, even I, with my cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage have sufficient strength to kill it while relying on a grade 7 spirit sword. Another outer court disciple shook his head. His words obtained the agreement of most people. Duan Ling Tian agreed as well. A 7th level origin core stage martial artist possessed a strength of 100 ancient mammoths, and if the martial artist used a spirit weapon, the offensive strength of the martial artist would completely suppress the violent ape. Coupled with being within this cramped cage, the violent ape would be utterly incapable of using its speed, and in the end could only be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What? All of you look down upon the violent ape that much? The test elder heard the group of outer court disciples whispering in discussion, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked when he saw the fox-like smile of the test elder. Traces of a bad premonition arose in the hearts of the other outer court disciples as well. Test elder, could it be that these two violent apes are really the content of the inner court disciple test that we're carrying out? An outer court disciple looked at the test elder and couldn't help himself from asking. Exactly. The test elder nodded. Right when the group of outer court disciples had complacent and excited expression, and they felt that the inner court disciple test this time was extremely simple, the test elder continued. Right, I nearly forgot to tell all of you. You've all guessed correctly of the content of the inner court disciple test this time. It's to ask all of you to battle the violent ape. But, when all of you battle them, you're not allowed to use any sources of external strength, including spirit weapons, inscriptions, and other. When the test elder finished speaking of the first half, the hearts of the group of outer court disciples all floated up, and when the test elder finished speaking, the outer court disciples couldn't help from going pale, without sources of external strength. At this moment, besides Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up and had a calm expression, the other people couldn't help from going pale, including He Dong, Zhuo Qing, and Hu Shui Feng. The expression of the three of them was extremely unsightly. Even if He Dong and Hu Shui Feng had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, but they similarly didn't have any confidence when using their bare hands and without using any external sources of strength to battle two 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts, violent apes, who possessed boundless strength. Test elder, how is this possible? If we don't use external sources of strength, how could we possibly go against the violent ape? An outer court disciple was frightened by what the test elder said to the point his legs shivered, and he asked slightly hesitantly. His words obtained the agreement of all the outer court disciples beside Duan Ling Tian, including the strongest Duan Ling Tian, He Dong, and Hu Shui Feng. The strongest amongst all the outer court disciples present was only at the 8th level of the origin core stage, and not even one was at the 9th level of the origin core stage. HMPH. The test elder grunted lowly, and his fierce gaze swept past all the outer court disciples that were present. His brows couldn't help but frown when he saw all the outer court disciples with unsightly expression, and his frowned brows only relaxed when his gaze descended onto a young man that was around a little over 20. You're Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed the test elder looking over at him. Test elder. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile to the test elder. You're indeed young. I heard that you've already broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage after you consumed the profound origin fruit. When the test elder faced Duan Ling Tian, a brilliant smile was hung on his face. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was already worthy of him facing Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Meanwhile, the gazes of the 8 inner court disciples that stood nearby all descended onto Duan Ling Tian. He's that Duan Ling Tian. He's really as young as the rumors say. Oh my god, such a young man is an 8th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Chapter 333. 10 Breaths. During the outer court martial competition, using a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage to kill the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. 1 month ago, he consumed the profound origin fruit, and his cultivation broke through from the 6th level of the origin core stage to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. All this happened on a young man whose age was merely a little over 20. This young man was Duan Ling Tian. Now, even within the 7-star sword sect's inner court, the name Duan Ling Tian reverberated like thunder as well. So long as it wasn't an inner court disciple who was especially ill-informed, practically all of them had heard of Duan Ling Tian. But, even though the 8 inner court disciples had heard of Duan Ling Tian, when they really saw Duan Ling Tian, they couldn't avoid being slightly shocked, only because Duan Ling Tian was truly too young. Shockingly young. For a time, Duan Ling Tian had become the absolute center of attention. Even the test elder greeted Duan Ling Tian with a smile. No one noticed that at the corner of the group of outer court disciples, Hu Shui Feng stood there with a pair of icy cold eyes that emitted a sheen of envy. Duan Ling Tian, the grievances between the two of us is absolutely irreconcilable. Hu Shui-feng was enraged in his heart, and silently swore an awe-inspiring oath. Just luck. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Test Elder as he replied. Test Elder shook his head. This isn't luck. Being able to directly break through from the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage in one go after you consume the profound Origin Fruit is sufficient to show that your natural talent is shocking. Work hard. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, no one is able to compare to your natural talent, and it can be said to be unprecedented. I will. Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly, in a polite and respectful manner. I rare that you're neither arrogant nor impetuous. I really anticipate your future. The Test Elder smiled to Duan Ling Tian, then asked. I heard you entered the 7-Star Sword sect 7 months ago. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. When I entered the sect that day, it was precisely you, Test Elder, who presided over the outer court martial competition. I didn't notice you that day. Test Elder shook his head and smiled. There are a total of 5 Test Elders in the 7-Star Sword sect, and every Test Elder takes turns to be in charge of the outer court disciple tests and inner court disciple tests for a year. This year, I'm successively in charge of your test, and it's sufficient to say there is fate between the two of us. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. Indeed, if you are free in the future, you can frequently drop by my place. I'm called Zhang Wei, the Test Elder said to Duan Ling Tian. The surrounding group of people were all shocked. The Test Elder even told Duan Ling Tian of his own name, and it was sufficient to show how highly he thought of Duan Ling. Tian, don't worry Elder Zhang Wei, I'll surely come disturb you if I'm free. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. Okay. The Test Elder, Zhang Wei, nodded, then his gaze swept the outer court disciples present, and he said in a clear voice. I've told all of you of the content for the inner court disciple test earlier. Every one of you must take turns to enter the cage and battle the violent ape. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the outer court disciples that were present trembled in fear. Isn't this asking us to go give away our lives? Exactly. How are we supposed to deal with those 2 violent apes if we can't use any external sources of strength? Once we enter the cage we would die without a doubt. Some outer court disciples whispered in discussion. HMPH. Even though the sounds of discussions of the outer court disciples were soft, but it still entered Zhang Wei's ears, and he said coldly, if all of you are afraid of death, you can withdraw from the inner court disciple test this time. No one is forcing all of you to participate. The group of outer court disciples instantly went silent when they heard GNY. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei continued. Although the inner court disciple test today is to make all of you enter the cage and battle the violent ape, but you aren't required to kill the violent ape. So long as any one of you is able to persist for the time of 10 breaths and above while facing the violent ape, then you'll be able to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding when Zhang Wei said this. So it's only like this. For a moment, both He Dong and Hu Shui-feng heaved a sigh of relief. Asking them to kill the violent apes without using any external sources of strength was practically impossible, but if they only had to persist for 10 breaths while facing the violent ape, then it wouldn't be a difficult thing to them. Even Zuo Qing had a staunch expression now, and her eyes were filled with burning desire and yearning to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. At this moment, even though the other outer court disciples felt extremely huge pressure, but they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Persisting for the time of 10 breaths is much simpler than killing the violent ape. Now, the outer court disciples that want to participate in the inner court disciple test stand over by my side. Zhang Wei spoke. For a moment, all the group of outer court disciples including Duan Ling Tian, He Dong, and Zuo Qing stood by Zhang Wei's side. No one gave up. They came here today precisely for the inner court disciple test. If they didn't try then they wouldn't be resigned. Moreover, the inner court disciple test today was nothing more than asking them to persist for a time while facing the violent apes. If they weren't confident, they were completely able to choose to flee. Very good. Zhang Wei looked at the group of outer court disciples then nodded. When the test is carried out in a moment, there will be an inner court disciple that will follow all of you into the cage. They will save you if you're unable to persist. Zhang Wei's words caused all the outer court disciples to be reassured in their heart. Now, when the person that is called, enter the cage and battle the violent ape. As Zhang Wei spoke, he looked at the outer court disciples. You, enter the cage on the left. You, enter the cage on the right. Subsequently, Zhang Wei selected an outer court disciple. The two outer court disciples took deep breaths, then walked towards the faraway cages, then entered the cages with the two inner court disciples. Now, the two violent apes seemed to have realized something. They raised their arms to fiercely thump their chests, and their crimson-red eyes that were large like gongs flickered with a bloodthirsty sheen. The cries of the two violent apes caused the two outer court's disciples to go ghastly pale, and their legs started shivering. Getting afraid before the battle, they probably would even be able to persist for the time of 3 breaths. He Dong shook his head and said to Duan Ling Tian, who was beside him. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. He thought so as well. In next to no time, the two outer court disciples respectively went against one of the two violent apes. One of the two outer court disciples flashed out, seeming to transform into a gust of wind that blew towards the violent ape. Above him, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Ow! The violent apes instantly burst into a rage when they saw the humans before them daring to attack them, and their robust arms opened out as they pounced over. The strength of 120 ancient mammoths that belonged to a 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast fully exploded out. The outer court disciple's fist shot out to fiercely smash onto the arm of the violent ape, but it didn't do any substantial harm to the violent ape. Ow! The violent ape roared out explosively, then swung up its arms before fiercely smashing its arms towards the head of the outer court disciple. If he was be smashed directly by it, the outer court disciple would surely die without a doubt. The outer court disciple went ghastly pale when faced with the violent apes that was enraged, and his legs seemed as if filled with lead, and he was unable to move in the slightest. No, he exclaimed out in grief when faced with the violent ape's attack, and his voice had a trace of despair mixed within. Right at this moment, the inner court disciple made a move. He slapped his palm out to block the violent ape's attack. This inner court disciple was in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage as well. Ow! The violent ape roared furiously, and its enormous figure trembled, about to launch an attack once again. The inner court disciple raised his hand and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. Above him, over 150 ancient mammoths silhouetted condensed into form. Instantly, the violent ape stopped its enormous figure and glanced fearfully at the 150 over ancient mammoth silhouettes, then retreated before obediently standing there. You persisted for less than 1 breath, eliminated. The inner court disciple looked at the outer court disciple that was shocked stiff and said coldly. The outer court disciple smiled bitterly, then obediently left the cage. Earlier, when faced with the violent ape, he felt as if his heart was about to jump out from his chest, and he even forgot to dodge. Within the other cage, the mental state of the outer court disciple was much better, and he had dodged the violent ape's attacks twice. But even then, he was still unable to dodge the third attack. Luckily, the inner court disciple made a move and stopped the violent ape, otherwise, he would have surely died. Persisted for 2 breaths, not bad. The inner court disciple nodded to the outer court disciple. But, you don't satisfy the conditions for passing the inner court disciple test, eliminated. The outer court disciple smiled bitterly as he nodded, then left the cage. Although this outer court disciple didn't pass the test as well, but he still received gazes of admiration from the group of outer court disciples. Able to persist for 2 breaths while facing a 9th-level origin core stage, violent ape, with a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage was already not bad. Subsequently, the outer court disciples were called upon by the test elder, Zhang Wei, one by one, the outer court disciples miserably suffered elimination. If the 7th level origin core stage martial artists don't possess brilliant movement techniques when facing the violent ape, then it would extremely difficult to persist for 10 seconds. He Dong shook his head and sighed. Even if it's a brilliant movement technique, it would still be of no use. The disparity in strength is too great, so 10 breaths of time isn't easy to persist for. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted. He glanced at Zhuo Qing, and a trace of a bright light vaguely flashed within his eyes. Zhuo Qing. Before long, Zhang Wei's gaze descended onto Zhuo Qing, and for the first time he'd called out the name of an outer court disciple. Obviously, he knew Zhuo Qing. Zhuo Qing took a deep breath then walked towards the cage in large strides. Zhuo Qing isn't skilled in movement technique, and it's not very likely for her to pass the test. He Dong shook his head, and he didn't have too much expectations for Zhuo Qing. But, Zhuo Qing ought to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage soon. If she isn't able this time, she'll surely be able to pass the test the next time and become an inner court disciple. He Dong, aren't you speaking a bit too early? Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly disapprovingly when he heard He Dong. What? Could it be that you think Zuo Qing is able to persist for 10 breaths when facing the violent ape? He Dong had a face full of disbelief. He wasn't able to see through this little freak, Duan Ling Tian, but Zuo Qing was his old rival. He was extremely clear on Zuo Qing's abilities. Chapter 334, Foresight. Just watch. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face still remained, as if he was extremely confident of Zuo Qing. He Dong frowned. Needless to say, he was filled with bewilderment towards Duan Ling Tian's current attitude. Although he didn't mix together with Duan Ling Tian much, but he was able to perceive that Duan Ling Tian wasn't the type of person to talk nonsense. Now, Duan Ling Tian was so confident of Zuo Qing, could it be that he knew something? But he was unwilling to believe no matter what that Zuo Qing, who was at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, would be able to persist for 10 breaths when facing the 9th level Origin Core stage Violent Ape. Even if it was him, if he hadn't broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage, he wouldn't have even a shred of confidence. HMPH. Some people boast too much that even the people beside them don't believe them. Laughable. A mocking voice that was incomparably ear-piercing abruptly sounded out. Duan Ling Tian's face sank when he heard this voice, then he turned around and looked at the owner of the voice with a cold and indifferent gaze. It was precisely Hu Shui Feng, who stood at the other side of the test elder. What, am I wrong? The corners of Hu Shui Feng's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile when he saw Duan Ling Tian look over. Getting angry from embarrassment, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Hu Shui Feng as if glancing at an idiot, then he sneered. Hu Shui Feng, you said I boaster. Then how about we make a bet on whether senior sister Zuo Qing is able to persist for 10 breaths while facing the violent ape to pass the inner court disciple test and become an inner court disciple. Then you, Hu Shui Feng, will ascend the life and death arena to battle me until the death of one of us. Do you dare? Duan Ling Tian once again spread word of inviting Hu Shui Feng to battle on the life and death arena. The loud and clear question that was exactly similar to before descended into Hu Shui Feng's ears, causing his face to be changed between a pale and livid expression. He was once again hesitant in his heart when he saw the confidence on Duan Ling Tian's face. He didn't dare agree, including test elder Zhang Wei. All the other 8 inner court disciples all looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise, and at the same time they looked at Hu Shui Feng. He didn't know of the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Hu Shui Feng on the test platform before they had arrived. If you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me, I'll still do as I said before and suppress my strength to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to battle you. Do you, Hu Shui Feng, dare battle me? Duan Ling Tian's gaze gradually became icy cold, as if transforming into icicles that pierced towards Hu Shui Feng. Hu Shui Feng's face was extremely livid, but he just didn't dare to agree to the battle. Duan Ling Tian's confidence once again caused him to not be confident in his heart. Suppress his strength to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. The pupils of Jian and the 8 inner court disciples couldn't help but constrict when they heard Duan Ling Tian, and they were all startled. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was simply courting death. Hu Shui Wang was the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's master. They had heard of the news that he'd broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Core stage half a month ago. As far as they were concerned, even if Duan Ling Tian's ability was any more strange and heaven-defying, but it was still impossible to use a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to kill a genuine 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Right when they thought Hu Shui Feng would agree to the battle, they instead noticed Hu Shui Feng had an unsightly expression, and he didn't dare make a sound even after a long time. Hu Shui Feng didn't dare agree to the battle. For a moment, they were all stunned, and their gazes they shot at Hu Shui Feng changed. An 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist didn't even dare accept the challenge of a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Truly shameful. Hu Shui Feng naturally noticed the gazes of disdain from Zhang Wei and the 8 inner court disciples, and this caused his expression to become even more unsightly and even more livid. PFF'd. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew that Hu Shui Feng was frightened when he saw Hu Shui Feng's appearance, and Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing in ridicule. I really don't know why the Peak Master of Merrick Peak would take such a coward like you to be his personal disciple. You've really thrown all of the face of the Merrick Peak's master, and even the face of the Merrick Peak itself. Meanwhile, many people thought that Hu Shui Feng would explode out in rage because of what Duan Ling Tian said. In next to no time, they were disappointed. Hu Shui Feng stood there with his head lowered and his body trembled. He was enraged to the utmost limit but just didn't dare vent it out. Hu Shui Feng, the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's master, is merely so-so. I heard that the Merrick Peak's peak master took his as a personal disciple because of his clan. The Hu clan is a great clan of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So it turns out that he's from the Imperial City's Hu clan. Looks like he relied on relationships to obtain his current position. Truly laughable. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian wants to suppress his cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to battle him, but he, an 8th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, actually is afraid. The outer court disciples all whispered in discussion. Even though their voices weren't loud, but practically all the people on the test platform were existences at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above, which of them weren't people with shocking listening ability. They naturally heard it. Duan Ling Tian, Hu Shui Feng's head was lowered as crimson-red color appeared in his eyes and blood threads covered his eyes. His eyeballs seemed as if they would split open at any moment. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Hu Shui Feng in disdain, then withdrew his gaze and shot it at the faraway Zuo Qing. Because of the small disturbance earlier, the inner court disciple test was temporarily stopped. Now, it continued. Duan Ling Tian, you're too ruthless. But this Hu Shui Feng's background isn't simple, and you need to be more careful when you do things. He Dong condensed his origin energy into sound and sent it into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and smiled lightly with a face full of indifference, then his gaze descended onto Zuo Qing, who had walked into the cage and faced the violent ape. Suddenly, Zuo Qing moved, as if transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards the violent ape. Roar! The violent ape roared in rage when it saw Zuo Qing's actions. As a fierce beast, it completely didn't know how to be tender towards women, and its strong arms spread out, as if transforming into a heavy bow before pouncing on Zuo Qing. Zuo Qing's figure flashed out. Right when everyone thought that she would dodge the violent ape's attack, her figure abruptly dropped down. What does Zuo Qing want to do? This was the question within the hearts of most of the people that were present. Roar! The violent ape's enraged roar sounded out once again, and within the enraged roar this time was a sense of pain mixed within. Everyone's vision blurred, and they noticed that after Zuo Qing descended on the ground, she once again leapt up to dodge the arms of the violent ape that whistled out towards her before firmly descending onto the shoulder of the violent ape. A time of one breath had passed. Oh my god! Zuo Qing stepped onto the violent ape's legs to leap up. It seems so. Zuo Qing is simple courting death, doing this will only enrage the violent ape. Most of the outer court disciples didn't look favorably on Zuo Qing. Duan Ling Tian, what's Zuo Qing doing? He Dong frowned when he saw Zuo Qing's gentle and graceful figure firmly descend on the violent ape's wide shoulders, and he had a puzzled expression. Continue watch and you'll know. Duan Ling Tian light smiled with a carefree expression. Within the cage, Zuo Qing stepped onto the violent ape's shoulder to gain momentum, then her leg shot out to fiercely flash towards the violent ape's neck. Although the violent ape's strength was strong and had a swift speed, but it required to go through a reflexive process. Now, it was unable to avoid Zuo Qing's kick and suffered it head-on. Awoo! The violent ape was in pain and it roared in grief. Its crimson-red eyes seemed to have a burning flame of rage lit ablaze within it, and it raised its arms, wanting stretch its hand backwards to grab Zuo Qing. Zuo Qing seemed as if she knew beforehand that the violent ape would move in this way, and had stepped on the violent ape's shoulder to leap up before it, barely avoiding the arms that the violent ape swung out. This, in the eyes of the others, the violent ape was cooperating with Zuo Qing's leap, then swung out its arm to sweep over after her, thus hitting nothing. The time of 2 breaths passed. Roar! The violent ape seemed to have realized that it must occupy the initiative, and its enormous figure shook, wanting to dash to the other side of the cage to pull apart the distance between it and Zuo Qing. A scene that caused everyone to be dumbstruck appeared once again. The direction that the violent ape rushed towards was precisely the direction Zuo Qing descended towards after leaping off the violent ape. Zuo Qing had once again firmly descended onto the violent ape's body. A kick that was suffused with raging origin energy once again descended onto the violent ape's neck, causing the violent ape's head to vibrate and emit an extremely grievous howl. The time of 3 breaths had passed. Seeing Zuo Qing seeming to have foresight, and time again she occupied the initiative of the battle as she avoided the furious attacks of the violent ape. Besides Duan Ling Tian, everyone present was dumbstruck, including the inner court disciple within the cage. 10 breaths have passed. The inner court disciple only recovered from his shock when Duan Ling Tian condensed his origin energy into sound and pierced it into the inner court disciple's ears. Then the inner court disciple's figure moved to stop the violent ape. Zuo Qing persisted for more than 10 breaths of time, and she had passed the inner court disciple test. Yeah, Zuo Qing's figure descended, her beautiful face flushed rosy, and she walked in graceful steps to leave the cage. Zuo Qing has passed the inner court disciple test to become an inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the test elder's voice sounded out at the right moment, causing everyone that was dazed to recover from their shock. Oh my god, unbelievable, truly inconceivable, senior sister Zuo Qing actually passed the test like this. Why do I feel as if that violent ape is intentionally letting her have her way? I have this feeling too. HMPH. Could it be that all of you didn't see that violent ape staring at senior sister Zuo Qing like it's gone insane? Obviously, everything from earlier caused it to be extremely aggrieved. All the outer court disciples discussed. Before long, everyone noticed that the violent ape that was subdued by the inner court disciple and stood inside the cage, now looked at Zuo Qing's figure as it madly roared in rage. Its arms swung out swiftly like the wind as his fiercely thumped its own chest. As if venting the rage in its heart to its heart's content, it had lost control of its mood. Fuck, this violent ape has gone mad. I wonder who is the misfortunate soul next that has to go battle this violent ape. The gaze of one of the outer court disciple descended on some of the outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the test yet. This will depend on who the test elder calls. The gazes of all the disciples descended onto Zhongwei. The expressions of some of the outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the test now flickered between a pale and a livid expression, their legs shivered, and they ceaselessly begged in their minds, begging the test elder not to call on them no matter what. Chapter 335. Duan Ling Tian's turn. Finally, the gaze of the test elder, Zhang Wei, flashed past all the outer court disciples that hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test yet. The face of the inner court disciples went ghastly pale everywhere Zhang Wei's gaze swept past. Zhang Wei frowned, then in the end his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, Hidong, and Hu Shuifeng. Duan Ling Tian, Hidong, Hu Shuifeng. Who among the three of you are going first? Duan Ling Tian shrugged and had an indifferent expression. Hidong was slightly burning with eagerness to try. Me. But their actions weren't as fast as Hu Shuifeng. Hu Shuifeng stood out, as if wanting to use his actions to once again win the honor he had lost earlier. At the same time that Hu Shuifeng volunteering causing the group of outer court disciples to be shocked, it did indeed make many people feel admiration. Even though Hu Shuifeng is inferior to senior brother Duan Ling Tian, but he still has some ability. Yeah, he dared to volunteer himself when faced with that violent ape gone mad. He's worthy of being the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's peak master. There was a change in the view of some of the outer court disciples towards Hu Shuifeng, a trace of complacency that was difficult to notice appeared on the corners of Hu Shuifeng's mouth when he heard similar discussions. Meanwhile, a few outer court disciples had been successively changed in the other cage. None of them passed the test. Now, besides Duan Ling Tian, Zuo Qing, and Hidong, the gazes of everyone else descended onto the figure of Hu Shuifeng, who walked swiftly towards the violent ape that had gone mad. Hu Shuifeng was about to battle the violent ape that had gone mad. They anticipated it extremely. Meanwhile, Zuo Qing had returned to Duan Ling Tian's side, and she condensed her origin energy into sound. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, then replied by condensed origin energy. Senior sister Zuo Qing, you're the senior sister of little Fei, so you're also my senior sister. We're family, so there's no need to be polite. Family. A brilliant smile appeared on Zuo Qing's beautiful face when she heard Duan Ling Tian, and she nodded. Zuo Qing, how did you do it? Hidong had an expressions of disbelief and bewilderment as he stared at Zuo Qing, as Zuo Qing's actions earlier caused him to be shocked. During the 10 breaths of time that Zuo Qing confronted the violent ape, it was simply like play that had been rehearsed countless times between Zuo Qing and the violent ape. But this play was acted to an extremely realistic and dangerous degree. You should ask Duan Ling Tian about this. Zuo Qing only gazed Hidong a single sentence before her gaze descended onto Hu Shuifeng, who had walked into the cage to face the violent ape that had gone mad, and the smile on her face was casted off to be replaced by gloominess. Hidong looked at Duan Ling Tian when he heard Zuo Qing, and he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. No wonder Duan Ling Tian was so confident of Zuo Qing earlier. So it turned out that he knew very well in his heart, even to the extent that Duan Ling Tian's contribution seemed to not be small in allowing Zuo Qing to pass the inner court disciple test. Duan Ling Tian, how did you do it? Hidong looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a light voice, His tone contained slight astonishment mixed within. To him, this was simple too unbelievable. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, then slowly said. Actually, it's extremely simple. You only need to know the habits of a violent ape. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian roughly explained to He Dong. All this was him speaking from the lifetime worth of experience that came from the rebirth martial emperor. He Dong seemed to be intoxicated as he listened. But, this violent ape has been deceived once, and won't be deceived again. If you want to do this, you can only do it to the other violent ape. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he smiled. Duan Ling Tian, you actually know so many things I have never heard of before. Now, I'm really curious, how many more secrets are contained within your head? He Dong was currently admired Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of his heart, and was completely won over by Duan Ling Tian. His gaze descended onto the other violent ape. I hope the test elder will call my name and ask me to deal with this violent ape. So I'll be able to try the theory you taught me. Roar. Meanwhile, Hu Shui Feng had already started a fierce battle with that violent ape that had gone mad. Rather than calling it a fierce battle, it's better call it Hu Shui Feng fighting as he dodged. As a 8th level origin core stage martial artist, even though Hu Shui Feng was unable to use the grade 7 spirit sword in his possession, but his strength was not to be trifled with. Time after time, he barely dodged the violent ape's attacks. Of course, Hu Shui Feng didn't have an easy time either and was in an extremely sorry state. He Dong. The test elder called out He Dong's name to enter the other cage and battle the other violent ape. My luck isn't bad. He Dong smiled, then walked in swiftly. In next to no time, everyone was able to discern that the methods He Dong used to deal with the violent ape were exactly like Zuo Qing. Senior brother He Dong has broken through as well. The group of outer court disciples were stunned when they saw the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above He Dong. Even the test elder Zhang Wei had a trace of surprise on his face. He Dong relied on his cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage to dupe the violent ape more easily than Zuo Qing. In the eyes of the others, He Dong was as if he was playing, easily persisting for the time of 5 breaths. Meanwhile, in the other cage, the time of 10 breaths had passed. Hu Shui Feng had passed the inner court disciple test. However, Hu Shui Feng was currently dusty and dirty in appearance, and completely didn't have his earlier handsome appearance. Right when complacency arose on Hu Shui Feng's face and was waiting for the others to cheer, he instead noticed that no one was looking at him now, and the gazes of everyone had descended onto the other cage. As if there was an even more brilliant scene there. Hu Shui Feng frowned and looked over. A single glance caused his pupils to constrict and his face sank. Within the cage, He Dong's figure was graceful as he easily dodged the violent ape's attack, and until 10 breaths later and he's passed the inner court disciple test, the violent ape didn't even touch the corners of He Dong's clothes. Along with He Dong passing the test and at the same time that the group of outer court disciples cheered for him, the violent apes within the cage were already starting to go berserk as they were completely enraged. He Dong and Hu Shui Feng have passed the test. The test elder Zhang Wei slowly spoke. The 2 8th level origin core stage outer court disciples passed the inner court disciple test as expected. An outer court disciple couldn't help but sigh. An 8th level origin core stage martial artist has shocking strength, and it isn't strange for them to pass the test. But, even though they've passed the test, but who's superior and who's inferior is instead able to be seen through with a glance. That's true, even though senior brother Hu Shui Feng passed the test, but he was in a sorry state. Whereas senior brother He Dong completely didn't seem like he was someone who had battled the violent ape. He Dong and Hu Shui Feng stood there and formed a clear contrast. Hu Shui Feng's face sank and he fiercely glared at He Dong. Now he hated He Dong as well. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for He Dong who had stolen all his limelight, now, he would surely be the absolute center of attention of this scene. He hated. Within the 2 cages, the 2 violent apes were incomparably restless as they ceaselessly thumped their chests, and their crimson red eyes that were large as gongs causing one so be terrified. The few outer court disciples who hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test yet, all had pale faces when they saw the gaze of the test elder, Zhang Wei, sweep over. In the end, they chose to give up. Earlier, they'd clearly seen the ability of the violent ape that had gone mad. Even the 8th level origin core stage, Hu Shui Feng, was in such a sorry state. If it was them, then perhaps they wouldn't even be able to persist for the time of 1 breath. They knew their own limitations. For a moment, only Duan Ling Tian remained as the person on the scene that still hadn't participated in the inner court disciple test. Everyone's gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian, awaiting Duan Ling Tian's performance, the young man that had just entered the 7-star sword sect 7 months ago. In the short 7 months' time, he'd already spread his name across the entire 7-star sword sect and become the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in the 7-star sword sect, the #1 genius since the sect was established. The halo above Duan Ling Tian's head now was dazzling and resplendent, an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist that's a little over 20. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the Darkstone Empire or even in the Darken Dynasty, such natural talent was still a top-notch existence. Duan Ling Tian, the gaze of Test Elder, Zhang Wei, descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and he lightly smiled. Which of the 2 violent apes will you choose? Now, the 2 violent apes within the 2 cages were as if they had gone mad and were completely berserk. Of course, there was a difference in how berserk the 2 violent apes were. The violent ape he dong face earlier was still alright as it had only just been enraged, and now that some time had passed, its mood had eased up quite a bit. However, the violent ape that Hu Shui Feng faced was even more furious and enraged to the limit as compared to after Zuo Qing battled it. After successively being made fun of by people whose strength were inferior to it, at this moment, this violent ape seemed to have transformed into a mad ape. Now, even if an ordinary 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast appeared before it, the fierce beast might be directly torn into pieces by it. I wonder which violent ape Duan Ling Tian will choose. An outer court disciple was slightly curious. His curiosity brought about the curiosity of the group of outer court disciples as well. I think he will probably choose the violent ape that he dong face earlier. After all, the rage of that violent ape seems to have cooled down quite a bit now. The violent ape Hu Shui Feng face was already enraged by Zuo Qing, and its rage hadn't dispersed when it was enraged by Hu Shui Feng again. Now, the strength of this violent ape under its rage would have probably already reached an extent that's difficult to imagine. Its strength now is absolutely at the limit of strength of a 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast. Right when everyone's gazes had descended onto Duan Ling Tian and were curious how Duan Ling Tian would choose, Hu Shui Feng's icy cold gaze followed to descend onto Duan Ling Tian, and he sneered. Duan Ling Tian, you should choose the violent ape that he dong faced earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be unable to pass the inner court disciple test. Dense ridicule was mixed within Hu Shui Feng's sneer. PFF'd. Duan Ling Tian never imagined that Hu Shui Feng still dared to provoke him at this time, and he couldn't help but laugh in ridicule. Hu Shui Feng, when you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me when my strength is suppressed at the 6th level of the origin core stage, then talk. Chapter 336, Duan Ling Tian's Strength. The current you seems to not have the qualifications to speak about me. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Shui Feng, and a wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth as he slowly spat out a word. Pussy. Duan Ling Tian once again ridiculed Hu Shui Feng as a pussy in public. This time, the test elder Zhang Wei and the 8 inner court disciples were present, and they now were looking at Hu Shui Feng with a strange expression. Hu Shui Feng's expression was unsightly to the utmost limit, but he just didn't have anything to retort with. He currently noticed the mocking gazes coming from the surroundings, and he wished for nothing more than to dig a hole nearby and hide within. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his gaze that was on Hu Shui Feng, and swept his gaze past the 2 violent apes in the distance before. Walking over in large strides, everyone present remained motionless and concentrated their attention. They were all curious, which violent ape would Duan Ling Tian choose as his opponent? The restless mood of the violent ape he dong faced earlier had eased up now, and Duan Ling Tian wanting to persist for 10 breaths while facing it ought to not pose any difficulty to him. The other violent ape's rage had reached its peak after being provoked successively by Zuo Qing and Hu Shui Feng, and it was still madly thumping its sturdy chest. The sound of the violent ape that seemed to have gone mad, ceaselessly swinging its arms to thump its own chest could be vaguely heard in the test platform that had temporarily quieted down. Ow! The violent ape emitted an extremely enraged roar from time to time, and the muscles on his body that was like a hill bulged. Its strong muscles could be vaguely seen to be ceaselessly pulsating. Duan Ling Tian stopped nearby the 2 cages. Duan Ling Tian's going to choose. The hearts of everyone on the test platform including the test elders couldn't help but rise. Gazes descended one by one onto Duan Ling Tian. They were curious, what choice would Duan Ling Tian make in the end? Duan Ling Tian. He Dong and Zuo Qing gazed at Duan Ling Tian's figure and flowing lights flickered within their eyes. They were similarly curious. HMPH. Hu Shui-feng looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar, and his handsome face was slightly distorted and incomparably unsightly. He took a step forward and his entire figure flashed as is transformed into a spirit serpent, flashing swiftly into one of the cages. He had made his choice. It's the violent ape that Hu Shui-feng dealt with earlier. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian still choose that violent ape that's enraged to the limit after all. With the strength of senior brother Duan Ling Tian, persisting for 10 breaths while facing this violent ape that has gone mad ought to not be a problem. I only wonder if he will be in a sorry state like Hu Shui-feng. All the outer court disciple looked at the scene before them in anticipation. Everyone's gazes descended within that cage, and now, Duan Ling Tian and the violent ape were standing facing each other. After Duan Ling Tian entered the cage, he started to size up the cage, and at the moment when everyone was bewildered by his actions, he looked at the inner court disciple within the cage and lightly smiled. Senior brother, you go out first. The inner court disciple wasn't able to react for a while when he heard Duan Ling Tian and was stunned. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian asked that inner court senior brother to leave the cage. Formidable, too formidable. That's a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, violent ape, that has gone berserk. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is so confident. Worthy of being the #1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is too formidable. You can do it, senior brother Duan Ling Tian. The hot blood within the bodies of some of the outer court disciples were aroused by Duan Ling Tian's decision, their hot blood boiled. Duan Ling Tian, you really want me to leave? The inner court disciple was hesitant when he heard Duan Ling Tian. If I leave the cage, then even if 10 breaths time has passed, it would still not stop. Are you sure you don't need my help to subdue it? I don't. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a face full of confidence. The inner court disciple nodded, but he still looked over to the test elder, Zhang Wei, and only after Zhang Wei nodded and he obtained the permission of Zhang Wei did he leave the cage. What a man! Zhang Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian, and for a moment he felt that Duan Ling Tian was pleasing to the eye no matter how. He looked at Duan Ling Tian. His face revealed a wisp of a smile. Our 7-star sword sect has really found a treasure this time. Once this Duan Ling Tian matures in the future, he will surely become a proud son of the heavens of his generation within the Darken dynasty. A proud son of the heavens of his generation. Figures that are able to be called a proud son of the heavens of their generation in the Darken dynasty were all the outstanding figures in the Darken dynasty. It was imaginable how great expectations Zhang Wei had towards Duan Ling Tian's future. After the inner court disciple left the cage, Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and actually closed the door of the cage, and even casually locked it. This scene caused the scalps of everyone present to go numb. What does senior brother Duan Ling Tian want to do? He wouldn't be thinking of killing the violent ape, right? The group of outer court disciples were completely dumbstruck, and they were unable to understand Duan Ling Tian's actions. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian acting in this way was virtually sealing up his own path of retreat. Awu. Within the completely sealed cage, the berserk violent ape stared open its crimson red eyes that were the size of gongs as it sized Duan Ling Tian up. Then it suddenly roared explosively with a roar that was filled with an intention to intimidate. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot, and a light smile hung on his face. He had a carefree expression that seemed it wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. In the eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian currently stood within the cage, not moving like a mountain. As if he wasn't facing a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast that had gone berserk, but instead a meek little cat. The violent ape is going to attack. An inner court disciple that had been paying attention to the changes in the violent ape all along, couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Instantly, the gazes of everyone descended onto the violent ape. Ow! Within the cage, the violent ape roared out explosively. At the same time that it swung up its arms and took a stride forward, it fiercely smashed its arms at Duan Ling Tian. The strike the berserk violent ape smashed out brought along the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. The strength of a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast fully exploded out without reservation. Right when everyone thought that Duan Ling Tian would choose to dodge, a scene that caused them to gape with astonishment appeared. Duan Ling Tian took a stride forward, and he actually didn't dodge nor move to avoid. Not only that, Duan Ling Tian currently took a stride forward, and his body was like a collapsing mountain as he actually followed the violent ape to swing up his arm and directly swung it out. Duan Ling Tian's arm swung out and it tore through the sky, causing the people present to have a misconception that what Duan Ling Tian swung out wasn't an arm, but a strong tail of an enormous python. His arm tore through the sky like a raging python swinging its tail. Above Duan Ling Tian, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This arm swing brought along the strength of 110 ancient mammoths. Madman. At practically the exact instant that Duan Ling Tian moved to attack the violent ape head-on, the same thought couldn't help but arise within the hearts of everyone present. Going toe-to-toe using the strength of 110 ancient mammoths against the violent ape's strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Is it really rational? Besides the outer court disciples present seeming to have thought of something, the test elder and the inner court disciples all gasped in astonishment. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian's arm that he fiercely swung out smashed together with the arm of the violent ape that had smashed downwards. Instantly, the dust beneath the feet of Duan Ling Tian and the violent ape were affected by the two formidable strengths, and suffused up into the air. Satisfying. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed an excited smile, and he felt the hot blood in his entire body starts to boil, swinging out his fist to smash against a violent ape that's gone berserk. How many martial artists under the nascent soul stage dared so this? At this instant that the arm he swung out smashed against the arm of the violent ape, Duan Ling Tian felt a formidable strength come from the sturdy arm of the violent ape, causing the vital energy and blood in his body to roil. However, in the blink of an eye, this strength was dissolved by his quake energy that started to vibrate slightly. So, in the eyes of the other, he was currently evenly matched with the violent ape, and it was difficult to differentiate between victor and loser. In fact, this was only the beginning. Duan Ling Tian actually was evenly matched when going head-on against the violent ape. The spectating group of people were shocked. Looks like it's as said in the rumors. This Duan Ling Tian does indeed possess an unfathomable and mysterious method to defeat the stronger with a weaker strength. Zhang Wei thought in his heart. Ow! Within the cage, the violent ape instantly burst into a rage when it saw the human before it blocking its attack, then it roared out explosively as its other arm swung up before smashing down towards Duan Ling Tian. Everywhere the arm of the violent ape passed, the air was shocked and emitted oppressing sounds of air exploding, as it smashed towards Duan Ling Tian's head. It could be imagined how if Duan Ling Tian's head was smashed by the arm, he would surely die. Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when facing the arm the violent ape smashed down in extreme rage, and Duan Ling Tian's other hand formed a fist as origin energy increased explosively and raged on it. He smashed out his fist to seem as if transformed into a cannonball. As it moved to intercept the arm the violent ape smashed down, the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's fist started vibrating at a higher and higher frequency. It was precisely Duan Ling Tian executing the quake energy that was difficult to be noticed by another. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's fist smashed onto the violent ape's arm and emitted an oppressive bang. In a short time, the violent ape's figure trembled and its crimson-red pupils constricted, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Its enormous body trembled as it hurriedly retreated, then looked at Duan Ling Tian in terror. This scene caused the group of spectators to be astounded. The violent ape actually retreated. The 8 inner court disciples had faces full of shock, and even though the group of outer court disciples were mentally prepared, but they still couldn't help from being moved. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian's ability is too terrifying. Yeah, he used the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to kill Shi Hao, who exerted the strength of over 120 ancient mammoths the other day. Today, the violent ape is only stronger than him by the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Even if it went berserk, I'm afraid it still isn't a match for him. In the next moment, the scene that followed caused the faces of the outer court disciples to flush, and their throat were as if being choked by someone, unable to make a sound for a long time. You're smart and know to retreat from something formidable. Duan Ling Tian's figure jerked before flashing towards the violent ape, and at the same time that his arms trembled as they latched onto the legs of the violent ape, a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 337. The violent ape submits. This violent ape was smashed by Duan Ling Tian's fist that contained the terrifying quake energy earlier, and it noticed something was off at the first possible moment. So its enormous figure decisively retreated. This caused Duan Ling Tian to have no choice but to sigh emotionally. This violent ape was simply as smart as a human, worthy of being a human-shaped fierce beast. Ow! Suddenly, the violent ape whose legs were latched on by Duan Ling Tian roared out in rage, then it pulled back its arms as if transforming into a heavy bow before once again smashing it down towards Duan Ling Tian. Too late, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. and origin energy increase explosively on his hands. The terrifying quake energy instantly surged into the violent ape's legs, then spread out to shake the violent ape's origin energy to the point it dissipated. In the next moment, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Tian pulled back his arms and forcefully swung the violent ape up, then swung it on a circle before fiercely smashing it onto the side of the cage. The cage trembled as the violent ape was forcefully smashed onto it by Duan Tian. Ow! The violent ape roared in grief. Where did the violent ape have the earlier bloodthirsty and furious expression now? It was simple, like a woman that had suffered an injustice. Duan Tian's arms trembled and he once again swung up the violent ape before smashing onto the other side of the cage. The enormous figure of the violent ape once again smashed onto the cage and emitted a loud bang. This loud bang entered the ears of the group of people that were spectating, causing them to feel a chill run down their spine. They could imagine that if that violent ape was them instead, they would probably be swung up by Duan Tian in this same way, then smashed to death. Another loud bang echoed out, and this time, the violent ape was swung up and spun in a circle before being smashed on the ground. Ow! The violent ape that had a body full of injuries lay on the ground as if emitted a wave of low grievous howls. The violent ape held its head with its arms, and its pair of eyes that were the size of gongs flickered with a pitiable sheen as it stared at Duan Tian. As if pleading for mercy from Duan Tian. Duan Tian didn't intend on doing anything to the violent ape, so he directly let go. At the same time, he raised his hand and a medicinal pill flew out to directly shoot into the violent ape's mouth. Eat it. After the violent ape consumed the medicinal pill, its injuries gradually recovered and it finally stood up. After it stood up, it knelt down on one knee and lowered its head to Duan Tian. This scene caused everyone who was shocked to shudder, and they recovered from their shock, then watched the scene before them in disbelief. This conduct of the violent ape seemed to be the conduct of submission. Logically speaking, this type of submission conduct ought to only be revealed by the violent ape when before the king of their clan. Normally, even if they battled to the death, they still would submit. An inner court disciple that was more knowledgeable couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva and was astonished. Looks like Duan Tian obtained the true respect of this violent ape. Another inner court disciple spoke with a tone that had traces of astonishment mixed within. As for the other people, they were completely dumbstruck. Submit. That violent ape actually submitted before Duan Tian. Fuck. An outer court disciple recovered from his shock and couldn't refrain from swearing. This inner court disciple test seems to only ask us to persist for 10 breaths while facing the violent ape, and were considered to have passed right. But senior brother Duan Tian instead directly beat the violent ape to the ground, and even made the violent ape submit beneath his feet. Too formidable. The faces of most of the remaining group of outer court disciples flushed red, and they were incomparably excited. That violent ape is a fierce beast at the 9th level of the origin core stage after all, but before senior brother Duan Tian, it's just like a little animal. Earlier, Duan Tian swinging it up and violently smashing it down seemed simply too easy for him. Yeah, it's too exaggerated. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, I'll completely not believe that an 8th level origin core stage martial artist can do this. That's a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast and not a little animal. I've decided, in the future, senior brother Duan Tian is my idol. When I recall the scene from earlier, I still can't stop my hot blood from boiling. The violent ape was swung up and smashed here and there by senior brother Duan Tian just like that. In the end it was simply smashed to the point it was helpless. The outer court disciples now looked at Duan Tian with burning gazes. Abnormal. Hidong and Zuo Qing looked at each other, and the two of them who weren't to each other's liking had a rare tacit understanding. HMPH. Hu Shuifeng's expression was as unsightly could be when he saw this scene. He was barely able to persist for 10 breaths before this violent ape, and in the end, he passed the test in a sorry state. Now, the same violent ape was instead bashed by Duan Tian to the point it submitted. Such a large difference caused Hu Shuifeng's heart to be unable to refrain from trembling, and the hatred in his heart to Duan Tian rose to the limits. The test elder, Zhang Wei, looked at the scene before him with an astonished expression. Even though he was confident of Duan Tian, but he never imagined that Duan Tian would be so barbaric and directly beat the violent ape to the ground. It was precisely like how the outer court disciple had said earlier. This inner court disciple test seemed to only require them to persist for 10 breaths while facing the violent ape's right. But this Duan Tian directly smashed the violent ape until it was completely helpless. Ow! The violent ape that knelt on one leg before Duan Ling Tian suddenly lowered its head, and its cries were filled with respect. The actions of the violent ape caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help himself from being stunned. He possessed the lifetime memories of the rebirth martial emperor, so he naturally was able to discern that the violent ape was carrying out the conduct of submission. This was a conduct that was only carried out by the violent apes when facing their ape king. Now, this violent ape carried out such conduct before him, caused his heart to feel a burst of shock. Rise. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian learned the actions of the ape king when faced with such a situations, and he extended his hand to rub the lowered head of the violent ape for a total of 3 times. Awu. When Duan Ling Tian finished rubbing its head for the 3rd time, only now did the violent ape stand up, and it obediently stood at the side, meek like a kitten. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian opened the lock on the cage and walked out. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the gazes of everyone present had now descended onto him. These gazes contained various feelings. There was astonishment, reverence, adoration, yearning. Of course, there was also hatred. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, and he looked at the person who stared at him with hatred, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This Hu Shui Feng really is lingering like a ghost. Duan Ling Tian has passed the inner court disciple test to become an inner court disciple. Meanwhile, test elder, Zhang Wei, announced. Duan Ling Tian's face emitted a smile. From today onwards, he would be an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Today, a total of 4 people passed the inner court disciple test today. Duan Ling Tian, He Dong, Zuo Qing, and Hu Shui Feng. This is your inner court command tokens. After I return today, I'll report your names to the sect. Tomorrow, all of you can rely on the inner court command token to head to the registration point that's nearby the Dubi Peaks Trade Hall to register yourselves, then receive the inner court disciples attire. Zhang Wei raised his hand and 4 simple command tokens appeared from thin air, then he passed them to Duan Ling Tian and the other. HMPH. Hu Shui Feng glanced at Duan Ling Tian in hatred after he obtained the command token, then left swiftly. If it wasn't for waiting for this inner court command token, he would have left long ago. Elder Zhang Wei, then we'll be leaving first. Duan Ling Tian said the Zhang Wei before leaving the test platform with Zuo Qing and He Dong to head up Dubi Peak. The group of outer court disciples respectfully sent Duan Ling Tian off with their gazes. Today's matter will probably quickly spread throughout the entire sect. This Duan Ling Tian really shocks people to death. Zhang Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure and shook his head as he sighed. Awu. Duan Ling Tian had just walked out of the test platform when he heard a respectful roar sound out from behind him. He turned around to look, and he saw that violent ape kneeling on one leg within the cage, as it raised its arm to send Duan Ling Tian off with its gaze. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a wisp of a smile. Through the memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew the meaning of the violent ape's actions. This was the conduct for respectfully sending off the ape king. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and waved it at the violent ape, then left with Zuo Qing and He Dong. Awu. The violent ape stood up when it saw Duan Ling Tian disappear before its eyes, then it raised its head to roar in a high voice, and it swung its arms to ceaselessly strike its spacious chest. The heavy sound resounded out, as if composing a song of farewell. This scene entered to eyes of everyone who hadn't left yet, causing them to be unable to help themselves from sighing with emotion. This isn't a fierce beast, it's virtually a human in beast skin. It's said that monkeys and apes are the fierce beasts that are closest to humans, even if its cultivation isn't high, but it's already beginning to understand human feelings. Today, I can be considered to have completely experienced it. Even a fierce beast like the violent ape submitted before Duan Ling Tian. Could it be that it perceived that Duan Ling Tian is extraordinary? Possibly. After Duan Ling Tian's group left the test platform, they walked all the way up. They intended to return to the outer court sword peaks. Duan Ling Tian, you're really something. Making me not know what I should say. On the way, He Dong choked up some words with great difficulty, but he didn't know how to say it. If you don't know what to say, then don't speak. Zuo Qing snorted coldly, as she disliked He Dong extremely. Before long, the 3 of them arrived nearby the chain bridge that headed towards Megrez Peak. He Dong, you go back first. Duan Ling Tian said to He Dong, then went with Zuo Qing to arrive at another stone platform, and stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak. He intended to go look for Li Fei. He hadn't seen that little girl for more than a month, and he missed her quite a lot in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Zuo Qing walked past the chain bridge, and the gaze of the Alcade Peak female disciples that saw Duan Lingtian on the way lit up as they respectfully saluted. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian stepped onto Alcade Peak, he truly understood the meaning of women are fiercer than tigers. After the crowd of Alcade Peak female noticed him, they gathered together and surrounded him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, the sword skill I cultivate has encountered a bottleneck, can you guide me? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I returned home a few days ago and brought quite a lot of snacks from home. You try some too. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was rather helpless when he was surrounded and sieged by the crowd of Alcade Peak female disciples, and he could only turn to Zuo Qing who was laughing nearby for help. Now, only Zuo Qing was able to save him. Chapter 338, Wu Yongqian. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian seemed pitiable, or perhaps because she thought of how Duan Lingtian helped her pass the inner court disciple test. Zuo Qing withdrew her smile. Fellow junior sisters. Zuo Qing walked with graceful steps to stand before Duan Lingtian, then she looked at the crowd of Alcade Peak female disciples. That's about enough. Duan Lingtian came to our Alcade Peak because my master asked him to come. If he's late because of all of you, then at that time, when my master gets angry, all of you have to assume to blame. Zuo Qing's words were effective as expected, even though the crowd of Alcade Peak female disciples were unwilling, but they still dispersed obediently. At the same time that many female disciples dispersed, they glanced at Duan Lingtian full of tender affection, and their gazes were filled with a teasing expression, causing Duan Lingtian to be helpless. Senior sister Zuo Qing, they all seemed to be extremely afraid of Elder Bai. After leaving the vicinity of the chain bridge, Duan Lingtian looked at Zuo Qing and asked curiously. Of course. Zuo Qing nodded with a smile. Normally, the Peak Master would ordinarily not concern herself with the routine work on Alcade Peak. And it's all taken care of by my master. In the Alcade Peak, my master can be considered as half a Peak Master. In the past, relying on his formidable spiritual force and the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, he discerned that the strength of Elder Bai was extraordinary, far surpassing the outer court elders he'd seen in the other outer court sword peaks. Now that he knew of the status of Elder Bai in the Alcade Peak, he was enlightened. After all, to manage an entire Alcade Peak, if one doesn't have a certain amount of strength, then not to mention how the Alcade Peak disciples would think, the other outer court disciples would probably not be resigned. Master ought to not be in now, you go see junior sister. Zuo Qing sent Duan Lingtian to outside the gorge, then smiled dubiously to Duan Lingtian, and she intended to go back together with him. Thank you senior sister. Duan Lingtian smiled. This senior sister Zuo Qing is really considerate. Duan Lingtian walked into the gorge and saw Li Fei. Li Fei just happened to be there taking care of the flowers and grass. Duan Lingtian's lower regions couldn't help but get hot when he saw Li Fei's curvaceous and well-proportioned devilish figure. A naughty smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he silently approached before opening his arms to embrace Li Fei from behind. Who? Li Fei was shocked, and she instinctively shouted out in surprise. Little beauty, don't shout. No one will come save you even if you shout until your throat is sore. Duan Lingtian's mouth stuck close to Li Fei's earlobe, and as he lightly blew air on her earlobe, he took on a hoarse voice as he spoke. Scoundrel. Li Fei recovered from her shock and had a joyous expression. She easily recognized Duan Lingtian. You can even recognize me like this. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and let go of Li Fei. His eyes were filled with tender love as he looked at Li Fei who had turned around. Scoundrel, you also went to participate in the inner court disciple test today, right? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. You're at the 8th level of the origin core stage now, passing the inner court disciple test ought to not be difficult. Senior sister has gone as well, did she pass? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked with an expression of anticipation. Since you want to know, then why didn't you go with her and watch the scene? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I just finished cultivating and looked at the time. Since the inner court disciple test ought to be ending soon at that time, so I didn't go over, Li Fei said. I'll tell you in a while. Duan Lingtian domineeringly embraced Li Fei whose beautiful face was flushed into his arms, and directly rushed into the wooden house. After being intimate for some time, Li Fei who had a satisfied expression extended out her finger to draw small circles on Duan Lingtian's chest. Scoundrel, did senior sister pass the inner court disciple test or not? Do you hope she passed? Duan Ling Tian embraced Li Fei slightly tighter, then rubbed Li Fei's soft hair and smelt the fragrance of Li Fei's hair as he asked with a light smile. I hope senior sister is able to pass, of course. But, supposedly, it's usually extremely difficult for 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples to pass the inner court disciple test. As she finished speaking, Li Fei had a face full of worry. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw Li Fei's expression. With your man there, you're still worried your senior sister will be unable to pass the test. Duan Ling Tian's words causing Li Fei's gaze to lit up. Senior sister really passed the inner court disciple test. Of course, why would I deceive you? However, you have to properly help your senior sister thank your man, me. Duan Ling Tian smiled mischievously. HMPH, you scoundrel, your skin is really thick. Senior sister passing the test is her own ability. How can you take all the credit? Li Fei lightly snorted, and had a face full of disbelief. Forget it, I can't get through to you. Go ask your senior sister yourself later. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he smiled bitterly, and didn't intend to explain. Scoundrel, you're telling the truth. Duan Ling Tian speaking like this caused Li Fei's heart to slightly tremble, and she blinked her appealing beautiful eyes as she asked in a light voice. Of course it's the truth. Little Fei, when have I lied to you? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then took a deep breath, intoxicated in the fragrance of Li Fei's hair. Scoundrel, tell me about it. Li Fei became interested. What, now you believe it? Duan Ling Tian laughed. Seeing Li Fei repeatedly urging him, Duan Ling Tian roughly spoke of the course of events to Li Fei. Scoundrel, thank you. Li Fei cuddled up in Duan Ling Tian's embrace as she asked with a light voice. She knew that it was precisely because of her that her man would help her senior sister. Little Fei, since when were you courteous with me? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying Li Fei for a while, Duan Ling Tian wore his clothes and intended to leave. Before leaving, he asked, Li Fei, I intend to make a trip to the Solitary Summit 2 months from now. Li Fei's gaze lit up when she heard this. Want to help that boundless sect's young sect leader pass the message? That time, when Duan Ling Tian encountered the boundless sect's young sect leader in the misty forest outside of Aurora City, Li Fei was present as well. So, Li Fei also knew of what the boundless sect's young sect leader entrusted Duan Ling Tian with. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, precisely to help him pass the message and go around in passing. Do you want to follow me? Of course I want to. I'll tell me master later. Li Fei nodded in excitement. She'd come to the 7-star sword sect for over 7 months and had never left all along, and she had long since become extremely bored. Duan Ling Tian nodded, I'll come look for you at that time. I hope Kair is able to return at that time, then the 3 of us can go together with Shang Quan. Subsequently, he spoke with Li Fei for a moment before leaving. When he left Alcade Peak, Duan Ling Tian specially sped up his footsteps and quickly ascended the chain bridge to head towards Dubi Peak, as if he was fleeing for his life, causing the crowd of Alcade Peak female disciples who had just reacted to heave a sigh as they looked at his disappearing figure. Why did senior brother Duan Ling Tian run so fast? I still wanted to share the snacks I brought from home with senior brother Duan Ling Tian. I still wanted to explore life with senior brother Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian arrived at Dubi Peak, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, then he returned to Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian had only just arrived at Megrez Peak when he frowned, because he saw a familiar person walking towards him. Duan Ling Tian. Wu Yongqian met Duan Ling Tian once again, and his eyes flickered with a ghastly and hateful sheen. It was precisely this outer court disciple that completely crippled his right arm, causing him to be unable to use his right hand to execute sword skills anymore in the future. Is there something you need? Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm as he asked indifferently. My foster father wants to see you. Wu Yongqian said directly. What? The Peak Master wants to see me. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Wu Yongqian, then he raised his voice to spread it throughout the surroundings. For a moment, it drew the attention of many Megrez Peak disciples. Peak Master, isn't that the foster son of our Megrez Peak's master, Wu Yongqian? Looks like it's precisely our Megrez Peak's master that wants to see Duan Ling Tian. The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples discussed animatedly. Wu Yongqian frowned when he heard the discussion of these Megrez Peak disciples, then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian, my foster father wants to see you. Why did you make a racket, as if afraid if others didn't know that you're going to see my foster father? Ha ha. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh, laughing in an unrestrained manner. Wu Yongqian, I crippled your arm that day after all. You suddenly said the peak master wants to see me. How do I know it isn't the peak master going back on his word on the matter that day, and wants to do something to me? So, no, I feel there's a need to let everyone understand this matter. Crippled arm. The crowd of Megre's peak disciples were petrified when they heard Duan Ling Tian. Their gazes descended onto Wu Yongqian, and they instantly noticed that Wu Yongqian's right arm dropped down as if without bones. It can't be. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian actually crippled the right arm of senior brother Wu Yongqian. This is too ferocious, right? According to what senior brother Duan Ling Tian said, it seems the peak master knows of this matter as well. Formidable. I can now be considered to have experienced what is genuine formidableness. The Megre's peak disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian in adoration, virtually as if taking Duan Ling Tian as their idol. Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple like you dares be presumptuous before me. Wu Yongqian's face went gloomy when he saw Duan Ling Tian publicized such a shameful thing of his, and he shouted fiercely. Outer court disciple. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile when he heard Wu Yongqian. Then with a raise of his hand, a simple command token appeared in his hand. Wu Yongqian, open your eyes wide and look clearly. This command token ought to not be unfamiliar to you, right? Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw the command token in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He naturally recognized this command token, because he had one as well. As for some of the nearby Megre's peak disciples, their eyes shone in succession. Isn't that the inner court disciple's command token? It seems to be. Looks like senior brother Duan Ling Tian has already passed the inner court disciple test today. There were rumors that said senior brother Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. Becoming an inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage isn't strange. The problem is, senior brother Duan Ling Tian seems to be in only a little over 20, right? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is worthy of being the publicly acknowledged monstrous talent of our 7-star sword sect. Before he appeared, if anyone told me that an 8th level origin core stage martial artist that was a little over 20 had appeared within our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. The words of the Megre's peak disciples were filled with admiration towards Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 339. Demon. The whispers of discussion of the Megre's peak disciples entered into Wu Yongqian's ears, causing his face to go livid and his fierce eyes flickered with dense rage. This Duan Ling Tian crippled his right arm, causing him to be burdened by this, and his future achievements were bleak. His dream since a young age was to take over his foster father's position and become the 7-star sword sect's Megre's peak's master, but now it would seem that all this would just become extravagant hopes. Duan Ling Tian, if it wasn't because of you, I would surely become the Megre's peak's master in the future. It's all because of you. Wu Yongqian's heart was filled with utmost rage, and he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Ling Tian into shreds, then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian had destroyed his life. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he noticed Wu Yongqian's ghastly and hateful gaze, then he said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, you seem to be extremely hateful of me. HMPH. Although Wu Yongqian didn't say anything, his cold snort was sufficient to show his hate towards Duan Ling Tian. Wu Yongqian, although I did cripple one of your arms. But you have to get something clear. If it wasn't for you struggling desperately and hesitating to let go, your right arm wouldn't have been crippled. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wu Yongqian with a calm gaze. So, the largest responsibility for your right arm being crippled lies with you. If you'd abandoned your sword a moment sooner, you'd be lightly injured at most. It's your conceit and your arrogance that completely destroyed yourself. When Wu Yongqian and Duan Ling Tian fought that day, Wu Yongqian wielded his sword with his right hand. Duan Ling Tian clearly knew in his heart of what effect it had on Wu Yongqian, but he didn't have any feeling of guilt. It was Wu Yongqian who was too conceited that day and was unwilling to abandon his sword even after a long time. That's why he met such an end. Moreover, from the beginning until the end, the conflict between him and Wu Yongqian was caused solely by the foster faster of Wu Yongqian, the peak master of Megre's peak. In the end, if it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have fought Wu Yongqian. But now, When he noticed the hate Wu Yongqian harbored towards him, Duan Lingtian realized that Wu Yongqian didn't think in this way. Wu Yongqian obviously pushed all the responsibility onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling Tian. Wu Yongqian gnashed his teeth when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted hatred and killed intent that was vicious and gloomy. Didn't the peak master want to see me? Why aren't you leading the way? Duan Lingtian glanced calmly at Wu Yongqian as he said indifferently. Wu Yongqian shuddered when he heard this. Only now did he recall what he came for, and he suppressed the rage that burned to the utmost limit within his heart before turning around, intending to take Duan Lingtian to leave Megrez Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a surprised exclamation sounded out from the chain bridge, causing Duan Lingtian to involuntarily stop. A Megrez Peak disciple was approaching from the other side of the chain bridge, and when the disciple saw Duan Lingtian, his gaze lit up, then he walked over with swift strides. Duan Lingtian recognized this Megrez Peak disciple with a single glance. Yi Xiaobei. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered this name. That day, he'd come to the trade hall desiring to sell the pile of medicinal pills from the #1 prize in the outer court martial competition. At that time, Yi Xiaobei came into conflict with another Megrez Peak disciple for the sake of the things in his possession. In the end, Yi Xiaobei domineeringly withdrew 10 million gold and fiercely threw it all over that Megrez Peak disciple's face to the point that the disciple's face was covered in blood. Duan Lingtian still clearly remembered the scene from that day. It was precisely because of this that he had such a deep impression of Yi Xiaobei. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Yi Xiaobei as he greeted. Yi Xiaobei, Duan, senior brother Duan Lingtian, you still recognize me? Yi Xiaobei was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. Then his face flushed red with extreme excitement. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Is it such a big deal? Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations on passing the inner court disciple test and becoming an inner court disciple. Yi Xiaobei smiled as he congratulated Duan Lingtian, then said with a face full of adoration, Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I heard that during the inner court disciple test, you swung up the 9th level origin core stage fierce beast, violent ape, with your bare hands, and violently smashed it around. In the end, you smashed it around to the point it knelt and pleaded for mercy before you. Yi Xiaobei spoke in an extremely excited manner. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. Why was this becoming more and more excessive as it spread? At that time, the violent ape wasn't kneeling and pleading for mercy, that was the conduct of submission for the ape clan. Yi Xiaobei didn't intentionally conceal his voice, and the surrounding crowd of Megrez Peak disciples all heard it. Swung up the 9th level origin core stage violent ape with his bare hands and violently smashed it around. Smashed it to the point the violent ape knelt down and pleaded for mercy. For a time, the gazes of all the Megrez Peak disciples present that had descended onto Duan Lingtian had become strange. Gulp. Gulp, 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 gulp. The sounds of gulping down saliva in astonishment rose and fell. After a short moment, these Megrez Peak disciples recovered from their shock, and as expected they burst into an uproar. Is senior brother Duan Lingtian really human? Supposedly, those formidable demon beasts of legend are even able to take human form and are called demons. Could it be that senior brother Duan Lingtian is a demon that has taken human form? No wonder senior brother Duan Lingtian possesses such a monstrous cultivation at such a young age, so it turns out that he's a demon. As the Megrez Peak disciples finished speaking, they all nodded in all seriousness. In their eyes, the achievements that Duan Lingtian had obtained up till now was absolutely not something that a normal human was able to obtain. At the very least, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there was not even one martial artist who attained the 8th level of the origin core stage at Duan Lingtian's age. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard the discussions of these Megrez Peak disciples. How did he become a demon? Yi Xiaobei frowned and gazed at the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples as he spoke out in Duan Lingtian's defense. What nonsense are all of you talking? How could senior brother Duan Lingtian be a demon? If he's a demon, then do all of you think that you can still live? Do all of you think anyone within the 7-star sword sect can still live? A demon is a demon beast that has taken human form. In the legends, demons are capable of doing anything in the heaven and the earth. Do all of you think that it's necessary for a demon to infiltrate our 7-star sword sect? Would a demon have the leisure to listen to all of you talk nonsense here? As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaobei's voice was sonorous and forceful. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. The current Yi Xiaobei undoubtedly possessed a slight extra disposition in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Although it only vaguely appeared, Duan Ling Tian was still able to perceive that this was the disposition of someone of high position. Looks like this Yi Xiaobei isn't simple. Right, how could someone who's able to casually take out 10 million gold be an ordinary person? As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, all the Megrez Peak disciples present started pondering. Yeah, the demons of legend that had taken human form had all stepped into the fourth void stage. In other words, they were demon beast existences at the void transformation stage. If an existence at the void transformation stage had the intention, not to mention our 7-star sword sect, even if all the experts within the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom swarmed out in full strength, I'm afraid they wouldn't be enough for it to fill its teeth. I nearly forgot this. How could a void transformation stage existence possibly have such leisure? Through Yi Xiaobei's reminder, the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples finally straightened out their thinking. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he nodded to Yi Xiaobei, then he followed Wu Yongqian, who had a gloomy face and had been waiting impatiently to step onto the chain bridge and leave Megrez Peak. Before long, Duan Ling Tian followed behind Wu Yongqian to arrive at the main peak, Dubi Peak. He once again arrived at Megrez Hall. Within the audience hall, the Peak Master, Wu Dao, stood in the middle of the hall with his back towards the entrance. Wu Yongqian, who stood at the entrance to the audience hall with Duan Ling Tian, said respectfully, "Foster father, Duan Ling Tian has arrived. Enter." At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, Duan Ling Tian followed behind Wu Yongqian to walk into the audience hall. Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian slightly nodded to Wu Dao, saluting in his own way. Duan Ling Tian, we meet again. Wu Dao's eyes lightly flashed as he stared at Duan Ling Tian and spoke slowly. I wonder why Peak Master has brought me here. Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point, and his eyes were calm. Duan Ling Tian, since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. Wu Dao spoke bluntly. You overcame a stronger opponent that day and killed the previous number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao. After that, you once again overcame a stronger opponent, and defeated my useless foster son and crippled one of his arms. I'm extremely curious, what method exactly did you use to overcome a stronger opponent? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Dao's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and it was filled with burning desire. Even though Duan Ling Tian had mentally prepared himself on the way here, slight fear still arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart when Wu Dao questioned him. Looks like there was another person within the 7-star sword sect that coveted his things. The first person was none other than the outer court elder of Megrez Peak, Zhao Lin. Now, there was another Wu Dao. He was able to not take Zhao Lin seriously, but this Wu Dao was the Peak Master of Megrez Peak, and influential and possesses great authority in the 7-star sword sect. He had no choice but to be afraid. Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that Wu Dao's gaze was currently fixed upon him, seeming to be observing the changes in his expression, wanting to know if he was telling the truth. Duan Ling Tian felt disdain towards this. Controlling the changes in his expression was extremely easy to him. Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian fearlessly looked Wu Dao in the eye, then smiled lightly. Actually, this is my biggest secret. However, since Peak Master wants to know, then even if I speak of it, and share it, it isn't a big deal. Speak of it, share it. Wu Dao's face revealed a smile when he heard Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, looks like I've misjudged you that day. Not bad, you're very sensible. So long as you're willing to share that ability with me, then even if we have no fate to be master and disciple, I'll surely take care of you within the 7-star sword sect in the future. The nearby Wu Yongqian's face sank when he heard Wu Dao. He frowned as he gazed at Duan Ling Tian, and a wisp of envious hatred appeared on his face. Then I'll thank Peak Master in advance. Duan Ling Tian nodded and his face revealed a brilliant smile. Speak. Wu Dao looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that emitted traces of burning desire. Chapter 340. Wu Dao's misgiving. Under Wu Dao's gaze of incomparable anticipation, Duan Ling Tian slowly said, Peak Master, the reason I'm able to overcome a stronger opponent is because my origin energy has undone an unusual change. Duan Ling Tian had only just spoken up to hear when Wu Dao's breathing became hurried. What he wanted to know was exactly this. Even Wu Yongqian now had a face full of burning desire. As far as he was concerned, if he was able to master this ability, then even if his accomplishments in the martial Dao is limited, but he would still be able to overcome a stronger enemy. In the future, it might not be impossible for him to become the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak. Under the concentrated gazes of Wu Dao and Wu Yongqian, Duan Ling Tian continued, my origin energy was originally exactly similar to ordinary martial artists. But, I made a trip to the primeval forest once I arrived at the 7-star sword sect, and I was lucky to obtain a type of spirit fruit. An unknown spirit fruit. As he spoke up to this point, Duan Ling Tian's breathing became hurried, and he had a passionate expression. At that time, the origin energy within my body underwent an unusual change after I consumed that spirit fruit, and it actually started to vibrate. Involuntarily. I've tested it before. So long as my opponent's strength doesn't exceed mine by the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, then I'll be able to rely on this changed origin energy to defeat my opponent. Duan Ling Tian became excited as he spoke. The expression of Wu Dao and Wu Yongqian sank in tacit understanding. A spirit fruit was able to be encountered by luck but not sought after, and the fortuitous encounter of obtaining a spirit fruit was practically impossible to be replicated. Wu Dao's fierce gaze seemed as if able to penetrate everything as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, as if he wanted to perceive if Duan Ling Tian was lying through the changes in Duan Ling Tian's expression. However, regardless of how he observed Duan Ling Tian, the changes in Duan Ling Tian's expression didn't have the slightest unnaturalness. Could it be that what Duan Ling Tian said is true? It's really because he consumed an unknown spirit fruit that his origin energy was able to undergo a change. At that time after my origin energy changed, I just happened to encounter the provocation of Huo Xin and Yuan Wu. So, I relied on my origin energy that had changed to kill them with a single move on the Megrez Peak's life and death arena. After that, the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, and the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, I relied on my changed origin energy to overcome them who were stronger than me, and kill them. Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he didn't notice Wu Dao's burning gaze, and he spoke in his excitement, with an emotional expression. Wu Yongqian's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and it was filled with envy. Finally, the emotional expression on Duan Ling Tian's face eased up, then Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and looked at Wu Dao. Peak Master, now that I've told everything to you, and shared everything with you, are you satisfied? Can I leave? Regardless of how the Duan Ling Tian's expression changed earlier, but he was terrifyingly calm in his heart. All he said was only for the sake of humoring Wu Dao. As for whether Wu Dao believed it or not wasn't something he needed to worry about. At practically the instant Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a formidable imposing manner suddenly extended out from Wu Dao's body to envelop Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot and remained unfazed, as if he completely didn't notice Wu Dao's imposing manner, and he had a carefree expression that wouldn't change even if Mount Tai were to collapse. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Wu Dao shouted out explosively with a voice that contained extremely terrifying origin energy that pierced straight into Duan Ling Tian's eardrums, shaking Duan Ling Tian to the point his lifeblood roiled and his face flushed slightly red. My patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance to tell the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you stay here forever. You ought to know that I have this ability. Wu Dao slowly said with a voice that had an intent to threaten mixed within, completely shedding all pretenses. Just for the sake of obtaining Duan Ling Tian's origin energy utilization method, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wu Dao and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Peak Master, I've clearly told you of everything you wanted to know. I wonder what you mean by this now. You think I'm deceiving you? HMPH. Wu Dao's gloomy face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice that revealed dense cold intentions, and his gaze that flashed with killing intent descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, do you think I'd believe what you said? I'm the Peak Master of the 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak. I've read ancient books from all over but have never heard of any spirit fruit that can allow the origin energy to undergo an unusual change. You actually dare talk nonsense before me? Do you think I'm unable to see through your lies? As he finished speaking, the aura on Wu Dao's body gradually went gloomy. Slight origin energy had already started to burst forth from Wu Dao's hands and were getting denser by the moment. Above Wu Dao, ancient mammoth silhouettes were gradually condensing into form one by one, and they grew more and more as time passed by. In the blink of an eye, there were already a few thousand ancient mammoths. Ha ha! Duan Ling Tian burst out in laughing in an unrestrained manner when he heard Wu Dao. Presumptuous. Wu Yongqian's face sank. This Duan Ling Tian actually dared be so presumptuous before his foster father, the Peak Master of Megrez Peak. This truly deserved death. But, He knew his own limitation. He wasn't a match for Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would surely make a move to teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson. What are you laughing about? Wu Dao had a gloomy expression as he said in a deep voice. What am I laughing about? Finally, Duan Ling Tian restrained his laughter and sized Wu Dao up before slowly saying, Peak Master, it's not that I'm looking down upon you. But with the great size of Cloud Continent, you dare say you know everything. Read ancient books from all over. I wonder what ancient books have you read all over, Peak Master? Cloud Continent is vast and boundless. Even the martial emperor stage experts of legend didn't dare say they knew everything. Could it be that Peak Master's knowledge even surpasses that of martial emperor stage experts? As he finished speaking, a slight ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Even the rebirthed martial emperor of all those years ago that had experienced 2 lifetimes didn't dare say that he knew everything. This Peak Master of Megrez Peak, a high up of a tiny little sect in a tiny little imperial kingdom, dares boast like this. Truly naive, truly laughable. Even though what Duan Ling Tian said was logical, it was undoubtedly undisguised slapping of Wu Dao's face. This caused Wu Dao to burst into a rage, and the origin energy on his body rages and was restless. Duan Ling Tian, do you know that just by what you said now, I can directly kill you right now? Ha ha. Duan Ling Tian still had a carefree expression when faced with the enraged Wu Dao. Peak Master, your strength is shocking. But if you kill me today, then I wonder how the disciples of Megrez Peak will think of it. How the disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect will think of it, and how the other Peak Masters, sect leader, and guardian elders would think of it. HMPH. Even if I kill you today, who would know that it's I who killed you? Wu Dao snorted coldly with a disdainful expression. Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm as he said indifferently, Peak Master, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Before I came here, many Megrez Peak disciples knew of the incident where I crippled an arm of your foster son. Moreover, they know that your foster son took me to go see you. Wu Dao's face sank when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he frowned as he looked at Wu Yongqian who was beside him. Wu Yongqian smiled bitterly as he nodded, proving that what Duan Ling Tian said wasn't a lie. Trash. Wu Dao coldly swept Wu Yongqian with his gaze, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. If it really was like this, then he really didn't dare kill Duan Ling Tian. If this matter were to spread, the sect leader would surely interfere. With the natural talent that Duan Ling Tian had currently revealed, practically everyone within the 7-Star Sword sect would take Duan Ling Tian as the hope of the sect. Even the sect leader had perhaps already started paying attention to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Wu Dao looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, needless to say, you're extremely intelligent, truly intelligent. You actually know to create the right conditions for yourself to make me hesitate to take action against you due to fearing the consequences. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, and he experienced a burst of delight in his heart when he saw Wu Dao's unsightly expression. Wu Dao continued. However, even if I'm unable to kill you, I presume teaching you a lesson is understandable. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face remained unchanged as he glanced deeply at Wu Dao, as if victory was within his grasp. He knew clearly in his heart that everything Wu Dao did earlier was undoubtedly to probe and threaten him. Even Wu Dao himself didn't dare fully confirm that what Duan Ling Tian said earlier were lies. HMPH. So long as you speak, I'll let you leave safely. After today, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. As expected, after Wu Dao heard what Duan Ling Tian said, he was moved. What Duan Ling Tian wanted was precisely the first half of what Wu Dao said. As for the second half, he'd completely disregarded it. Could he trust in Wu Dao's promise? It's a spirit fruit that's fully dark violet in color, and there are some small lumps on its surface. Duan Ling Tian slowly described the spirit fruit. Of course, the spirit fruit he was currently describing wasn't a spirit fruit that was beneficial to a martial artist. Instead it was an extremely poisonous spirit fruit that killed without the slightest inkling. This type of spirit fruit was extremely rare, and it was always loved by demon beasts with extremely formidable toxicity. Moreover, unless it was someone who recognized this spirit fruit, it would be absolutely impossible to know that it secretly contained toxic poison. This was because the toxic poison within the spirit fruit was extremely rare and even a silver needle wasn't able to detect it. Many people had seen this type of spirit fruit, but it was extremely rare for someone to still be living after having seen it. Whereas the rebirthed martial emperor was precisely one of these survivors. Now, Duan Ling Tian's intention was to casually cook up a wild tale, because as far as he was concerned, it was highly unlikely that this type of spirit fruit existed in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He was only giving Wu Dao a dream that was impossible to realize. You can go. After obtaining the information he sought, Wu Dao swept Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Peak Master, I'll be taking my leave. Duan Ling Tian nodded and took his leave. Foster father, you believe what he said earlier. After Duan Ling Tian left, Wu Yongqian looked at Wu Dao and his brows knit together. I keep having the feeling that what this Duan Ling Tian says can't be trusted. HMPH. Wu Dao swept Wu Yongqian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Could it be that I'm unable to perceive it, and I need you to teach me? Useless thing. I asked you to go call him here, but you made it so that everyone knew. Allowing him to have nothing to fear because of the conditions he created before coming here and holding the advantage. Wu Yongqian lowered his head, his body started to lightly tremble and his eyes turned crimson red. Duan Ling Tian, I'll make a trip to the primeval forest. Wu Dao swept Wu Yongqian with a gaze full of resentment towards Wu Yongqian's failure, then he directly left. Translator's thoughts. Crazy Tolanzerator. I'm sorry, skeptical smiley face. I have no idea how I didn't copy in the last few lines, it's fixed now. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Chapter 341. Lu Shizhe. Duan Ling Tian returned to Megrez Peak after leaving Megrez Hall. Then he carefully arrived at the peak of the mountain before returning to the stalactite cave. The cultivation environment of the stalactite cave is even better than the environment on the 9 great spirit points. Even though I've become an inner court disciple now, there's still no need for me to find a cultivation location on Dubi Peak. Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly before sitting on the stone platform, then began meditating and cultivating. Although with his current strength Duan Ling Tian could be called matchless under the nascent soul realm, he still didn't dare slack off. What he wanted to do now was to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian cultivated all the way until dawn the next day before walking out of the stalactite cave, then he stood on the tilted tree and bathed under the morning mist before leaping up the peak. After leaving the peak and arriving nearby the trade hall, Duan Ling Tian noticed that at the same time that these Megrez Peak disciples greeted him, their gazes had an extra sense of adoration when they looked at him. Is it just because of the incident during the inner court disciples test yesterday? Duan Ling Tian was still wondering when a familiar voice sounded out by his ear. Duan Ling Tian, He Dong. Duan Ling Tian looked at the approaching person and lightly smiled. You're so early as well. The person that was approaching was precisely He Dong. Now, similar to him, He Dong ought to be preparing to head to the Dubi Peak's inner court disciples registration point to claim his inner court disciples attire. In next to no time, the two of them stepped onto the chain bridge together. Duan Ling Tian, I heard you crippled the arm of the Peak Master's foster son, Wu Yongqian. Moreover, the Peak Master summoned you for an audience yesterday. The gaze He Dong shot at Duan Ling Tian became even weirder. Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid that all the disciples of Megrez Peak have been completely won over by you now. You crippled the arm of the foster son of our Megrez Peak's master, yet you're still able to be safe and sound. You are absolutely the first person on Megrez Peak that was able to do that. He Dong gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up as he expressed heartfelt admiration. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised when he saw this. When he thought about the attitude of the group of Megrez Peak disciples from before, he came to a sudden understanding. So it's because of this incident. Dubi Peak's trade hall was situated at the top of Dubi Peak. When they came near the trade hall, Duan Ling Tian was able to see numerous inner court disciples scattered around everywhere as they carried out various transactions. As expected, when he and He Dong approached the trade hall, they attracted the gazes of many inner court disciples. Outer court disciples. The gazes of some inner court disciples continuously followed Duan Ling Tian and He Dong. When they saw Duan Ling Tian and He Dong heading toward the inner court disciples registration point, they came to a sudden understanding. Looks like these two people are outer court disciples that passed the inner court disciple test yesterday. Suddenly, an inner court disciple seemed as if he'd discovered a new continent and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. This outer court disciple is so young, he looks to only be a little over 20. Could it be that he's Duan Ling Tian? As soon as the inner court disciple finished speaking, his words were like a stone that raised 1,000 ripples. It caused an uproar to break out amongst the group of inner court disciples. He's Duan Ling Tian, The outer court disciple Duan Ling Tian, who's only 20 years old, yet his cultivation has stepped into the 8th level of the origin core stage. He's as young as the rumors say after all. I never expected that such an outstanding genius would appear in our 7-star sword sect. His natural talent in the martial Tao is simply more monstrous than the 5 great young masters. No one in our 7-star sword sect's younger generation is ranked amongst the 5 great young masters, and that has always been a regrettable matter. Duan Ling Tian's appearance will perhaps cause the 5 great young masters to become the 6 great young masters. 6 great young masters. I can't wait. But, although Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Tao is good, his strength is still limited. He might only be able to contend with the 5 great young masters and fight for superiority with them after a few years. In next to no time, practically all the inner court disciples that were near the Dubi Peaks Trade Hall knew of Duan Ling Tian's arrival. Many inner court disciples scrambled to head to the inner court disciple registration point, as they wanted to see the genius disciple that gave rise to so much discussion in the 7-star sword sect lately. At the side of the trade hall, 2 inner court disciples stood there together. Presently, the brows of one of the inner court disciples was knit together with a terrifyingly gloomy expression, and his eyes revealed dense hatred. This scene was noticed by the other inner court disciple, and he asked curiously, "Fan Jian, you have enmity with Duan Ling Tian?" "Big brother Lu, not only did Duan Ling Tian humiliate me the other day, he even severed one of my fingers. Unfortunately, he has grown in strength too quickly and I'm not a match for him now. Otherwise, I'd surely teach him a lesson." Fan Jian took a deep breath, and as he finished speaking, his tone contained a sense of helplessness. "Fan Jian, we were friends before entering the 7-star sword sect, and your clan and mine have been friends for generations. A problem of yours is my, Lu Shiji's, problem as well. Since Duan Ling Tian has offended you, I'll stand out for you." The inner court disciple that spoke was a young man around the age of 28 or 29, and traces of gloominess flickered within his eyes. "Thank you, big brother Lu." Fan Jian's eyes lit up and his expression was full of joy. Duan Ling Tian and He Dong were both startled after they claimed their inner court disciple's attire and walked out of the registration point. Presently, the registration point was completely surrounded by people, and they were all inner court disciples. "He's Duan Ling Tian, he's so young, oh my god, when I was at this age, I think I was only at the 2nd level of the origin core stage." Comparisons are truly odious. A figure whose natural talent in the martial Tao can compare to the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has finally appeared in the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect. HMPH. Just the natural talent Duan Ling Tian has revealed up until now has already completely surpassed the 5 great young masters. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard the whispered discussions of the crowd of inner court disciples. He understood now that the reason these inner court disciples had surrounded them was because of him. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely uncomfortable being the center of attention for so many people. He frowned and bid his farewell to He Dong before walking out of the surrounding crowd. The inner court disciples opened up a path everywhere he passed, right when Duan Ling Tian intended to leave. "Don't move." A cold and indifferent voice that had origin energy mixed within sounded like a thunderclap. The next moment, Duan Ling Tian, who had stopped his footsteps, turned around and saw 2 inner court disciples walking towards him. He recognized one of them. It was the inner court disciple, Fan Jian, who desired to forcefully purchase the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse from him back in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City. "It's Fan Jian again. Could it be that the lesson I taught him the other time wasn't enough?" Duan Ling Tian's face couldn't help but sink when he saw Fan Jian. 1 month ago, Fan Jian, who had just returned to the 7-star sword sect, had verbally humiliated Duan Ling Tian. Out of respect for Elder Lu Chu, Duan Ling Tian had only severed the Fan Jian's pinky, that was of no great importance to Fan Jian, as a form of punishment. He originally thought Fan Jian would learn his lesson, but now it would seem that the way Duan Ling Tian thought was too simple. Fan Jian was like him name. Despicable. 1. Duan Ling Tian was able to perceive that when Fan Jian and the inner court disciple by his side had walked over, the crowd of inner court disciples would follow to watch the excitement as well. Senior brother Lu Shizhe has enmity with Duan Ling Tian. Probably not. According to my knowledge, Duan Ling Tian severed Fan Jian's pinky with a swing of his sword last month. Senior brother Lu Shizhe probably wants to stand out for Fan Jian. I've heard that senior brother Lu Shizhe and Fan Jian have been extremely good friends since long ago. Looks like Duan Ling Tian is going to suffer misfortune today. Yeah, although Duan Ling Tian is an 8th level origin core stage martial artist, Lu Shizhe is a 1st level nascent soul stage martial artist. The difference between the two of them is like heaven and earth. Even if Duan Ling Tian has a bizarre ability to defeat a stronger opponent with weaker strength, it's probably still difficult to surpass the gap between him and senior brother Lu Shizhe. The crowd of inner court disciples discussed animatedly. Lu Shizhe, 1st level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the inner court disciple by Fan Jian's side and his face sank. He wants to stand out for Fan Jian. Lu Shizhe and Fan Jian walked over shoulder to shoulder and quickly arrived before Duan Ling Tian. A sense of arrogance was mixed between Lu Shiji's brows as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a condescending gaze and asked with a flat tone, "You're Duan Ling Tian?" But in the next moment, his face froze because Duan Ling Tian didn't have any intention of paying him any attention at all. Fan Jian. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Fan Jian, and his face sank slightly. Out of respect for Elder Lu Chu, I was willing to forget all grudges with you that day. What is the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? With Lu Shizhe backing him up, Fan Jian was filled with confidence as he glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian and sneered. Duan Ling Tian, you crippled a finger of mine last month. There isn't even enough time for me to hate you, and you still want me to forget all the grudges with you. Do you think it's possible? Do you think I, Fan Jian, am so magnanimous? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed into a line and a cold light flashed within. HMPH. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out and accompanying it was an awe-inspiring strong wind. A palm print condensed from origin energy suddenly whistled out as it flashed towards Duan Ling Tian, causing Duan Ling Tian, whose spiritual force that had only just become vigilant, to be caught off guard. The instant Duan Ling Tian reacted to this attack, the palm print that was condensed from origin energy had already arrived before him, and his face went pale as he was utterly unable to dodge it. Earth Dragon's Shield. Duan Ling Tian was only in time to circulate his defense martial skill and his quake energy. A layer of defensive chi barrier arose on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body and started vibrating violently with an extremely high frequency. The palm print that was condensed from origin energy descended onto Duan Ling Tian's chest and the terrifying strength raged on him. After a short moment, it has shattered the Duan Ling Tian's defensive chi barrier that contained the quake energy. Although half the strength contained within the palm print was resisted by the defensive chi barrier, the remaining power still fiercely smashed onto Duan Ling Tian's chest, causing his internal organs to shudder. Pooh! Duan Ling Tian felt an intense and burning pain from his chest and he couldn't refrain from spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then his body flew out uncontrollably like an arrow leaving the bowstring and fiercely plunged to the ground. Duan Ling Tian's body fell onto the ground and he felt a wave of dizziness that he only recovered from after a short while. Lu Shizhe. Duan Ling Tian, whose face was ghastly pale, gazed at Lu Shizhe and the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him that gradually dispersed, and Duan Ling Tian's eyes revealed dense coldness. At this moment, the scene was deathly silent. 1 TL note. Fan Jian's name sounds similar to another phrase in Chinese which would mean to commit something despicable. Yes, I've explained this in CH 104, and the author reused this pun. Chapter 342. Foreign Lands. All this happened within the blink of an eye. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, never imagined that Lu Shizhe, who was a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, would suddenly make a move against Duan Ling Tian, who was an 8th-level origin core stage inner court disciple that had just entered the inner court. Not only that, but that he would use a surprise attack to heavily injure Duan Ling Tian. He Dong reacted to the sudden turn of event and his face went grim, then his figure flashed to Duan Ling Tian's side as he asked with deep concern. Duan Ling Tian, are you alright? I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian withdrew a grade 7 gold injury pill and consumed it, then he circulated his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength of the pill and his injuries recovered slightly. He stood up with great difficulty, but his face was still white as a sheet. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and his gaze descended onto Lu Shizhe, and within his gaze was awe-inspiring rage mixed within. What? Angry? Lu Shizhe started laughing as he walked to stand before Duan Ling Tian with large strides, and his gaze went cold. You're just a kid who's just entered the inner court, but you actually arrogantly disregarded the question of me, this senior brother of the inner court. Today, I'll make sure to teach you a good lesson, so as to avoid you from relying on your natural talent and thinking that everyone should run circles around you. Lu Shizhe, right. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Lu Shizhe, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and indifferent smile, and coupled with the blood on his mouth, his smile seemed incomparably evil. Exactly, I'm Lu Shizhe. Kid, I know your natural talent is good, but since you've entered the inner court, then you had better be well behaved before me, this inner court senior brother, in the future. Do you understand? Lu Shizhe had a face full of arrogance. Suddenly, Lu Shizhe swung out his hand, once again attacking Duan Ling Tian. 200 Ancient mammoth silhouettes once again condensed into form above Lu Shizhe. This time, Duan Ling Tian, who was prepared, swung the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand to flash out like lightning. He desired to obstruct Lu Shizhe's palm strike that raged with origin energy. Negligible attack. In the next moment, Lu Shizhe's disdainful voice sounded out within Duan Ling Tian's ears, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand shook before, transmitting the shock to his palm. The palm strike of Lu Shizhe that contained the strength of 200 ancient mammoths completely disregarded Duan Ling Tian's quake energy as it struck away his grade 7 spirit sword before once again imprinting itself onto Duan Ling Tian's chest. The terrifying strength drained out from the fist and poured into Duan Ling Tian's body. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian was blasted flying once again, extremely intense pain once again descended, and it caused Duan Ling Tian's consciousness to become fuzzy. Right before he fainted, Duan Ling Tian heard two voices sound out by his ear. Duan Ling Tian. One of the voices was the voice of Hidong. Stay your hand. The other voice seemed familiar, but Duan Ling Tian wasn't able to recall it for some time. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian completely lost consciousness. When Duan Ling Tian regained his consciousness and opened his eyes, he noticed that he was laying on a soft bed. Ah, so painful. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian felt the intense pain that came from his chest. Duan Ling Tian viewed himself internally and noticed that the injuries of his internal organs had already completely recovered, and his chest bones that were cracked open were already almost healed. A grade 7 gold injury pill doesn't have this level of medicinal strength. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked, as he who possessed a lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor understood the grade 7 gold injury pill extremely well. Based on his injuries, even if he consumed a grade 7 gold injury pill, it would be impossible to recover to this extent without a few months' worth of time. Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't think that he'd been laying here for a few months. It's a grade 6 grade recovery pill. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed a trace of medicinal strength that remained within his body, and it was the medicinal strength that belonged to a grade 6 grade recovery pill. What is this place? After recovering from his shock, Duan Ling Tian sized up this clean and tidy room. There wasn't many decorations or furniture in the room, yet all the furniture that could be found within it was practical. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted. Spirit point. This place is a spirit point. Duan Ling Tian noticed the rhythmic movement of the origin energy within his body, and the feeling this place gave him was exactly similar to the feeling he had at Mizar Hall and Megrez Hall that day. Mizar Hall and Megrez Hall were both situated atop the spirit point on the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, Dubi Peak, and the cultivation environment there was superb. Lu Shizhe. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a frightful cold light when he recalled the scene from before he fainted, and killing intent arose within his heart. Lu Shizhe relied on the fact that he was a first-level nascent soul-stage martial artist to attack Duan Ling Tian twice, and the viciousness of his attacks caused chills to run down one's spine. I'll return it to you double. Traces of coldness arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart as he established this awe-inspiring vow. What the heck is this place? Duan Ling Tian suppressed the rage within his heart and got off the bed, then he opened the room door. You're awake. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded out from nearby. Duan Ling Tian glanced over and saw a large pavilion on the right, at the end of the pathway outside the room, and a middle-aged man was standing there with his back towards Duan Ling Tian. Although he didn't turn around, he still seemed to be able to notice Duan Ling Tian's movement. Duan Ling Tian left the room and walked up the pavilion before greeting the middle-aged man who had his back towards Duan Ling Tian. Peak Master. I heard from Song that you were injured by a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. You have a grudge with him. The middle-aged man turned around to reveal his face. It was precisely the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Therefore, the place Duan Ling Tian was at now was precisely Mizar Hall, the place where one of the 9 great spirit points on the 7-star sword sect's Dubi Peak was located. So it's senior brother Zheng Song that saved me. Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly. He finally recalled it, and he understood why the other voice he heard before he fainted was slightly familiar. So it turned out that the owner of that voice was the son of Myzar Peak's peak master, Zheng Song. I didn't have any grudges with him, and I only have some conflicts with the other inner court disciple that was by his side. However, after today, the enmity between me and him is deep. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, traces of cold lights flashed within his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ghastly sneer. He would return what Lu Shizhe gave him twofold. After he calmed down his mood, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zheng Fan and asked, "Peak Master, you gave me a grade 6 grade recovery pill." Zheng Fan nodded. "I saw that your injuries weren't light. If you only consumed a grade 7 gold injury pill, then even if it was able to heal you, it would probably take a few months. So, I gave you a grade 6 grade recovery pill to allow your injuries to recover in a short amount of time." Duan Ling Tian had a serious expression as he said, "I, Duan Ling Tian, will remember this kindness of Peak Master in my heart. What is a grade 6 grade recovery pill compared to the great favor you gave me?" Zheng Fan shook his head and smiled, then he sat down at the nearby table and fiddled with the tea set. "You've been knocked out for a few hours and have only just awoken. I presume your spirit is tired. Accompany me and drink a few cups of cloudrise tea to recover your spirit as soon as possible." "Thank you, Peak Master." Duan Ling Tian sat down and looked at the sky. The burning sun was currently hung high in the sky, currently at high noon. Zheng Fan poured a cup of cloudrise tea for Duan Ling Tian, then asked with a slight smile, "Duan Ling Tian, what do you plan to do in the future?" Duan Ling Tian took a sip of the cloudrise tea, and his spirit was refreshed before slowly saying, "I temporarily don't have a specific plan. But, in the future, I should be going to the foreign lands to have a look." Foreign lands. Zheng Fan shuddered when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and the teacup in his hand nearly fell down. Zheng Fan shook his head and sighed with emotion. "Duan Ling Tian, I truly never imagined that your aspirations would be so great. The foreign lands are something that even I have not thought about for now. Supposedly, many void transformation stage existences are present at the central area of the foreign lands." As he finished speaking, Zheng Fan had a slight lingering fear in his heart. Experts were numerous like the clouds in the foreign lands, and it also meant that death was at every corner. Without a certain level of strength, he completely didn't dare to wander about in the foreign lands. "Peak Master, sometimes, placing your target slightly further will perhaps allow you to go even further on the path of the martial Tao. Otherwise, if you only realize you're like a frog living at the bottom of a well during your old age and when time has slipped away, wouldn't it be too late?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, as he made nothing of what Zheng Fan said. In the eyes of others, the foreign lands might be a dreadful monster, but in the eyes of Duan Ling Tian who'd merged with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, it was only an even vaster world. In the foreign lands, void-prying stage martial artists could be seen everywhere, and void initiation stage martial artists were extremely numerous. "Placing my target slightly further will perhaps allow me to go even further on the path of the martial Tao." A frog living at the bottom of a well. Zheng Fan went silent after hearing what Duan Ling Tian said. Zheng Fan only recovered from his state of pondering after a long time, then looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed with emotion. "Duan Ling Tian, I've still underestimated you. No wonder you're able to possess such accomplishments at such a young age. Your martial will and heart of the strong is something that causes even I, the Peak Master of Myzar Peak, to feel ashamed from my inferiority. I'm slightly looking forward to it now. What sort of heights will you attain in another 10 years? What I can be sure of is at that time, you will surely have a strength that surpassed me." The way Zheng Fan spoke showed how extremely highly he looked upon Duan Ling Tian. "Peak Master, you're too kind." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, but his eyes revealed a wisp of confidence. Another 10 years. At that time, he might already be wandering about in the foreign lands. After drinking a few cups of cloudrise tea, Duan Ling Tian stood up and lightly smiled at Zheng Fan. "Peak Master, if there's nothing else, then I'll be returning first. Please pass my gratitude to senior brother Zheng Song, and I, Duan Ling Tian, will remember this favor of his." Zheng Fan nodded. "Go ahead." Duan Ling Tian turned around, then stepped off the pavilion to descend onto the vast platform outside Myzar Hall, then his body flashed out towards the distance. "Perhaps, my biggest accomplishment in this lifetime will be getting on friendly terms with this little fellow." Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian's disappearing figure and only came back to his senses after Duan Ling Tian's figure had completely vanished before his eyes. Then he shook his head and smiled. So long as he's able to mature safely, his future isn't something I'm able to imagine. This piece of good karma would even be able to allow me to enjoy its benefit for my entire lifetime. After many years, Zheng Fan would realize that the way he thought right now would be so true, and what foresight his thoughts possessed. Chapter 343, Kill the Weed by the Roots. After Duan Ling Tian left Mizar Hall, he headed down Dubi Peak. His eyes seemed calm, but in actuality, they contained killing intent concealed within. Lu Shizhe. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's face became gloomy, like it was covered in a layer of thin ice, and he gave off an oppressively cold air. Even though he could challenge Lu Shizhe to a battle in the life and death arena right now and use an offensive inscription to directly kill him, Duan Ling Tian didn't want to do this. To a certain extent, an inscription was comparable to a cheating device, and it was easy to kill Lu Shizhe with an inscription, yet it was difficult for it to help him vent the hatred in his heart. He wanted to use the true strength that belonged to him to destroy Lu Shizhe's confidence, and make Lu Shizhe regret all he had done today. This was his arrogance. He would climb up from where he fell. This was a man, a true man. After Duan Ling Tian left Dubi Peak, he returned directly to Megrez Peak, then carefully circled around for half an hour before returning to the stalactite cave at the side of the mountain peak to calm his heart and cultivate. Duan Ling Tian cultivated within the stalactite cave for the next 2 months. When he was hungry, he would directly roast some meat. When he had eaten his fill, he would continue cultivating. Regardless of if it was day or night, time flew swiftly by. 2 months was neither long nor short, but it had passed just like that. 2 months later, Duan Ling Tian left the stalactite cave and spent a day's time to prepare everything he needed to do before heading to Alcade Peak. Elder Bai. When Duan Ling Tian went to look for Li Fei, Elder Bai just happened to be present as well. Scoundrel. Li Fei had a face full of joy as she walked out of the wooden house after hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice. Elder Bai nodded to Duan Ling Tian. Fei has told me everything that should be told. I want you to guarantee that Fei will be safe and sound when you return. Otherwise, I won't let you off. As she finished speaking, Elder Bai's gaze became fierce. Duan Ling Tian didn't get angry, as he knew that Elder Bai was just being concerned for Li Fei, and he lightly smiled. Don't worry, Elder Bai, you know the relationship between little Fei and me. Unless I die, otherwise, it's impossible that I would allow her to suffer any injury. Only now did Elder Bai nod in satisfaction and leave. Scoundrel, don't mind what Master said. After Elder Bai left, Li Fei smiled apologetically to Duan Ling Tian. Little Fei, is this how you see your man? Not to mention Elder Bai is your master, but just what Elder Bai earlier is also because of her being concerned about you. I haven't even gotten the chance to be happy because she's so good to you, why would I mind? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Are you ready? Yes. Li Fei nodded excitedly and felt a wave of happiness in her heart when she thought of how she was about to leave the 7-Star Sword sect. Then let's go now. Do you need to bid farewell to senior sister Zuo Qing? Duan Ling Tian asked. He'd come to Alcade Peak precisely to get Li Fei and leave together. I've already spoken to senior sister. Li Fei lightly shook her head, then said, I wonder if little sister Kair has returned. Let's go to Alcade Hall and take a look. Alcade Hall was the place on Dubi Peak where the Peak Master of Alcade Peak cultivated. There's no need. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. I went to Dubi Peak yesterday and went to Alcade Peak in passing. Kair and her master haven't returned. I wonder where they've gone. They still haven't returned after so long. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian was slightly worried. Li Fei noticed that Duan Ling Tian was worried about Kair and she consoled him. Don't worry. According to my master, the Peak Master of our Alcade Peak is a void initiation stage expert. With her by Kair's side, Kair will be fine. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were few people able to threaten Kair's safety while she possessed the protection of a void initiation stage expert. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian called out at Li Fei before directly leaving Alcade Peak. As they walked on the chain bridge, Li Fei said with a smile, Scoundrel, I saw the gazes of the other sisters of Alcade Peak earlier seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to eat you up. Besides that, many of them looked at me with gazes of envy and jealousy. As she finished speaking, Li Fei seemed slightly complacent, and as she held onto Duan Lingtian's arm, a smile that could overthrow the world appeared on her face. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Little Fei, didn't you love to get jealous before this? You aren't jealous now, what is there to get jealous about? Li Fei said with a smile, there's nothing between you and them. Moreover, doesn't my man being so welcomed also show that I have good taste? You have good taste, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself when he heard Li Fei. It seems that it was I who took the initiative to pursue you at that time. Scoundrel, what did you say? Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian's mutters, and stared at Duan Lingtian with a faint smile on her face. No, nothing. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head, as he'd already felt Li Fei's hand being placed on his waist. If he were to dare speak carelessly, he didn't doubt it in the slightest that his waist would instantly suffer extremely brutal devastation. After Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived at Dubi Peak, they headed down the mountain. All along the way, the 7-star sword sect disciples looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei with gazes filled with jealousy and envy. The male disciples were jealous and envious of Duan Lingtian. The female disciples were instead jealous and envious of Li Fei. Before long, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had arrived the stables near the entrance to the 7-star sword sect, intending to get their horses. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had only just entered the stable when a figure dashed nimbly towards them, then stopped before Duan Lingtian with an expression of excitement. Mo Yu. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to the outer court disciple that was of a similar age to him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, this is. Mo Yu had an expression of joy that Duan Lingtian was still able to remember him. Before long, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, and he was stunned briefly before withdrawing his gaze of astonishment, not daring to take another glance. He was able to discern that this was senior brother Duan Lingtian's woman. This is my woman, you can call her senior sister Li Fei. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to Mo Yu, then he introduced him to Li Fei. Little Fei, this is Mo Yu. Our Fergana horses were taken care of by him all this time. Mo Yu, you haven't been lazy recently, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Mo Yu again. Don't worry senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've practically taken the Fergana horses of you and senior sister Li Fei for a walk every day, and they have become much sturdier. Mo Yu laughed. Li Fei lightly smiled to Mo Yu, causing Mo Yu to be stunned from the sight. When had he seen such an extraordinary beauty? Mo Yu only came back to his senses when Duan Lingtian lightly coughed, and his face flushed. His embarrassed appearance caused Duan Lingtian and Li Fei to be unable to restrain their laughter. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei saw their Fergana horses, and they had indeed become much sturdier. The two of them leapt onto their horses and nodded to Mo Yu before controlling their horses to leave. Only senior brother Duan Lingtian, such an outstanding genius martial artist, is able to match such a drop-dead gorgeous beauty like senior sister Li Fei. As he gazed at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's figures that galloped into the distance, Mo Yu's gaze gradually became firm as he silently said to himself, Mo Yu, you have to work hard. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is the target you strive for. You don't have to be as outstanding as senior brother Duan Lingtian. Even if you only achieve half of what senior brother Duan Lingtian has achieved, your life wouldn't have been lived for nothing. At this moment, Mo Yu's martial will was tenacious like never before. In the future, when Mo Yu had achieved success in one recognition, the person he felt grateful to the most when he recalled everything in the past was still the senior brother Duan Lingtian, who was like a lantern in the night, guiding him onto the path. This was something that even Duan Lingtian himself had never expected. He hadn't done anything but remember a name, yet he'd affected the life of an outer court disciple that had taken the position of horse keeper. Within the 7-star sword sect, a figure that dashed like the wind was incomparably fast as the figure passed through the sect gate and flashed out, aiming straight for the 2 Fergana horses that were galloping in the distance. The figure's target was obviously the people atop the Fergana horse. Void prying stage expert. The 7-star sword sect disciples that guarded the gates were stunned when they saw the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the figure that flashed by. Wasn't this the sigh of a first-level void prying stage expert? I've finally found an opportunity. Duan Lingtian, this time, let me see how you escape from my hands. The person that dashed out laughed with a voice that was filled with excitement and unscrupulousness. At the same time, near the Dubi Peak test platform, another figure flashed out, its destination aiming straight for the foot of Dubi Peak. Above this figure, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. first level of the nascent soul stage. Right at this moment, a figure that was even faster had flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, the second figure had surpassed the first and obstructed the former's path. At the same time this second figure dashed out, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him, second level of the nascent soul stage. The first figure stopped dead in his tracks and focused his eyes to gaze over, and his face sank when he saw the person who had obstructed his path. Zheng Song, it's you again. I won't fuss with you about the fact that you took that Duan Tian away the other day. Why are you obstructing my path today? Lu Shizhe, are you mistaken? How am I obstructing your path? This is Dubi Peak, it's part of the 7-star sword sect, and it isn't your house. I'll walk however I wish, what does it have to do with you? Zheng Song looked at the person before him and smiled indifferently. Zheng Song, do you have to make it difficult for me? Lu Shiji's face sank, he understood in his head that this Zheng Song probably already knew of his intentions, otherwise, Zheng Song wouldn't obstruct his path. He'd waited for 2 months and had finally found such a good opportunity to kill the weed by the roots. Now, his heart was filled with grievance as he noticed that his plans were about to be destroyed by Zheng Song. At the start on that day, he'd only humiliated Duan Tian for the sake of standing out for Fan Jian. After that, when he thought about it, and thought of Duan Tian's monstrous and matchless natural talent, an intent to kill the weed by the roots had arisen within his heart. From that time onwards, he's always been looking for an opportunity. Today, with great difficulty, he'd received the news that Duan Tian had left the 7-star sword sect, and he didn't dare dally for a moment as he flashed down Dubi Peak, all for the sake of catching up to Duan Tian and killing him to avoid any future troubles. Unexpectedly, an unwelcome busybody had showed up to obstruct his path. Chapter 344, Ancient City of Everlast. Make it difficult for you. Zheng Song couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lu Shizhe, then he swept Lu Shizhe with his indifferent gaze. Lu Shizhe, you seem to think too highly of yourself. Do you think you're worthy? Lu Shizhe took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the rage in his heart. The person before him was far from something Duan Tian could compare to. Moreover, not to mention Zheng Song's own strength was much more formidable than his. Zheng Song's father was even the peak master of Mizar Peak. An existence that even the clan behind him was unable to offend. Since you aren't making it difficult for me, then it couldn't be better. Lu Shiji's figure flashed out, wanting to go around Zheng Song and head down Dubi Peak. Unexpectedly, Zheng Song's figure flashed out to follow him like a shadow, causing him to be unable to move a single inch. Zheng Song, don't go too far. Lu Shizhe was eventually unable to endure it any longer, and his eyes squinted as he glared at Zheng Song. He wasn't willing to miss this chance to kill Duan Tian, as once he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next time he would find such a good opportunity would be. With Duan Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao, once Duan Tian matured in the future, surpassing him was only a matter of time. He could imagine that when Duan Tian had grown to a point that had surpassed him, Duan Tian would surely seek revenge. At that time, he would be completely in a passive position. So, he had to kill Duan Tian before he was able to grow, because only in this way would he be able to wipe off any future trouble and allow himself to have no worries. What, Lu Shizhe, you want to fight me? Zheng Song's eyes squinted as he glared at Lu Shizhe with a faint smile on his face. From beginning until the end, his expression was calm, as if he didn't take Lu Shizhe seriously at all. Zheng Song, Lu Shizhe, will remember today's incident. When he realized it would be impossible for him to pursue Duan Tian and kill the weed by the roots today, Lu Shizhe gritted his teeth as he left some words of retaliation before turning around and heading up Dubi Peak. The disdain appeared on the corners of Zheng Song's mouth as he gazed at Lu Shiji's disappearing figure. Outside the 7-star sword sect, towards the direction heading to Black Bamboo City, the figure that dashed like the wind seemed to have transformed into a gale as it swept towards the 2 Fergana horses that were galloping at full speed. This person that was swiftly flying forward was a middle-aged man, and as he dashed forward, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed to condense into form above him. His cultivation was extremely obvious. First level of the void prying stage. A wisp of a complacent smile appeared on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth when he saw the Fergana horses getting closer and closer, his eyes revealing a burning desire. The muscle meridian rebirth scroll is mine. However, in the next moment, the smile that had only just appeared on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth had frozen. It was only because an even swifter sound of wind sounded out in his ears, and before he could even react to it, he noticed that a figure had surpassed him in the blink of an eye, and the figure stopped in the distance. Although he was shocked by this person's cultivation, the middle-aged man had no intention of paying any attention to the person. His figure flashed, intending to go around this person. Zhao Lin. Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap and contained thick origin energy mixed within it had pierced into Zhao Lin's ears, causing the vital energy and blood in Zhao Lin's body to roil, and Zhao Lin didn't dare continue dashing forward. After Zhao Lin stopped, he was only able to ease up his trembling internal organs slightly after taking a deep breath. Zhao Lin gazed in terror at the person who had his back towards him. "Who are you?" Finally, the person who had his back towards Zhao Lin slowly turned around, revealing his real appearance. "It's you." Zhao Lin's face went grim when he saw the appearance of the person, as he'd never imagined that the person who would obstruct him would be this person. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Peak Master Zheng Fan, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Lin's face sank and he spoke with a questioning tone. Zhao Lin, the outer court disciple of Megrez Peak, wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan. Zheng Fan glanced at Zhao Lin with a calm gaze as he slowly said, "Elder Zhao Lin, please go back." "Zheng Fan, are you hell-bent on interfering in my matters?" Zhao Lin looked at Zheng Fan and directly addressed Zheng Fan by name, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Zheng Fan, don't forget who my grandfather is." Ha ha. Zheng Fan couldn't refrain from laughing when he heard Zhao Lin. "Elder Zhao Lin, I'm extremely curious, do you dare tell Elder Ming of your current actions?" "You." Zhao Lin's face went grim as his weak point was grabbed by Zheng Fan and he was slightly angry from embarrassment. Zheng Fan looked at the direction of Dubi Peak as he slowly said, "Elder Zhao Lin, please." Zhao Lin's gaze descended into the distance, and those two Fergana horses had already completely vanished from his field of vision. He understood in his heart that now, not to mention Zheng Fan interfering in this matter, even if Zheng Fan wasn't interfering, he still might not be able to catch up to his target. HMPH. Zhao Lin coldly swept Zheng Fan with his gaze, then turned around and headed back towards the Seven-Star Sword Sect's Dubi Peak. Zheng Fan followed him and flowing lights flashed within Zheng Fan's eyes. His thoughts seemed as if it had returned to yesterday. "Peak Master, I have something that I want to ask for your help with." "Speak, so long as it's within my ability, then I absolutely won't refuse. I intend to leave the Seven-Star Sword Sect tomorrow, but I'm worried that someone will want to harm me. I hope that Peak Master is able to help me leave safely." Duan Ling Tian owes Peak Master a debt of gratitude. "It's only a small matter, I agree to your request." "Thank you, Peak Master." Flowing lights flashed within Zheng Fan's eyes and his heart was filled with wonder. How the heck did that little fellow offend Zhao Lin? Zhao Lin was only a first-level void-prying stage outer court elder, and he thought nothing of Zhao Lin. However, the person behind Zhao Lin was someone that even he who had already broken through to the void initiation stage now, and him he still felt reverence and fear towards. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei were side by side as they spurred their Fergana horses forward, quickly arriving at Black Bamboo City to meet up with Shang Quan. After they changed into casual clothes, they were prepared to head towards the location of Solitary Summit. The Solitary Summit was extremely far away from the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and this time Duan Ling Tian had made sufficient preparations to make a long journey. According to Shang Quan, it would require spending almost 5 months to arrive at Solitary Summit from here. In other words, it would be nearly 1 year for a return journey. Of course, this was only the time estimated by Shang Quan. When Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 spurred their horses to gallop violently and endured the hardships of an arduous journey, it had only been 4 months when they arrived nearby Solitary Summit. "Shang Quan, how far is Solitary Summit from here?" After hurrying along on their journey for 4 months, Duan Ling Tian was worn out from the journey, and slight exhaustion was mixed within between his brows. He hadn't rested properly throughout these 4 months. He'd cultivated as they hurried on their journey. At the same time that a Fergana horse was extremely swift when traveling, it was also extremely stable. So it didn't stop Duan Ling Tian from cultivating while traveling. Shang Quan gazed at the surroundings and said slowly, "Young master, we'll be there soon. It's at most another half-day's ride away." Although Shang Quan had traveled for 4 months as well, he was still brimming with energy and vitality. This was something that was entirely different from Duan Ling Tian. Of course, all of this was because of Shang Quan's deep cultivation. Moreover, during the journey, Xianxia's cultivation that had recovered to the 6th level of the void-prying stage had broken through once again, and he'd officially stepped into the ranks of the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then looked at Li Fei, who was beside him and equally exhausted. "Little Fei, endure it for a little while longer. We'll soon be able to rest." "Scoundrel, I'm fine." Li Fei nodded with a strong expression, and it caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to ache slightly. He even slightly regretted bringing Li Fei along. Even though all the bandits they'd encountered on the way during these 4 months had been killed by Xianxia and there was no need for them to worry about it, but because of the long-term accumulation of the lack of rest, it had caused Duan Ling Tian's and Li Fei's bodies and minds to be exhausted. Fortunately, Li Fei's cultivation had broken through on the way, otherwise, she might not have been able to persist until now. Li Fei's cultivation had broken through, and Duan Ling Tian's cultivation had similarly broken through as well. Cultivating and traveling day and night all along the way had allowed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation to smoothly break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage. At the same time that they continued on their journey, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, "Even if I don't utilize a spirit weapon now, my strength is comparable to the strength of 121 ancient mammoths, and I'm already stronger than ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artists. Ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artists only have the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Moreover, along with my breakthrough to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy has broken through again. The current quake energy's scope of effect has increased to the strength of 70 ancient mammoths." As he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian experienced a wave of excitement. "However, I'm currently still inferior to that Lu Shizhe." In next to no time, the excitement on Duan Ling Tian's face vanished, as if he was splashed with a bucket of cold water, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold brilliance. Lu Shizhe. 1st level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. At full strength, Lu Shizhe's strength was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. If Lu Shizhe were to utilize his spirit sword, then his strength would be even more formidable. "Scoundrel, what are you thinking of?" Suddenly, Li Fei's voice that was pleasant to the ear resounded, causing Duan Ling Tian to return to his senses. "Nothing." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, the icy coldness within his eyes instantly vanishing without a trace. He didn't tell Li Fei about the matter with Lu Shizhe as he was afraid that Li Fei would be worried. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 once again traveled for half a day. They traveled until the scorching sun was setting in the west, and only then did they see a dangerously steep mountain that was like a pillar that held up the heavens in the distance. This mountain shot up directly into the clouds, and it caused one to be unable to help from being shocked when one laid eyes upon it. "Young master, that mountain is the solitary summit," Xianxia said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and his gaze slightly moved downwards to descend into the distance. In the distance, a vast and magnificent ancient city rose up from the ground within this desert, like an enormous beast that was dormant there, stunning the hearts of everyone. "Xianxia, what city is this?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Li Fei's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and her gaze descended onto the ancient city in the distance. "Young master, this is the ancient city of Everlast," Xianxia replied respectfully. "The ancient city of Everlast is the city within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that possesses the longest history. Allegedly, this ancient city already stood within this vast desert before the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom even existed." Chapter 345, Beautiful Manager. Ancient City of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up as he looked at the unending streams of people, horses, and carriages. He asked curiously, "This ancient city of Everlast looks like it's rather bustling, is there something special about it?" An ancient city that was established in the middle of the desert and was near the solitary summit was actually able to attract so many merchants, and this caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to be filled with curiosity. "Young master, the ancient city of Everlast can be said to be the largest trade city within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. All the businesses within this city were born for the sake of profit. Unlike ordinary cities, there aren't any courtyard houses that are specially provided for people to stay in. If one isn't someone who's doing business here, then one can only stay within the inns here." Xianxia continued. "The largest trade city in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." Duan Ling Tian felt it was slightly difficult to believe. A city established in such a bleak and desolate place actually has such a great background. "Young master, there's this saying that's been spread within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If you want to acquire a certain thing you want, if the ancient city of Everlast doesn't have it, Then it's impossible to encounter it in any other place within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Xianxia said slowly. Now that you put it like this, I'm interested in this city. We'll find an inn to stay in for the night and properly experience the local customs and practices here. We'll head up the solitary summit another day. It wasn't easy to finally be able to make a trip out of the 7-star sword sect, and Duan Ling Tian intended to take Li Fei on a nice tour of the city, as he couldn't just finish what he'd come for and directly return. If he did it like that, it would be too uninteresting. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard Duan Ling Tian, as similarly to Duan Ling Tian, she was filled with curiosity and yearning towards this ancient city. Young master, Xianxia warned Duan Ling Tian when he saw they were about to enter the ancient city. Experts are numerous like the clouds within the ancient city of Everlast. Even an inconspicuous man on the road could very likely be a void stage expert. Coupled with this place being extremely far from the imperial city, and that it is considered a no man's land, bloody slaughters often occur here. Within the ancient city of Everlast, martial artists without a certain level of strength are only able to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves, as they're extremely afraid of courting disaster. Duan Ling Tian nodded and his expression became slightly serious. This ancient city of Everlast couldn't be looked at like how he looked at other ordinary cities. Li Fei withdrew a veil when they had almost reached the ancient city of Everlast, and only then did she spur her horse to enter the ancient city with Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia. As soon as they entered the ancient city, they could feel the dense aura of a market assaulting their faces. On the street within the ancient city, carriages and horses were like long dragons that flowed in endless streams, and the city was extremely bustling. Many stalls were laid out on both sides of the street, and these stalls either sold medicinal pills, spirit weapons, or various materials. There were youths, young men, middle-aged men, and even old men that were the owners of these stalls. Duan Ling Tian spread out his spiritual force as he spurred his horse forward. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. His gaze descended onto the owner of a nearby stall. This was a hunchbacked old man who was standing behind the stall and bargaining with another. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime worth of experience of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian was able to confirm that this hunchbacked old man was a void-prying stage martial artist, and the old man's strength ought to be at the second level of the void-prying stage. Looks like what Xianxia said earlier wasn't wrong at all. Within this ancient city of Everlast, any person on the street might be a void stage expert. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and became slightly vigilant. Scoundrel, how about we stay at that inn? Look, there's even a restaurant opposite the inn. When they passed a corner, the eyes of Li Fei, who had a sharp gaze, suddenly lit up as she looked into the distance. Duan Ling Tian followed Li Fei's gaze to look over when he heard her. An ancient styled inn appeared before his eyes. Beside the inn, a restaurant silently stood there. This restaurant was extremely special, as it was quiet and elegant. The first floor of the restaurant had been completely emptied, and it was filled with various plants that were placed in a circle, causing one to feel extremely comfortable when gazing upon it. Whereas the center of the plants was the stairway that led to the second floor. The structure of this restaurant caused Duan Ling Tian's eyes to light up. Duan Ling Tian spurred his horse forward with Li Fei and Xianxia, and they quickly passed by the restaurant. Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were sharp, and he was able to see the signboard of the restaurant with a single glance. Scoundrel, this restaurant is so quiet. Li Fei glanced at the second floor of the restaurant in surprise. There were many customers sitting within the second floor, and they were either tasting tea, drinking wine, eating, or chatting. But they had all intentionally suppressed their voices and didn't disturb the other people. An atmosphere like this appearing within the restaurant caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help himself from revealing surprise. A truly strange restaurant. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then looked at the opposite inn. We'll first get our rooms within this inn, then we'll come out and eat. Drainpool Inn. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the inn's signboard, then spurred his horse forward to arrive before the inn's door. Instantly, 3 of the attendants that stood in a row outside the door came forwards, and they respectfully received the reins of the Fergana horses from Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, then led the Fergana horses away. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 walked into the inn, and the counter was directly in front of them. A woman around the age of 27 or 28 stood behind the counter, and when he set eyes upon the woman, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned. He only recovered his senses when Li Fei put her hand on his waist and gave it a twist. Although this woman's appearance was inferior to Li Fei, there wasn't too much of a difference, but for an unknown reason, it seemed as if traces of a charming energy was between the woman's brows, causing others to easily be lost within. Charming technique. After Duan Ling Tian became clear-headed, his mood surged. The memories of the rebirth martial emperor contained records of charming techniques. Charming techniques were a cultivation method used by women. Once it was cultivated to mastery, it was capable of causing men to lose themselves within it, and allow the woman to manipulate the man at will. Amongst Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, only Duan Ling Tian was affected by the charming technique of the woman behind the counter. Shang Quan's cultivation was deep and his gaze was clear. He remained unmoved. As for Li Fei, she was a woman, so she naturally wouldn't be charmed by a woman. Duan Ling Tian understood that this woman ought to be the manager of this drain pool inn, and he walked over to the counter and said, "Manager." But the woman who supported herself on the counter and had her hand against her beautiful cheek seemed as if she entirely didn't hear Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes that were like a green lake gazed straight towards something outside the inn. Duan Ling Tian followed the woman's gaze to look over, and he noticed that the woman's gaze had descended onto a slovenly young man who sat by the window on the second floor of the opposite restaurant. This slovenly young man was around 30 years old. He had a face covered in stubble and his hair was casually draped on his shoulders, seeming to be neglectful of his appearance. He held a wine gourd in his hand as he leaned on the side of the window and drank wine. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian saw that the slovenly young man seemed as if he'd noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze, and the young man turned around to nod and smile to Duan Ling Tian. Even though the slovenly young man turned away right after he finished nodding, but Duan Ling Tian still saw his appearance clearly. This was a handsome young man with starry eyes and sword-shaped brows, and his rectangular face that was covered with stubble was filled with vigor. His pair of experienced eyes seemed to be recounting that he'd once experienced countless vicissitudes of life. This is a person with a story. This thought couldn't help but arise within Duan Ling Tian's heart. Oh, he's unwilling to spare me a single glance after all. Suddenly, a sigh sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears, and only now did he notice that the beautiful manager behind the counter had already come back to her senses and was muttering to herself. Duan Ling Tian had a strange gaze. This beautiful manager spoke off wouldn't be that slovenly young man that's drinking wine on the second floor of the opposite restaurant, right? Finally, the beautiful manager lifted her head and looked at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 as she asked. "The 3 of you want to stay? How many rooms do you want?" The beautiful manager asked. 2, Duan Ling Tian said. In next to no time, the beautiful manager took out 2 keys and passed them to Duan Ling Tian. "First skyroom, second skyroom. It's free of charge. All of you can stay for as long as you want." At the same time that Duan Ling Tian received the keys, he heard the beautiful manager, and he was completely stunned. Free of charge? Could it be that if you're handsome then it's free? Duan Ling Tian said inwardly. Why? When Duan Ling Tian was still dazed, Li Fei looked at the beautiful manager and asked with a curious expression. The beautiful manager glanced at Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes that were like jade lakes revealed a trace of recollection. "Little girl, when I see you, it's as if I've seen myself from all those years ago. As for why your stay is free of charge, it's because he looked at your man and smiled at your man." What the beautiful manager said caused Duan Ling Tian to recover from his shock. So it turned out that the beautiful manager didn't make their stay free because of his appearance. Li Fei was unable to wrap her head around it when she heard the beautiful manager, as she completely didn't know what the beautiful manager was saying. Exactly, a charming smile appeared on the beautiful manager's face. He rarely smiles at others. Since he smiled at your man, it shows that your man is out of the ordinary. A person that's able to make him smile can stay in my inn for free, no matter how long. What the beautiful manager said caused Li Fei to be even more confused. Presently, it was probably only Duan Ling Tian who was able to understand the meaning behind the beautiful manager's words, because only he saw the slovenly young man on the opposite restaurant earlier, and only he saw the slovenly young man smile at him. Looks like the beautiful manager of this drain pool inn secretly loves that slovenly young man, and that slovenly young man ought to know of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't only glance at me and smile at me before turning around. In this instant, Duan Ling Tian successfully guessed many things. Duan Ling Tian thanked the beautiful manager, then passed one of the keys in his hand to Shang Quan before taking Li Fei to step onto the inn stairs. Duan Ling Tian lightly turned around and he could see that the beautiful manager had once again continued to peep at the slovenly young man. I never expected that we would only just arrive at the ancient city of Everlast and were already able to encounter such an interesting thing. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Chapter 346, Zhang Shouyang. When she heard Duan Ling Tian's muttering, Li Fei's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of curiosity as she slowly asked. Scoundrel, what interesting thing? Do you know something? I'll tell you when we get to our room. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously, then he took Li Fei's hand and found the first skyroom before opening the door to enter, then he turned his hand around to look the door. Scoundrel. Li Fei just wanted to continue asked when she noticed Duan Ling Tian emitting a gaze that was like a hungry wolf, and she instantly seemed as if she'd realized something. Her delicate figure trembled and her beautiful face flushed rosy. Duan Ling Tian pounced towards Li Fei like a hungry wolf pouncing to eat. After a while of being locked together, Duan Ling Tian embraced Li Fei, who wore an expression of satisfaction as he quietly lay on the bed, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Li Fei lay on Duan Ling Tian's sturdy shoulders as she asked curiously. Scoundrel, you still haven't told me, what did you notice earlier? Obviously, Li Fei was extremely interested in the matter relating to the beautiful manager. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, and slowly told Li Fei of what he had noticed without a single omission, then he asked. Is it interesting? It can't be, right? Li Fei was dazed for a moment when she heard Duan Ling Tian, then muttered. That manager earlier was so outstanding, yet she actually likes a slovenly drunkard that doesn't care about his appearance. That drunkard has really accumulated good fortune from many lifetimes. Also, the most annoying of it all is that drunkard actually doesn't appreciate it. As she finished speaking, Li Fei was slightly enraged, and she felt an injustice had been done to the beautiful manager. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be speechless. He was really unable to fully understand the thoughts of a woman. As far as he was concerned, even if that slovenly young man was a drunkard, so what about it? He still had the right to choose. Liking is liking, and not liking is not liking, and it wasn't something that a suit of beauty could affect. They rested for a while longer and the sky gradually dimmed. Duan Ling Tian slapped Li Fei's bulging butt. Little Fei, get up and get dressed. We'll go to the opposite restaurant to eat, then go for a walk in the ancient city of Everlast's night market. Li Fei's beautiful face blushed rosy and her gaze blurred. Her blushing face was only covered after she wore her clothes and put on her veil. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had gotten dressed as well. Duan Ling Tian brought Li Fei out, then called Shang Quan before the three of them left the inn. Before leaving the inn, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the beautiful manager still supported herself on the counter, supporting her cheek with her hand as she gazed at the opposite restaurant. Could it be? Duan Ling Tian walked out of the inn and raised his head to gaze over, and only now did he notice that, as expected, the slovenly young man was still leaning on the window as he drank wine. HMPH. When Li Fei noticed the slovenly young man, she snorted in a low voice, seeming to be extremely displeased with the slovenly young man. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then he took Li Fei's hand and walked into the Eternal Jade restaurant with Shang Quan following behind him. He stepped onto the staircase that was surrounded by jade green plants and walked up to the second floor. Although there were many people having a meal on the second floor of the restaurant, it seemed to be incomparably quiet. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei had only just sat down when a beautiful woman whose beauty wasn't inferior to the beautiful manager of Drainpool Inn and had a similar age to the inn manager had walked over, then lightly smiled as she asked. Customers, what will you have? Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that when this woman appeared, the calm gaze of the slovenly man that leaned on the window while drinking wine had suddenly lit up and descended onto this woman. At this moment, in the eyes of the slovenly young man, it seemed as if only this woman remained in the world, and no other thing remained. This sort of gaze was extremely familiar to Duan Ling Tian, as it would only appear when one was facing their true love. Looks like this slovenly young man likes this woman. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. Could it be that this was the love triangle of legends? Li Fei looked at the woman and blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked curiously. Big sister, are you the manager of this restaurant? Sort of. The woman lightly smiled as she nodded. Sort of. Li Fei was stunned as she didn't understand the meaning behind the woman's words. The woman continued. This restaurant was opened by me and my husband. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were sharp and he was able to notice that when the woman said, husband, her gaze couldn't help but dim slightly, and traces of inexplicable feelings were mixed within. She seemed to be extremely unconfident. Duan Ling Tian was bewildered. This woman seemed to be extremely unconfident when she mentioned her own husband. It was slightly strange. So that's how it is. Li Fei smiled. She'd noticed the woman's lack of confidence in her eyes, but Li Fei didn't ask any further. After all, every household had its own troubles. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly frowned as she gazed at the slovenly young man who leaned on the window and drank wine, then slowly said to the woman, "Big sister, why does your restaurant let anyone come up here? This slovenly drunkard seems to have stayed in your restaurant for an extremely long time, right? Doesn't he affect your restaurant's business? Do you want us to help you drive him out?" As she finished speaking, Li Fei's eyes had traces of excitement mixed within. Looks like it was difficult for Li Fei to get over the matter of the slovenly young man disregarding the beautiful inn manager. When the beautiful restaurant manager who stood before Duan Lingtian and Li Fei heard Li Fei, she was stunned, then couldn't refrain from bursting out in laughter, and her laughing appearance was extremely pleasing to the eye. "Big sister, what are you laughing at?" Li Fei's beautiful eyes contained a trace of a puzzled expression when she saw the beautiful restaurant manager suddenly bursting out laughing. The manager shook her head and smiled as she said slowly, "Miss, he's my husband." Ah, when they heard what she said, not only was Li Fei stunned, even Duan Lingtian was stunned as well. That slovenly young man is the husband of this restaurant's manager. The husband that could cause her to have an unconfident feeling. Have the ways of the world changed? Such a beautiful restaurant manager would actually be unconfident when mentioning a slovenly husband. "Little brother." Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's face to go grim. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and only now did he notice that the slovenly young man had suddenly appeared to stand by the restaurant manager's side, and lightly smiled to him. "We meet again." "Yes, we meet again." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his heartbeat quickened. When did this slovenly young man appeared by the restaurant manager's side? His acute spiritual force actually didn't notice in the slightest. "Young master, he isn't simple." Right at this moment, Shang Quan's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Shang Quan's voice obviously contained a sense of fear mixed within. Actually, even if Shang Quan didn't warn him, Duan Lingtian would also have noticed that this slovenly young man wasn't simple. This young man looked slovenly and paid no attention to his appearance, but in truth, he was a person who was extremely particular about things. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian didn't carefully observe the slovenly young man, so he hadn't noticed it yet. Now, Duan Lingtian was instead able to discern this from the slovenly young man's bright and clean face. So it turned out that this young man's slovenliness and paying no care to his appearance was only a disguise. You two know each other." When the restaurant manager saw Duan Lingtian and her husband greeting each other, she had an astonished expression. The slovenly young man stretched out his hand to take the manager's slender hand and tightly grasped it. Then he said with a light smile, "I saw him entering Zan Qi's inn." Zan Kai. Suddenly, the manager's delicate figure trembled. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. At this moment, he was able to notice that when the restaurant manager heard the slovenly young man mention the name Zan Kai, she was obviously slightly unusual. Moreover, at that moment, the lack of confidence on the manager was even more obvious. Zan Kai, could it be that it's the name of that inn's manager? Duan Lingtian guessed inwardly. Looks like the restaurant manager and her husband know the inn manager. Duan Lingtian's thoughts became cleared gradually. That inn's manager obviously liked the slovenly young man. Whereas the slovenly young man was the husband of the restaurant's manager. Moreover, his heart obviously only had the restaurant manager within it. This was something that could be discerned from how he disregarded the inn manager but was tender and protective to the restaurant manager. But, although the heart of the slovenly young man was completely on the restaurant manager, the restaurant manager seemed to still be extremely unconfident. This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to wrap his head around no matter how he thought about it. It was too complicated. Logically speaking, the lack of confidence of the restaurant manager was completely not required. Because the heart of her husband was completely on her, and besides her, there was no one else in his heart. Perhaps, there's another reason. Duan Lingtian could only think like this. The slovenly young man lightly pinched his wife's palm, then looked at Li Fei. Change the topic. "Little lady, you asked my wife if she needed you to help her drive me out." I. Li Fei's beautiful face beneath her veil flushed, and for a time, she didn't know what to say. Actually, right at the beginning when she found out the slovenly young man was the husband of the restaurant manager, she'd known that she had misunderstood the slovenly young man. It wasn't that the slovenly young man didn't take a fancy to the inn manager, but he already had a wife. It's all a misunderstanding. Duan Ling Tian helped Li Fei ease the situation, then he lightly smiled to the slovenly young man and the restaurant manager. May I know the name of big brother and sister? Duan Ling Tian helped change the topic. This slovenly young man was unfathomable, and it caused him to feel afraid. The slovenly young man glanced at the restaurant manager when he heard Duan Ling Tian, seeming to be seeking her opinion. The restaurant manager lightly nodded. Little brother, I'm Zhang Shouyang, and this is my wife, Wang Chong. The slovenly young man nodded with a smile to Duan Ling Tian. He obviously didn't fuss about what Li Fei had said earlier and was extremely magnanimous. So it's big brother Zhang. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled. I'm Duan Ling Tian, this is my fiancé, Li Fei. I hope that big brother Zhang and sister-in-law can forgive us for the offense earlier. Brother Ling Tian, you're joking. It's only a small matter. Like the saying goes, ignorance can be forgiven. Zhang Shouyang shook his head, and had an expression of indifference as he didn't mind. Chapter 347. Directly thrown out. The manager pair of Eternal Jade Restaurant were easygoing people, they only laughed it off and didn't take Li Fei's offense to heart. Wang Chong looked at Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, and flowing lights revolved within her beautiful eyes as she asked with a slight smile. Brother Ling Tian, what are you and little sister Li Fei having? Sister-in-law, you choose the dishes for us. We don't avoid any foods. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Wang Chong. Okay. Wang Chong smiled and nodded, then she turned around and went to prepare the food. As for Zhang Shouyang, he nodded to Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, then returned to sit before the window, then leaned on the side of the window as he picked up the wine gourd and drank wine by himself. The wine gourd in his hand was like a bottomless pit, and the wine within was forever unable to be finished. If it wasn't for him having already seen through Zhang Shouyang's disguise, perhaps he would really think that the slovenly young man was only a drunkard. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Fei, and as he recalled the scene of Li Fei acting against Zhang Shouyang, he couldn't help but laugh. Scoundrel, don't laugh. When Li Fei saw Duan Ling Tian staring at her as he laughed, how could she not know what Duan Ling Tian was laughing about? She was instantly slightly angry from embarrassment. All right, I won't laugh. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and didn't tease the little girl any longer. Little Fei's beautiful eyes slightly moved about as she asked curiously. Scoundrel, where do you think that big brother Zhang got such great charm? He already has a wife that's as beautiful as a flower, but he actually also has another beautiful manager that likes him. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Since ancient times, love was undoubtedly the most complicated. Who is capable of making a matter of love clear? Scoundrel, I noticed that big sister Wang Chong seemed to be slightly unconfident when facing big brother Zhang. Did you notice? Li Fei asked in a light voice. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I did. Scoundrel, do you want to know why? Li Fei's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity, as if she wanted to understand the matters between the manager and her husband a step further. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but smile. This little girl's curiosity is actually so great. But Duan Ling Tian touched his heart and asked himself, and in his heart, he too was undoubtedly filled with curiosity towards this matter. Duan Ling Tian saw the strand of bright light that flashed within Li Fei's beautiful eyes, and he asked curiously. What, you have a way to find out? Li Fei smiled mysteriously but temporarily didn't tell Duan Ling Tian of her plans. This caused Duan Ling Tian to gnash his teeth with hatred, and he wished for nothing more than to punish Li Fei on the spot. In next to no time, their food was served. Shang Quan, sit down and eat as well, Duan Ling Tian said to Shang Quan. Shang Quan had followed them to endure the hardships of the arduous journey, and he hadn't eaten a proper meal for the last 4 months. Thank you, young master. Shang Quan sat down respectfully. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Li Fei had only taken a few mouthfuls before she left her seat and walked towards the manager. Big sister Wang Chong, let me help you. Now, Duan Ling Tian understood Li Fei's plan. Looks like Li Fei wanted to sound Wang Chong out like this. This restaurant looks nice, us brothers will eat here today. Suddenly, a wave of clamorous noise entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. In next to no time, a few middle-aged men could be seen to be chatting and laughing loudly as they walked up the second floor of the Eternal Jade Restaurant. Their uproarious talk and laughter had broken the peace on the second floor of the Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Ling Tian frowned, the other customers who were having food in the restaurant frowned as well. They all had displeased expressions. This restaurant is rather quiet, one of the middle-aged men said in astonishment, and within this quiet second floor of the restaurant, his voice was like a thunderclap. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly resounded out. Eternal Jade Restaurant prohibits clamors. If customers aren't able to do this, then please leave. When he heard this voice, Duan Ling Tian looked at the slovenly young man who leaned at the side of the window. Presently, it was precisely this unusual restaurant manager, Zhang Shouyang, that was speaking. The middle-aged men were stunned when their voices were suppressed by Zhang Shouyang. In next to no time, they recovered from their shock, then walked over with large strides to surround Zhang Shouyang by the window. The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. "You're just a stinking drunkard, yet you dare chide us lords. This lord wants to tell you that when I enter a restaurant, I always do as I please. Since when did a drunkard dare be so arrogant? Truly courting death. Stinking drunkard, if you have the guts then say it one more time, see if your uncle doesn't throw you down." The other middle-aged men looked at Zhang Shouyang with faces that revealed a smile of madness. Finally, Zhang Shouyang had his head lowered and was drinking wine all along finally moved. "The Eternal Jade Restaurant doesn't welcome all of you." Zhang Shouyang slowly spoke, and after he finished, he once again picked up the wine gourd and took another mouthful of wine, then his head slightly swayed, exactly like a stinking drunkard. "These fellows are going to suffer." Duan Ling Tian sat afar and just happened to see the trace of fierceness that flashed within Zhang Shouyang's eyes, and his heart jerked slightly. "Ha ha!" The middle-aged men burst into laughter when they heard Zhang Shouyang, and after they finished laughing, they wanted to mock him once more. But unfortunately, they didn't have the chance. Suddenly, an eye-piercing sound of something tearing through the air sounded out. In the next moment, in the eyes of Duan Ling Tian, those middle-aged men emitted shrill cries and seemed as if they'd flown out the window on their own. Outside the window, heavy sounds of weighty object hitting the ground resounded out, and accompanying it were a wave of miserable shrill cries. So fast, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. He knew clearly in his heart that it was surely Zhang Shouyang that had tossed them out earlier. However, he'd only heard the ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air when Zhang Shouyang attacked, yet didn't see Zhang Shouyang make any movement. Even to the extent that the silhouette that condensed into form above Zhang Shouyang flashed before disappearing swiftly, causing his eyes to be unable to catch a glimpse. "Shang Quan, did you see him attack clearly?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Shang Quan and asked in a low voice. Shang Quan nodded with a serious expression, and after a short moment, he said, "His speed is extremely swift. Even I didn't see clearly the silhouettes that flashed above him, but what I can be sure of is that he is stronger than me." Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted when he heard what Shang Quan said. Even Shang Quan is embarrassed by his inability when facing this Zhang Shouyang. After all, after the origin sealing parasite was completely removed from him, not only had Shang Quan recovered his cultivation at the 6th level of the void prying stage, but now, his cultivation had even broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Wouldn't this mean that the strength of Zhang Shouyang was at the 9th level of void prying stage or above? It was difficult for him to imagine it. A young man that seemed to be a little over 30 actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath then stretched out his acute spiritual energy, wanting to rely on his spiritual energy and the lifetime worth of experience of the rebirth martial emperor to examine Zhang Shouyang's cultivation, but the results exceeded his expectations. When his spiritual force merged into Zhang Shouyang's body, it was like a rock that sunk into the sea. It was exactly the same like when he examined the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Shuinai. There were only two possibilities when such circumstances appeared. Possibility number 1. Zhang Shouyang was like Han Shuinai, and knew of a method to conceal his cultivation, or the cultivation method he cultivated was able to restrain the aura of his cultivation. Possibility number 2. Zhang Shouyang was an expert at the void initiation stage. A void initiation stage expert at an age slightly over 30. He wouldn't feel that it was strange if a void initiation stage expert that was just slightly over 30 had appeared in the foreign lands. But now, it had appeared within the ancient city of Everlast that was within the domain of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and this caused Duan Ling Tian to feel that it was slightly inconceivable. In the end, Duan Ling Tian determined that Zhang Shouyang's circumstances should relate to the first possibility. Even then, his heart was still filled with shock. After all, not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even throughout the entire Darkstone Empire or even the entire Darken Dynasty. An expert that was above the 7th level of the void-prying stage at an age that was just above 30 was an existence that was rare, like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. After emitting a few shrill cries, the few middle-aged men that were thrown out the window by Zhang Shouyang went completely silent. Obviously, they'd realized how terrifying Zhang Shouyang was and had already left. The Eternal Jade restaurant returned to its quiet atmosphere once again. After Duan Lingtian finished eating his fill, Li Fei had returned, and when he saw the smile that hung on her face, Duan Lingtian knew that Li Fei had gained some results. Eat some more. Duan Lingtian didn't anxiously ask Li Fei what she had gained, and instead waited for her to eat her fill first before asking. Did you find out? Li Fei nodded, and she had a slightly complacent expression. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up and he intended to pay his bill and leave. But Wang Chong was unwilling to take his money. Brother Lingtian, I and little sister Li Fei felt like old friends at the moment we first met. Coupled with you addressing my husband as big brother, how could it be proper for us to take your money? Keep it, thank you sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled, not persisting. Then he said his farewells to Zhang Shouyang before taking Li Fei's hand and leaving with Xianxia. After they left the Eternal Jade restaurant and were walking towards the ancient city of Everlast's night market, Duan Lingtian gazed at Li Fei with a curious expression as he asked. Little Fei, what did you find out? Li Fei sighed. It turns out that big sister Wang Chong is a pitiable person as well. Pitiable person? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression, and he listened intently. Big sister Wang Chong was originally a woman with extremely superb natural talent in the martial Dao. Later on, she encountered an accident that caused her dantian to be damaged, and was unable to accumulate origin energy. According to what she said, Big Brother Zhang's natural talent in the martial Dao is extremely high. This made her feel a sense of inferiority and caused her to have the feeling that she didn't deserve Big Brother Zhang, Li Fei said slowly. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Li Fei. So it turns out that the reason Wang Chong lacked confidence was because she was unable to accumulate origin energy, whereas Zhang Shouyang was instead an expert in the martial Dao. He was able to understand this. An ordinary woman being together with a man that had extremely monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao was indeed a source of extreme pressure. But, since they'd already gotten married and were husband and wife, why would she still fuss about all this? Perhaps, there's a knot in Wang Chong's heart. Duan Lingtian said inwardly. Moreover, this knot in her heart is very likely to be related to the beautiful manager in the Drainpool Inn. Li Fei said, I really misunderstood Big Brother Zhang earlier. It turns out that for the sake of big sister Wang Chong, Big Brother Zhang was even willing to give up everything and follow her to this remote ancient city of Everlast to open the Eternal Jade restaurant. Opening a restaurant had always been a dream of big sister Wang Chong. Chapter 348, Solitary Summit. Scoundrel. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and traces of shock appeared on her beautiful face. I heard from big sister Wang Chong that Big Brother Zhang is extremely formidable. She only smiled and shook her head when I asked her if Big Brother Zhang is a nascent soul stage martial artist. Could it be that Big Brother Zhang is a void stage expert? Nascent soul stage martial artist? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei has really underestimated Zhang Shouyang. Little Fei, I can only say that the cultivation of that Big Brother Zhang is something even Xianxia felt himself to be inferior to, Duan Lingtian slowly said to Li Fei. What? Li Fei's beautiful face had a shocked expression when she heard Duan Lingtian. She knew Xianxia's cultivation, the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Even amongst void-prying stage martial artists, he could still be considered as one of the top, after being dumbstruck for a short moment. Li Fei looked at Xianxia, seeming to want to get further confirmation from Xianxia. It wasn't that she didn't believe Duan Lingtian, but that matter was too shocking. Li Fei only completely confirmed it when she saw Xianxia nod, and she had a shocked expression as she muttered. Big Brother Zhang's cultivation is actually more formidable than Xianxia. Then wouldn't that mean that Big Brother Zhang is an expert that has surpassed the 7th level of the void-prying stage? Gradually, Li Fei's eyes emitted a trace of jealousy. She was jealous of Wang Chong. Wang Chong was a woman that couldn't even cultivate. So, being able to possess unreserved love of such an outstanding man was undoubtedly a type of luck, a type of happiness. From the beginning until the end, that outstanding man had always showered her with tender love, and was even willing to give everything up and bring her along to this remote ancient city of Everlast to open a restaurant. All for the sake of helping her to realize the dreams she'd had all along. Duan Lingtian took Li Fei's hand in an overbearing manner as he asked with a smile. What, my little Fei is jealous of others? Do you think I'm not as good as Big Brother Zhang? Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red and she lightly grunted. You philanderer. Big Brother Zhang is much more faithful than you. It can't be helped, you've already gone down the wrong path and you can't escape anymore. Duan Lingtian laughed slyly as he pinched Li Fei's palm. He then brought Li Fei, who glanced at him with embarrassment, to take a stroll in the ancient city's night market. As the city with the largest trade area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the night market of the ancient city of Everlast was extremely bustling. It was to the extent that when Duan Lingtian and Li Fei passed some places, they were occasionally able to see some people come into conflict due to some small matters, and it frequently ended with a slaughter. However, the pedestrians that passed by all looked on indifferently, as they seemed to be accustomed to all of this and weren't surprised by it. It's truly a chaotic no man's land. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Scoundrel, let's return. Li Fei's beautiful brows lightly frowned as she was slightly not accustomed to this. She was different to Duan Lingtian after all. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood during his previous life as a mercenary, so not only would he not be disgusted by all this, he would even feel it was slightly cordial. Okay. Duan Lingtian noticed the slightly ghastly pale face of Li Fei's under the veil, and he nodded before pulling Li Fei's hand to turn around and return to the inn. Xianxia followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and vigilantly observed their surroundings. Once someone dared to try harm Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, he would make a move at the first possible moment to kill that person. Protecting the safety of the young master and the people by the young master's side is the reason for his existence. When they returned to Drainpool Inn, Duan Lingtian noticed that the actions of the beautiful manager hadn't changed this entire time, and she was still staring at the slovenly young man in the opposite restaurant with an infatuated gaze. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then took Li Fei's hand and brought her back to their room. Little Fei, since you're not accustomed to this place, we'll head to the solitary summit to look for Xianxia Yan tomorrow, and we'll leave after we complete the task the young sect leader of the boundless sect entrusted to me, Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. Li Fei lightly nodded and she quickly fell onto the bed and entered a deep slumber. Duan Lingtian's heart ached slightly as he gazed at Li Fei's exhausted face. He lightly stroked Li Fei's beautiful face that was as smooth as jade with eyes that were filled with tender love. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were prepared to leave. Let's go bid farewell to Big Sister Wang Chong and Big Brother Zhang, Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian before they had even left the inn. However, when they left the inn, bathing under the fresh morning air, they instead noticed that the Eternal Jade restaurant hadn't opened yet, and Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Looks like we got up too early. Then we'll come bid our farewells on the way back before leaving, Li Fei suggested. Duan Lingtian agreed, then he and Li Fei spurred their horses to ride into the distance. Xianxia followed closely behind like a shadow. After they left the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 headed towards the solitary summit. The solitary summit stood in the distance, and it was even more majestic than the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubi Peak. The solitary summit looked to be extremely near, but when Duan Lingtian's group of 3 galloped at full force, it was already an hour later when they finally arrived at the foot of Solitary Summit. The mountain path on Solitary Summit was spacious and extremely flat, thus it was completely possible to ascend the mountain with a horse. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 spurred their horses up Solitary Summit. All along the way, there were a few buildings everywhere on the mountainside of Solitary Summit. They were either houses made of wood or bricks, or luxurious buildings that were like palaces. The Solitary Summit is so huge, finding Xianxia Yan here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Asking people all along the way, yet not obtaining even the slightest information relating to Xianxia Yan caused Duan Lingtian they be unable to refrain from revealing a bitter smile as he felt that this was a difficult mission. I thought that we would be directly able to find Xianxia Yan once we arrived at Solitary Summit, but I never expected that utterly no one knows him. Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned and she was slightly vexed. The Solitary Summit is so huge, it isn't strange that they don't know Xianxia Yan. Let's continue up the mountain and see if we can find out any information about Xianxia Yan, Duan Lingtian slowly said as he spurred his horse forward. Finally, when they arrived near the peak of Solitary Summit, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 found some information about Shangguan Yan. You're looking for Shangguan Yan. An old man with a sturdy figure and stubble that covered his entire face was looking at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 as he glared with his fierce eyes. Who are all of you to him? Senior, we're people from the Boundless sect. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he said to the old man. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experiences of rebirth martial emperor, he was able to discern that this old man was a 9th-level void-prying stage expert. The old man's strength wasn't inferior to the peak master of Megrez Peak, Wu Dao. Boundless sect. When the old man heard Duan Ling Tian, he pondered for a moment before muttering. This sect, it's like I've heard it somewhere. Right, that old goat Shangguan Yan once said the sect he used to be in was called Boundless sect. Finally, the old man reacted to what Duan Ling Tian had told him. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 and asked. All of you are Shangguan Yan's later generation disciples. Later generation disciples. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched, yet he still nodded. Exactly, Shangguan Yan is precisely the ancestor of our Boundless sect. Senior, we're looking for him because of an urgent matter. Do you know where he cultivates on Solitary Summit? As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man in anticipation. Unexpectedly, the old man shook his head. I'm afraid all of you have come here for nothing. That Shangguan Yan left Solitary Summit around 8 years ago. I originally thought he missed his disciples and had returned to Boundless sect. Now it would seem that it isn't so. What the old man said caused Duan Ling Tian's face to freeze. Shangguan Yan already left Solitary Summit around 8 years ago. 8 years ago. At that time, the Boundless sect hadn't encountered disaster yet, whereas the Boundless sect's young sect leader thought that Shangguan Yan was at Solitary Summit. In other words, Shangguan Yan didn't return to Boundless sect. We've really come here for nothing. Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head. Shangguan Yan had left Solitary Summit and had gone missing. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely huge, not to mention him. Even the rebirth martial emperor at his peak strength might not be able to find Shangguan Yan under the conditions that he didn't possess any clues. Thank you, Senior, Duan Ling Tian said to the old man, then left with Li Fei and Shang Quan. Shang Quan, according to your knowledge, where else would Shangguan Yan go besides the Solitary Summit? Duan Ling Tian held on the last strand of hope as he asked Shang Quan. Shang Quan smiled bitterly. Young master, even I don't know. Although Shang Quan was the guardian elder of the Boundless sect, he only entered Boundless sect later on and had never met Shangguan Yan. He knew that wanting to find Shangguan Yan now was like finding a needle in a haystack. He could only temporarily put this matter down. Go. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 spurred their horses along the spacious and flat mountain path to head down Solitary Summit. Shang Quan spurred his horse to follow closely behind the other 2, like a shadow. As the saying goes, it's easier to go downhill than uphill, and this was absolutely true. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 had only spent half the time they took to go up the mountain when they arrived at the foot of the mountain. This was also after the time they used to inquire about Shangguan Yan all along their way up was removed. Scoundrel, let's go bid our farewells to Big Brother Zhang and Big Sister Wang Chong. Li Fei lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian, and even though her face was covered in a veil, it was still delicate and attractive. Okay. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a wisp of affection as he lightly nodded. Go. Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out from afar. A blue-clothed young man whipped his Fergana horse as he swiftly dashed towards Solitary Summit. Behind the young man, an old man followed close behind. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian slightly swept the blue-clothed young man with his gaze, then called out to Li Fei and Shang Quan, intending to leave Solitary Summit. Duan Ling Tian noticed that when the blue-clothed young man was just about to pass them and enter Solitary Summit, he seemed to have noticed something and suddenly pulled on his horse's reins, forcefully making his Fergana horse stop. Along with a wave of fluttering dust, the Fergana horse below the young man stopped. When Duan Ling Tian saw the gaze that was revealed from within the blue-clothed young man's eyes, his face sank. That was a gaze of brazen lust. Chapter 349, The Strength of an Ancient Horned Dragon. Nay, the old man behind the blue-clothed young man had caught up, and he pulled on the horse's reins to make the Fergana horse below him stop before standing by the young man's side, relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime's worth of experience of the rebirth martial emperor. He was able to discern that the cultivation of this old man ought to be at the 5th level of the void-prying stage. As for the blue-clothed young man, he was around the age of 25 and possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage. HMPH. Suddenly Duan Ling Tian's face sank as he snorted coldly, then spurred his horse forward to block off the lusty gaze the young man shot at Li Fei. His eyes stared fixedly at the young man and was filled with icy coldness. He wouldn't tolerate someone being disrespectful to his woman. Li Fei's beautiful face beneath the veil had sunken slightly when she noticed the young man's gaze earlier. Now, when she saw Duan Ling Tian blocking before her, it caused the gloominess on her face to vanish, replacing it with a slight smile of happiness. This was her man, a man that could be relied on. The young man's face couldn't help but sink when his gaze that was appreciating a beauty was blocked off, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian as he shouted coldly. "Kid, fuck off." Although the woman wore a veil and he couldn't see her appearance clearly, he, who had inspected many women, was able to see that this was a beauty just from the pair of willow-shaped eyebrows and eyes that were like autumn water. She was absolutely a woman of top quality. This top-quality woman was far from the group of ordinary women at his home. Especially the hot body of this woman caused him to indulge in lewd fantasies, and his lower regions went hot. In his heart, a greedy desire arose, a desire to take this woman for himself. Now, he couldn't help but become slightly furious from his mood getting disturbed. Duan Ling Tian suddenly started laughing when he heard the young man asking him to fuck off, and a smile that had slight coldness mixed within appeared on the corners of his mouth. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to disappear before my eyes. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Bear the consequences. The young man was instinctively stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian, then he recovered from his shock and couldn't refrain from laughing. The young man's eyes contained condescending contempt as he looked down on Duan Ling Tian. "Kid, you said earlier that you would give me 10 breaths time to disappear from before you. Otherwise, you would make me bear the consequences." Now, the young man even thought that he had heard it wrongly, because no one dared talk to him like this, or threaten him like this. "There's still another 8 breaths of time." Duan Ling Tian calmly gazed at the young man, his expression cold and indifferent as before, and he wasn't affected by the young man's words in the slightest. The young man finally confirmed that he didn't hear wrongly earlier. Instantly, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and laughed in ridicule. "Kid, looks like you're really brave. The time of 8 breaths. Then let me tell you, I don't need the time of 8 breaths to make you a corpse." The young man's manner of speaking was filled with disdain and overbearingness. "There's still another 6 breaths of time." Duan Ling Tian continued to speak with a calm tone, but within it was traces of killing intent mixed within. "Uncle Lin." The disdain on the young man's face grew deeper as he suddenly shouted out in a low voice. "Young master." The old man beside the young man respectfully replied, "I want that kid and his servant to die within the time of 5 breaths." The young man spoke in a clear voice as he swept Duan Ling Tian and Shang Quan with a cold and indifferent gaze, and his tone was as if killing the two of them was like a common occurrence to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man added, "Uncle Lin, when you attack, you must not injure that little beauty. I want to bring her home to become my 27th concubine." Ha 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 ha. As he finished speaking, the young man burst out into laughter, and his voice was filled with lust and arrogance. 270H concubine. The coldness in Duan Ling Tian's eyes grew colder when he heard the young man, and he emitted an oppressive cold aura as he said in a cold voice, "There's still 3 breaths of time. Uncle Lin, do it." The young man suddenly shouted out explosively, and his eyes revealed madness. As far as he was concerned, so long as he killed these 2 eyesores, that little beauty would be his. At that time, would she be at his mercy to play with? When he thought of that hot body and superb beauty about to become his plaything, the lusty glow in the young man's eyes grew brighter. "Yes, young master." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the old man atop the Fergana horse by his side directly rose into the air from the Fergana horse, and floated in midair. The old man's gaze was incomparably icy cold, and when it descended onto Duan Ling Tian and Shang Quan, it was as if he was looking at 2 dead people. Perhaps, in the eyes of the old man, Duan Ling Tian and Shang Quan were bound to die in the next moment. "Kid, there are some people on this world that you can't afford to offend. Properly remember this in your next life." The young man looked at Duan Ling Tian as he laughed arrogantly, his eyes filled with viciousness. "Is that so?" Duan Ling Tian sneered then shouted in a low voice, 10 breath of time is up." Shang Quan. "Yes, young master." Shang Quan replied, and his eyes abruptly squinted and emitted awe-inspiring killing intent. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound of wind howling resounded out. Duan Ling Tian's face sank as he noticed that the old man that floated in midair had disappeared before his eyes. At practically the same time, an awe-inspiring strong gale assaulted his face. Duan Ling Tian knew clearly that the old man was flashing towards him at an extremely swift speed, desiring to kill him. He could see 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensing into form in the air. This was precisely the mark of the 5th level of the void-prying stage. Now, when this 5th level void-prying stage old man attacked Duan Ling Tian, he even didn't utilize his spirit weapon nor force. Perhaps, in his opinion, Duan Ling Tian still didn't have the qualifications to make him use a spirit weapon of force. In the distance, when the young man who sat atop the Fergana horse saw this scene, he revealed an expression of madness and lust. Die, die, once you're dead, the little beauty by your side will be mine. An incomparably swift figure whistled out, and accompanying it was an explosive shout that was like a thunderclap. A mere 5th level void-prying stage dares be presumptuous before my young master. It was Shang Quan who had moved, and in the blink of an eye, before the old man could approach Duan Ling Tian, he'd already descended before Duan Ling Tian to float in midair and stop the old man. Above Shang Quan, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes increased unceasingly. 8,000, 9,000. When the ancient mammoth silhouettes increased to 9,999, all of them shook before completely converging together and causing the clouds and mist to roil. When the clouds and mist dispersed, a winding colossus descended to appear before everyone's eyes. This colossus was a few tens of meters long, and its strong figure circled in the air, seeming lifelike. Its blood mouth would occasionally open to breathe the clouds and mist, bring forth a shocking sight to everyone. The colossus was 50% or 60% similar to the azure dragon in Duan Ling Tian's impression, but it was much smaller than the azure dragon. Moreover, its appearance seemed even more ferocious, possessing extreme deterrent force. Horned dragon. This was an ancient horned dragon. During the ancient times, the strength of an ancient horned dragon could compare to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Now, Shang Quan's strength had surged to be comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Similar to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. 7th level void-prying stage. A trembling voice suddenly sounded out, and mixed within it was traces of fear. The sound was emitted from the old man that had charge at Duan Ling Tian like a bolt of lightning, but when Shang Quan appeared before Duan Ling Tian, he hurriedly flashed backwards and floated in midair. As he gazed at the lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette above Shang Quan, the old man's eyes emitted terror that came from the soul. This middle-aged man's drew upon the energy of heaven and earth as his body moved to condense an ancient horned dragon silhouette. He didn't use a spirit weapon nor utilize force. The old man already knew what this meant. 7th level of the void-prying stage. This was a 7th level void-prying stage expert. This is an ancient horned dragon. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shot towards the sky above Shang Quan. Although he'd already known earlier that Shang Quan had broken through to the 7th level of the void-prying stage and knew from the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor that when Shang Quan attacked, he would be able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense an ancient horned dragon silhouette, it was still the first time he'd seen an expert at the 7th level of the void-prying stage in battle. The first time he'd seen an ancient horned dragon. Ancient horned dragon. Li Fei had a confused expression, as she's never even heard of an ancient horned dragon. Little Fei, on Cloud Continent, martial artists are able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth when they attack, and develop ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, when the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes reach 10,000, they will automatically transform into an ancient horned dragon. Duan Ling Tian noticed Li Fei's confusion and slowly explained. This is the rules of the Cloud Continent, the iron law of Cloud Continent. In other words, the strength of an ancient horned dragon is comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. Li Fei came to a sudden understanding after she heard Duan Ling Tian's explanation, and completely wrapped her head around it. Ancient horned dragon. In the distance, the blue-clothed young man that sat atop the Fergana horse was completely dumbstruck when Shang Quan made a move and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Only now did he recover from his shock. At the instant that he recovered from his shock, his eyes were filled with a luster of disbelief. No, impossible. How could this fledgling kid possible have a 7th level void-prying stage expert by his side? No, impossible, impossible. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was real. Subsequently, his chest was completely filled with a feeling of terror. Now, he only had a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist by his side, whereas his opponent instead had a 7th-level void-prying stage expert by his side. His side obviously had no chance of victory. Chapter 350, Withered Old Man. Fright arose within the blue-clothed young man's heart. Shang Quan, kill this old fellow. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man that floated in midair and abruptly spoke with a voice that had traces of icy coldness mixed within, a voice that didn't contain any emotion. He could imagine that if he didn't have Shang Quan by his side, he'd already have been killed by the old man earlier. The instant the old man disappeared before his eyes, the killing intent that assaulted his face almost suffocated him. That feeling was something he didn't want to feel a second time in his entire life. It was too awful. Yes, young master, Shang Quan replied, and a cold light flashed within his eyes, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. Now, when he saw Shang Quan's actions, the old man revealed a gaze of terror as his body shook before transforming into a ghost that flashed straight towards the blue-clothed young man, and grabbed the young man before wanting to flee. Obviously, he wanted to bring his young master along and flee, but would he be able to flee? HMPH. Shang Quan cold grunt suddenly sounded out, and it was as if being able to freeze the air. At practically an instant, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Shang Quan had disappeared on the spot, and when he appeared once again, he'd already chased the old man that flew while carrying the blue-clothed young man, intending to flee into solitary summit. An ear-piercing sword howl echoed out. With just a single sword strike that was swift to the limit and seemed like lightning, a sword strike that brought along a terrifying aura. It transformed into a sword light that flashed out and caused the air to freeze. At practically the same time, another 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared beside the ancient horned dragon above Shang Quan. These 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes were like stars that twinkled around a bright moon as they surrounded the ancient horned dragon like they were worshipping an emperor. The grade 7 spirit sword in Shang Quan's hand was able to increase his strength by almost 3,000 ancient mammoths. His advanced sword force was able to increase his strength by an additional 2,000 ancient mammoths. The two added together was the strength of almost 5,000 ancient mammoths. A dazzling red rose that was condensed from blood suddenly bloomed in the air. Resplendent and gorgeous, the body of the old man carried the blue-clothed young man and desired to flee suddenly stopped in the air, and the bright light in his eyes slowly faded as the 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him vanished. Cough. The old man's throat trembled as a shocking bloody hole appeared on his throat, and a pillar of dazzling blood surged out. The old man's body abruptly fell to the ground, and the blue-clothed young man that he held in his hand fell down with him. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man's face was covered in the blood that had shot out of the old man's throat, but he seemed as if he didn't notice it in the slightest. His pair of eyes were open wide like saucers and his body shivered, as if he was terrified to the utmost limit. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man's corpse with an incomparably calm gaze. So what if you're at the 5th level of the void-prying stage? Before Shang Quan, who's at the 7th level of the void-prying stage, you're still like an ant. If Shang Quan wants to kill you, it's simply as easy as cutting grass. After killing the old man, Shang Quan returned to the Fergana horse, then followed respectfully behind Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was calm as if he'd done something of no great importance. Duan Ling Tian sat on the Fergana horse and his pair of icy cold eyes descended onto the dumbstruck blue-clothed young man. I gave you a chance. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was slightly cold, and although his voice was calm, concealed within it was an awe-inspiring killing intent. The blue-clothed young man's figure trembled, and he shuddered as he recovered from his shock. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression as terror as he shouted. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I can't kill you. Duan Ling Tian started laughing brilliantly. Suddenly, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and it flickered with a slight sheen of origin energy, seeming ready to attack at any moment. Kid, you'll surely die if you dare kill me. You're dead. The blue-clothed young man's face went pale when he saw the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and suddenly shouted out explosively. If you dare kill me, my grandfather won't let you off. The young man didn't finish speaking in the end. Idiot. Because Duan Ling Tian had already flashed out and sent the 3-foot-long blade in his hand into the young man's chest. Duan Ling Tian's grunted coldly before kicking his leg out in a flash, flying the body of the young man who was pierced through by the sword in his hand, and when the young man crashed onto the ground, the young man was completely without any signs of life. Duan Ling Tian's body flashed out and removed the spatial rings on the hands of the old man and young man. The bright gold grade 7 spirit fire appeared on Duan Ling Tian's palm and slowly flickered. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and the grade 7 spirit fire descended onto the corpses of the old man and young man, lighting them ablaze. After throwing down the pill fire, Duan Ling Tian put out the pill fire that continuously burned in his hand, and didn't bother to spare the corpses another glance before returning to his Fergana horse, then called out to Li Fei and Shang Quan. "Let's go." The three of them spurred their horses and galloped away, heading towards the direction of the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian intended to bring Li Fei to bid farewell to the big brother Zhang and big sister Wang of Eternal Jade Restaurant, and after they bid their farewells, they would leave the ancient city of Everlast and return the way they came. Duan Ling Tian had already planned it nicely in his heart. When they came here, they were in a hurry and didn't properly savor the scenery on the journey. On the way back, he would surely take little Fei to have a good time, and sightsee all the way back. Swoosh. Swoosh. Not long after Duan Ling Tian's group of three left, atop a large tree outside Solitary Summit, two figures flashed down and arrived before the two corpses that were still burning in the blink of an eye. They both made a move, the bone-piercingly icy cold origin energy in their hands transformed into a cold wind as it howled out, putting out the pill fire on the corpses. Presently, the old man's corpse had already been completely burnt, whereas half the young man's body remained. The two people that had done this were two middle-aged men. Fortunately, he can still be recognized. One of the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. He saw the young man's intact face, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Second brothers, it's indeed the grandson of the withered old man. We've hit it big this time. You go follow those three people, and I'll send this corpse to the withered old man, then I'll come look for you with the withered old man." The other middle-aged man nodded, and at the same time that he dashed out, he whistled. The sound of the whistle resounded out. Instantly, in the distance, an incomparably swift leopard-type fierce beast flashed over. The middle-aged man's figure moved to descend onto the back of this leopard-type fierce beast before dashing out, his speed far surpassing those Fergana horses. "Withered old man, this time, you've going to owe us brothers a huge favor." The middle-aged man that stayed behind had a wisp of a smile on the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he raised his hand to carry the mangled corpse of the blue-clothed young man as he stepped onto the air before directly flying up Solitary Summit, ancient city of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian's group of three returned when it was nearly noon. "It's perfect for us to have our lunch at Eternal Jade Restaurant." Duan Ling Tian smiled, then spurred his horse to stop outside the Eternal Jade Restaurant before getting off the horse. Then, he took Li Fei's hand and walked into the Eternal Jade Restaurant. As for Shang Quan, he went to find a place for the three Fergana horses. "Big brother Zhang." Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei walked up the second floor, then looked at the slovenly young man who leaned on the side of the window before nodding with a smile. Zhang Shouyang returned a smile before continuing to drink his wine by himself. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei had only just sat down when Wang Chong had arrived, then she asked with a light smile. "Brother Ling Tian, little sister Li Fei, you two seem fatigued from traveling. Did you two go out early this morning?" "Yeah, big sister Wang Chong, we went to look for someone in Solitary Summit early in the morning, but unfortunately, we were unable to find him." Li Fei lightly nodded, then said, "Big sister Wang Chong, I and Scoundrel have come to bid our farewells to you and big brother Zhang as we intend to return after we have lunch." "So fast?" Wang Chong was slightly surprised, then she said with a smile, "I thought both of you will be staying for some time. I never expected that you would leave so quickly. You two are suddenly leaving, and I haven't even prepared myself mentally. However, since you two want to leave, then I'll personally cook for the two of you." Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei didn't have any reaction yet when the slovenly young man that leaned on the window as he drank wine seemed to become frenzied, and his figure flashed out to sit beside Duan Ling Tian. "Brother Ling Tian, I truly owe it to you two's fortune today." Zhang Shouyang looked at Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, and he lightly smiled, seeming to be extremely fond of the food Wang Chong made. "You speak as if I leave you hungry." Wang Chong pouted as she glared at Zhang Shouyang before turning around and leaving to go prepare the food. Li Fei looked at Zhang Shouyang curiously as she asked, "Big brother Zhang, could it be that big sister Wang Chong doesn't usually cook for you?" "It's not that." Zhang Shouyang shook his head lightly, and a wisp of tender affection appeared on his face. "It's just that I normally see her being occupied with the things in the restaurant and am afraid she would be too tired. So, I rarely allow her to cook. However, I guarantee that the food your big sister Wang Chong cooked will make you praise it profusely, even to the extent you would wish for nothing more than to swallow your tongue as well. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyang started smiling. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy a feast today. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up and were filled with anticipation. Young master. Meanwhile, Shang Quan had found a place for the 3 Fergana horses and had walked into the Eternal Jade restaurant. Sit down and eat with us, Duan Ling Tian said to Shang Quan. Thank you, young master. Shang Quan sat down. Brother Ling Tian, you're very considerate of your servant. Zhang Shouyang glanced at Shang Quan and lightly smiled. Then, seeming to have noticed something, he looked outside the Eternal Jade restaurant and frowned. Brother Ling Tian, you've brought other people here as well. Zhang Shouyang's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. No, what's wrong? Nothing. Zhang Shouyang shook his head. He noticed that the feeling of being watched had vanished now. Maybe my senses were mistaken. Not long after, the food Wang Chong had personally went to cook had arrived. Before they ate, just from smelling the fragrance from the table full of fragrant delicacies had already caused Duan Ling Tian's fingers to become restless. Big sister Wang Chong, come sit and eat with us. After the dishes filled the entire table, Li Fei looked at Wang Chong and invited. All of you eat first. There's still a soup, I'll go carry it out. Wang Chong lightly smiled to Li Fei, then turned around to enter the kitchen again. Chapter 351, Void Initiation Stage Expert. Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Ling Tian and the others all sat around the table as they gulped down the fragrant and steaming hot dishes. It's too good. No wonder Big Brother Zhang said we would even wish for nothing more than to swallow our own tongues. Big sister Wang Chong, your culinary skill is too good. Li Fei praised as she ate. If you like it, then eat more. If there isn't enough, I'll just go make more. Wang Chong smiled to Li Fei, and her beautiful eyes had tender affection mixed within. She had heartfelt love towards this little sister. After their meal, Wang Chong started to clear the dishes and Zhang Shouyang went to the kitchen to help as well. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei sat before the table and rested, and were prepared to rest for a while before bidding their farewells to Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong. Senior withered, there within the restaurant. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ear. The sound resounded out from outside the Eternal Jade restaurant and approached swiftly. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian heard 3 ear-piercing sounds of wind howling enter his ear. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures had appeared before him. 2 middle-aged men stood at the back, one in azure clothes, another in red clothes, and their faces were exactly similar. Obviously, they were twin brothers. Before these 2 middle-aged men stood a withered old man. The old man's body was frail, like bones covered in skin, and he seemed as if a gust of wind would be able to blow him down. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare look down on the old man because of this. He was able to discern that amongst the 3 people before him, the old man in the lead was the most terrifying. Relying on his spiritual force and the experiences of the rebirthed martial emperor, he was able to see through the cultivation of the 2 middle-aged men, and they were both 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists. As for the old man, his spiritual force stretched out, but it was like a stone sinking in a great sea. The old man was very likely in existence at the void initiation stage. It's him. Duan Ling Tian saw the old man abruptly speak, his muddy eyes emitting dense cold lights the instant the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. The old man seemed as if he was waiting for a chance to swallow Duan Ling Tian up. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. This old man's target is me. Yes. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed middle-aged man behind the old man hurriedly nodded. Senior withered, the 2 of us saw him kill your grandson with our own 2 eyes. The servant by your grandson's side was killed by this 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist. The gaze of the azure-clothed middle-aged man first descended onto Duan Ling Tian, then he looked at Shang Quan who was beside Duan Ling Tian. What the azure-clothed middle-aged man said caused Duan Ling Tian's pupils to constrict. He finally knew what was going on. So it turned out that what he had done at the foot of Solitary Summit this morning had been exposed. This old man that seemed to be a void initiation stage expert was actually the grandfather of the blue-clothed young man he'd killed. He recalled it now. Before his death, the blue-clothed young man seemed to have mentioned this old man. But under his violent rage at that time, how could Duan Ling Tian have paid any attention to him? However, even if he now knew that there was an existence that seemed to be at the void initiation stage behind the blue-clothed young man, he still didn't have a shred of regret. Not only had that blue-clothed young man dared be disrespectful to little Fei, the blue-clothed young man had even tried to kill him. He deserved death. He could imagine that if it wasn't for himself being protected by Xianxia, the person that had died this morning wouldn't have been the young man, but him instead, so he didn't regret it. If he were to really talk about regret, then what Duan regretted the most now was not seeing the two corpses burn to ash with his own two eyes. Although he didn't see it, he was able to roughly guess what happened after he set the corpses aflame. It should be that when he and Xianxia did the deed, it was seen by the two twin brothers behind the old man. Later on, one of them went to tip off the old man, while the other followed them all the way here. Looks like what Big Brother Zhang noticed earlier was the people that were following us. Duan recalled that before their lunch, Zhang Shouyang had asked if he'd brought anyone else over. For a time, Duan heart was clear as a mirror. Why did you kill my grandson? The withered old man's sharp gaze descended onto Duan and it seemed to transform into a bloodthirsty venomous snake that would bite Duan at any moment. Duan could feel the old man's killing intent that was difficult to restrain. He deserved death. Duan gaze went slightly cold, and he spoke with a cold tone that contained killing intent mixed within. Since it had come to this, Duan knew he didn't have any choice, he could only go at it head-on. Now, he still wasn't sure that the old man was a void initiation stage expert. Perhaps, he still had a chance. He'd already sent a voice transmission to Xianxia, asking Xianxia to wait for the opportunity to launch a surprise attack at the old man and strive to kill him in one attack. Deserved death. The withered old man was stunned when he heard Duan In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Li Fei, who was beside Duan Presently, Li Fei hadn't worn her veil yet, and her drop-dead gorgeous face was unobstructed. When he saw Li Fei, a fierce light flickered within the withered old man's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Looks like my grandson was destroyed because of a woman." Obviously, the old man knew his grandson very well. Now that he saw Li Fei, he easily guessed some things. Duan face went grim when he felt the bloodthirsty killing intent towards Li Fei that was emitted by the withered old man, and he stood up in a hurry to stand before Li Fei and block this bloodthirsty killing intent for her. HMPH. Duan expression was cold and indifferent, and his waist and back were straight. When faced with the old man's bloodthirsty killing intent, he wasn't afraid in the slightest as he stood there, immovable like a mountain. Scoundrel. When the old man's killing intent enveloped her, Li Fei felt as if she was within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The suffocating feeling caused extreme discomfort to her. Now, Duan was standing before her, and at the same time that this caused her to feel warmth in her heart, she was also slightly worried. When the old man saw this, his white brows rose and he grunted coldly. "Kid, needless to say, you're not bad. But unfortunately, today, you must die. As the saying goes, women are a source of disaster. Remember to stay far away from women in your next life." As soon as he finished speaking, origin energy flickered atop the withered old man's hand. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the sky carried along a string of sounds of air exploding had suddenly echoed out. It was Xianxia who's been waiting for an opportunity all along. When he saw his young master's life in danger, Xianxia's body flashed out, transforming into a lightning bolt as he flashed towards the withered old man. A dazzling sword light shot out violently. It was like a venomous snake that had left its burrow as it struck towards the old man while carrying along traces of an extremely terrifying aura. The energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky, then first an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared, then almost 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared to surround it. They were like twinkling stars that were surrounding the bright moon. Xianxia exerted his full strength at the moment he attacked, without holding back in the slightest. He desired to kill the old man directly. Advanced sword force. The old man's slightly muddled eyes squinted, and his voice contained a trace of surprise. Then, trifling skill. The old man sneered, and he casually raised his hand to intercept Xianxia. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above the old man, and in the end, it condensed into two ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The old man didn't utilize a spirit weapon, nor did he utilize a void initiation stage expert's concept. He only attacked purely with origin energy, and it was already comparable to the strength of two ancient horned dragons. First level void initiation stage. Duan pupils constricted and his face went pale, then he shouted out abruptly. "Xianxia, watch out." Meanwhile, Xianxia had noticed the two ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the old man, and he instantly realized that the old man was a first-level void initiation stage expert. His face couldn't help but go pale. The old man raised his hand and grabbed out, easily seizing the grade 7 spirit sword in Xianxia's hands. At this moment, Xianxia's 7th level void prying stage strength, the amplified strength from his grade 7 spirit sword, and even the advanced sword force were also weak, like paper. Move. Duan Ling Tian's acute spiritual force vaguely detected that the old man was about to attack with his sword, so Duan Ling Tian shouted out explosively again to warn Xianxia. Due to his trust towards Duan Ling Tian, Xianxia didn't hesitate in the slightest when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and his legs stomped on the ground as his strength of one ancient horned dragon exploded out fully, desiring to dodge the attack coming from the side. At practically the instant Xianxia moved, the grade 7 spirit sword in the withered old man's hand that he'd seized from Xianxia was like a stroke of the gods as it flashed out directly towards Xianxia. This sword strike was originally flashing straight for Xianxia's heart. It was precisely because of Duan Ling Tian's warning that seemed like foresight that Xianxia was able to dodge a moment earlier, allowing his heart to escape by a hair's breadth. However, even then, the grade 7 spirit sword still pierced into Xianxia's body like piercing through dry leaves, hitting right on his dantian. Fresh blood sprayed out, transforming into numerous red roses. Xianxia's body fiercely flew out, knocking over a few tables as he flew. No, no, Xianxia's voice was in panic, and after he dropped to the ground, he fiercely clenched his fists. However, what appeared above him now wasn't an ancient horned dragon any longer. It was instead an ancient mammoth silhouette, 9th level of the body tempering stage. His dantian had been crippled by the sword strike of the withered old man, and he'd lost all the origin energy in his body. All that remained was a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Xianxia roared for a short moment, then stopped and had a dejected expression. Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous sound echoed out. It was the crowd of customers on the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant that were watching the events unfold, and when they saw the matter had developed to this extent, they were extremely afraid it would affect them. So, they all put down their money and left in panic, rushing to leave the restaurant. Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xianxia, and his eyes went crimson red and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. A trace of guilt arose within his heart. If it wasn't for him wanting to go to Solitary Summit, Xianxia wouldn't have been here, and nothing would have happened to him. During all these years that Xianxia had followed by his side, Xianxia had exerted himself to the utmost limit to handle work for Duan Ling Tian, and didn't complain in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian had always been grateful for this in his heart. Now, because of him, Xianxia's cultivation was crippled. He felt as if he'd been crippled. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's explosive shout, Xianxia raised his head, and when he noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze, he couldn't help but force a smile. "Young master, I'm fine. I only lost my origin energy, my advanced sword force is still here. No one beneath the void prying stage is able to defend against a single strike of my sword." The advanced sword force was a type of deep comprehension of a void prying stage martial artists towards the sword. It had separated itself from origin energy, and was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Chapter 352. 99 Heavenly Tribulation. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he heard Xianxia. A 7th level void prying stage expert had his dantian crippled in the blink of an eye, and had lose all his origin energy to become a martial artist that was inferior to even a 1st level void prying stage martial artist. Could this be said to be fine? Duan Ling Tian asked himself. If it was him, he would surely be unable to accept reality. He knew clearly in his heart that Xianxia only said this to console him, as Xianxia didn't want Duan Ling Tian to feel guilty, but how could he not feel guilty? "Xianxia, I owe you." At the same time that Duan Ling Tian silently sighed in his heart, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. What he owed Xianxia was something he would probably only be able to return in his next lifetime. He'd killed the grandson of this void initiation stage expert before him, and it was impossible that this old man would let him off. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and stared coldly at the withered old man in a neither haughty nor humble manner. "Scoundrel." Meanwhile, Li Fei held Duan Ling Tian's hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. They would share everything together. As far as she was concerned, being able to live and die together with Duan Ling Tian in this lifetime was a life that wasn't lived in vain. "Little Fei." When Duan Ling Tian saw Li Fei like this, the cold indifference on his face vanished, and replacing it was extreme gentleness. He lightly stretched his hand out to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face. Do you regret knowing me? Li Fei shook her head. In this lifetime, being able to know you is the greatest providence the heavens gave me. Even if I have to leave this world with you in the next moment, I still wouldn't regret it. Because I'll be able to stay by your side at all times. You will never be alone. Duan Lingtian nodded heavily, then he took a deep breath and forced out a trace of a smile on his face. In her eyes, a trace of firmness was gradually revealed. No matter what, so long as there was still a sliver of a chance, he wouldn't let anything happen to little Fei. HMPH. A cold snort sounded out, breaking this beautiful atmosphere. A truly touching scene. My poor grandson, he died because of this woman. The withered old man's voice was cold and indifferent, his expression extremely gloomy. Suddenly, the withered old man moved to attack. In the blink of an eye, he'd taken Li Fei from Duan Lingtian's side. Little Fei. Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw this, and the instant he reacted, his figure flashed out, wanting to save Li Fei. The old man casually raised his leg and a leg image swept out. He only used the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths to kick Duan Lingtian flying. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt his internal organs shake, and something sweet rushed up his throat. In the next moment, his entire body flew out like an arrow, leaving the bow before fiercely smashing onto the wall. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs quaked, causing him to be almost suffocated. However, when he saw Li Fei was still in the hands of the old man, Duan Lingtian abruptly shouted out explosively and flew out once again, transforming into a venomous serpent. His sword flashed out like lightning as it flew straight for the old man. The sword light that flashed by seemed to have transformed into the fangs of a venomous snake that bit at the old man. Futile effort. The old man sneered, then casually raised his hand to blast Duan Lingtian flying once again. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood again. He was barely able to stand up using his sword to support himself, and his body swayed, seeming as if he might fall at any moment. Scoundrel. This scene caused Li Fei's eyes to nearly split open, and she exclaimed in sorrow. Right at this moment, a slovenly figure flashed out from within the second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant, and his hand held the hand of a beautiful woman. It was precisely the husband and wife pair of the Eternal Jade restaurant, Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong. They were originally busy in the kitchen, but when they noticed the commotion they'd hurried out at the first possible moment. When they saw the scene before them, Zhang Shouyang frowned, whereas Wang Chong's beautiful face went pale. Little sister Li Fei, kid, looks like you love this woman very deeply. You actually fight so desperately for her sake. The withered old man only glanced at Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong indifferently, then didn't pay any attention to them. Perhaps he felt that the two of them were of no threat to him, and his gaze that contained traces of coldness once again descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the withered old man, then gnashed his teeth and said, "Old goat, I killed your grandson, it has nothing to do with her. You're a void initiation stage expert in any case, don't you feel it's a loss of face for giving a weak girl a hard time? Whatever it is, come at me." Truly touching. A wisp of a strange smile appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, "Kid, I know that it's surely because of this woman that you killed my grandson. How about this? I'll give you a chance. I'll let you leave, but leave this woman behind for me to kill. How about it?" HMPH. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and disregarded what the old man said. Not to mention he didn't believe that the old man would be so kind. Even if the old man was speaking the truth, it would still be impossible for him to leave. Li Fei was his woman and his life. Asking him to leave him woman and use his woman's life in exchange for his own, and live on alone, he would rather die. Scoundrel, leave quickly. However, Li Fei instead believed the old man, and she looked at Duan Lingtian as she said anxiously, "Quickly leave. You have to take good care of little sister K'er in the future, and live on with little sister K'er." In Li Fei's eyes, even if she exchanged her life for the life of her man, she would have no regrets. A wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth as he grunted. "Did you hear it? Your woman asked you to go. Kid, hurry up and leave, so as to avoid leaving your life here." Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the old man. He looked at Li Fei and lightly shook his head. "Little Fei, you're too foolish. I killed his grandson, how could he easily let me off? Even if he'd really be willing to let me off, but if the price was your life, then I, Duan Lingtian, would rather die. I, Duan Lingtian, would rather die." Duan Ling Tian's voice was clear and contained his will to die, his heroic spirit shooting into the sky. Scoundrel. Li Fei's delicate figure trembled and tears flowed down her beautiful eyes like the rain. At this moment, although she was facing the danger of death, her heart was still filled with happiness. At this moment, it seemed that only Duan Ling Tian remained in the world within her eyes. This was her man. Her, Li Fei's, man. Duan Ling Tian's resoluteness caused the withered old man's face to become unsightly. He naturally wouldn't be so kind as to let Duan Ling Tian leave. He only wasted to smash the laughable love between this pair of little lovers, and let them know that their so-called love was so fragile. Now it would seem that he'd failed. This young man that had killed his grandson was actually willing to die for this woman. The withered old man took a deep breath as his hand shook and Li Fei was directly tossed out by him. Then he said with a cold and indifferent tone, "I'll give you 10 breaths of time, disappear before my eyes and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you with this kid." As the old man finished speaking, his eyes emitted a cold and fierce expression. He still wanted to see the scene of the person who killed his grandson being deserted by his loved ones. Only in this way would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. When he saw this scene, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sneer. "Old goat, doing the same thing twice. Don't you feel it's a waste of time? You probably wish for nothing more than to burn our bones and scatter our ashes in your heart. Would you let any one of us leave?" Laughable. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the old man's face to flicker between a livid and pale expression. Scoundrel. Li Fei went to Duan Ling Tian's side and supported the pale-faced Duan Ling Tian up, and the gaze she looked at Duan Ling Tian with was full of gentleness. As long as she could stand together with this man, she would have no regrets even if she died in the next moment. In the distance, Zhang Shouyang was slightly moved when he saw this scene. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Wang Chong. Wang Chong's beautiful face was currently fully covered by tears, as if she transformed into a tearing beauty. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's actions of not abandoning each other had deeply affected her. The love between the two of them had already surpassed life and death. It was shocking. "Kid, what you mean is I will go back on my word?" The killing intent in the old man's eyes was awe-inspiring and his face sank. For the sake of seeing Duan Ling Tian being abandoned by his loved ones, he secretly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He raised his hand and the origin energy in his hand transformed into a needle that pierced into the tip of his finger. A faint strand of fresh blood scattered in the air. "I, withered old man, establish this oath with my blood. So long as this woman is willing to abandon this kid and leave, and let this kid experience the bitterness of being abandoned by his loved ones. I, withered old man, am willing to let this woman live. If I go against this oath, I, withered old man, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the fresh blood in the air rose up to the sky in a bizarre manner. In the blink of an eye, a formidable and majestic aura was emitted from above the strand of fresh blood. This aura suppressed everyone present, including the withered old man, and caused them to be unable to refrain from trembling. That strand of fresh blood directly pierced through the roof of the Eternal Jade restaurant and rushed into the sky. A thunderclap sounded out from the horizon, shocking the entire ancient city of Everlast. A void-prying stage martial artist is overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the ancient city of Everlast. This was the first thought that arose within the minds of most people. Only because this thunderclap was no ordinary thunderclap. Subsequently, another thunderclap resounded out in the sky. No, it's impossible for the gap between the 6 lightning strikes in the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to be so short, some void stage experts that had experienced the 6-9 heavenly tribulation said in astonishment. In next to no time, many more thunderclaps resounded out, and it only stopped after a total of 9 resounded. This is the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. For a time, the entire ancient city of Everlast was in an uproar. 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Within the Eternal Jade restaurant, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as he never expected that the old man would actually establish such a heavy oath. Looks like for the sake of seeing the scene of me being abandoned by my loved ones, this old man is really willing to let Li Fei go. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled slightly as he guessed the reason the old man did this. In next to no time, he looked at Li Fei who was beside him and his eyes revealed traces of tender affection, and within this tender affection was slight reluctance mixed within. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation like the back of his hand. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation was an oath tribulation that caused the people of Cloud Continent to tremble with fear on hearing of it. In Cloud Continent, Other oaths didn't have a substantial binding force as it merely relied on one's conscience, and the person who made the oath could go back on his word at any moment. But once one used one's own blood and established the oath with the 9 heavenly tribulation, then it possessed absolute binding force. Chapter 353. Third Level Earth Concept. Supposedly, once someone within Cloud Continent used their own blood to establish an oath under the 9 heavenly tribulation, then if they dared go against the oath, they would be directly annihilated by the 9 heavenly tribulation. On Cloud Continent, similar incidents had occurred many times, so no one dared rashly establish an oath under the 9 heavenly tribulation. This withered old man really does hate me to the bones. Duan Ling Tian gazed at the old man with an emaciated figure. His gaze was cold and indifferent like ice. The old man looked at Li Fei, and coldness arose on the corners of his mouth. Now, you can leave peacefully. I truly look forward to how pained he will be when you abandon this kid and leave. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being abandoned by all his loved ones. Coldness arose within Li Fei's beautiful eyes as she glanced calmly at the old man, then paid no attention to the old man as her delicate hands tightly held onto Duan Ling Tian, and her gaze was firm as before, not changing in the slightest. She wouldn't abandon her man to save herself, just like her man wouldn't abandon her. Little Fei. When Duan Ling Tian saw the withered old man establish the oath under the 9 heavenly tribulation and was willing to let Li Fei go, he intended to persuade Li Fei to leave. But when he saw the gaze contained within Li Fei's eyes, he perceived the meaning Li Fei wanted to convey. That was a gaze of incomparable firmness and gaze of being unwilling to abandon him forever. He didn't say anything in the end, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. With a stretch of his hand, he'd taken Li Fei into his embrace, and felt Li Fei's heartbeat. At this moment, Li Fei's heartbeat seemed to completely merge with his heartbeat, and it was difficult for a distinction to be made anymore. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you still don't leave, then die with him. The withered old man's body lightly trembled as he suddenly realized that everything he'd done earlier seemed to have been for nothing. Although they were young, this pair of little lovers were actually willing to sacrifice their lives for love. At the same time that he felt it was beyond belief, it also caused him to be slightly angry from embarrassment. When faced with the old man's threats, Li Fei didn't pay a shred of attention to it. She silently leaned in Duan Ling Tian's embrace, feeling the familiar aura on Duan Ling Tian's body as she enjoyed every minute and every second. She truly hoped that this moment could become eternal. As for Duan Ling Tian, as he embraced Li Fei and smelt the fragrance in her hair at this moment, he felt his heart become incomparably calm. At this moment, he was even able to clearly feel that it was as if his soul had raised to a higher level, and his spiritual force that remained dormant for so long was growing at an extremely fast speed. It raised all the way until it was at the verge between the nascent soul stage and the void-prying stage. Towards all this, Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he'd entirely not noticed, or perhaps, he knew in his heart that even if his spiritual force had increased, it wouldn't be able to change anything. 3 breaths of time later. Looks like you really want to die with this kid. The withered old man sneered, then his withered figure slightly shook and his origin energy howled. Then I'll let you and this kid become a pair of dead lovebirds. Above the old man, 2 ancient horned dragons gradually condensed into form, their imposing manner shooting into the sky like a rainbow. Young master. When he saw this scene, the face of Shang Quan who'd been struggling to get up went pale, and his body that had just gotten up fiercely dropped onto the ground again. His fist madly hammered the ground like a madman, extremely hating his weakness. Stay your hand. Suddenly, a tender shout resounded in the entire second floor of the Eternal Jade restaurant and caused everyone to be stunned. The withered old man's face sank, then he turned around to look at the source of the sound, and his gaze descended onto Wang Chong. I, withered old man, hate it the most when someone tells me what to do. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you dare say another word, then I'll let you die with them. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man by Wang Chong's side and said slowly, Big brother Zhang, take sister-in-law out of the restaurant. He didn't want to implicate this pair of young husband and wife. Big sister Wang Chong, if there's a next life, I hope that I'll still be able to eat the food you cooked. Li Fei raised her head and slightly smiled to Wang Chong. It's really tasty. Now, quickly go with big brother Zhang. Little sister Li Fei. Wang Chong looked at Li Fei and a wisp of a light smile appeared on her beautiful face that was weeping. Both of you have taught me many things, and allowed me to instantly understand a lot. Thank you. If you really want to eat the food Big Sister cooked, then live on and Big Sister will cook for you. Live on. What Wang Chong said caused Li Fei to sigh. Did she have the chance? Brother Yang. Suddenly, under the gazes of everyone present, Wang Chong looked at the slovenly young man that was by her side, and she slowly said, I know that when you followed me to the ancient city of Everlast, you said that unless someone threatened our lives, otherwise, you wouldn't kill again. Suddenly, Wang Chong's fierce gaze descended onto the withered old man and the two middle-aged men in the distance, and her voice became colder. But today, I hope that you can make an exception for me. For a time, besides the slovenly young man, Wang Chong's words caused everyone to be stunned. Big Brother Zhang, he wouldn't also be a. When Duan Ling Tian heard Wang Chong, his heart raced. And at the instant Duan Ling Tian's heart raced, a chilly voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. I understand. This voice came from the faraway slovenly young man. Instantly, in Duan Ling Tian's field of vision, the slovenly young man vanished on the spot, as he'd obviously increased his speed to the limit. Duan Ling Tian saw the energy of heaven and earth royal in the sky, and it finally condensed into 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. Big Brother Zhang is a second-level void initiation stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian revealed an expression of disbelief, as he'd never imagined that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 would actually possess such terrifying strength. Duan Ling Tian had just realized all this when he heard an enormous bang. It was Zhang Shouyang who'd instantly arrived before the withered old man before smashing out with his fist that was like a sledgehammer, and before the old man could even react, it had already smashed onto his chest. The old man was smashed by the fist to the point that he flashed backwards in retreat, his face flushed red. Second-level void initial stage. The old man gaped with astonishment, and he felt something sweet in his mouth before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Never had he expected that this young man that looked to be a little over 30 would actually be an existence that was even more formidable than him. The old man didn't dare hesitate. The origin energy on his body roiled as a narrow sword appeared within his hand, and then his origin energy skyrocketed as it carried with it an extremely terrifying aura. This aura even surpassed advanced sword force. Sword concept. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye, another ancient horned dragon and 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2 ancient horned dragons above the old man. The 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes were like twinkling stars around a bright moon as they surrounded the 3 ancient horned dragons in the middle. It's a grade 6 spirit sword. A cold light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The grade 6 spirit sword in the old man's hand was able to amplify almost 40% of his strength. The strength of almost 8,000 ancient mammoths was from the amplification of the grade 6 spirit sword founded from the 2 ancient horned dragons. As for the other ancient horned dragon, that was the strength bestowed upon the old man by his sword concept. Concept surpassed force, although the old man's sword concept was only the lowest first-level sword concept, it still surpassed the advanced sword force. Advanced sword force was able to allow a martial artist to obtain an extra strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, just like Shang Quan's advanced sword force. Whereas the first-level sword concept that surpassed the advanced sword force was instead able to allow a martial artist to obtain an extra strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths, or in other words, the strength of 1 ancient horned dragon. Presently, the old man went all out, and his entire strength was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons and almost 8,000 ancient mammoths. Die. The old man's eyes were crimson red as his body flashed out, and the narrow sword in his hand trembled before flashed towards Zhang Shouyang like a bolt of lightning. Of course, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, the old man had vanished into thin air. The old man's speed was too swift. With Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to see it clearly, and he could only feel a gust of wind swiftly flash by as it swept towards Zhang Shouyang. Big Brother Zhang, watch out! Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but warn. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian realized that his warning was unnecessary. He saw Zhang Shouyang disappear within his gaze, and when Zhang Shouyang appeared once again, he already stood at the spot where the old man had stood earlier. Merely at the first level of the void initiation stage and only at the first level sword concept, you dare display your slight skill before me. Zhang Shouyang's voice contained slight disdain and arrogance mixed within. Practically the instant Zhang Shouyang finished speaking, a light barrier with flowing lights flashing about had suddenly appeared on his body. This wasn't a defensive chi barrier, and was instead a layer of an earthen yellow light barrier. Instantly, Zhang Shouyang's entire figure seemed as if it had merged with the earth, and couldn't be differentiated any longer. Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang took a stride forward. A stride forward was like a mountain collapsing. An extremely strong aura surged out from Zhang Shouyang's body, and it seemed as if it had perfectly merged with the entire earth. This aura was even stronger than the old man's sword concept. Earth concept. Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart as he gazed at Zhang Shouyang, who seemed as if he'd completely merged as one with the earth. After he'd merged with the memories of rebirth martial emperor, he wasn't unfamiliar to concept. Even to the extent that he was able to discern that the concept Zhang Shouyang was utilizing was a concept that was extremely difficult to comprehend. One of the concepts of nature, the earth concept. Earth concept was able to allow one's aura to completely merge with the earth. Not only would one be able to hide and conceal oneself, one was even able to draw support from the strength of the earth to attack, and it was an extremely domineering concept. At this moment, another 3 ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 3 ancient horned dragons above Zhang Shouyang. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes floated in midair, as they brandished their claws and bared their fangs in accumulated strength while waiting to attack. Big Brother Zhang's earth force was actually able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted and he had an astonished expression. Third level earth concept. The pair of twins that stood nearby had long since been dumbstruck by what they'd seen. Now, when they saw this scene, their faces went ghastly pale and their legs started shivering. Chapter 354, The Death of the Withered Old Man. Similarly to the cultivation levels of a martial artist, concept was divided into 9 levels. Each level was stronger than the next. First level concept was comparable to the strength of 1 ancient horned dragon. Second level concept was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. Third level concept was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons. The strongest level of concept, the 9th level concept, was comparable to the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Third level earth concept. Duan Ling Tian was shocked as well. When he saw the 2nd level void initiation stage cultivation that Zhang Shouyang displayed, his heart was already filled with shock. Now, Zhang Shouyang had actually utilized a 3rd level earth concept. Duan Ling Tian didn't even have the chance to recover from his shock when Zhang Shouyang had already taken another stride forward, and in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have completely merged into the earth and vanished without a trace. At this moment, the emaciated figure of the withered old man that stood with an expression of terror in the distance trembled suddenly. Subsequently, his face went deathly pale, as if his neck was forcefully choked by someone. His mouth gaped open, but he wasn't able to say anything even after quite a while. In the next moment, his eyes that flickered with a fierce light had completely dimmed down. The withered old man's body swayed for a little while before crashing onto the floor. When he fell on the ground, eye-piercing fresh blood that was dazzling and resplendent flowed out of his 7 apertures. The withered old man, a first-level void initiation stage expert. Earlier, he even controlled Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei within his hands and was incomparably mighty. But now, a mighty void initiation stage expert like this had crashing onto the ground and died while his 7 apertures bled. The scene before them caused Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei to have an unreal feeling. Was this really a void initiation stage expert? At the same time, they were completely shocked by Zhang Shouyang's strength. Although they weren't able to perceive the movements of Zhang Shouyang when he attacked, they knew clearly that all this was related to Zhang Shouyang, who seemed to have merged with the earth and disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyang's slovenly figure once again appeared before everyone, and he just happened to be standing before the withered old man's corpse. Zhang Shouyang's gaze calmly glanced at the withered old man, as if he'd only done something of no great importance. Meanwhile, the pair of twin brothers that stood nearby looked at each other, and they could both see the terror within each other's eyes. They'd realized that they'd rammed against a plate of iron, a 2nd-level void initiation stage expert that has comprehended the 3rd-level earth concept. Even in the entire surrounding areas of the ancient city of Everlast, such an existence was still considered to be a top existence. They'd actually encountered such an existence. The same thought arose within their minds, and they executed their movement techniques in panic to flash out of the restaurant. They wanted to leave this place that caused despair to emerge within their hearts. In this place, they felt that their lives had completely left their own control. Zhang Shouyang's brows lightly twitched. He was about to chase after the 2 of them when he suddenly perceived something, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he lightly shook his head. Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang's figure jerked, and he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already by Wang Chong's side. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force that had advanced to the peak of the nascent soul stage shook, and he faintly noticed that someone happened to be flashing over, and the person was going straight for the pair of fleeing twins. Who is it? Right when Duan Ling Tian was wondering in his herd, a sylph-like figure appeared before his eyes, and obstructed the path of the twin brothers. Above this person, a lifelike ancient horned dragon lingered there, and another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes were like twinkling stars around a bright moon as they surrounded the ancient horned dragon silhouette, as if they were worshipping the Supreme Emperor. 9th level void prying stage. The faces of the twin brothers that were stopped went pale as they shouted out in surprise. Leave your lives here. The person's voice was extremely pleasing to the ear, and she instantly attacked. Her pair of delicate hands flashed out like lightning, seeming to transform into two venomous serpents that bit towards the twin brothers and directly twisted their heads off. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible, and caused chills to run down one's spine. In the wake of her attacks, the bodies of the twins crashed onto the ground, and followed in the withered old man's footsteps. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei glanced at each other, and they both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes, only because they recognized the woman that had appeared before their eyes to kill the pair of twins. This woman wasn't anyone else but precisely that beautiful manager from the drain pool in opposite of Eternal Jade Restaurant. Duan Ling Tian never imagined that this beautiful manager that seemed incomparably weak would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. The beautiful manager nodded with a smile to Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, then flowing light revolved within her pair of beautiful eyes as she gazed at the faraway Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong, and her gaze mostly descended onto Wang Chong. Zan Kai. Zhang Shouyang nodded to the beautiful manager and greeted indifferently. When faced with Zhang Shouyang's cold and indifferent attitude, the beautiful manager's delicate body trembled imperceptibly, yet it was clearly seen by Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian knew that this was a private matter of Zhang Shouyang, so he didn't pay any extra attention. He brought Li Fei to stand before Shang Quan, then helped Shang Quan up before letting him sit at the side. Shang Quan, are you alright? Shang Quan shook his head and forced out a smile. I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian gave Shang Quan a grade 7 gold injury pill before starting to help him dissolve the medicinal strength. Presently, Shang Quan had lost all his origin energy, and was utterly unable to dissolve the medicinal strength of the pill. In next to no time, under the assistance of Duan Ling Tian's origin energy, Shang Quan's injuries had recovered substantially. Although his Dantian couldn't recover, his complexion had become much better and it wasn't ghastly pale as before. I understand now. Suddenly, a rather miserable voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look, and what he saw was the beautiful manager of Drainpool in sighing before turning around and leaving. That sylph-like and beautiful figure of hers was lonely and desolate, as if she'd lost the most important thing in her life in an instant. Besides that, when Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong, he had the feeling that something was different in this husband and wife pair. Before long, he got the answer he was looking for. So it turned out that it was because of Wang Chong. The current Wang Chong didn't lack a shred of confidence. Compared to herself in the past, the current Wang Chong was simply like a completely different person. What happened? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled in his heart. It was difficult to imagine how a person could change so greatly in the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian held Li Fei's hand and walked over to Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong before sincerely thanking Big Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, thank you. His tone was filled with gratitude. Today, if it wasn't for Zhang Shouyang's help, it would be impossible for him and Li Fei to have survived. Little sister Li Fei, you're fine, right? Wang Chong stretched out her delicate hand to seize Li Fei from Duan Ling Tian's side, then pulled Li Fei to her side before asking about Li Fei's well-being. Big sister Wang Chong, I'm fine. Li Fei lightly shook her head. Come, we sisters will go talk privately, let's ignore them. Wang Chong brought Li Fei to sit at the side, and they started chatting happily. This caused Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Shouyang to glance at each other and smile helplessly. The two of them found a place to sit nearby, and after they sat, Duan Ling Tian slightly sighed with emotion. Big Brother Zhang, I really never imagined that you're actually a void initiation stage expert. Moreover, you're a void initiation stage expert that had comprehended the third level Earth concept. Zhang Shouyang smiled. It's just luck. Luck. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as this was certainly not luck. Zhang Shouyang's comprehension ability that was able to comprehend the third level Earth concept at such an age caused Duan Ling Tian to be shocked. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, even in the entire foreign lands, such comprehension ability could already be considered as pretty good. Big brother Zhang, you're not from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Ling Tian asked. No. Zhang Shouyang shook his head. Suddenly, as if he'd thought of something, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and revealed a slight smile. Brother Ling Tian, thank you. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. For what? He couldn't wrap his head around it. It was Zhang Shouyang who saved him earlier, right? Why is he turning around and thanking me? Brother Ling Tian, I presume you ought to be curious of the relationship between me and the manager of Drainpool Inn, right? Zhang Shouyang asked. Although he didn't know why Zhang Shouyang would suddenly ask this, but Duan Ling Tian still couldn't refrain from nodding. She's called Chen Zankai, and is my childhood friend, and my clan and hers have been friends for generations. Our clans arranged our marriage together when we were young. She can be said to be my fiancé. Of course, that's all a matter of the past. The moment I left the clan, that marriage became annulled. As Zhang Shouyang spoke, he picked up his wine gourd and poured a mouthful into his mouth. Childhood friend. Duan Ling Tian never imagined that Zhang Shouyang would still have this type of relationship with the inn manager. Zhang Shouyang continued. Since we were young, I took her as my own sister, and have never thought of having anything happen between us. So, I never cared about the marriage contract. Later on, I met Chong, and we quickly fell into the river of love. Originally, my clan didn't interfere with me and Chong. Although Chong didn't have any background, her natural talent in the martial Dao was extremely superb. However, later on, an accident caused Chong's dantian to be damaged, and she lost all her origin energy. From that moment onwards, my clan started obstructing me and Chong from meeting and wanted to separate us. They even took out that marriage contract to force me. Influenced by my rage, I left the clan. At that time, another bigger problem descended. Chong actually wanted to leave me, just because she felt that since her cultivation was completely lost, she didn't deserve me, and she lost all confidence. For the sake of allowing her to renew her confidence, I brought her far away to this ancient city of Everlast and established the Eternal Jade restaurant with her. As he spoke up to hear, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Shouyang's face. Here, I once again saw her smile, even though she was still so uncertain. In next to no time, the smile on Zhang Shouyang's face transformed into a bitter smile. However, what I never expected was that Zankai would actually come to this ancient city of Everlast in search of me. Chapter 355. Resurrection Pill. Zhang Shouyang didn't have to say what happened after that, as Duan Ling Tian was able to roughly guess what happened. It was nothing but that Chen Zankai didn't give up. Then, coupled with Wang Chong's own lack of confidence, it caused Chen Zankai to feel that there was an opportunity to take advantage of. So, Zhang Shouyang and his wife had always been at a standstill with her. Zhang Shouyang spoke in an unrestrained manner. This time, the feelings of you and sister-in-law, not leaving each other even in death, had infected Chong. Chong seemed as if she'd come around in an instant. She didn't feel she didn't deserve me anymore, and her past lack of confidence didn't exist anymore. To the extent that she even took the initiative to suggest wanting to leave the ancient city of Everlast with me and travel around. It was practically impossible for something like this to occur in the past. As he spoke up to hear, Zhang Shouyang had an excited expression. Congratulations, big brother Zhang. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he congratulated Zhang Shouyang. Zhang Shouyang continued. Earlier, Zankai realized that Chong had renewed her confidence, and she knew that she didn't have a chance anymore. So, she came around and will be leaving within the next few days. This time, you and sister-in-law have really done me a great service. Otherwise, if Zankai was really allowed to continue on like this for a few more years, I don't know how guilty I would feel. Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, and Shang Quan left the ancient city of Everlast again. But there were another two people beside them. It was precisely the husband and wife pair, Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong. Duan Ling Tian gave away his Fergana horse to Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong, and he sat on the Fergana horse with Li Fei. Duan Ling Tian hugged Li Fei as he spurred the horse forward. Currently, Zhang Shouyang had changed into clean clothes and he didn't possess the slovenly appearance from before. Moreover, the stubble on his face was already shaved, making him look elegant and unrestrained. However, a wine gourd still hung on his waist. This wine gourd was like his treasure that never left his side. Big brother Zhang, why does the wine in this gourd seem as if it can't be finished? Half a month later, Duan Ling Tian was finally unable to refrain from asking. During this half-month, he could be sure that Zhang Shouyang hadn't replenished the wine in the wine gourd. His wine gourd was like a bottomless pit that contained wine that couldn't be drunk to the bottom. Zhang Shouyang was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question, then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother Ling Tian, the wine gourd of your big brother Zhang isn't any ordinary gourd. This is a grade 5 spirit weapon, and it's able to contain 10,000 pounds of wine. Wang Chong lightly smiled as she explained to Duan Ling Tian, grade 5 spirit weapon. Wang Chong spoke casually, but when it entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it was instead like a thunderclap. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Li Fei, who sat before Duan Ling Tian and lay on his chest, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, then her beautiful eyes flickered with a gleam of disbelief as she gazed at the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyang's hands. Shang Quan, who spurred his horse in the lead, was slightly moved as well and was shocked. I've really misjudged it. Duan Ling Tian sighed with emotion. Now, when his spiritual force extended out, he was able to notice that the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyang's hand was indeed a grade 5 spirit weapon. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Ling Tian's mood surged. According to his knowledge, even throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, this grade 5 spirit weapons was still in existence, like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The 7-star sword sect he joined was one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, a formidable sect like this seemed to only have one grade 5 spirit weapon, a grade 5 spirit sword. Supposedly, this grade 5 spirit sword was in the sect leader's control. That grade 5 spirit sword was the 7-star sword sect's sect leader's sword for generations and generations. Besides being able to store wine, this wine gourd is probably an extremely formidable offensive spirit weapon as well. Duan Ling Tian was able to notice the difference in this wine gourd. Unlike the spatial ring, which was a spirit weapon purely used for storage, the wine gourd still carried along traces of killing intent. This was the killing intent that only an offensive spirit weapon would possess. Grade 5 spirit weapon. There are extremely few within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it's the empire that surpassed the Imperial Kingdom, there probably wouldn't be many as well. Could it be that big brother Zhang is from the Darkstone Empire? Duan Ling Tian secretly guessed in his heart. Along the way, he tried to ask Zhang Shouyang about his background, but Zhang Shouyang would only laugh it off, then say that he wasn't related to the past any longer and didn't want to mention it. Duan Ling Tian could feel the aloofness and resoluteness in Zhang Shouyang's tone. It looked like the clan of this big brother Zhang of his had hurt Zhang Shouyang greatly. Zhang Shouyang wasn't willing to say anything, so Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't ask anymore. This also caused the background of Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong to become a riddle in his eyes. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, do you two have any plans? Duan Ling Tian asked. We don't have any specific plans for now. But we should be going to take a spin around the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So we'll send you and sister-in-law back to the 7-star sword sect before we make any plans. Zhang Shouyang lightly smiled. A trace of warmth flowed within Duan Ling Tian's heart. He naturally knew Zhang Shouyang's intentions. It was undoubtedly wanting to escort him and Li Fei back to the 7-star sword sect. After all, now, Shang Quan's cultivation was different from before. Even if it was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, so long as the person used a spirit weapon, then Shang Quan wouldn't be a match. Although Shang Quan was able to execute the advanced sword force that's comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, the strength bestowed by the advanced sword force was unable to be amplified by a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon was only able to amplify the strength of the body and origin energy. Currently, Shang Quan had lost all his origin energy, and only a 9th-level body tempering stage cultivation remained in him. When the strength of his body exploded out completely, it would only be comparable to the strength of one ancient mammoth. Even if he did utilize a grade 7 spirit sword and obtained the amplification from it, Shang Quan's strength wouldn't even reach the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Shang Quan. Duan Ling Tian sighed, then looked at Shang Quan, who rode his horse in the front, and asked, Shang Quan, what plans do you have? Shang Quan took a deep breath when he heard this, then said slowly, Young master, with my current strength, I can't help you with anything. I want to return to my hometown. Shang Quan's tone carried slight bitterness within. Then we'll send you back to your hometown. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He respected Shang Quan's choice. He'd already decided in his heart that he would surely help Shang Quan restore his Dantian in the future. Restore a Dantian. If anyone knew of Duan Ling Tian's current thoughts, They would surely insult Duan Ling Tian as a madman and think Duan Ling Tian was indulging in the wildest of fantasies. After all, once the Dantian was damaged, even if one consumed the best healing medicine in the entire Cloud continent, the Grade 1 life recovery pill, it would still be powerless to save the person's Dantian. This was a fact that was publicly acknowledged within Cloud continent. Once the Dantian was crippled, one's life was over. This was an iron law. However, as the person who'd merged with the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't care about these so-called iron laws. According to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, there were two ways that could restore a crippled Dantian. The first, find a legendary medicinal herb called the immortal spirit herb. The immortal spirit herb only existed in legends, and even the rebirth Martial Emperor had only heard of it, but not seen it. Allegedly, the immortal spirit herb was able to cause a cripple to regrow his limbs. Its medicinal strength could be called heaven-defying. The second, was to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist, and refine a quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. The quasi-royal grade resurrection pill was a healing medicine that surpassed the Grade 1 life recovery pill. Within the Cloud continent, people only knew that the best healing medicine was the Grade 1 life recovery pill. They didn't know that since long ago, the rebirth Martial Emperor had refined the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, and the royal grade resurrection pill surpassed the Grade 1 life recovery pill. No matter how serious the injury was, so long as the heart hadn't stopped beating, then they could be saved by consuming the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. As for the royal grade resurrection pill, it was even more exaggerated. Even if the heart had stopped beating, so long as it hadn't stopped for more than an hour, then the person could be saved by consuming a royal grade resurrection pill. That immortal spirit herb is too impractical. Looks like I have to wait until I arrive at the foreign lands, and obtain the great treasure that the rebirth Martial Emperor left for his third lifetime to be able to help Shang Quan restore his Dantian. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Within the pile of treasures that the rebirth Martial Emperor had prepared for his third lifetime, the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill and royal grade resurrection pill were amongst them. After spending an entire month of galloping the whole way, Duan Ling Tian's group had finally arrived at Shang Quan's hometown. Shang Quan's hometown was situated within a group of mountains, and it was considered a remote village. Shang Quan, you grew up here. Duan Ling Tian looked at the remote village and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. It was difficult for him to imagine how Shang Quan, the formed guardian elder of the boundless sect, had such an ordinary and common birth. Yes, Shang Quan nodded, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the faraway village. Duan Ling Tian's group had only just entered the village when they were noticed. It's Uncle Shang Quan. In next to no time, a 12 or 13-year-old youth with sharp eyes had recognized Shang Quan, and he exclaimed in shock before dashing over. Uncle Shang Quan, Uncle Shang Quan, you are... Shang Quan was stunned as he gazed at the youth that leapt into his embrace. Uncle Shang Quan, you don't recognize me. I'm Who. The youth raised his head and looked at Shang Quan with an excited expression. You're Who. Shang Quan was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh as he rubbed the youth's little head. Who, we've only not seen each other for a few years and you've already grown so big. The youth laughed slyly. Uncle Shang Quan, I was only 7 when you left the last time. Is everyone in the village still well? Shang Quan asked. The youth nodded hastily. Everyone is fine, just that we usually slightly miss Uncle Shang Quan. HMPH. I'm going to become an outstanding martial artist like Uncle Shang Quan in the future, then enter the boundless sect and become a great guardian like Uncle Shang Quan. The youth's naive appearance caused Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, Zhang Shouyang, and Wang Chong to be unable to refrain from smiling. Then you have to work hard, Who. Shang Quan smiled as he encouraged, yet a trace of misery flashed deep within his eyes. Shang Quan, Uncle Shang Quan. Before long, a crowd of people poured out of the village and they were incredibly fervent. Duan Ling Tian's thought inwardly when he saw this scene. Looks like after Shang Quan became the guardian elder of the boundless sect, he didn't forget his own hometown. These villagers all respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 356, 9th Level Origin Core Stage. Shang Quan relied on his own hard work to grow into the guardian elder of the boundless sect from a kid that grew up in the mountains. This was a shocking feat. Moreover, after he'd become the guardian elder of the boundless sect, Shang Quan was able to remember his roots and take care of his own hometown, and this was even more difficult to come by. He was truly respectable. It was precisely because of this that Shang Quan was able to obtain the acknowledgement of all the villagers in his hometown. Because of their relationship with Xianxia, the villagers' love for Xianxia extended onto Duan Lingtian's group, and they obtained an extremely passionate welcome from the villagers. After staying in the village for a few days and enjoying the rural life, Duan Lingtian's group were prepared to leave. Before they left, Duan Lingtian went to meet Xianxia. Xianxia, this is the antidote. In the future, you don't have to worry about the poison in your body recurring every 6 months, as this antidote is sufficient to completely remove the poison within your body. Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill and passed it to Xianxia. That day, for the sake of controlling Xianxia, he'd added poison into the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill he gave Xianxia. It was a type of slow poison, and so long as one didn't consume the antidote for a period of time that's more than 6 months, then one would undoubtedly die. Now, Duan Lingtian gave Xianxia the antidote to completely remove that poison. Thank you, young master. Xianxia took a deep breath before accepting the medicinal pill and consuming it, then he said sincerely. Young master, Xianxia can't be by your side in the future, so you must take good care of yourself, and protect yourself well. Young master doesn't have to feel guilty about what has happened to me, as everything is fate. Fate? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Xianxia, let me ask you, what is fate? Xianxia was dumbstruck when he heard this. He didn't know how to explain it. Xianxia, remember this. Never ever believe in the so-called fate. Now, although your Dantian has been crippled, your advanced sword force is still present. Since you've opened the door to force, even if you don't have your origin energy, you're still able to continue comprehending the sword concept. Duan Lingtian slowly said to Xianxia. It's all not important anymore. Xianxia shook his head and smiled, seeming extremely free and easy. Without origin energy, even if he comprehended sword concept, what good would that do? At most, the sword in his hand and his attacks would be formidable. In terms of speed, he would be no different than a 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he said to Xianxia. Xianxia, I know that your Dantian being crippled has caused you to be without hope. But, I still want to tell you that I have a way to restore your Dantian. What? Xianxia was startled by what Duan Lingtian said, and he was like a frightened bird as he asked. Young master, you said you have a way to restore my crippled Dantian. Is it true? Currently, Xianxia had lost his previous composure and his free and easy appearance. He instead had an excited expression and had forgotten himself. The only reason he feigned such an appearance earlier was because he didn't want Duan Lingtian to be worried and guilty. Actually, his heart hadn't walked out from the shadow of his Dantian being crippled since the beginning. After living together with Duan Lingtian for these few years, Duan Lingtian had never once taken him to be a servant because of the poison that controlled him, and instead, Duan Lingtian had taken him to be like a family member. This caused him to have always had gratitude in his heart. Now even when he wasn't controlled by the poison, he still tried his best to be considerate of Duan Lingtian. You've followed me for a few years, have I ever said something meaningless? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Xianxia's excitement, as if there was a choice, then no one would choose to become a cripple. Xianxia's face flushed red when he obtained confirmation from Duan Lingtian and he was extremely excited. However, even though I have a way to restore your Dantian, I'm afraid it will still require some time. It will take anywhere from 5 to even 10 plus years. Duan Lingtian poured a bucket of cold water when he saw Xianxia being so excited. But, Xianxia paid no attention to it, and he grinned. Young master, I can wait. Duan Lingtian nodded, then patted Xianxia on the shoulder. Then I'll be leaving first. You don't have to send me off. Work hard in comprehending your advanced sword force. With your comprehension ability, comprehending sword concept isn't difficult. I hope that when I see you next, you would have already comprehended sword concept. I will, young master. I will absolutely not let you down. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled in satisfaction, then turned around and left. He converged with Li Fei, Zhang Shouyang, and Wang Chong before leaving the remote mountains. Scoundrel, are you still thinking about Xianxia? Li Fei couldn't refrain from asking when she noticed Duan Lingtian being silent all the way. Duan Lingtian sighed. I am responsible for what happened to Xianxia. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand and consoled. Don't blame yourself, you were helpless at that time as well. That withered old man was too strong. However, Big Brother Zhang has killed that withered old man and it can be considered to have taken revenge for Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then looked at the young man on the other Fergana horse. Big brother Zhang, thank you. Zhang Shouyang shook his head and smiled. Brother Ling Tian, don't mention it. That day, when I saw you for the first time in Drainpool Inn, I felt as if I'd met an old friend. The facts prove that our tempers agree with each other and we were bound to become friends. Yeah, Wang Chong, who sat in front of Zhang Shouyang, nodded. I and little sister Li Fei hit off well from the beginning as well, and I've taken her to be my own younger sister in my heart. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Otherwise, even though I'm not a match for you, I'm able to ask Brother Yang to help me teach you a lesson. As she finished speaking, Wang Chong's contained a slight protective tone. Then wouldn't I be fully controlled by this little girl in the future? Duan Ling Tian exaggerated with a laugh. HMPH, scoundrel, let's see if you dare bully me in the future. Wang Chong's words caused Li Fei to beam, and her beautiful face held a complacent expression. In the following leg of the journey, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 didn't travel quickly as they wandered about to enjoy the beauties of nature all along the way towards the 7-Star Sword sect. An event worthy of mention was that when they were about to arrive at Black Bamboo City, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation broke through once again, the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Presently, I've broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage and my strength is comparable to the strength of 131 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 9th level Origin Core stage martial artist, I possess an extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, the Worm Python form, has finally attained perfection. The scope of effect of the Quake energy has already advanced to the limit as well. So long as the strength of my opponent doesn't exceed my own strength by the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, then I'm not afraid. Since he broke through, Duan Ling Tian's mood was always slightly agitated. Lu Shizhe, Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered with a cold light, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. When I return this time, it's time to properly settle the accounts between us. That day, Lu Shizhe had heavily injured him and even knocked him out. He'd always taken this to be a humiliation. He hoped that one day, he would be able to rely on his own strength to make Lu Shizhe pay 10-fold, no, 100-fold. Now, although he hadn't broken through to the nascent soul stage, after his cultivation stepped into the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, he was already unafraid of an ordinary 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artist. So long as Lu Shizhe hasn't broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage, then my current strength is completely sufficient to completely destroy him. As Duan Ling Tian thought about this, his eyes emitted a trace of yearning. When he returned to his senses, Duan Ling Tian smelt the fragrance of Li Fei's hair and felt the strong breeze that blew at him while the horse galloped forward, and his eyes slightly narrowed as an extremely gentle expression appeared on his face. Presently, it had already been an entire year since he left the 7-Star Sword sect. This time, not only had his cultivation broken through once again, Li Fei's cultivation had broken through half a month ago to advance to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Of course, the reason Li Fei's advancement was so swift, following closely behind Duan Ling Tian's footsteps, was because of the 10,000-year stalactite milk she'd consumed that time. Presently, Li Fei's natural talent in the martial Dao was similar to Duan Ling Tian and had arrived at the limit of what a martial artist could arrive at. 1 year had passed. Duan Ling Tian was already 21. Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto the small black dot in the distance as he asked slowly. Brother Ling Tian, the city ahead is Black Bamboo City. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew that arriving at Black Bamboo City would also mean that they were about to go their separate ways from Zhang Shouyang and his wife. On the journey here, he, Li Fei, Zhang Shouyang, and Wang Chong had formed a deep friendship. Reluctance was hard to avoid. After we've arrived at Black Bamboo City, we'll have a meal together. Zhang Shouyang looked at Li Fei and Duan Ling Tian as he suggested. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei naturally had no objections. Wang Chong said to Li Fei with a face covered in tender affection, "Little sister Li Fei, I'll surely come visit you with Brother Yang when I'm free in the future." Li Fei's beautiful eyes became faintly misty as she said in a light voice, "Big sister Wang Chong, I'll miss you." Duan Ling Tian consoled Li Fei. "All right, all good things must come to an end, cheer up. What's more, it isn't like there isn't a chance to meet again in the future. Besides that, we have to eat together in a while, and your current appearance will surely cause big sister Wang Chong to feel bad when she sees it." Li Fei lightly nodded and she was barely able to force out a trace of a smile. During this half-year, she and Wang Chong had hit off from the beginning and were close like sisters. Now that they were about to separate, she was naturally extremely reluctant. The small black dot far away gradually became bigger, and in the end it transformed into a city. This city stood in the distance. It was like it had transformed into an enormous beast that swallowed the streams of wagons and people that entered. After Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 entered the city, they casually found a restaurant before finding a place that was adjacent to the window. Subsequently, they ordered their food. Brother Ling Tian, they seem to be looking at you. Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang's voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that the crowd of customers within the restaurant were all looking at him with a slightly strange gaze. Actually, he'd noticed when he'd just entered the city that some people seemed as if they'd seen money when they saw him, as their eyes gleamed and they had greedy expressions. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian completely didn't know what had happened. Shi clan estate. Patriarch, I want to see the patriarch. An incomparably swift figure flashed into the Shi clan estate, then dashed violently all the way to finally charge to the Shi clan audience hall. Within the Shi clan audience hall, an old man in embroidered clothes had a cold expression as he gazed indifferently at the middle-aged man before him and asked. There still isn't any news of that Duan Ling Tian lately. The middle-aged man was precisely the patriarch of the Shi clan, Shi Li. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.